2023, the spread of a mysterious virus caused a global disaster. The infected would turn into zombies within an extremely short period of time, and the human population plummeted by 70% in a very short time. The survivors found themselves in a desperate struggle for survival in the apocalypse. After experiencing 2 rebirths, the protagonist, Lin Qizong, accidentally awakened his bloodline factor and obtained the flame of nature that could incinerate everything. In the perilous end-time world, he gradually grew into a peerless, powerful figure who could protect an entire region. Chapter 1. Rebirth before the apocalypse. In the early morning, Lin Qizong abruptly opened his eyes, instantly sitting up in shock. Gasping for breath, his mind replayed the harrowing images of his previous life, where he was overwhelmed and torn apart by zombies. Looking around the familiar rental room, Lin Qizong pressed his throbbing forehead and murmured, "Have I been reborn again?" The use of the word again clearly indicated that this was not his first experience. With practiced ease, Lin Qizong retrieved his phone from under the bed. March 16th, 2023, 7:22 a.m., sunny. Indeed, he had once more returned to half a month before the outbreak of the zombie virus. Recalling the tribulations of his past lives, Lin Qizong shivered, involuntarily betrayed by those he trusted, the agony of being bitten by zombies, and the despair of huddling in a corner, enduring hunger, gazing out at the bright, refreshing sunlight and the vibrant vitality of early spring. He couldn't help but question the authenticity of these memories. Perhaps it was all just a dream. I remember that on this day in my last life, there was a sensational scandal involving a top celebrity. With that thought, Lin Qizong opened his social media app. Instantly, the top trending news made his hands tremble. The news reported that a certain star had been caught on the spot for consuming illegal substances, clearly signaling to Lin Qizong the apocalypse caused by the virus is imminent. Having inherited the psychological resilience from his past lives, Lin Qizong was merely taken aback for a moment before swiftly regaining his composure and strategizing for the impending apocalypse. The first order of business was to secure a shelter, as in his previous life, Lin Qizong had, after one rebirth, somewhat wisely rented a rooftop apartment with a terrace as his refuge. The expansive terrace offered great potential, capable of accommodating solar power generation and water purification systems. This certainly enabled effective survival in the apocalypse. But in his last life, Lin Qizong had focused solely on defending against zombies while underestimating the treachery of human nature in the apocalypse. Everyone is precariously vulnerable. Resources and living conditions are of paramount importance. That conspicuous terrace would soon attract the attention of those with ill intentions. In his previous life, he had been overpowered, his legs broken, and ultimately consumed alive by zombies. After careful consideration, Lin Qizong resolved to establish a shelter in an old, dilapidated house in the countryside. The rural population was relatively sparse, meaning that the threats following the apocalypse would be considerably diminished. Moreover, the 2.5-story house offered greater adaptability. Next, he needed to renovate the shelter and accumulate resources, which would require substantial funding beyond the means of a freshly employed worker like Lin Qizong. However, the wisdom gleaned from 2 lifetimes was sufficient to resolve this dilemma. For on this very day, the lottery shop downstairs had announced a grand prize winner, and it had been generated by a random selection. This meant that if Lin Qizong stood guard at the lottery shop as it opened and selected 3,000 random numbers, he could claim the 5 million prize. After all, a small lottery shop typically sold fewer than 1,000 tickets daily. Lin Qizong's 3,000 numbers would essentially cover the entire pool. Upon this realization, Lin Qizong donned his jacket and hurried downstairs. After enduring the chill of early spring for a full hour, his legs trembling, he returned home with a substantial sum of $6,000 in hand. Now, he merely awaited the lottery results that evening. However, Lin Qizong had no intention of wasting the day. With merely a fortnight remaining until the impending apocalypse, there was much to be accomplished. After consuming a bun, Lin Qizong swiftly took a taxi back to his hometown. Lin Qizong was an orphan. Following the death of his grandfather a few years prior, he became unencumbered by ties, relishing in a sense of freedom brought on by his solitude. He often comforted himself in this manner. Since commencing his internship, Lin Qizong had not returned home. The house was not only cloaked in dust, but many of the windows had fallen into disrepair. At that moment, a vibration emanated from Lin Qizong's pocket. Without needing to glance, he recognized it was a call from his unscrupulous boss. This time, however, Lin Qizong was determined to seize the initiative. As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration. "Curse you! You'd best remain silent, or I swear, they'll come over and give you a beating. You heartless scoundrel." Recalling the previous 2 lives, where a phone call would invariably lead to a tirade of insults directed at him, he felt an unparalleled sense of relief in his current outburst. Subsequently, it took Lin Qizong an entire day to tidy up the old house. As for the windows, he opted for a bespoke solution instead of repairs. That evening, the winning lottery number was correctly identified on one of his tickets, though the prize collection required a journey to the city's headquarters. There are 15 days left until the outbreak of the zombie virus. On this day, Lin Qizong arrived early in Yang City via high-speed train. With 5 million in hand, he dashed away before the staff could inquire about his donation intentions. With the apocalypse looming, who has time for donations? On his return journey to Huacheng, Lin Qizong coordinated with the solar power construction team and the steel mill supervisor. As soon as he landed, he rushed back to the old residence with both parties in tow. Young Lin has returned. Made some money, have you? Bringing all these people back to take measurements for a new house, I presume? The speaker was Elder Zhang from the village. A.S. Lin Qizong contemplated the impending doom. He realized this solitary elderly woman would surely struggle to survive. Yet he hesitated to disclose such an outrageous truth, opting instead to cryptically advise her. "Elder Zhang, heed my advice and stock up on food for your home." Elder Zhang, taken aback, stared at Lin Qizong for a moment before departing in silence. It was not that Lin Qizong was unwilling to share the reality with her. Such matters were inherently difficult to articulate and often led to being perceived as foolish. In his previous life, he had attempted this. Upon his rebirth, he had issued warnings online, but the day of the outbreak coincided with April Fool's Day. Consequently, no one took Lin Qizong's warnings seriously. Some even accused him of spreading rumors in an attempt to incite panic, leading to a rather uncomfortable encounter with the police. Before long, the construction teams had completed their measurements. Lin Qizong instructed them to commence work immediately. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qizong set about procuring survival supplies, targeting a warehouse-style supermarket not far from his rented accommodation that he promptly hired 2 large trucks and several porters, entering the supermarket to conduct a frenzied raid. 1,000 boxes of bottled water, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 500 boxes of self-heating meals, 500 bags each of rice and flour. Lin Qizong, as if money were no object, emptied the supermarket of its food supplies. It took several trips for both trucks to transport everything back to his rental. In the face of passers-by's curiosity, Lin Qizong made no attempt to conceal his actions, unperturbed by the notion that someone might take an interest in him, for he needed to discreetly transfer the supplies from his rented place to his ancestral home. However, his blatant behavior sowed the seeds for future troubles. Merely relying on food to survive in the apocalypse was insufficient. Medicinal supplies were also of paramount importance. Consequently, Lin Qizong visited several major pharmaceutical companies in Huacheng, purchasing a substantial quantity of everything available. And for items out of stock, he offered to pay extra for expedited custom orders. Particularly vital were medications like adrenaline. He made sure to stockpile as much as possible, recognizing its immense value in emergency situations. Moreover, transportation was essential, although the prevailing wisdom in the apocalypse was to avoid unnecessary outings. It was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Ultimately, Lin Qizong opted for a pickup truck, which offered both cargo capacity and commendable off-road performance, selecting the highest specification with the most powerful engine. In the face of an apocalypse, a pickup was vastly more practical than any luxury vehicle. Furthermore, the supplies in his rented accommodation still required discreet relocation to his ancestral home, making the pickup the most suitable choice. Chapter 2. All set. 12 days until the outbreak of the zombie virus. After 3 days of diligent work, the photovoltaic power generation system has been completed. It is equipped with a high-capacity battery, ensuring a seamless provision of daily electricity. Observing Lin Qizong's generosity, the construction crew even took the initiative to repair the electrical circuits of the old residence at no cost. Next came the steel factory's construction team. Lin Qizong had summoned them to reinforce the inner sides of all external walls and windows with steel structures. This protective endeavor is nearing completion. During this period, Lin Qizong remained industrious. Aside from continuously procuring potentially useful supplies, he stealthily transferred materials from his rental apartment to the old residence under the cover of darkness each night. 11 days until the outbreak of the zombie virus with the steel structure project concluded, Lin Qizong enlisted 2 additional construction teams. His intention was to convert a side room into a cold storage facility, while the other team was tasked with excavating a 20-square-meter fish pond in the small courtyard of the old house. The purpose of the cold storage is self-evident: to preserve fresh meat. The fish pond is also essential for aquaculture, for no matter how ample the food supply may be, it will eventually be depleted and spoil. Thus, a stable source of supply is imperative. Lin Qizong even plans to transform the small terrace on the second floor into a vegetable garden. And let us not forget the water purification system. 7 days until the outbreak of the zombie virus with all preparations in place, Lin Qizong felt a twinge of anxiety as April 1st approached. One afternoon, while emerging from Digital Square with a plethora of electronic devices, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. It was Liang Rue, a quintessential wealthy and handsome individual, and Lin Qizong's closest companion from his student days. Upon seeing him, Lin Qizong was engulfed by the guilt from his past life, feeling helpless in the face of Liang Rue's plight. This time, Lin Qizong vowed to prevent a similar fate from unfolding. Without hesitation, he approached Liang Rue, disregarding the attractive female companion by his side, his expression grave. "Hey, Azong, you're here too. Why did you buy so many drones and speakers? Wow, 3 of the new Fruit 88 phones at once. Are you here for wholesale?" Liang Rue exclaimed upon spotting Lin Qizong. Lin Qizong retorted coldly, "Brother, can we talk privately for a moment? Are you insane?" In the alley, Liang Rue looked incredulous, reaching out to touch Lin Qizong's forehead, adding, "You're not feverish, are you? Did a dog bite you, and you didn't get vaccinated?" Lin Qizong brushed Liang Rue's hand away and replied earnestly, "Rue, I'm not crazy. Even if you don't believe me, at least keep it in mind and try to stockpile some supplies." Liang Rue frowned, half convinced. "What do you mean by the apocalypse and a zombie virus? I find it hard to accept." "Fine, I'll heed your advice and try to hoard some food at home." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to take his leave, he informed Liang Rue of a well-stocked shelter he had, inviting him to come over whenever he felt overwhelmed. At last, after Liang Rue noted Lin Qizong's counsel, they parted ways. Only 5 days remained until the outbreak of the zombie virus. Lin Qizong still had one crucial item to prepare: firearms. It took him a full 2 days and a substantial sum to finally gain access to a firearms intermediary. In a dimly lit and murky underground casino, Lin Qizong was ushered into a shadowy private room. "Brother Nyo, the person has arrived. This is the kid looking to purchase a gun," a subordinate announced as he pushed open the door, addressing the man in a suit on the sofa. Brother Nyo regarded Lin Qizong with a sneer. "Ah, Zhu, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe anyone can come here? Do you see someone capable of wielding a gun?" The subordinate, named as Zhu, was about to offer a fawning explanation when Lin Qizong, without hesitation, produced a bundle of cash from his backpack and slapped it onto the table before Brother Nyo. Nyo cast a quick glance at the money, and his demeanor shifted considerably. Observing Lin Qizong's youthful face, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Little brother, you don't seem very old. Why the obsession with firearms? Listen to me, such things are not for the average person. If you have enemies, with your boldness, I can help you out." Lin Qizong, undeterred, produced 2 more bundles of cash, casually tossing them onto the table, stating, "I appreciate your kindness, Brother Nyo, but I prefer not to involve you in my matters." Seeing Lin Qizong's fierce gaze and commanding presence, which far surpassed that of his peers, Brother Nyo realized he had underestimated him. He then rose and approached Lin Qizong, extending his hand amicably "Brother, how much do you need?" With a charming smile, Lin Qizong grasped Brother Nyo's hand and replied, "How much do you have?" Brother Nyo's expression froze, taken aback by Lin Qizong's audacity. Noticing Nyo's hesitation, Lin Qizong continued, "I only require a handgun and ammunition. If delivered within 2 days, I will pay double." Driven by the allure of cash, Zhu delivered the weapons to Lin Qizong's apartment building the following evening. In addition to 3 silver-gray Desert Eagles and 200 rounds of ammunition, Brother Nyo generously included several machetes and a personally owned Nepalese military knife. Clearly impressed with Lin Qizong and eager for a long-term collaboration. Unfortunately, with the apocalypse looming, there would be no room for partnership. After receiving the transfer, Zhu cheerfully asked, "Boss Lin, would you like me and a few brothers to help you carry the goods upstairs?" Lin Qizong cautiously declined, "No need." After watching Zhu and his companions depart, he placed the machetes and most of the ammunition into his pickup truck, while the 3 handguns were secured in a laptop bag as he ascended to his apartment. Only 3 days remained until the outbreak of the zombie virus. In the morning, with all preparations complete, Lin Qizong meticulously packed his belongings, intending to enter the shelter ahead of time. Although the news reports from his previous life indicated that the virus erupted on April 1st, no one could ascertain the exact day it began to manifest. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Lin Qizong decided to enter the sanctuary early, quietly awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. Chapter 3. The Virus Outbreak. Only 1 day remains until the zombie virus erupts. On this fateful day, Lin Qizong meticulously inspected every system in the old residence. Once assured of its flawless condition, he eagerly delved into the various skill books he had acquired in recent days, striving to absorb knowledge with utmost urgency. That night, sleep eluded Lin Qizong, for it was evident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this flourishing world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation overnight. The following morning, after tossing and turning until the depths of night, Lin Qizong was suddenly jolted awake. The first thing he did, with a heart full of trepidation, was to reach for his phone to check the morning news. Before he could unlock his device, several alarming headlines regarding riots flashed across the screen. Undoubtedly, the zombie virus had arrived as predicted. Dog news. An elderly man suspected of rabies was reported to attack anyone he encountered. 5 innocent bystanders have already fallen victim, and the families are actively negotiating compensation. Tomorrow's headlines. Shock. A young man has behaved outrageously in broad daylight. This morning, a peculiar young man attracted the attention of numerous citizens with his erratic demeanor. Staggering and displaying a vacant expression akin to intoxication, he exhibited alarming aggression, knocking down a passing student and biting him, while attempting to harm others. Fortunately, he was subdued by vigilant bystanders. Weibo. Today marks the birthday of the beloved idol, Neo Zhuangshi. Come and share your blessings on Weibo. As Lin Qizong was left speechless by the triviality of the entertainment-laden Weibo, a sudden notification sent his heart racing. Government announcement. Today, multiple locations have reported incidents of human attacks. Preliminary diagnoses suggest a mysterious virus resembling rabies, causing infected individuals to attack indiscriminately and without awareness. A Level 1 alert has been initiated. Citizens are advised to refrain from going outside unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, this was the authoritative information Lin Qizong had been anticipating. In his previous lives, he had received similar announcements on this very day, regrettably falling on April Fool's Day, leading many to dismiss it as a joke, which resulted in an initially controllable virus spiraling into a widespread epidemic, ultimately beyond containment. Subsequently, Lin Qizong glimpsed videos of the chaos on social media. The streets were teeming with bloodied, infected individuals, resembling ravenous beasts as they tore into passers-by. Those bitten convulsed violently, their pupils dilating, transforming into members of the undead horde in an instant. The virus was spreading with alarming rapidity. In another video, people were seen frantically raiding supermarkets for supplies. Indeed, it was sheer looting. The fabric of civilized society had shattered at this moment. At this juncture, the government intervened. Armed soldiers were dispatched to seal off the city, followed by efforts to evacuate the uninfected. Lin Qizong observed all of this with keen awareness, though he felt no joy for those fortunate enough to be evacuated. According to his past memories, among those lucky individuals lurked someone who had been bitten by a zombie. Ultimately, before they could reach a safe haven, none of them would survive. In contrast to urban areas, rural communities seemed to lag behind, with the villagers appearing to regard the ongoing turmoil with indifference, maintaining their quaint habit of leaving their doors wide open. Lin Qizong attempted to convey the gravity of the situation to the village chief over the phone, but the chief merely offered a perfunctory response, broadcasting a brief announcement urging everyone to exercise caution. Lin Qizong felt that such warnings were woefully inadequate, and upon calling the chief again, he found himself abruptly cut off and blocked. At that moment, a blood-stained vehicle burst into the tranquil village. Peering out from the window, Lin Qizong was shocked to see Aunt Zhang's son, Lin Hai. He emerged from the back seat, cradling his wife, whose neck was oozing blood, and kicked at his own front door while shouting, "Mom, open the door! Huan ishut." Instantly, Aunt Zhang rushed to open the door, her face awash with concern, and beckoned Lin Hai inside, the commotion drawing the attention of neighboring villagers. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qizong noticed that the wound on Wanner's neck bore the unmistakable marks of a bite, likely inflicted by a zombie. Alarmingly, Lin Hai also displayed similar bite marks on his wrist. In a fit of desperation, Lin Qizong shouted, "Everyone, stand back. The couple has been infected by the virus and will soon lose their sanity." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, met with ridicule. "Xiaozong, what nonsense are you spouting? Our villagers are hurt, and instead of helping, you're inciting panic. What nonsense virus are you talking about? I heard there's some sort of commotion in the city." Feeling utterly helpless, Lin Qizong gripped his gun tightly, grappling with the moral dilemma of whether to shoot the couple before they transformed into zombies. Ultimately, he lowered the weapon, shaking his head sorrowfully at the villagers gathered at Aunt Zhang's door. This was not an act of indifference, but a reflection of the despair that pervades the apocalypse. If he were to pull the trigger, he would be condemned as a murderer in the eyes of the villagers, who would perceive Lin Hai and his wife merely as injured individuals. He knew that killing them would bring about his own demise at the hands of their wrath. With gritted teeth, Lin Qizong shouted, "I am not jesting with any of you. It will be too late if you do not leave." Yet, the villagers grew increasingly impatient with him, and one young man even picked up a stone to throw at Lin Qizong. Just then, the inevitable occurred. Wanner began to convulse lightly, and the villagers mistakenly believed she was having a seizure. Several men rushed to restrain her, only to be bitten in the process. "Oh no, she has gone mad. Someone help. She's about to tear my flesh apart." Simultaneously, Lin Hai transformed into a zombie, pouncing on an unsuspecting woman and sinking his teeth into her. Her husband, thinking Lin Hai was merely taking advantage of her, furiously struck at him, only to be bitten in turn. Soon, those bitten by Wanner, whose resistance was somewhat weaker, succumbed to the infection within mere minutes, becoming zombies themselves. In a moment, the villagers were thrown into chaos, yet there were those who heeded Lin Qizong's words, hastily urging one another to flee. However, it was already too late. Many villagers bore wounds, and their return home would only endanger their families. Witnessing this heartbreaking scene, Lin Qizong locked the windows with a heavy heart. He covered his face and slowly crouched down, letting out a resigned sigh before quietly returning to the hall. He had underestimated the rapid spread of the virus. Within mere hours, the countryside was on the brink of devastation. Chapter 4. The Subtle Scheme. Third day of the zombie virus outbreak. The afflicted regions, initially confined to a few isolated areas, rapidly escalated to engulf 70% of the globe with an unstoppable momentum. The news was rife with leaders of various nations attempting to mask the truth, while chaos erupted in countless locations. As the so-called order had become a mere facade, brute force transformed into the path of survival. In Huacheng, where Lin Qizong resided, the downfall had come early, with more than half of the villagers infected by the zombie virus. To Lin Qizong's astonishment, among the calamities brought back by Lin Hai and his wife a few days prior, old Lady Zhang had unexpectedly survived. However, having lost her son and daughter-in-law, she now resembled a living corpse, incessantly staring intently at Lin Qizong's old residence from her window. Her gaze, icy and laden with profound hatred, sent chills down one's spine, as if she held Lin Qizong responsible for transforming Lin Hai and his wife into zombies. That evening, following his customary inspection, Lin Qizong intended to retire to bed early. After all, in the apocalypse, there was little else to be done but to survive. Just then, his phone vibrated at the most inopportune moment. It was a call from his former crush, Liao Minmin. Upon seeing her name flash on the screen, a ripple of emotion surged through Lin Qizong. He lowered his voice and said, "Hey, it's great to hear from you, Minmin. Are you safe?" On the other end, Liao Minmin's voice trembled. "Hello. Is this Lin Qizong? Where are you? Can you take me in?" Hearing her terrified tone nearly shattered Lin Qizong's heart. He hurriedly asked, "Where are you? I will come to rescue you." In the next moment, after hanging up, Lin Qizong slipped out to the back door of his old residence and hopped into his pickup truck. Despite his carefulness, a faint noise attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Nevertheless, he managed to speed away before they could pounce on the window. Sunshine Garden. This was the address Liao Minmin had provided. As he surveyed the scene, he saw that the entrance of the complex had toppled over and a few scattered zombies were drawn in by the sound of his engine. It would be a lie to say he felt no fear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qizong tightened his grip on the Nepalese military knife gifted by Nyogu and leapt from the vehicle. The zombies moved slowly, and as soon as Lin Qizong landed, he circumvented them and dashed towards Building 4, where Liao Minmin was located. Although the elevator was still operational, he dared not use it. The more confined the space, the greater the danger. Fortunately, Liao Minmin was on the 18th floor, which wasn't too high. For a young and vigorous man like Lin Qizong, it posed no significant challenge. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, a limping, grotesque zombie emerged around the stairwell corner. Lin Qizong understood that this obstacle must be dealt with. With resolute determination, he gripped his military knife tightly and boldly approached the creature. As they stood merely a meter apart, the zombie lunged with outstretched claws. Seizing the moment, Lin Qizong struck decisively, severing the zombie's head in one swift motion. He recalled that only a severe blow to the head could ensure its demise. A lesson learned from past experiences. Yet this experience was merely born from his observations. This marked his inaugural encounter with the act of slaying a zombie. Subsequently, the headless corpse of the zombie lost its balance and collapsed into Lin Qizong's embrace. At that moment, Lin Qizong remained unperturbed, inhaling deeply as his gaze grew increasingly vacant. As he beheld the severed head of the zombie oozing foul black blood upon the ground, his mind momentarily faltered. This was Lin Qizong's first time killing a zombie. And in that fleeting instant of decapitation, he was ensnared by the illusion that he had taken a human life. Overwhelmed by confusion and terror, he found himself ensnared in a web of despair. However, the soft rustling sounds emanating from downstairs gradually roused him from his stupor. After forcefully pushing aside the headless zombie that lay upon him, Lin Qizong's expression sharpened with renewed resolve. The act of slaying zombies was an essential lesson that every survivor in this apocalyptic era must endure. Before long, he reached the 18th floor. Along the way, he dispatched 2 more zombies, yet he no longer experienced the blankness of mind that had plagued him during his first kill. Then, cautiously, he peered out from the stairwell. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of danger, he knocked on Liao Minmin's door. Hardly a breath had passed before Liao Minmin swung open the door, inviting Lin Qizong to step inside. No sooner had Lin Qizong entered and begun to admire Liao Minmin, clad in her nightgown, than he was seized by a towering figure lurking by the doorway. A robust arm firmly grasped half of Lin Qizong's body, while the other brandished a sharp knife pressed against his throat. "You've been outmaneuvered. Don't move, lower the knife. Otherwise, I shall puncture several holes in your neck." The burly man threatened menacingly from behind Lin Qizong. In astonishment, Lin Qizong exclaimed, "Minmin, what is this?" In response to his bewilderment, Liao Minmin instantly donned a disdainful expression, replying, "What is this? Lin Qizong, do you genuinely believe I need you? If it weren't for witnessing you brazenly carting away several trucks of supplies from the warehouse supermarket half a month ago, I doubt I would ever remember you. Like a toad dreaming of swans, You should cease your longing. Nevertheless, your crisis awareness is commendable. What a pity. She laughed heartily. Lin Qizong, agitated, leaned forward slightly, only to feel a sharp pain in his neck. The man's knife had pierced his skin, blood beginning to seep forth. In this precarious situation, Lin Qizong could not resist. He could only glare with resentment at the treacherous Liao Minmin. Subsequently, he relinquished his military knife. Immediately, Liao Minmin approached and began to search Lin Qizong's person without a word exchanged between her and the burly man. Their coordination suggesting that Lin Qizong was not the first victim of such a cunning scheme. Wang Feng, Liao Minmin gasped in shock as she retrieved a handgun from Lin Qizong's lower back. The weapon slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. While the man named Wang Feng's breath quickened visibly, excitement leaking into his voice. You little rascal. You even have a handgun. This military knife is truly a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. That lad must come from a rather extraordinary background. Wouldn't you agree? As the conversation unfolded, Wang Feng deftly nudged the handgun closer to himself with the tip of his foot, then swiftly shoved Lin Qizong aside to retrieve the firearm. Noticing Lin Qizong's silence, Wang Feng beckoned Liao Minmin to bind Lin Qizong to the chair while he coaxed, "Do provide me with your home address. Cooperate, and I may spare your life." Though Lin Qizong harbored deep resentment, survival took precedence above all else. Reluctantly turning his head, he spat out, "Building A2, Room 202, Dove Community." Wang Feng then glanced at Liao Minmin, awaiting her response. She disdainfully replied, "It should be accurate. I witnessed the truck delivering food departing from Dove Community that day." Upon hearing this, Wang Feng erupted into laughter, unfazed by the potential to attract zombies, for he was on the brink of escape. After assessing the security of the ropes, he tossed Lin Qizong's pickup keys to Liao Minmin and made his exit. True to his word, he spared Lin Qizong's life, provided he complied. However, he left without closing the door behind him. Chapter 5. Pure kindness as anticipated, shortly after Liao Minmin and the others departed. The zombies were irresistibly drawn to the laughter that had just echoed through the air. With a disjointed gait, the undead approached Lin Qizong, who writhed in a frenzy, desperately attempting to escape his bindings. However, Liao Minmin had tied him far too tightly, rendering his efforts futile. In the next instant, a zombie lunged at him, overpowering him and shattering the wooden stool beneath them. The creature opened its rancid maw, aiming to sink its teeth into Lin Qizong's neck. Just as the foul jaws closed in, a searing sensation surged through Lin Qizong's struggling hands. With a crack, the rope snapped. Seizing the moment, he twisted away from the snapping jaws and swiftly grasped a sharp stool leg, driving it into the zombie's temple with blinding speed. Just as he resolved the immediate threat, ominous shuffling sounds emerged from outside, undoubtedly signaling the approach of more zombies. Lin Qizong, refusing to linger, dashed to the door and slammed it shut, granting himself a brief respite. After a few breaths, however, frustration and regret consumed him. But more than anything, he felt a deep resentment towards Liao Minmin. He had grossly underestimated the darkness of human nature. This experience had imparted a crucial lesson. The nurturing heart in a post-apocalyptic world is an absolute liability. What he had not learned his previous life nearly cost him his own in this one. After a quick reassessment, Lin Qizong found a fruit knife in the kitchen, an adequate weapon for carving his way to safety. As for other survival supplies, he dared not hope. They were undoubtedly depleted. Otherwise, Liao Minmin would not have so quickly set her sights on him. With one hand gripping the fruit knife and the other pulling the door open, he unleashed a massacre in the corridor. Yet, he overlooked the telltale burns at the point where the ropes had frayed. As he fought his way downstairs, he found ample space to evade the encroaching zombies. Nevertheless, regret soon washed over him for not calculating his actions more carefully. His mind was consumed with reclaiming his possessions and exacting retribution on Liao Minmin. Blinded by fury, he recklessly pursued the confrontation. The Sunshine Garden was over 20 kilometers from the Dove community. Now, his escape route was blocked as zombies emerged from all directions, forcing him to flee. Before long, a chilling scene unfolded on the street. Lin Qizong sprinting for his life, pursued by a relentless tide of the undead. Goodness. Brother, look at that guy. He's incredibly brave. Indeed, our little brother is a true hero, drawing all the zombies away from our area. There must be at least 1,000 of them. Not only were zombies closing in behind him, but they also appeared in front, leaving Lin Qizong no opportunity to catch his breath. As his stamina waned, he gritted his teeth and plunged into a narrow alleyway. After slaying 2 zombies that approached him in the alley, Lin Qizong finally found a moment to catch his breath, only to be abruptly yanked into a bakery by a pair of hands from the shadows. The sudden turn of events startled him, prompting him to brandish his fruit knife wildly in the darkness. Wait, don't be afraid. We are human. A clear female voice resonated from the dark. Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong, panting heavily, slowly lowered his weapon. A flashlight flickered to life, revealing a petite and charming girl gazing at him with concern. Behind her, a young mother crouched, cradling a little girl. Both looked at Lin Qizong with the same terror one might reserve for a zombie. It was then that Lin Qizong realized his overreaction, and he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for frightening you. Observing that he had calmed down, the girl took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Wen Ning. I saw you being chased by zombies, so I secretly opened the door and pulled you in. Lin Qizong felt a surge of gratitude and replied, Thank you, but are you hurt? Before he could finish his sentence, the mother, wary, interjected with a protective tone. Lin Qizong glanced down at himself and noticed he was splattered with blood from the slain zombies, which likely explained the mother's apprehension. He explained, This blood is from the zombies I killed. I am not injured. I will leave shortly, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning's heart tightened as she hurriedly reassured him, No, that's not what we meant. You don't have to leave. We're just concerned about your well-being. If you're injured, we have medicine to treat you. However, Lin Qizong seemed to disregard her words and walked toward the door. Panic-stricken, Wen Ning rushed forward to grasp his arm, exclaiming, It's dangerous outside. We truly mean no harm. I hope you can stay. There is plenty of food here. It's not bad at all. Lin Qizong impatiently shook off her hand and said sternly, First and foremost, I appreciate your assistance earlier, but I have my reasons for leaving. Secondly, I advise you not to indulge your benevolence in this apocalypse. Not everyone is worth saving. What if I were a scoundrel who repaid kindness with malice? That would only put you in danger. Finally, he added, My name is Lin Qizong. Wen Ning appeared taken aback by Lin Qizong's admonition. After a moment of silence, she said, Wait a moment, I'll get you some bread for the journey. Lin Qizong shuddered slightly, reflecting on the girl's pure kindness. He did not refuse, knowing the 20-kilometer trek ahead would be daunting, especially with the zombies lurking outside. Before long, Wen Ning returned, carrying a large bag of bread. As Lin Qizong took the bag, he instinctively grasped her hand, which she was about to set down. He then handed her a note, and before she could react, he slipped out the door. What an impolite fellow! Not even a word of farewell. Wen Ning pouted in mild reproach. Subsequently, Wen Ning gently unfolded the note from Lin Qizong, upon which his phone number and address were clearly inscribed. It was accompanied by the words, This is my contact information and address. If that day brings unforeseen circumstances, or if you find yourself unable to endure, seek me out. Consider it my way of repaying you. Remember, the label of villain is not inscribed upon one's forehead. On the bustling street, Lin Qizong pedaled his bicycle amidst the throngs of corpses, exclaiming, You vile scoundrels, await your reckoning. Chapter 6. The Dark Descent into Dove Community, the journey of 20 kilometers. Under normal walking conditions, would require merely 6 or 7 hours. However, the sheer number of zombies along the way rendered it impossible for Lin Qizong to reach Dove Community before dawn, even while pedaling furiously on his bicycle. What astonished him, though, was that after a whole night of cycling, he felt surprisingly unexhausted and had even dispatched over a dozen zombies that attempted to obstruct his path. Perhaps it was the fuel of anger driving him. This was the most plausible explanation Lin could muster. Unbeknownst to him, an extraordinary energy was quietly taking root within him. As the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, the number of roaming zombies increased. Lin Qizong decided to find a place to rest, as traveling during the day would undoubtedly attract the attention of the undead. Soon, he chose a fishing tackle shop as his temporary refuge. Such small-scale shops typically saw little foot traffic, making it unlikely for a horde of zombies to be trapped inside. Moreover, the shop's roll-up door was merely pulled down, not locked, which saved Lin a great deal of effort. Truly an ideal resting spot. With utmost stealth, Lin Qizong lifted the roll-up door and slipped inside just before the zombies could reach him, promptly lowering it behind him. However, before he could locate the switch to secure the door, a sudden gust of malevolent wind swept past him, and as he turned, he felt a sharp object pierce his body. There were others inside the tackle shop, and the immediate, lethal assault suggested they were no benevolent souls. Instinctively, Lin's first reaction was to flee. As anticipated, a burly man with a thick beard emerged from the shadows, sneering. "Since you've come, why not leave something behind?" Ignoring the bearded man, Lin gritted his teeth against the searing pain and knelt to pull up the roll-up door once more. At that moment, another gust of wind heralded the man's renewed attack, and Lin felt a sharp agony in his left arm. With a light from outside illuminating the space, Lin discerned the source of his injury, a bolt. This indicated that his assailant wielded a powerful crossbow. A wise man avoids immediate peril. Thus, Lin gritted his teeth and mounted his bicycle, pedaling with every ounce of strength he could muster. Meanwhile, the bearded man was preoccupied with closing the door, watching helplessly as Lin escaped. Pale and bloodless, Lin cycled with a complexion drained of life. With each pedal stroke, blood seeped from his abdominal wound. Soon, the loss of blood left him feeling weak. Yet, the horde of zombies trailing behind him filled him with despair. Was this where his life would end? He was not ready to accept such a fate. Suddenly, Lin felt an intense warmth surging within him, swiftly alleviating his pain and restoring some of his strength. In the next moment, he had sought refuge inside a recycling station. He had learned from past encounters and thoroughly scouted the premises before entering, finding no trace of humans or zombies. Gritting his teeth, Lin decisively yanked the bolt for his left arm. The excruciating pain caused Lin Qizong's veins to bulge on his forehead, yet he refrained from uttering a single sound. Subsequently, the arrows embedded in his abdomen were extracted, leaving him utterly exhausted. Before he could tend to his wounds, his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. In a daze, Lin Qizong felt an increasing heat engulfing his body, as if a fire was searing his heart. Was he feverish? Perhaps a good sweat would suffice. It was not until dusk that he roused from his stupor. His first instinct was to check if his wounds had stopped bleeding, but as he groped around, his eyes widened in disbelief. The wounds had vanished. Not only had the gash on his left arm disappeared, but the bloody hole in his abdomen had inexplicably healed as well, leaving no trace of pain behind. Had it not been for the two blood-stained arrows lying beside him, he might have doubted his own memories. Simultaneously, he noticed the intense warmth in his chest had become increasingly palpable, suggesting that something peculiar was indeed stirring within him. In light of such bizarre occurrences, Lin Qizong instinctively rose to survey his surroundings. Unfortunately, he found no evidence of anyone else's presence. He twisted his neck and muttered, "How strange. After sustaining such severe injuries, I awaken as if nothing happened, and my energy, it feels replenished. Wait a moment. When did I become so robust?" Lin Qizong felt his clothing tighten around him. Lifting his shirt, he was astonished to discover that he had transformed from scrawny figure into a well-defined physique. As he swung his fists and kicked the air, he could distinctly sense a terrifying surge of strength coursing through him. Moreover, his senses had sharpened considerably. In summary, after a mere slumber, Lin Qizong had undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis. Ha ha ha! I knew I was the chosen one. It feels as though I have divine assistance. Lin Qizong laughed heartily, but his mirth was short-lived. He soon heard the approaching footsteps of zombies. As night fell, invigorated, Lin Qizong mounted his bicycle and swiftly darted down the street. However, just 2 kilometers from the Dove community, the chain snapped. With the remainder of the journey ahead, he had no choice but to proceed on foot. "Thank you, White Dragon Horse, for accompanying me thus far. Rest assured, once I deal with that despicable pair, I will return to bring you back home." With that, Lin Qizong's crimson eyes gleamed as he navigated through the dark alley like a specter. This mission was imperative. Initially troubled by how to confront Liao Minmin and her accomplice, He was reminded by the 2 arrows shot by the scruffy man. There were only 7 bullets left in the Desert Eagle. This meant that once the ammunition was expended, Lin Qizong would be equipped to fight. With newfound confidence in his physical prowess, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, believing that dealing with the burly Wang Feng would pose no significant challenge. However, as Lin Qizong arrived at the entrance of the Dove community, he was instantly taken aback. All entrances and exits of the community had been entirely barricaded with wooden fences, leaving no gap through which a zombie could squeeze. Within the Dove community, not a single zombie roams. Instead, the survivors appear to have united, creating an atmosphere of remarkable order. At this moment, Lin Qizong hesitated to approach, pondering aloud. It's strange, why was the Dove community not this secure in my previous life? His confusion was soon dispelled by the sight that unfolded before him. Further fueling his resentment, 2 familiar figures emerged from Building A2, gesturing animatedly towards the survivors. These 2 were Liao Minmin and her burly boyfriend, Wang Feng. The next moment, Wang Feng approached a young and beautiful woman, leering as he brazenly assaulted her. Her husband, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward to confront him. But before he could utter more than a few words, bang! A deafening gunshot echoed through the air, and the woman's husband fell lifelessly to the ground. In a state of despair, the woman was dragged into Building A2 by Wang Feng, her fate all too predictable. In the face of Wang Feng's vile actions, Liao Minmin displayed an alarming indifference, suggesting their relationship had devolved into one of mutual exploitation rather than affection. Soon, the woman's harrowing cries pierced the air, deeply wounding the hearts of the survivors. Beast, I vow to subject you to the most severe punishment. Lin Qizong growled through gritted teeth, his fury unmistakable in his gaze. Chapter 7. United Indigenous People. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Qizong initially intended to lure the zombies to deplete Wang Feng's ammunition and stamina. To his astonishment, Wang Feng, armed with a handgun, managed to seize control of Dove community and establish protective measures. This predicament forced Lin Qizong to consider dismantling the barriers in order to draw the zombies in. Yet such an action would be unjust to the other survivors, as they had painstakingly constructed this defense system together. In the apocalypse, one cannot harbor a benevolent spirit, nor can one coldly harm the innocent. At the moment when Lin Qizong was deep in contemplation, an unexpected incident erupted within the community. The man who had just been shot by Wang Feng suddenly convulsed, and within moments he staggered to his feet, roaring and lunging at others. Lin Qizong's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he already transformed? When was he bitten? Then, Lin Qizong noticed that the man who had become a zombie had a fatal gunshot wound to his chest. But why? Wait. A terrifying hypothesis crept into Lin Qizong's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. As the zombies appeared in the community, chaos ensued. Wang Feng, alerted by the commotion, rushed out in disarray, shouting, "What is happening? Damn it! How did the zombies get in?" Without hesitation, he aimed and pulled the trigger at the zombie. Bang! Another loud gunshot rang out, but unfortunately, it only struck the zombie's lower back. The zombie staggered momentarily before turning towards Wang Feng. Clearly flustered, Wang Feng was oblivious to the necessity of targeting the head of a zombie. He fired 2 more shots before finally hitting the zombie in the head. As the zombie fell lifelessly, Wang Feng immediately masked his panic and squinted, questioning, "Has anyone been bitten?" Seeing no one respond, Wang Feng, coldly determined, declared, "If no one has been bitten, then all of you get out." Such ruthlessness. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Qizong observed clearly that the man had not come into contact with anyone after transforming. Yet Wang Feng was intent on driving out everyone working on the first floor of the community. Let us not forget, Dove community was their home, while Wang Feng was merely an outsider. In the face of Wang Feng's unreasonable demands, the community's well-meaning elder, Li Bo, stepped forward, pleading earnestly, "Boss, this is unacceptable. We truly have not been bitten. With so many zombies outside, forcing us out is tantamount to sending us to our deaths." Indeed, boss, he mutated suddenly, and we kept our distance as soon as we saw it. "Boss, please don't expel me. I am willing to be your subordinate. A dozen survivors clamored in desperation, causing Wang Feng to grow irritated. He swiftly aimed his gun at Li Bo, threatening, "If it's death either way, I might as well send you on your way right now." Li Bo's face paled in terror as he hastily raised his hands and retreated. "No, no, no. I will go, I will go." Despite his words, the gunshots had attracted the nearby zombies, encircling the community and leaving them trapped. Without any means to defend themselves, they faced an inevitable demise. However, this group of exiled individuals seemed to possess a means to drive the zombies away from the enclosure, thus not appearing particularly desperate. Moments later, Lin Qizong heard an overwhelmingly loud music emanating from within the community. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a drone suspending a Bluetooth speaker the size of a fist. These individuals were cleverly exploiting the zombies' sensitivity to sound, using the moving noise to divert their attention. Ingenious. It appeared that I was not the only one to conceive such an idea. The drone and Bluetooth speaker that Lin Qizong had purchased that day at the electronics mall were also intended to attract the zombies' attention. After successfully luring the zombies away, Li Bo and the others cast one last pleading glance at Wang Feng, hoping he might reconsider and allow them to stay. Yet, Wang Feng merely gazed at the wandering zombies with a smirk, contemplating, "This is a splendid idea. That drone shall be mine." He then imperiously declared, "All right, I've given you enough time to divert the zombies. Now be gone." However, the drone stays. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled youth controlling the drone panicked and vehemently refused. "No way. This was left to me by my father. I can't give it to you." Wang Feng, taken aback by this defiance at such a critical moment, became enraged and approached the bespectacled youth, delivering a harsh kick to his chest. The youth fell to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing incessantly. Yet there was no sign of submission in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with a murderous intent. At that moment, two blonde youths rushed down from the upper floor to curry favor with their leader, forcefully shoving Li Bo and the bespectacled youth, driving them out of the safe Dove community. The bespectacled youth was reluctant to part with his drone, struggling to return and retrieve it, but fortunately, Li Bo and the others restrained him. Otherwise, not only would he have lost the drone, but he would certainly have faced a brutal beating. Li Bo sternly admonished, "Enough. We cannot compete in a robbery. Is reasoning with beasts of any use? For now, let us find a place to hide." At this critical juncture, Li Bo led the group, and Lin Qizong observed the unwilling expressions on their faces, pondering, "Perhaps we now share a common goal." Seizing the opportunity while the path was devoid of zombies, Li Bo hurriedly led them into an alley. It was time for Lin Qizong to make his appearance. In a residential building located 200 meters from Dove Community, Lin Qizong and the exiled Li Bo and others sat around a dining table, discussing their plans. While not far away lay a zombie that Lin Qizong had slain. When Lin Qizong mentioned toppling Wang Feng's tyranny, a flicker of excitement passed through the eyes of the group, but it quickly dimmed. Only the bespectacled youth, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, "I agree. I will drag him down with me, even in death." The others remained silent, their heads bowed, and Lin Qizong understood their apprehension regarding Wang Feng's gun and his steadily growing power. After a moment of silence, Li Bo, feeling powerless, said, "Shaolin, your idea is commendable. However, we need to deliberate carefully. I cannot lead everyone into a reckless adventure." Lin Qizong, brimming with confidence, replied, "What is there to deliberate? I already have a plan." This statement ignited a spark of hope in the eyes of the others once more. Lin Qizong continued, "He possesses a Desert Eagle, with a magazine capacity of merely 7 rounds. However, he has already fired 4 shots tonight, leaving at most 3 bullets remaining." Li Bo shook his head, pouring a cold splash of reality. 3 bullets are sufficient for him to instill fear in everyone. With a wicked smile, Lin Qizong countered, "I will ensure that not a single bullet finds its mark." After Lin Qizong articulated his plan, the group united in agreement and resolved to take action that very night. Chapter 8. Action at 3:27 in the morning. A group of shadows stealthily emerged from a dark alley, with Lin Qizong at the forefront, wielding a fruit knife to clear the path. After dispatching 2 aimlessly wandering zombies at the intersection, They hurriedly rushed to the east gate of the Dove community. Upon spotting the familiar faces, the sentinel Zhang San was taken aback. Before he could inquire about the situation, Li Bo commenced his persuasion. Zhang San remained silent. We have come to topple Wang Feng's tyranny. Regardless of your allegiance, you have no choice now. With that, two young and vigorous men swiftly scaled the fence, subduing Zhang San and escorting him into the building. Shortly thereafter, the west and north gates were similarly secured. The south gate, closest to Wang Feng, remained untouched and unguarded. Lin Qizong, glancing at the encouraging updates in the WeChat group, tapped the screen several times. Remove the barriers. In the next instant, barriers at several gates were dismantled, allowing the zombies to follow the scent of the living and begin their advance. After clearing the barriers, the team hastily ascended to Li Bo's residence to regroup. The outcome now hinged on Lin Qizong's performance. Standing beneath the A2 floor, Lin Qizong observed the encroaching zombies with furrowed brows, muttering, "It's still a bit lacking." With that, he unexpectedly withdrew a stainless steel basin from behind him, raised it above his head, and began to strike it wildly with the fruit knife. The cacophony of clangs quickly drew the attention of the surrounding zombies, who surged forth in a frenzy. This audacious act not only attracted the zombies, but also startled the vigilant survivors within the community. Wang Feng, bare-chested and perched on the windowsill, witnessed the spectacle below and bared his teeth in a furious roar. "It's you? Surviving is a stroke of luck, and now you dare to court death here?" With that, Wang Feng retrieved a pistol from his nightstand, intent on eliminating Lin Qizong. However, upon returning to the windowsill, he found no trace of Lin Qizong, only the relentless tide of corpses beginning to invade the building. Wang Feng's expression turned pale as he realized Lin Qizong's intentions, his eyes widening in fury. "Madman, I will kill you." In the stairwell, Lin Qizong strolled leisurely, pausing rhythmically every few steps to strike the basin, ensuring the zombies did not lose their way. Soon, he reached the second floor, where Wang Feng was located. Lin Qizong keenly sensed a shadow fleeting past the door on the other side of the staircase, undoubtedly Wang Feng, lying in wait for him to expose himself, ready for a deadly greeting. With the zombies still a dozen steps away, Lin Qizong knew he had to seize the moment to lure them in. He swiftly opened the stairwell door and concealed himself around the corner, temporarily evading the zombies' line of sight. Then, he hurled the basin forcefully into the elevator lobby, attempting to create a noise that would draw the zombies in. Bang! The instant the basin flew through the air, a gunshot rang out immediately afterward. Wang Feng, now overly tense, fired without discerning what had emerged. Originally, Lin Qizong feared that the sound of the large basin would fail to attract the zombies, but unexpectedly, Wang Feng provided an unexpected assist. In the next moment, the mindless zombies were entirely focused on the elevator lobby where Wang Feng stood, with only a few still trailing Lin Qizong as he ascended to the third floor. Although the Dove community was quite old, it boasted a dual staircase system, meaning each floor had two independent staircases, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Qizong planned to take the other staircase on the third floor to return to the second floor. Once he emerged from the stairwell, he would be very close to his rented accommodation. Moreover, Lin Qizong had calculated that Wang Feng would leave a route for him, hence not closing the door. Thus, Lin Qizong only needed to enter the house and lock the door before Wang Feng could return. Consequently, Wang Feng, trapped in the elevator, would find escape utterly impossible, as one staircase was already crowded with zombies, while a few others had been lured to the third floor by Lin Qizong. Descending would only worsen the situation, considering the horde of zombies waiting to ascend below. Therefore, as long as the plan proceeded smoothly, Wang Feng was destined to perish. If all went as expected, an unexpected twist was imminent, just as Lin Qizong descended to the second floor from the other staircase. He spotted a familiar figure darting out, a certain bespectacled individual intent on reclaiming the drone. Moments later, the sound of a door slamming and Wang Feng's furious curses echoed. Lin Qizong was taken aback, never anticipating that his plan would be thwarted by a teammate, leaving him in a precarious predicament. Bang! After Wang Feng, imitating a scene from a movie, shot at the door lock, he realized he had been deceived. It was utterly ineffective. Soon, he noticed the zombies closing in. In a moment of desperation, he hurried into the stairwell. Strictly speaking, Wang Feng had indeed followed the plan by entering the stairwell. However, fate intervened. The two found themselves staring at each other, Lin Qizong forcing a smile that was more painful than laughter. "Hi. Long time no." Bang! The instant Wang Feng laid eyes on Lin Qizong, he raised his hand and fired without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, Lin Qizong reacted swiftly, ducking just in time to evade disaster. As Wang Feng readied to aim and fire again, he discovered that the trigger yielded no response. All 7 bullets had been expended. What followed was a brutal melee. Wang Feng, aware that his handgun was empty, discarded it and drew a Nepalese knife he had seized from Lin Qizong. Lin Qizong gripped a fruit knife tightly, bracing for the confrontation, with zombies relentlessly pursuing them from both sides. They had no choice but to eliminate each other as swiftly as possible in order to break free. In the moment their eyes met, both unsheathed their blades simultaneously. However, in their first clash, Lin Qizong found himself at a disadvantage. The ordinary fruit knife proved as fragile as glass against the specially crafted Nepalese knife. The moment their blades collided, Lin Qizong's fruit knife shattered into 2 pieces. "Damn, this knife is quite formidable," Lin Qizong exclaimed in frustration, before turning to flee upstairs. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to break through the encirclement of zombies on the staircase, even with half a fruit knife in hand. As the zombies in the elevator lobby pressed forward, Wang Feng found himself besieged from both sides. Frustrated and desperate, he was consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Lin Qizong. Emulating Lin Qizong's earlier tactics, he carved a bloody path through the horde and ascended the stairs in pursuit. However, Lin Qizong awaited his arrival. The moment Wang Feng stepped into the 3rd floor elevator lobby, he was met with a swift kick from Lin Qizong, sending his Nepalese military knife clattering to the ground. The two combatants now engaged in a bare-knuckle struggle, a contest of absolute fairness. Despite Lin Qizong's enhanced physical prowess, he found it difficult to gain the upper hand against Wang Feng, who had long been dedicated to fitness. They exchanged blows, locked in a relentless struggle. Chapter 9. Am I Haunted? As the two men engaged in a fierce confrontation, the zombies had already reached the 3rd floor. Wang Feng was closest to the approaching horde, and if Lin Qizong continued to block him, it would not be long before zombies would be upon him. Wang Feng was acutely aware of this, yet instead of panicking, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He then cast a glance behind Lin Qizong and shouted, Min, quickly eliminate him." Lin Qizong was momentarily startled, but upon turning to look behind him, he realized he had been deceived. Wang Feng was merely employing a ruse. There was no one behind him, just a diversion to distract him. Seizing this moment of distraction, Wang Feng lunged forward, executing a fierce shoulder charge that sent Lin Qizong sprawling to the ground. With all his strength behind the blow, Wang Feng knocked Lin Qizong senseless, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Sensing his opponent's temporary inability to resist, Wang Feng began to revel in his triumph, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and taunted, "Ha ha ha! Weren't you quite capable? Get up, let's continue fighting. How dare you leave me in such a predicament? This time, I shall personally witness your demise." Lin Qizong did not respond immediately. Instead, he cast a subtle glance behind Wang Feng. Wang Feng chuckled derisively. "What's this? Am I haunted? Try to use my own tricks against me? You're being rather naive." Before he could finish his mockery, a chill enveloped his neck, followed by a warm rush of blood. He had been slashed. As he turned around, eyes wide with terror and clutching his throat, he discovered the chilling presence behind him, a woman he had previously wronged. Her gaze was devoid of warmth, icy and unyielding, as she gripped the Nepalese knife that had fallen during the scuffle between Lin Qizong and Wang Feng, poised to strike again. At that moment, Wang Feng found himself unable to staunch the bleeding, his movements sluggish. Yet, driven by unwillingness to submit, he reached out defiantly, still intent on resisting. Without hesitation, the woman swung the knife towards Wang Feng's chest, unfazed even as his blood splattered upon her. After this strike, Wang Feng succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Lin Qizong was taken aback. This woman had transformed entirely overnight. In his moment of astonishment, the zombies had already infiltrated the elevator lobby, their frenzy heightened by the scent of blood. The woman, having dispatched Wang Feng, advanced swiftly towards Lin Qizong, causing him to shudder, as if death itself were approaching. Nevertheless, she discerned friend from foe and extended her hand towards him, clearly intent on pulling him to safety before the zombies surrounded them. Seeing her gesture, Lin Qizong reached out to accept her assistance. "Let us go to the rooftop." With the woman's support, they hastily made their way to the adjacent stairwell. The zombies, engrossed in the sight of Wang Feng lying in a pool of blood, did not impede their escape. On the rooftop terrace, Lin Qizong took out his phone and vented his ire at the bespectacled youth in the group chat, simultaneously sharing the good news of Wang Feng's resolution. Following the plan, the bespectacled youth responded with an awkward emoji before deploying a drone equipped with a Bluetooth speaker, commencing the final phase of luring the zombies away from the community. Subsequently, Lin Qizong led the effort to clear the lost zombies within the neighborhood, yet he could not find any trace of Wang Feng or Liao Minmin. It was highly probable that Liao Minmin had stealthily escaped upon realizing the dire situation. As for Wang Feng, it remained uncertain whether he had been devoured by the zombies or had transformed and joined their ranks. In any case, he was nowhere to be seen. Lin Qizong soon found his pickup truck, which had been seized by Wang Feng, in the parking lot, and he had discreetly reclaimed his firearm. "Where are you off to, Shaolin? Don't you reside in our community?" Li Bo inquired with concern as he noticed Lin Qizong's intention to leave. With a grin, Lin Qizong replied, "I no longer live here. I've been taken in by a wealthy benefactor." Li Bo furrowed his brow and chided, "You speak such nonsense. You are a great hero today. Every household here wishes to treat you to a meal. Are you really leaving?" Lin Qizong surveyed the surrounding survivors, who were all wide awake after the earlier commotion. Each held some food in their hands, gazing at Lin Qizong with gratitude. "There's no need for that. In these trying times, it would be best to reserve the food for those in greater need," he declared. With that, Lin Qizong approached the woman who had been violated and gently patted her shoulder. At that moment, he was at a loss for words to comfort her, so he simply offered her a steadfast gaze, signaling her to persevere. The woman's expression remained unchanged, cold and indifferent, yet she quietly murmured, "Thank you, Shaolin." Hearing this, Lin Qizong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, for the gun that had taken her husband's life belonged to him. Had he not been ambushed, the tragedy at Dove Community would not have occurred. Thus, Lin Qizong felt an inescapable sense of responsibility. Contemplating this, Lin Qizong's expression grew complex, but after a brief moment, he regained his composure and stated, "Li Bo, if anything happens in our community in the future, you must inform me. I will do my utmost to provide support." The spectacled youth, "Divert the zombies. I must take my leave." As Lin Qizong departed from Dove Community, he did not forget his promise to buy llama, hoisting the abandoned bicycle onto the trunk of his vehicle, bringing it home. In the early morning light, as dawn began to break, Lin Qizong returned to the back entrance of his old residence. Faced with the approaching zombies, he no longer evaded them as he had before. Instead, he gripped the gleaming Nepalese dagger tightly and charged towards the oncoming zombies. Despite the fact that these zombies had once been villagers, Lin Qizong did not hesitate to strike them down. He believed it was better to grant them an early release, and he also needed to vent the pent-up frustration within him. After dispatching the zombies at the back door in a matter of moments, Lin Qizong retreated indoors before the next wave could arrive. Yet in the next moment, an ominous premonition surged into Lin Qizong's heart. There were other presences within the ancestral home. Immediately, Lin Qizong astutely discerned several disordered footprints on the ground, along with numerous signs of disturbance in various places. These revelations indisputably affirmed his suspicion of an intruder in his dwelling. Subsequently, Lin Qizong treaded cautiously, his keen senses heightened and alert. As he approached the edge of the fish pond, he suddenly felt an exceedingly hostile gaze directed at him from behind, akin to a treacherous arrow aimed at his back. Chapter 10. The irredeemable Aunt Zhang. As Lin Qizong turned to locate the source of the gaze, he found Aunt Zhang, her hands firmly gripping a pistol, coldly fixated on him. The firearm belonged to Lin Qizong, yet he had not anticipated that it would be discovered hidden beneath the nightstand. Faced with the menacing barrel aimed at him, Lin Qizong refrained from any rash movements, inwardly lamenting, "Why am I always ambushed from behind?" With a stiff expression, Lin Qizong inquired, "Aunt Zhang, you've come. Have you eaten? Allow me to prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Aunt Zhang maintained her frigid demeanor, replying, "Eat? My son and daughter-in-law haven't eaten either. Shall I feed them instead?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong realized that Aunt Zhang still could not accept the grim reality of her son and daughter-in-law having transformed into zombies. "Aunt, please listen to me. It's not my fault that Brother Lin Hai has become this way. It's the virus that caused it," Lin Qizong explained, his brow furrowed with concern. At that moment, however, Aunt Zhang was entirely unreasonable, firmly attributing all blame to Lin Qizong. Feeling utterly helpless, Lin Qizong thought it futile to reason with a woman, regardless of her age. He then attempted a different approach. "Aunt, you truly overestimate me. If I possessed such abilities, I would have long since gone to the islands to remedy my own circumstances. Do you expect me to believe that?" Before the chaos erupted, you advised me to stockpile food. Do you remember? Just take a look at the provisions in your home. They could sustain you for 2 lifetimes. Doesn't that imply premeditation? After saying this, Aunt Zhang boldly approached Lin Qizong, confiscating his knife and gun before coercing him out of the mansion, heading straight for her own home. Along the way, when encountering zombies, Aunt Zhang did not hesitate to fire her weapon. Clearly, she intended to keep Lin Qizong alive until she achieved her objective. However, lacking experience in dealing with zombies, she expended 3 bullets on a single one. At that moment, Lin Qizong found himself, for the first time, wishing for more zombies to assist in depleting the ammunition in his magazine. Regrettably, their homes were adjacent, no more than 20 meters apart, merely a few breaths, and they encountered only one zombie obstructing their path. Although the gunfire in the early morning was particularly conspicuous, by the time other surviving villagers peeked out their windows, perplexed by the commotion, Lin Qizong had already been escorted into Aunt Zhang's home. Upon entering, Lin Qizong was immediately assailed by the stench of decay, swiftly grasping Aunt Zhang's intentions for bringing him here. Coupled with Aunt Zhang's earlier remarks about feeding her son and daughter-in-law, it became evident that she intended to use Lin Qizong to satiate her now zombified offspring. As anticipated, Aunt Zhang led Lin Qizong directly to a storage room with a blood-stained crack in the door. He could even hear the sounds of anguished moans emanating from within. Subsequently, Aunt Zhang produced a key, tossing it onto the ground, commanding, "Pick it up and unlock the door." As Lin Qizong frantically contemplated his options, he hesitated momentarily, only to feel the cold barrel of the gun pressed against his back. Slowly, he bent down to retrieve the key, maintaining his composure as he unlocked the door. In an instant, a foul stench assailed Lin Qizong's senses, causing his eyes to sting. Soon after, 2 zombies, in a state of decay, approached him with menacing gestures. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight still sent a shiver down Lin Qizong's spine. Just then, Aunt Zhang delivered a fierce kick to his backside, growling, "Get in there and feed them." Following this, she slammed the door shut, unaware that Lin Qizong had stealthily slipped the key inside. Faced with 2 ravenous zombies, Lin Qizong quickly steadied his nerves, evading their grasp while searching for a suitable weapon. His gaze soon fixated on a wooden hoe handle behind the zombies, heavy enough to deliver a solid blow to their heads. With a deft roll, he evaded the snapping jaws of the undead and seized the hoe handle. In one swift motion, he swung it with tremendous force, striking Aunt Zhang's daughter-in-law on the head. Black, putrid blood splattered everywhere as she convulsed twice before collapsing, motionless. Perhaps spurred by the fall of his wife, Lin Hai transformed into a ferocious creature, his mouth stretching wide in a primal scream as he lunged at Lin Qizong. Quick-witted, Lin Qizong adjusted the hoe handle's angle, channeling all his strength as he thrust it into Lin Hai's gaping maw. The combined force of Lin Qizong's might and Lin Hai's momentum drove the handle straight through his skull. With enhanced physical prowess, Lin Qizong found dealing with the 2 zombies to be a mere trifle. The real threat lay outside with Aunt Zhang, who was armed. Casting a glance around, Lin Qizong noticed a window in the storage room, barred with stainless steel. A violent escape would undoubtedly create a cacophony. Thus, the only option appeared to be exiting through the door. After muttering to himself, an idea struck him. He stealthily approached the door and locked it with the key he had brought inside. As anticipated, Aunt Zhang's anxious voice rang out upon hearing the click of the lock. She rushed to the door, frantically turning the handle. "You beast, open the door," she cursed, fully aware that being confined with flesh-eating zombies left no room for escape. The fact that Lin Qizong had locked the door indicated that he posed no threat to her from within. Seeing the door firmly shut, Aunt Zhang, in a fit of desperation, fetched an axe to smash it down. Whether it was her sudden surge of strength or the door's inherent frailty, it soon succumbed to her blows, yielding a gaping hole. Peering through the breach, she saw her son and daughter-in-law lying motionless in a pool of blood. But Lin Qizong was nowhere to be found. In anguish, Aunt Zhang cried out higher, "Huane, you little beast, I will destroy you." As the wooden door crumbled under her assault, she entered the storage room, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, yet still, Lin Qizong's presence eluded her. Above Mrs. Zhang, Lin Qizong clung to the corner of the ceiling like a spider. Seizing the moment, he leapt down, swiftly knocking the pistol from Mrs. Zhang's grasp. With a powerful shoulder throw, he sent her sprawling across the floor. The frail body of the elderly woman could not withstand such a blow, and she immediately succumbed. Groaning in pain, Lin Qizong cast a cold glance at her before retrieving the pistol and tucking it into his waistband. "I have stated before that your son and daughter-in-law becoming zombies is of no concern to me. Why do you persistently cling to me?" Mrs. Zhang, writhing as she inched closer to Lin Hai, responded with seething anger. "You shall meet a terrible fate. My son is in this state, and you still strike so ruthlessly. You are a murderer." Lin Qizong shook his head, indignantly retorting, "Hopeless. Am I truly a murderer? By your reasoning, if you shot down zombies outside, does that not make you a murderer as well? And look at your son. Does he resemble a human in any way?" Mrs. Zhang, resolute in her beliefs, disregarded Lin Qizong's words entirely. In a sudden motion, she drew a Nepali army knife from behind her. Just as Lin Qizong assumed a defensive stance, Mrs. Zhang hissed menacingly, "I will not spare you even as a ghost." With that, she slashed her own throat. In an instant, blood spattered, transforming the utility room into a scene of hellish chaos. Lin Qizong watched as her breaths grew increasingly shallow, yet he harbored no intention of leaving, for he sought to confirm a truth. Chapter 11. A chilling moments later, Aunt Zhang breathed her last. However, her unblinking gaze was fixed upon Lin Qizong, sending a shiver down his spine. After a brief interval, Lin Qizong finally acquired the answers he had long sought. Before his eyes, Aunt Zhang's lifeless body began to convulse, and astonishingly, she revived. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Qizong's heart quaked with trepidation. This fundamentally corroborated his earlier hypothesis in the Dove community. It was not solely those bitten by the infected who transformed into zombies. Rather, anyone who succumbed to death from significant trauma to any part of the body, save for the head, would inevitably become a zombie. Furthermore, those bitten by zombies would hasten their demise. Upon reaching this conclusion, an icy dread enveloped Lin Qizong, for this implied that the entire world is infected with the virus. After dealing with the reanimated Aunt Zhang, Lin Qizong returned home, his spirit utterly despondent. A shadow loomed heavily over his thoughts. If every individual transforms into a zombie upon death, what significance does my repeated rebirth hold? No, there must be a way to alter this fate. There must be a means to restore the world to its rightful course. His once heavy heart momentarily sank into despair, but in the next breath, he reignited his fighting spirit. That evening, Lin Qizong awoke from the sofa. He had intended merely to nap for a moment, yet he had slept until nightfall. As he rose and stretched, he was astonished to discover that his strength seemed to have amplified once more. Stripping off his shirt and approaching the mirror, he nearly drooled at the sight. His physique had undergone yet another transformation. Not only had his muscles grown slightly larger, but their definition had also become more pronounced. He resembled a figure that would appeal to many young women, slim in clothes, toned when undressed, running his hands over his chiseled 8-pack abs. Lin Qizong couldn't help but ponder. This enhancement in physical prowess seems rather peculiar. How could one simply awaken stronger? He then recalled the first time he noticed an anomaly in his body, when he had been ensnared by Liao Mimin's trap, bound to a chair, and nearly bitten by a zombie. He faintly remembered feeling an intense heat coursing through him, as if his blood were boiling. If every person on Earth is indeed infected with the virus, then my bodily changes could be elucidated. His newfound strength stemmed from the virus. Unbeknownst to him that the true cause of the zombie outbreak was not a virus at all. That evening, after preparing a simple dinner, Lin Qizong opened his phone to peruse the news. Dog news. Since the outbreak of the mysterious virus on April Fool's Day, it has rapidly swept across the globe. In this brief span of time, scientists worldwide are diligently working to develop a vaccine against the virus. We believe that in the near future, we shall triumph over the virus and restore prosperity to the world. Government notice. Attention to all survivors. Please remain indoors and secure shelters as much as possible. Additionally, one crucial point. Do not approach anyone who has died for any reason, for any cause, and any individual must not be approached. Remember this. Today, the young lady, Miss Ma Juhua, sought assistance on Weibo. Is there any idol who can provide a safe haven? It appears that the government has also realized that not only those bitten by zombies turn into them. No wonder they remain silent about relocating survivors. It seems even the government is hesitant to act recklessly now. Early the next morning, Lin Qizong was startled awake by the urgent vibrations of his mobile phone. It was Liang Rui. On the first day of the apocalypse, Liang Rui had reached out to Lin Qizong, then merely astonished by Lin Qizong's prophetic insights, without any significant sense of crisis. However, today's call filled Lin Qizong with foreboding. Hey, Rui, what is wrong? On the other end of the line, a cacophony of sounds ensued before Liang Rui's anxious voice broke through. Zong, where are you? There are so many zombies in my house. Hearing this, Lin Qizong's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly replied, Rui, listen to me. Don't panic. Bring your parents to my house. It's safe here. Should I come and get you? Though the nurturing heart in a post-apocalyptic world often leads one into peril, Lin Qizong could not abandon his brother Liang Rui. No need. We've already escaped to the car. Are you at the old house? We'll head over right now. Liang Hui responded swiftly. All right, stay safe and keep in touch. The following day, Lin Qizong was restless, frequently calling to inquire about Liang Rui's situation. As dusk approached, the sun began its descent, yet Liang Rui had not arrived. Unable to contain himself, Lin Qizong dialed again, but this time there was no answer. This is bad. Panic surged within him as he paced frantically in the yard. He had calculated the distance from Liang Rui's villa to the old residence. It was merely a few dozen kilometers, even accounting for detours around hordes of zombies. It was implausible that they could take until evening to arrive. Surely something must have gone awry on the road. In desperation, Lin Qizong contemplated driving out to search for Liang Rui. Yet, without knowledge of Liang Rui's whereabouts, if he had taken a different route, Lin Qizong might traverse much of Huacheng without success. Moreover, if Liang Rui had merely misplaced his phone and was unharmed, Lin Qizong's departure could leave Liang Rui in danger if he arrived and found the large estate locked. Thus, regaining his composure, Lin Qizong chose to wait at home. Fate would take its course. As anxiety escalated past 8 o'clock in the evening, the figure Lin Qizong spotted on the surveillance monitor was not Liang Rui, but rather another person on the screen. A disheveled girl staggered towards the old residence. A zombie? Lin Qizong mused, but quickly dismissed the notion. Each of her steps seemed deliberate, and several zombies trailed behind her, likely drawn by the scent of the living. Approaching the door, the girl retrieved a piece of paper from her pocket, as if confirming something. Lin Qizong leaned closer to the screen and realized that the figure before him was none other than Wen Ning, who had once saved his life during his quest for vengeance. Without further contemplation, he understood that Wen Ning must have encountered some dire misfortune. Otherwise, she would not have left her bakery in such a disheveled state to seek him out. Without delay, Lin Qizong hastily grabbed his Nepalese army knife and rushed to open the door for her. "Quick, come in." At that moment, when Ning was so weak that she could barely lift her legs, Lin Qizong immediately scooped her up and brought her inside, locking the door just in time to thwart the approaching zombies. Observing the dullness in Wen Ning's eyes, Lin Qizong anxiously scanned her for injuries while urgently inquiring, "What happened? Do you feel unwell?" Wen Ning's lips trembled slightly, yet no words escaped her. Seeing her distress, Lin Qizong disregarded the possibility of her being bitten by a zombie and carried her further inside, where he poured a glass of warm water and gently fed it to her. As Wen Ning's pale complexion gradually regained a hint of color, Lin Qizong quickly reheated the leftover congee and offered it to her to replenish her strength. The moment Wen Ning caught sight of the steaming meat porridge, she buried her face in the bowl, oblivious to its scalding heat. It was evident that she had been starving for quite some time. Chapter 12. Old grudges and new hatreds. Lin Qizong patiently awaited Wen Ning to finish her meal. Within 2 minutes, she had consumed an entire bowl of hearty meat porridge, leaving not a single drop behind. "Would you like more? I can prepare another batch," he inquired. Suddenly, Wen Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she sobbed, "Zong Ge, I should not have saved him." It was revealed that the previous day, after Lin Qizong had departed, Wen Ning encountered a man being pursued by zombies. A man who had previously wounded Lin Qizong with a crossbow, the very same burly figure. After being rescued, he repaid kindness with malice, taking advantage of the absence of any formidable men in the bakery to hatch sinister plans. Not only did he aim to seize the bakery, but he also sought to violate 2 women. Fortunately, due to his unfamiliarity with the bakery's layout, Wen Ning successfully thwarted his intentions and escaped. However, the pair of mother and daughter who remained did not share her fortune and fell victim to his predatory grasp. Emerging from that harrowing ordeal, Wen Ning found herself devoid of any resources or weapons for survival, save for a note that Lin Qizong had previously given her. In her quest for survival, she had no choice but to take the perilous route of seeking refuge with Lin Qizong. The journey, fraught with hunger and anxiety, left her physically and mentally exhausted, but she miraculously reached the entrance of the old residence just before collapsing. "Zong Ge, could you take me in? I haven't been bitten by a zombie. My appetite is small, and I am willing to work. I promise I won't be a burden to you." Wen Ning plummeted earnestly. Lin Qizong felt a pang of compassion and gently stroked her head, offering a tender reassurance. "Silly girl, of course you can." After reflecting on Wen Ning's plight, a sudden thought flashed in Lin Qizong's mind, prompting him to ask, "Did you say you saved a burly man with a crossbow?" Upon hearing her confirmation, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. "It's him again. I have fallen into his trap. Did I not warn you that some individuals are beyond redemption?" Wen Ning then burst into tears again, blaming herself. "I have brought misfortune upon Lu Jie and her daughter. It is all my fault." "Wah!" Lin Qizong, seeing her distress, felt a rush of urgency. His earlier attempt at soothing her emotions had been undone by his own careless words. All right, do not cry. You owe nothing to anyone. If you hadn't saved Lu Jie and her daughter, perhaps they would have." No. Stop crying. The zombies will hear us." Lin Qizong, lacking in the art of comfort, resorted to a warning about the zombies. His tactic proved effective, as Wen Ning ceased her sobbing almost immediately. In the following moments, Lin Qizong resolved to prepare a bed for Wen Ning the next day. After offering her the bedding, he sat alone in the courtyard. "Song Ye, aren't you going to sleep? I could take the sofa." Wen Ning approached him, crouching beside him with a pitiful expression. Lin Qizong replied, "No, I am waiting for someone." His concern for Liang Rui lingered as the tranquil night stirred memories of the past, during their school days. Lin Qizong had been impoverished and often bullied. Yet, Liang Rui, a scion of wealth, never shunned him, always standing by his side as a protector. Upon seeing the emaciated Lin Qizong forego breakfast to save a few coins, Liang Rui began bringing an extra portion each day. It was not for any other reason than Liang Rui's admiration for Lin Qizong's sincerity and simplicity. In stark contrast to the sycophants surrounding Liang Rui, Lin Qizong radiated authenticity. This was the kind of friendship Liang Rui had long desired. Thus, with Liang Rui's fate hanging in the balance, Lin Qizong found it impossible to sleep. even while lying in bed. "Take care," Wen Ning said before retreating to her room, the exhaustion and anxiety of recent days having pushed this delicate woman to her limits. The following morning, Wen Ning emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes, only to find Lin Qizong still seated in the small courtyard. His eyes were bloodshot, and his complexion had turned a ghastly yellow, clearly a sign of a sleepless night. Seeing Lin Qizong in such a state, as if his very soul had been drained, Wen Ning felt a pang of sympathy. "Zongguyu, I'm fine. If you're hungry, feel free to cook. There are plenty of ingredients at home." Lin Qizong replied abruptly, rising to his feet and heading back inside. "I need a rest for a moment. If a young man claiming to be Liang Rue comes knocking, please wake me." Liang Rue had been missing for over 24 hours, and the anxious Lin Qizong felt his spirit waning. All he could do was persuade himself to rest, understanding that conserving energy was imperative for facing unforeseen challenges in this apocalyptic world. In the afternoon, Lin Qizong slowly opened his eyes on the sofa, and to his surprise, he found Wen Ning squatting in a corner of the courtyard, quietly weeping. "What is wrong this time? Little girl, what happened?" Lin Qizong inquired, bending down to her level. Wen Ning stubbornly wiped her tears away and replied, "It's nothing. I'm all right." Sighing, Lin Qizong knelt beside her. "There is no need to hide anything. You don't have to act like a stranger here." Upon hearing this, Wen Ning's sobs intensified. She hugged her knees tightly, burying her head within them. "Zonggu, I miss my family." Lin Qizong paused for a moment. When it came to family, he too felt the yearning. "Are they still alive?" "I don't know. After my parents took my brother to school on April Fool's Day, they never returned. We lost contact," Lin Qizong replied. If Wen Ning's family were alive, they would not have taken so long to seek her out. At the very least, they would have made a call to reassure her. The fate of Wen Ning's family seemed dire. The two fell into silence for a moment before Wen Ning suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Zonggu, what about your family?" Lin Qizong's heart trembled slightly as he forced a smile. They left me long ago, each departing without a trace. Thus, in this apocalyptic world, I have one less worry." Wen Ning, perceptive and not foolish, noticed the tremor in Lin Qizong's voice and chose to steer clear of this sorrowful topic. "Zonggu, I wish to visit the bakery." There was a newfound determination in her gaze. Lin Qizong, puzzled, asked, "Why? Are you seeking revenge? Or have I wronged you in some way?" Wen Ning explained, "No, Zonggu, you have treated me with great kindness. I simply have an urgent reason to retrieve my belongings." "What belongings?" In response to Lin Qizong's inquiry, Wen Ning did not immediately answer. Instead, she turned a glance at the family portrait of Lin Qizong hanging on the wall. Lin Qizong immediately understood. Rising with a smile, "I see. I shall go." At that moment, Lin Qizong's figure appeared exceptionally tall in Wen Ning's eyes, illuminated by the gentle, slanting rays of the sun. He enveloped her in a profound sense of security, leaving Wen Ning momentarily mesmerized. Regaining her senses, Wen Ning hastily urged, "No, I cannot allow you to take such risks, especially since you are still waiting for your brother." Lin Qizong replied nonchalantly, "My brother, if he truly arrives, I would appreciate your help in opening the door for him. You need not persuade me. I have a score to settle with that bearded man." With that, Lin Qizong made his way inside to gather his gear, as Wen Ning hurriedly followed, imploring, "Wait. I don't want you to go." He possesses weapons, a very large crossbow. Wen Ning exaggeratedly gestured with her arms to illustrate the size of the crossbow. Lin Qizong chuckled lightly, pulling out 2 desert eagles to flaunt to Wen Ning. "Look, there's another one. Once I leave, you can keep it for protection." Lin Qizong's willingness to share with Wen Ning was evident. Wen Ning gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, realizing that not only was Lin Qizong's shelter robust and well-stocked with food, but he also possessed such lethal weaponry. Nevertheless, she still did not wish for him to take any risks on her behalf. Grasping the hem of his clothing, she pleaded, "Please don't go, really. I truly do not want this." However, Lin Qizong rendered her speechless with a single remark. "Don't misunderstand. I have long wished to confront him. Helping you retrieve a few items is merely convenient." At that moment, Wen Ning found it difficult to discern whether Lin Qizong sought revenge or genuinely intended to assist her. Either way, she felt a warm sensation fill her heart. "Then I shall accompany you." In response to Wen Ning's insistence, Lin Qizong's lips twitched slightly. Yet, denying her was futile. Wen Ning was resolute in her determination to join him. After fruitless negotiations, Lin Qizong ultimately acquiesced to her request, arranging for them to set out the following morning. However, in the dead of night, Lin Qizong stealthily slipped out through the back door while Wen Ning was asleep. The sound of the pickup truck starting, however, roused Wen Ning. By the time she reached the back door, Lin Qizong had already driven away, pouting and stamping her foot. Wen Ning playfully scolded, "You deceitful man, you tricked me." Chapter 13. The game at 2:30 in the morning, Lin Qizong, guided by his memory, arrived at a small warehouse located 500 meters from the bakery. After concealing his pickup truck, he skillfully evaded the horde of zombies attracted by the engine's sound. Swiftly navigating through the darkness, he made his way towards the bakery. He dashed to within 20 meters of the bakery, seizing the opportunity to crouch beside a trash bin and observe the situation inside. There was no noise. It seemed the bearded man had already succumbed to slumber. Consequently, Lin Qizong resolved to traverse the rooftop of an adjacent building. The bearded man had left an impression on Lin Qizong as a seasoned hunter, and entering through the front door would undoubtedly lead to discovery. Additionally, he remained uncertain about the circumstances of Lu Jie and her daughter, necessitating caution in his approach. The goal was to stealthily advance and execute a swift assassination. After swiftly finalizing his plan, Lin Qizong hurried to the base of the neighboring building. The owner of this house appeared to have fled in haste, as the lock on the ground floor door was not securely fastened, saving Lin Qizong considerable effort. However, upon entering, a startling surprise awaited him. As he closed the door and turned around, he collided with a zombie suspended in midair, nearly scaring the soul out of him. The creature flailed its limbs uncontrollably, becoming even more agitated upon spotting Lin Qizong, thrashing about with greater intensity. After a brief observation, Lin Qizong deduced that this zombie had likely met its end by suicide. With a sigh, he swiftly severed the ropes binding it and plunged his knife into its skull, executing the task with seamless precision. Having experienced that sudden shock, Lin Qizong proceeded with heightened caution. Fortunately, the house was devoid of any other zombies, allowing him to reach the rooftop without incident. The gap between the two buildings was minimal, scarcely more than a meter. Yet Lin Qizong felt a twinge of anxiety. In former times, he would have leaped across without a second thought. However, a misstep now could lead to dire consequences. An abundance of concerns bred trepidation, an inescapable instinct. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qizong made a running start, vaulted over the railing, and landed gracefully on the bakery's rooftop. He had underestimated his physical prowess, as this leap propelled him several meters forward. Drawing both guns, he began to descend cautiously, his footsteps as light as a whisper. The building comprised 4.5 stories, with no signs of life on the 3rd and 4th floors. With each step down the remaining staircase, Lin Qizong felt his tension mounting. On the 2nd floor, as he advanced with utmost care, he detected a faint sound. Instantly alert, he held his breath. The sound emanated from a room with a loosely shut door, and through the crack, he glimpsed a little girl lying in bed, restlessly tossing and turning. This was Lu Jie's daughter, who seemed to sense an intruder outside. In the next moment, the young girl abruptly sat up and whispered toward the door crack, "Mama." Was she exposed? The sound was not loud, but to prevent the little girl from suddenly crying out, Lin Qizong could only appear and soothe her. "Little sister, do you remember your brother?" As the girl nodded, Lin Qizong continued, "Brother is here to rescue you. Please don't shout too loudly, all right?" The little girl complied, her voice barely a whisper. "Where's your mother? Where is she?" "My mother is tied up by a strange uncle, like walking a dog," the girl replied, causing Lin Qizong to furrow his brow. He had initially assumed the bearded man would imprison both mother and daughter. He never expected him to be perverse enough to keep them close. This made matters complicated. If a fight broke out, he would have to consider Sister Lu's safety. Bullets do not discriminate. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he deliberately created a commotion, pretending to be an intruder, the man would have to release Sister Lu from his grasp to drive him away. Lin Qizong then whispered to the little girl, "Little sister, do you want a brother to save your mother? If you do, Please cooperate with me and act, all right? The girl nodded vigorously. Soon a clear, childlike voice pierced the night. Mommy, save me. There are bad people upstairs. Lin Qizong was taken aback by the girl's performance. Her cries were heart-wrenching. He then joined the act, intentionally lowering his voice and growling. Stop shouting. If you do, I'll kill you. As expected, Sister Lu's panicked response echoed from downstairs. Ah, little Hua, don't be afraid. Mommy is coming. Hurry and save my daughter quickly. Be quiet. Wait here. If you dare to run away, I will not let you off. The bearded man took this opportunity to threaten Sister Lu. Within 2 minutes, as Lin Qizong lay in wait on the staircase, he heard faint footsteps approaching, orderly and deliberate. Clearly, the bearded man had released Sister Lu, fearing that the man might use Lu and her daughter as shields upon seeing his gun. Lin Qizong knew he had to lure the bearded man to the rooftop. He then deliberately made heavy footsteps as he dashed toward the rooftop. With a swift whoosh, a flash of cold light whizzed past him. The bearded man was already hot on his trail. Lin Qizong plunged onto the rooftop, but the bearded man did not follow immediately. He had set his gun ready, waiting, yet the bearded man did not reveal himself. Lin Qizong wondered, this hunter is quite cunning. The surroundings fell into a heavy silence, making Lin Qizong feel like the prey, the sense of security from his gun evaporating. After an indeterminate amount of time, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the doorway. On high alert, Lin Qizong fired 2 quick shots. To his shock, it turned out to be merely a t-shirt. In this initial bout, Lin Qizong was completely defeated. Chapter 14. Face off. A mere piece of clothing had unraveled Lin Qizong's concealed weapon, rendering it nearly impossible to lure out the cunning bearded man. In his frustration, Lin Qizong had no choice but to muster his courage and approach. Glistening with sweat, he cautiously advanced, pausing with each step, fearful that even the slightest sound would betray him to the bearded foe. Upon nearing the stairwell, he pressed himself tightly against the wall. With determination, he fired 2 shots into the stairwell, startling the bearded man and causing a moment of disarray. Effective. Lin Qizong then extended his hand to throw peanuts at the bearded man, hoping to either kill him or at least scare him away. However, just as he reached out, a crossbow bolt struck true into Lin Qizong's wrist. The pain rendered his grip on the handgun useless, and it clattered to the ground. The bearded man displayed an unnerving calmness, retaliating with precision even amidst the chaos of gunfire. In the instant the handgun fell, the bearded man advanced, his footsteps unmasked. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qizong seized this opportunity to draw him out. Subsequently, Lin Qizong tucked another handgun into his waistband, concealing it beneath his clothing. Ignoring the searing heat of the gun barrel against his back, he pretended to urgently retrieve the fallen handgun. This act inevitably exposed his body to the bearded man's line of sight, yet Lin Qizong cleverly turned his back to the stairwell. Just then, with a whoosh, another arrow struck him, this time in the rear. Ouch! Ah! After a pained cry, Lin Qizong abandoned his attempt to retrieve the gun, clutching his backside as he fled. The bearded man, sensing Lin Qizong's desperation, believed victory was assured and hastily ascended to the rooftop. Little did he expect that Lin Qizong possessed 2 handguns. As he emerged, he was met with a barrage of bullets. Unfortunately, Lin Qizong, lacking formal training, managed to hit the bearded man's left shoulder with only one of the shots. The bearded man's reflexes were swift. As Lin Qizong fired, he responded with a crossbow bolt. However, Lin Qizong, having enhanced his physical prowess, narrowly evaded the attack. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce duel upon the rooftop, dodging and striking with lethal intent. After narrowly escaping the bearded man's 3rd arrow, Lin Qizong discovered his gun was out of ammunition. The tide of battle had turned once more, placing Lin Qizong in a precarious position. Observing Lin Qizong's diminishing confidence, the bearded man ceased his stealthy tactics, mocking, "What's this? Out of bullets? How unfortunate! Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to still be alive, but you shall perish by my hand." As the bearded man drew an arrow from his quiver, Lin Qizong's expression grew grave. Following their earlier skirmish, both men found themselves at a distance from the handguns that lay near the stairwell entrance. Should Lin Qizong recklessly rush to retrieve the gun, he would inevitably face 2 arrows. At that moment, he feared he might lack the strength even to seize the firearm. Beneath the sinister grin of the bearded man lies an unmistakable intent to kill. The only reason Lin Qizong has managed to endure up until now is due to his exceptional physical condition. This time, he may find it difficult to escape his fate. Yet, Lin Qizong will not resign himself to despair. The more perilous the moment, the cooler his head remains. As long as he draws breath, there lies a chance for reversal. During the earlier skirmish, Lin Qizong calculated that the bearded man's crossbow fired single shots, requiring a 5-second interval to reload after each arrow. This means Lin Qizong could exploit this cooldown period to turn the tide. The caveat being, he must evade the arrow currently poised on the crossbow. At this juncture, the bearded man ceased his hesitation, his gaze growing increasingly ferocious. Lin Qizong let his hand hang beside his trousers, ready to draw his military knife at any moment. Whoosh! The release of the crossbow's bolt served as the signal for the final assault. Lin Qizong dashed towards the bearded man, and at the critical moment, he tilted his head. The arrow grazed the skin of his scalp. In an instant, Lin Qizong drew his military knife and struck towards the bearded man. However, the bearded man was no novice. To Lin Qizong's astonishment, he engaged him in unarmed combat. Though Lin Qizong possessed remarkable physical prowess, the 2 arrow wounds severely hampered his strength. Even with a knife in hand, he could only hold his ground against the bearded man. The bearded man, aware of Lin Qizong's left hand being injured, focused solely on countering the strikes from Lin Qizong's right. Furthermore, with an arrow lodged in Lin Qizong's rear, his mobility was considerably diminished. Capitalizing on Lin Qizong's injuries, the more experienced bearded man quickly gained the upper hand. With a swift motion, he knocked Lin Qizong's knife aside and sent him crashing into a corner with a powerful kick. The force was so great that Lin Qizong was propelled into the air, and upon landing, the arrow embedded in his posterior snapped, leaving him momentarily at a loss for where to apply pressure. Seeing Lin Qizong struggling to recover, the bearded man moved his shoulder, which had been injured by a bullet, and seethed with rage. I, Jinji, have been a hunter my entire life, and to think the first to wound me would be a mere wretch. However, acknowledging the fine weapon Lin Qizong had provided him, he declared, I shall not personally take your life. Lin Qizong, surprised, cast a questioning glance at the bearded man, eager to discern his true intentions. The bearded man continued, Do you see the zombies in the street below? They have all been lured by the sound of your gunfire. Given the situation, unless they feast upon fresh flesh, they will not depart. In that instant, Lin Qizong comprehended the bearded man's sinister plan. He intended to use Lin Qizong as bait for the zombies. As the bearded man spoke, he drew another crossbow bolt, adding, To prevent you from pulling any tricks, I cannot afford to approach you recklessly without incapacitating you first. Suddenly, the bearded man's attention was captured by something, and he bellowed, You filthy wench! How dare you attempt to flee? I shall kill you both. The focus of his ire was none other than Sister Lu, frantically fleeing with a small girl in her arms at the street corner. Upon finishing his words, he redirected the crossbow that was originally aimed at Lin Qizong. He chuckled. How unflattering. Lin Qizong, lowering his head, responded with a smile. The burly man, filled with rage, retorted, What are you laughing at? It will soon be your turn. Unfazed, Lin Qizong boldly replied, You truly are a pervert. This comment piqued the burly man's interest. Instead of fuming, he laughed and said, Pervert? That term applies only in a society governed by law. Here, strength reigns supreme, and the weak are destined to obey. He sighed, Enough of this banter. It's your turn now. With that, the glinting arrowhead was once again aimed at Lin Qizong. In that moment, there was not a trace of fear in Lin Qizong's gaze, only a fierce defiance burning within. It was precisely this fury that awakened the latent potential within him. Chapter 15. Let's take a rest. In the midst of life and death, Lin Qizong's heart began to race violently, as if it might leap from his throat. A peculiar heat surged through his body, prompting him to rise unsteadily to his feet. Faced with the overconfident bearded man, he appeared remarkably composed. The bearded man, sensing Lin Qizong's demeanor, was filled with unease and immediately pulled the trigger without further ado. Lin Qizong neither flinched nor dodged. As the crossbow bolt neared his chest, he effortlessly caught it with his bare hands. He then slowly raised his gaze, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson, exuding an eerie aura of heat. He resembled a figure freshly emerged from boiling water. The bearded man, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene, recoiled in terror, brandishing the crossbow bolt as he threatened. "What kind of sorcery is this? Don't come any closer. One more step, and I'll shoot you in the head." Lin Qizong, with eyes ablaze, paid no heed to the warning and lunged at the bearded man with a speed that transcended human limits. The bearded man, stricken with fear, shot a bolt at Lin Qizong without a second thought and turned to flee. However, as he took a step, he was seized by an overwhelming force around his neck. With wide, terrified eyes, he found himself lifted off the ground by Lin Qizong. The intense sensation of suffocation forced the bearded man to thrash helplessly. Yet Lin Qizong remained unfazed, even as the bearded man's kicks struck him. "Keep dancing," Lin Qizong said coldly, lifting the bearded man and slamming him against the wall. The zombies below, witnessing such a vigorous display, grew even more agitated. Lin Qizong proclaimed, "Feel the despair of those who trifle with lives." In the next instant, he released his grip, and the bearded man flailed in terror before plummeting into the throng of zombies. Amidst the chorus of screams, the bearded man was devoured completely, leaving behind only a pool of blood with no trace of his body remaining. Lin Qizong, expressionless, watched as the bearded man was reduced to nothingness, exhaling the breath he had been holding. The toll of the encounter caused his vision to darken, nearly causing him to collapse. He leaned against the wall, sitting down to recover, gradually stabilizing his heavy breaths. Time passed, and when Lin Qizong finally opened his eyes, he gritted his teeth and removed the crossbow bolt, limping downstairs in search of medical supplies. "My body is becoming increasingly strange. I nearly melted my innards." After gathering some antiseptic and bandages, he proceeded to find Wen Ning's room. It was a cozy little space with a family portrait on the table that stood out prominently. Encased in a delicate frame the size of a book, the four individuals radiated genuine smiles. Subsequently, Lin Qizong located Wen Ning's phone and gathered a few sets of clothing before packing up to leave. He felt sympathy for Sister Lu and her daughter, who would rather brave the dangers outside than face the bearded man, a testament to the latter's repulsiveness. As dawn broke with a pale light, Lin Qizong returned to his ancestral home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Wen Ning, who approached him in a hurried manner, her face etched with worry. Lin Qizong produced a picture frame, smiling as he exclaimed, "Look, I have succeeded." Wen Ning silently accepted the frame, tenderly caressing it. However, her gaze soon fell upon the bandaged hand of Lin Qizong, prompting her to cry out and throw herself into his embrace. "Thank you, Zongge. By the way, where are Lu Jie and the others?" Lin Qizong's expression turned somber as he replied, "They slipped away while I was grappling with a big, bearded man." "Oh dear, please get down, my backside hurts." In the room, Lin Qizong, his face flushed, raised his rear end, while Wen Ning attended to his wounds with antiseptic. Observing her fatigued appearance, he inquired, "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Wen Ning gently nodded. "You woke me, and I couldn't fall back asleep, so I decided to tidy up the house." As Lin Qizong admired the neatness of their home, he asked, "Did you hear anything unusual? Perhaps someone calling my name?" Wen Ning replied, "I did hear some suspicious sounds outside, but upon checking the surveillance, it was just a few terrifying zombies wandering about." The memory of the eerie sounds from the night Lin Qizong had left sent a shiver down her spine, as her instincts warned her that those furtive noises were intentional. It was a person, having endured the incident with the big bearded man. Wen Ning's fear of humanity far surpassed her dread of the undead. Even with a gun by her side, she felt a profound sense of insecurity. Lin Qizong, upon hearing this, became alert. "Really? You stay here and eat. I'll go take a look around." However, Wen Ning firmly grasped his arm, insisting that he not venture out. "Don't go. You're injured. It's crucial that you recuperate first. The sound from last night were definitely not from your brother Liang Rue. That person unsettles me. Despite her concerns, Lin Qizong, seeing the almost pleading look in Wen Ning's eyes, remained resolute in his decision to leave. He could not afford to overlook any potential threat. By the time the sun reached its zenith at 11 o'clock, Lin Qizong returned to the old house, his clothes stained with the foul odor of blood, a clear indication of his encounters with numerous zombies along the way. Wen Ning rushed to him, asking, "What did you find?" Lin Qizong shook his head in resignation. Nothing. Centering his search from their home, he conducted a thorough investigation, rummaging through neighboring pigsties and even entering some of the accessible residences. Regrettably, he found only villagers transformed into zombies. A sense of unease began to gnaw at Lin Qizong. If, as Wen Ning had said, the unsettling sound were not from Liang Rue, then their home had indeed been targeted. With that thought, he instinctively glanced at the courtyard wall. Though it stood 3 meters high, Lin Qizong felt it insufficient. After washing up, he joined Wen Ning at the dining table. Seeing her stifling yawns stirred a wave of guilt within him. Wen Ning had already endured a sleepless night, and with Lin Qizong rushing out again as soon as he returned home, she valiantly fought against her drowsiness, waiting for him to come back so she could prepare a meal for him. However, despite the long hours of toil and combat, Lin Qizong felt no weariness in his body. "Wen Ning, have you noticed any changes in your body? For instance, have you become stronger or more energetic?" Lin Qizong inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Wen Ning's eyes twinkled as she innocently replied, "Does losing weight count?" Taken aback by her response, Lin Qizong silently pondered, "How peculiar. I must seek the opinions of others." After finishing their meal, Lin Qizong, with a candid demeanor, suggested, "Let us take a nap." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment froze on Wen Ning's face. Realizing his miscommunication, Lin Qizong hastily clarified, "No, I mean, we need to rest for a while. As usual, you take the bed, and I'll take the sofa." Wen Ning chuckled lightly. "What are you thinking? Come with me." Subsequently, she led Lin Qizong to another room, pointing at the neatly arranged bed and declared, "We can both sleep in the bed." Chapter 16. I am not alone. Awakened in the evening by the gentle knock of Wen Ning, Lin Qizong stirred from his slumber. "Zongge, it's time for dinner," she called softly. "All right." During their meal, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. It must be said that Wen Ning's culinary skills were truly exceptional. If one were to compare, Lin Qizong's dishes were merely edible, while Wen Ning's creations, crafted from the same ingredients, were extraordinarily delectable. Lin Qizong licked his lips, inwardly exclaiming, "This is exquisite. I have truly struck gold." Given the ample supplies stored in the shelter, Lin Qizong could live for 3 lifetimes without exhausting them, especially with the fish and vegetables he cultivated himself. Having another person around posed no burden whatsoever. As Lin Qizong momentarily lost his train of thought, Wen Ning suddenly elbowed him, her expression grave, and made a shushing gesture. "Hush! Zongge, listen closely." Lin Qizong furrowed his brow and perked up his ears, and sure enough, there were indeed furtive sounds emanating from the back door. The surveillance footage revealed that the intruder was none other than the notorious scoundrel of the village, Lin Ergu. Just as Lin Qizong hesitated over whether to acknowledge him, Lin Ergu audaciously knocked on the back door, calling out in a hushed yet urgent tone, "Zong Xiaozi, I know you're home. Open the door." Lin Qizong's temper flared instantly. He drew his handgun and hurried to the back door, feigning ignorance. "Who is it? Why should I open the door?" "Outside," Lin Ergu impatiently replied. "Who else could it be? It's your brother the dog. Hurry up, the zombies are coming." Wen Ning glanced at Lin Qizong with unease, clearly sensing that Lin Ergu was no good. "I can't," Lin Qizong retorted. "There are too many zombies outside." Lin Ergu, losing his patience, shot back, "Stop stalling. Don't think I don't know. I saw you hauling stuff home late at night, before any trouble started. Open up and share half, or I'll make a scene." In that instant, a wave of murderous intent surged within Lin Qizong's heart. However, since Lin Ergu had not harmed himself, Lin Qizong found no justification for violence. "Hurry up, or you'll regret it. If I don't get anything today, just wait and see." Lin Ergu pressed on. After much deliberation, Lin Qizong still could not bring himself to act. To avoid complications, he tossed a box of instant noodles over the wall. Dog good, this is all I have, just this box of noodles. Truly, there is nothing else. He intentionally raised his voice, hoping to attract nearby zombies to drive away the pest that was Lin Qizong, clearly unsatisfied with just the noodles. Lin Qizong began to curse loudly. What the hell? You think a box of instant noodles will placate me? Just wait, I'll settle the score with you another day. As his shouts faded into the distance, Lin Qizong's expression remained tense. He will return. We must be cautious. In the following 3 days, Lin Qizong occupied himself with checking the various systems in the old house and persistently attempting to contact the missing Liang Rui. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. The subscriber you dialed is powered off. Lin Qizong, filled with disappointment, set down his phone. He then opened a social media app to keep abreast of the circumstances following the apocalypse. The most valuable insights came from the comments of survivors. Shi Jinxiang. Are there any companions near Zhongshan Road in Port City willing to offer this fairy a chance? This fairy is slightly plump, standing at 155 centimeters, with a 36D bust, and only consumes half a bowl of rice per meal. I am quite easy to sustain. Lin Dun. Well, who in the world is that height and weight? Wait, is there really any difference? Chen Zhuqi. To all surviving brothers and sisters, may I inquire if any of you have experienced unusual physical changes since the outbreak of the virus, like inexplicably gaining strength? What Chen Zhuqi described was precisely Lin Qizong's own perplexity. He promptly clicked on the replies to this comment. Enthusiastic netizen, I have experienced the same. I lost 80 pounds in a week, but my strength increased significantly. My mother thought I was using prohibited substances and scolded me for several days. Shi Jinxiang. Does feeling particularly hungry count? Is there a kind-hearted soul near Zhongshan Road? This fairy is on the brink of starvation. Lastly, Chen Zhuqi added, Unified response. Please add me on WeChat if you have experienced any unusual physical changes. 158888888. Shi Jinxiang, do not add me. Upon reading this, Lin Qizong's heart began to race, and he exclaimed with excitement, Wonderful! I'm finally not alone. Beside him, Wen Ning looked at Lin Qizong with a bewildered expression. Lin Qizong immediately felt deflated and clarified. No, what I mean is that I discovered others like me. What kind of people? Wen Ning asked, Come, let me show you, and you'll understand. After Lin Qizong allowed Wen Ning to read through Chen Zhuqi's comments, he explained, Do you remember when I asked if you had any unusual physical sensations? With that, Lin Qizong began to remove his shirt, startling Wen Ning, who retreated and shouted, Ah, pervert, what are you doing? Lin Qizong froze, exclaiming, No, I didn't mean that. What I wanted to convey is that since the arrival of the apocalypse, my body has grown stronger. I've developed quite a bit of muscle. Wen Ning, Blusing, covered her eyes with her hands and scolded, Hurry up and put your clothes back on. Lin Qizong twitched his lips and once dressed said, All right, let me prove it in another way. He then retrieved a steel rod from the storage room, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he effortlessly snapped the rod in half. Wen Ning was left in utter disbelief. Although the rod was hollow, it was not something an average person could break with just one hand using grip strength alone. Seeing Wen Ning's astonishment rendered her speechless. Lin Qizong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he declared, Impressive, right? At first, I thought I had turned into some sort of freak after a severe injury and a good night's sleep. Little did I know I am not alone. Wow, I never expected there to be others like me. This brings me great relief. Observing Lin Qizong's exuberance, Wen Ning gradually approached and inquired, Aside from your enhanced physicality, do you perceive any other issues within yourself? By the way, that Chen Zhuqi, isn't he the one who transformed you into a sort of anomaly? Oh, forget that. Are you really going to add him on WeChat to gain strength? Lin Qizong's expression darkened with irritation. I don't quite understand why, but I'm feeling rather disdainful towards you right now. Nevertheless, he proceeded to send a friend request, appending the note. Physical Anomaly. Chapter 17. The ubiquitous Shi Jinxiang. As soon as Lin Qizong sent the message, he barely had time to set down his phone before Chen Zhuqi accepted his friend request. The moment the chat interface opened, a message from Chen Zhuqi appeared. Please describe your anomaly. Lin Qizong replied, Every time I suffer severe injuries, my body becomes stronger. Do you think we might have scion blood? Perhaps enduring more hardships could turn us golden-haired. Shinjuchi responded. Is there anything else? Any other superpowers? Lin Qizong, surprised that the conversation had shifted to superpowers, replied, None. Do you have any? I don't either, just a wild guess. Anyway, I'm adding you to a group. It's filled with survivors like us who have experienced bodily mutations. We can exchange insights. Lin Qizong interjected, I have another question. Shinjuchi sent a message with a questioning emoji. Lin Qizong chuckled mischievously. Has Shi Jinxiang contacted you? Shinjuchi replied, I blocked her. Shortly thereafter, an invitation to the group arrived. With 22 members, Lin Qizong fell into contemplation, sensing that the bodily transformations were not as straightforward as they seemed. Next came the self-descriptions from various peculiar individuals, most of whom, like Lin Qizong, merely noted an extraordinary enhancement in their physical prowess. However, 2 individuals astonishingly revealed that they possessed unique abilities. Chi stated, I have something to share with everyone. Well, actually, I was bitten by a zombie. This revelation struck the group like a thunderclap, igniting a fervent discussion. Many members urged her to disclose the secret behind not succumbing to zombification. Chikura replied, I'm not sure. Perhaps it's due to my strong self-healing ability. During my escape, I accidentally broke my leg. It was the kind of break that deformed my entire leg, yet I recovered in no time. As the group debated whether Chikura's unique constitution rendered her immune to infection, another individual with special abilities spoke up. The one called Monkey S. Rescuer exclaimed, I'm envious, but I have abilities too. I can emit ultrasonic waves that cause considerable damage. With yet another superpowered individual revealing themselves, the group erupted in excitement. Lin Qizong thought that this bizarre scenario could easily warrant a film akin to the X-Men. He also felt a thrill of anticipation. Might he possess superpowers as well? A stretchable rubber monkey? A world-destroying Susanoo? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, grinning foolishly as he drooled in excitement. However, Chunjuchi's next statement abruptly sobered the group. I need to give everyone a warning. Are you familiar with the Salvation Legion? Lisi interjected. I know them. They're a pack of beasts. My daughter was forcibly taken by them. My poor, beautiful Shaoli. Do you know how tragic my daughter's fate is? Lisi was promptly removed from the group chat by the administrator. Rescue troop. Well done. I've heard of them too. It is said they initially masqueraded as saviors of survivors, only to engage in rampant pillaging and slaughter. Their methods are exceedingly brutal. By the way, I heard that the Salvation Corps has a superhuman among them. Chen was irate. Indeed, I have suffered at their hands before. That superhuman possesses an eerie ability, their body as unyielding as steel. Not even a knife can leave a mark on them, and their fists strike with the force of a speeding truck, capable of immense destruction. The crowd, is that true? How terrifying. I wonder if they will be ruthless. This fairy is quite fearful of violence. Lin Qizong tilted his head disdainfully at the familiar fairy, muttering, It seems something strange has crept in. Shi Jinxiang was removed from the group chat by the administrator. Chen sent an angry emoji. Who let Shi Jinxiang in? The group fell silent, and Chen continued with the matter at hand. I want to tell everyone that we must be cautious of the Salvation Corps. Their actions are utterly contrary to their name. Meeting adjourned. Whoever added Shi Jinxiang, please message me privately. During this online meeting, Lin Qizong gleaned 2 explosive pieces of information. Firstly, the transformation of his own body was a positive sign, at least until any fatal flaw emerged. Secondly, the Salvation Corps warranted serious attention. Survivors who had encountered them described the Salvation Corps as a ruthless force that would strike anyone who crossed their path, especially with superhumans among them. If they set their sights on him, Lin Qizong had no confidence he could defeat them. Wen Ning, it seems we shall have to live in secrecy from now on, Lin Qizong remarked, cradling his head with both hands as he reclined in his chair. Wen Ning, still harboring her disdain, rolled her eyes and replied, Why do I feel like your demeanor has a touch of perversion? Lin Qizong. He had expected the day to pass without incident, but as evening fell, while he was enjoying a hearty dinner with Wen Ning, an abrupt clamor erupted from the back door. Lin Qizong hastily abandoned his utensils, seized his weapon, and hurried outside. Unsurprisingly, it was Ergo. He was furiously picking up stones to hurl at the old house's windows, but all the windows were fortified with custom high-strength glass. In Ergo's rage left not even a scratch. Seizing the moment before the zombies approached, Ergo began to hurl invectives. "You little brat. Open the door for me now. You think a box of instant noodles will placate me? If you don't want to die, let me in." Lin Qizong gestured for Wen Ning, who was approaching from behind, to be silent. "Shoo. Let him make a fuss. He won't last long." Just then, the sounds of zombies' growls echoed from outside, followed by the hurried footsteps of Ergo fleeing. "You little brat, wait for me." Before Lin Qizong could relax. At around 10 o'clock that night, when Ning in the yard nearly faced peril within the confines of the room, Lin Qizong heard a sharp sound of shattering glass emanating from the courtyard, promptly followed by Wen Ning's startled cry as she rushed into the house, clutching her head. There was no doubt. It was undoubtedly the relentless Ergo once again. Chapter 18. The scoundrel Lin Ergu, is this never-ending? Lin Qizong felt a surge of irritation as he dashed out of the courtyard, only to witness a beer bottle hurled over the high wall from outside. "Lin Ergu, have you lost all sense of decency?" he shouted. For a moment, Lin Ergu outside fell silent, then retorted, "You little brat. I never imagined you'd be living so lavishly, free from worries and with a little girl for company. Here's your chance to curry favor with your master. Or one day, I might just come over and deal with you." With a resigned sigh, Lin Qizong asked, to say it plainly, "How much food do you truly desire?" Lin Ergu replied, "I don't want food. I merely wish to stay with you." "Isn't that reasonable?" He, through gritted teeth, Lin Qizong retorted, "What a deluded fantasy. If you dare to come over, don't blame me for the consequences." There was no way Lin Qizong would permit such a person into his home. With Lin Ergu's character, he would undoubtedly bring calamity, especially after hearing the tone of his voice when mentioning Wen Ning, which was laced with lewdness. At that moment, the outside world was again filled with the groans of zombies. After reluctantly issuing his final ultimatum, Lin Ergu fled, muttering, "You little rascal. You'd better not be kneeling when I come next time." Once Lin Ergu departed, Wen Ning cast a worried glance at Lin Qizong, seemingly terrified at the prospect of Lin Ergu's harassment. Lin Qizong placed a reassuring hand on Wen Ning's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. It's just a fly, nothing to fret over." He then retrieved the gun from the drawer and handed it to Wen Ning, saying, "Keep this weapon close at all times. If he truly breaks in, promise me you won't hesitate." Wen Ning slowly accepted the handgun, numbly nodding in response. After that, Lin Qizong urged her to rest in the house while he inspected the courtyard wall. 3 meters high, it was more than sufficient to deter zombies, but it would not stop those with ulterior motives. In the early hours of the morning, Wen Ning, who had tossed and turned for quite some time before finally drifting off to sleep, was abruptly awakened by a faint noise. Struggling to suppress her fear, she steadied her breath and grasped the handgun by her bedside. Peering through the window, she caught sight of a shadowy figure rummaging about in the courtyard. Just as she thought Lin Ergu had truly infiltrated her space, she held her breath and aimed at the figure. Just before she could pull the trigger, the figure wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "So annoying. I should have prepared more hardware." It was Lin Qizong. Upon recognizing his familiar voice, Wen Ning felt an immense wave of relief wash over her, her tensed legs finally giving way. After such a fright, sleep had entirely eluded her, so she decided to venture outside to see how she might assist. "Oh, you startle me." Lin Qizong flinched at the sudden appearance of Wen Ning, disheveled and wide-eyed. Internally, she scoffed. Who was truly scaring him? Unable to sleep? "What are you up to? Do you need help?" Wen Ning inquired, puzzled. With his hands on his hips, Lin Qizong surveyed the heap of scrap metal on the ground and replied, "I'm trying to set up a trap to prevent intruders from scaling the wall, but I lack sufficient materials." Wen Ning was suddenly enlightened. Lin Qizong had not dismissed Lin Ergu's threats. After glancing at the materials, she offered a suggestion. "If we were to set a trap, we could use timber. Sharpened, it would be akin to impaling wild boars. Stab, stab, stab." The onomatopoeic sounds and her animated gestures amused Lin Qizong, who couldn't help but laugh. Wen Ning, thinking he was mocking her suggestion, felt a pang of displeasure and pouted, playfully scolding, "What are you laughing at? I'm sincerely giving you advice. There's no need to mock if you choose not to take it. Isn't that rather disrespectful?" Lin Qizong struggled to contain his laughter, assuring her, "No, your suggestion is splendid. It is like a timely gift in the midst of snow, as if aided by divine intervention. My laughter stems from joy. Heaven has sent me a beautiful companion, skilled in culinary arts and sharp-witted." He added, "Wen Ning, you truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Together, we are akin to the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and his protege." Wen Ning, slightly exasperated, retorted, "The first part was fine, but the second sounds like an insult." "Never mind. I shall not be compared to those legendary figures." As dawn approached, she asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Lin Qizong replied, "I feel neither tired nor weary. Ever since my physical condition improved, as long as I am uninjured, I could go 3 days and nights without sleep without any adverse effect." Wen Ning pondered for a moment and said, "I shall forego sleep as well. Let's converse, for I wish to learn more about you." Lin Qizong raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sounds delightful." Through the course of their overnight discourse, a subtle shift occurred in their relationship as they wholeheartedly welcomed each other into their worlds. Before they knew it, dawn had broken, and a notification disrupted their pleasant conversation. Government announcement. With the collaborative efforts of the world's leading scientists, an effective vaccine against the zombie virus has been developed as of yesterday. Huacheng, Fengcheng, and Yangcheng will serve as pilot cities, with helicopters deploying the vaccine today. Survivors in these cities should take precautions. How wonderful. This will all come to an end. Wen Ning exclaimed in excitement upon reading the message. However, Lin Qizong, bearing memories from his past life, knew all too well that the vaccine would be ineffective. He quickly doused Wen Ning's enthusiasm with a sobering reality. "It's futile. This zombie virus is not so easily dealt with. This vaccine will only harm those that fly above or swim below my fish." Wen Ning, quickly find a curtain to cover the fish pond. In no time, Lin Qizong frantically pulled a blue waterproof tarp from the storage room. Just as he secured it, the helicopter arrived. Soon after, he heard the desperate cries of some surviving villagers nearby. Regrettably, the government had long ceased evacuating survivors. Lin Qizong wrung his fingers, murmuring before long, "We will face power and water outages, for the government can no longer hold out. The world will descend into a brutal struggle for survival." His words startled Wen Ning, leaving her wide-eyed in disbelief. "Is it true?" she stammered. Lin Qizong nodded gravely and said, "Yes, do not be afraid. Stay by my side, and I shall protect you." Upon hearing these words, Wen Ning felt a comforting warmth envelop her, and her anxiety dissipated in an instant. She herself could not fathom why Lin Qizong consistently bestowed upon her such an overwhelming sense of security. As the helicopter faded into the distance, the villagers' cries for help gradually subsided. However, those zombies that had been doused with the vaccine began to convulse and collapse. Observing from his second floor, Wen Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise and quickly beckoned Lin Qizong to witness the unfolding situation outside. Lin Qizong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's futile. They will rise again shortly. Moreover, they will become even more frenzied." No sooner had he spoken than the zombies indeed began to tremble and rise once more, baring their teeth like wild beasts, their senses heightened to sound and scent. Suddenly, one of the zombies turned its head to lock eyes with Wen Ning, causing her to instinctively shrink back in fear. Chapter 19. The Old Fox Zone. "How did you know?" Wen Ning asked, her heart still racing. This question left Lin Qizong momentarily speechless. He certainly could not reveal that he had been reborn. The concept was so surreal that even he found it hard to believe, let alone persuade others. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qizong feigned mystique and inquired, "Have you ever encountered the adventures of the rubber monkey?" Wen Ning's face was a canvas of confusion as she tilted her head, unsure of what Lin Qizong was implying. "I've seen a little bit of it," she replied. "You must be aware of the observation hockey within. Get to the point." I have upgraded my observation hockey, allowing me to glimpse into the future." "You're insane. Speak if you wish." Seeing Wen Ning's irritation as she turned to leave, Lin Qizong felt a surge of urgency and grabbed her arm. attempting to defend his claim. It's true. How else could I have prepared a shelter stocked with abundant food so securely before the virus outbreak? Actually, I often dream of future events while I sleep at night. I swear I'm not lying. When Ning was now convinced, her mouth agape in astonishment. Stammering, she remarked, "Is that true? Perhaps that is your hidden superpower?" Her words seemed to awaken a thought in Lin Qizong. Having been reborn twice, might his superpower be infinite rebirth? No, that would be too reckless. What if it were not true? Rebirth might simply be a fluke, and should he perish again, it could spell his ultimate doom. He could not squander even a single opportunity to survive. Amidst this banter, Lin Qizong's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Was it the village chief? "Hello, village chief. Is there something you need?" Lin Qizong inquired. The village chief, direct as ever, stated, "Xiao Zong, I've heard that you have quite a stockpile of food." Lin Qizong's heart sank. Undoubtedly, Lin Ergo had informed the chief. Realizing the risk of confronting Lin Qizong alone, the chief likely intended to rally the surviving villagers to coerce Lin Qizong into relinquishing his provisions. However, Lin Qizong played it cool. Are 2 boxes of instant noodles and a few bottles of mineral water considered a lot? The village chief, a cunning old fox, tentatively probed. "I could use some of that. I will come by to collect. It's dangerous outside, so you remain at home and wait for me, all right?" Unfortunately, Lin Qizong was no fool either and immediately grasped the underlying meaning in the chief's words, yet he was uncertain how to refuse. "Very well, chief, do take care. I can only spare you 2 cups of instant noodles and 1 bottle of mineral water. I was extorted for a box of noodles by Ergu a few days ago, and my food supply is dwindling." Upon hearing Lin Qizong's response, the chief pondered for a moment before saying, "All right." The call ended abruptly, with the chief neglecting even a polite farewell, evidently harboring ulterior motives against Lin Qizong. Sensing this, Lin Qizong knew he had to devise a strategy promptly. If the news of his substantial food supply leaked, it would undoubtedly incite a bloody storm. At that point, the villagers would inevitably turn against one another in a frenzied scramble for resources, leaving only a handful to claim all the supplies. At that moment, Lin Qizong truly realized the immense significance of a concealed underground storage for supplies. However, with the situation having reached this point, he could only seek alternative methods. A few minutes later, the village chief arrived as expected. Yet, the instant noodles and bottled water placed at the entrance signified Lin Qizong's unwillingness to meet him, let alone allow him entry into the house. Almost immediately, the village chief, with eyes narrowed like a cunning fox, whispered through the crack of the door, "Xiao Zong, there are zombies outside. Quickly open the door and let me in to take shelter." Lin Qizong feigned ignorance. If the village chief dared to raise his voice, he must prepare for the impending encirclement by the undead. However, the shrewd village chief, akin to a crafty old fox, had no intention of giving up easily. He first sought refuge in his vehicle, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Shortly after, Lin Qizong received a call from the village chief. "Hello. What is wrong, village chief?" The village chief pretended to be in a panic, exclaiming, "Xiao Zong, you must open the door quickly. The zombies are coming." Observing the surveillance footage clearly, Lin Qizong couldn't help but curse silently. This old fox, there are merely 2 zombies wandering nearby. If he wishes to leave, it would be no trouble at all. "Huh? Zombies? I'm too frightened to open the door." Lin Qizong's acting was commendable. At that moment, noticing the camera, the village chief dropped the pretense and resorted to emotional manipulation. "Xiao Zong, isn't this rather unkind? The villagers have always treated you well. Now that a crisis has arisen, will you truly stand by and watch everyone starve?" Indeed, this tactic caused Lin Qizong's heart to waver. Just as he appeared conflicted, when Ning grasped his arm, she pointed at the phone, and Lin Qizong immediately understood, replying to the village chief, "Village chief, I truly have very little food left. Let us leave it at that for now. I need to sleep." The moment the call ended, when Ning urged, "Zonggu, I see you are faltering. But I want to remind you, if you distribute a large amount of food, can you truly control the situation that follows? Although we have enough supplies at home to last a lifetime, how long can we sustain 3 or 10 others?" As the village chief drove away in his vehicle, Lin Qizong bowed his head in contemplation. After a moment, he confessed, I understand this logic, yet the village chief has spoken thus. Indeed, many villagers have helped me in the past, and I cannot be ungrateful. I'm not asking you to be ungrateful. We can provide some assistance while ensuring our own safety, Wen Ning counseled. She then added, I have a plan that could aid the villagers without significantly impacting us. Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked at Wen Ning. She pointed towards the fish pond. If all goes well, the fish in this expansive pond can reproduce infinitely. Moreover, the vegetables we have cultivated are renewable resources. Therefore, we can allocate some fish and vegetables accordingly. This way, we can resolve the conflict without exposing our food reserves. After listening, Lin Qizong was overjoyed, almost wanting to lift Wen Ning high in celebration. Yes, Wen Ning, you are brilliant. Let us proceed with this plan. Having spoken, Lin Qizong immediately rushed to the edge of the fish pond to commence his fishing. As he scooped, he pondered. The village's permanent population was merely 200 to 300 souls. Following the viral outbreak, many had perished or fled. Now, it was estimated that only a mere handful remained, perhaps a dozen or so. Therefore, he aimed to catch around a dozen fish. He planned to contribute weekly, supplemented by a handful of vegetables. This was within his means, for contributing too much could draw unwanted attention. In the expansive fish pond, spanning nearly 100 square meters, there resided over 300 fish. The tilapia breed 2 to 3 times a year, and after 2 to 3 months, the offspring could be harvested. With this calculation, it seemed he could just manage to sustain a cycle. Chapter 20. A collective invasion soon. Lin Qizong sent a message in the village group. I raise fish and grow vegetables at home, though not in abundance. Therefore, I can only provide 15 fish and a small amount of vegetables to everyone each week. I hope everyone can endure through these trying times. Upon this declaration, the previously silent group began to stir with voices. While most expressed their gratitude, a few discontented souls, led by Lin Ergu, voiced their grievances. Don't mistake him for a good person. He has plenty of food at home and is merely throwing us these scraps to appease us. Lin Qizong retorted, Have you seen it? What do you mean by throwing? Am I indebted to you? Very well. I shall distribute the food, and you shall receive none of it. Would that not be considered throwing it away? After sending that message, Lin Qizong swiftly turned off his phone, unwilling to engage further with Lin Ergu and his ilk. Wen Ning, we must be cautious. We now have more than one enemy. I fear them not. I am no longer that frail little girl. Later, the village chief arrived as scheduled to collect the supplies Lin Qizong had prepared for the villagers. During this visit, the chief stubbornly attempted to enter the old residence. But Lin Qizong remained resolute, refusing to open the door no matter what was said. Reluctantly, the chief departed, though a cunning glint in his eyes suggested he was concocting some scheme. After lunch, Lin Qizong wrestled with the decision of whether to sneak out and gather some wooden stakes for traps, but he remained wary of Lin Ergu and his followers watching him. The moment he stepped outside, they would likely scale the walls to intrude. Even with Wen Ning armed for protection, Lin Qizong felt uneasy. Wen Ning, would you dare accompany me outside? Lin Qizong inquired. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Wen Ning's eyes. Are we going to chop wood? Yes. Are you worried about being alone at home? Indeed, if you are by my side, I can ensure your safety. Lin Qizong spoke these sentimental words with a steady heart and unflinching demeanor, causing Wen Ning to blush, her ears aflame with warmth. Suppressing a laugh, she replied, All right, I will go with you. Lin Qizong nodded in satisfaction, saying, Let us secure the main house's doors, especially the cold storage. Moreover, once we step out, do not stray too far from me. Even if you need to relieve yourself, remain within 3 meters. I shall not scorn you. Be gone. This time, Lin Qizong did not plan to take the pickup truck. The noise would not only attract the attention of zombies, but also alert Lin Ergu, who was lurking nearby. That Lin Qizong had left the house. As the back mountain was not far, and the required timber was minimal, Lin Qizong simply needed to carry a large bamboo basket. Perhaps Lin Ergu was preoccupied with dealing with the fish Lin Qizong had distributed, for he did not notice Lin Qizong slipping out of the house. By the time Lin Qizong returned, all was well, with no signs of intrusion. just as Lin Qizong began to prepare the traps. His phone vibrated with several messages from the agitated group chat. Zhao Si exclaimed, "Brothers, I have encountered the Salvation Army. They ravaged the neighborhoods near my home this morning, seizing numerous provisions and women." Wang Wu replied, "What a coincidence. They were at your place in the morning and have now arrived at mine in the afternoon. I have witnessed the same plight, with many individuals opting to join their ranks." Chen Zhuqi, feeling agitated, urged, "Please send me your locations privately. Are there any other comrades aware of their current position? I need to deduce their course of movement so that we can prepare accordingly." Shortly thereafter, Chi Kutter shared a screenshot. It depicted a spirited newcomer to the Salvation Army alongside the marching troops, captioned, "The Salvation Army is formidable, and I, Mat Dongxi, am equally formidable. This Salvation Army shall march southward to conquer. Those who dare to oppose shall come forward. And please, keep a watchful eye on your women." Following this, the group chat was inundated with irrelevant chatter. After a while, Chen Zhuqi spoke again. "Based on the positions of the two eyewitnesses and the information from that screenshot, I deduced that their next destination will be Huaqing. Are there any compatriots from Huaqing in this group? If so, please message me privately." At this, Lin Qizong felt a pang of anxiety. Had they come this way? He understood the disparity in strength, yet his small village should not attract the attention of the Salvation Army. Lin Qizong's thoughts fixated on Chen Zhuqi's inquiry. "Are there any compatriots from Huaqing in this group? If so, please message me privately." Uncertain of Chen Zhuqi's intentions and driven by caution, he refrained from contacting him. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one must tread carefully. Moreover, Chen Zhuqi was merely an unseen group leader, leaving his true motives shrouded in mystery. However, Lin Qizong overlooked a critical point. He was not the only one in this village aware of the Salvation Army's existence. That night, Lin Qizong toiled with traps until the early hours. Deeply engrossed in his work, he suddenly sensed an ominous presence approaching. More than one person, in fact. In a dark alley near the old residence, Lin Ergu, after dispatching a zombie, turned to a few robust young men behind him and instructed, "In a moment, Li Dan will set the ladder, and Tiniu will lead the charge. We will swiftly infiltrate his home and subdue him. Everything inside will belong to us." The thought of Wen Ning's voice made Lin Ergu chuckle lecherously. The next moment, several intruders leaped into the courtyard of the old residence. As they began their search, Lin Qizong's voice, filled with lethal intent, resonated. "Lin Ergu, have I not made myself clear?" With a resounding click, the courtyard lights flickered on. Upon seeing Lin Qizong, Lin Ergu signaled to his accomplices, "Where is he? Let's take him down." However, as they took their first step, they were met with the ominous glint of numerous gun barrels aimed at them. Their bravado instantly dissipated, and they reluctantly lowered their weapons, stepping back. Tiniu, with a forced smile, stammered little. "Brother Qizong, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such an hour. It's all due to this Ergu's instigation. I have expressly stated that theft and robbery are impermissible, yet you dare to harbor intentions against my brother Zong? Zong, allow me to assist you in teaching this ungrateful scoundrel a lesson." With that, the aptly named Iron Bull unleashed a brutal assault upon Lin Ergu. Witnessing this, the others, eager to secure favor, joined in the merciless beating. A cacophony of anguished cries soon filled the air. After a considerable time, Lin Qizong discerned that Wen Ning, hiding within the room, was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. He promptly called for a halt. "Enough. If you continue, the entire village of zombies will descend upon my doorstep." Only then did the crowd, panting heavily, cease their assault, their faces etched with anxiety as they awaited Lin Qizong's judgment. Lin Qizong, his expression devoid of emotion, cast a glance at the pitifully beaten Lin Ergu and coldly commanded, "Take this dead dog away and get lost. Should you dare to enter again, wager on how many shots I might miss." Yes, we have disturbed you, Brother Zong. We shall leave at once. We shall leave. Thank you for your mercy. Brother Zong." After Iron Bull and his companions hoisted the nearly lifeless Lin Ergu, Lin Qizong opened a crack in the door and barked, "Begone." Chapter 21. Wen Ning's Rebellious Period. A few individuals were aware that they were undoubtedly surrounded by zombies outside. After a moment of hesitation, However, Lin Qizong's icy gaze brooked no argument. The group swallowed hard and, armed with knives, plunged into the fray. After all, battling zombies offered a chance of survival. Inciting the wrath of the gun-toting Lin Qizong could very well lead to their immediate demise. Lin Qizong had no intention of aiding them, even though he possessed a drone capable of luring zombies. He was resolute in his decision not to employ it. At the very least, they needed a lesson. Just as Lin Qizong secured the door behind him, the village chief called. "Xiao Zong, has something happened over there? I received reports of screams coming from your home. And what with that throng of zombies at your doorstep?" Lin Qizong yawned and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just Lin Ergu sneaking into my house. And I dealt with him. I've sent him on his way, but he might not see the light of tomorrow." Lin Qizong's tone shifted from his usual submissiveness to an icy demeanor, sending a shiver down the village chief's spine. Internally astonished, the chief thought, is this truly Lin Qizong? How can he speak of such matters so lightly? Feeling a pang of fear, the chief quickly exchanged pleasantries before hanging up. "As long as you're fine, that's good. It's getting late. I'll turn in for the night. Goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. After putting away his phone, Lin Qizong entered the house. He noticed Wen Ning, her face clouded with worry. He gently stroked her head and reassured her, "It's all right. I've chased them away." With that, Lin Qizong resumed his work on his traps. Although he had taught Lin Ergu and his companions a lesson, it was imperative to complete the traps swiftly to prevent future mishaps. In the following week, everything remained peaceful. No one dared to target Lin Qizong again. Yet the disappearance of Liang Rui lingered heavily on his mind. One morning, upon waking, Lin Qizong discovered that Wen Ning, who typically rose early, had yet to get out of bed. Then it's time for Chef Lin to showcase his skills. However, after Lin Qizong's culinary battle in the kitchen, presenting 2 bowls of unappetizing noodles, there was still no sound from Wen Ning's room. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Qizong hurriedly knocked on her door. "Wen Ning, it's time to eat noodles." "Wen Ning, are you all right?" "Wen Ning, bang." Lin Qizong forcefully pushed open the door and rushed to her bedside. Upon seeing Wen Ning, he couldn't help but gasp. She lay curled up, her face pale, hands clutching her abdomen, gazing weakly at Lin Qizong. "Zongo, I'm fine. You eat first. I'll be okay in a bit." Lin Qizong exclaimed in disbelief. "Is this what you call fine? What is wrong with you? Don't scare me. We have medicine at home. Hey, don't sleep. Are you running a fever?" As he spoke, a worried Lin Qizong reached out to check Wen Ning's forehead. Wen Ning weakly uttered, I have menstrual cramps. The anxiety and poor quality of rest during this time have made this menstrual cycle particularly rebellious, producing excruciating pain akin to 1,000 arrows piercing my abdomen. Lin Qizong was taken aback, pondering, can menstrual pain truly be so debilitating? Have I been so ignorant? At that moment, Lin Qizong found himself in a predicament, as there were no pain relievers for menstrual discomfort in the house. It was indeed a lapse in preparation. He promptly brought a cup of hot water, saying gently, "Drink this, perhaps it will alleviate your discomfort." Wen Ning cooperatively propped herself up, gulping down a few sips of hot water, but soon lay back down with a contorted expression. The hot water was of no help. Realizing this, Lin Qizong became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, swiftly taking out his phone to search for methods to relieve menstrual pain. "Ibuprofen, brown sugar, ginger tea," he muttered to himself as he looked at the screen. Without delay, Lin Qizong picked up Wen Ning in his arms and headed straight for his bedroom. In response to Wen Ning's astonished gaze, he explained, "I need to step out for a moment. You should rest in my room. Your door is damaged and it's unsafe." Upon hearing that Lin Qizong intended to leave, Wen Ning immediately grew worried. "Where are you going?" As he gathered his things, Lin Qizong replied, "I'm going to get some ibuprofen and brown sugar. You stay here. I'll lock the door behind me. Also, the gun is beside you. If there's an intruder, don't hesitate. You must take care of yourself. I'll be back soon." With all her strength, Wen Ning protested loudly, "No, I'm fine. I just need to lie down for a while." "Zongo, please don't go. It's dangerous outside." But her words were met only with the sound of the door locking. In the next moment, Lin Qizong appeared in the largest pharmacy in Huacheng, Yuantang, flashlight in hand. The scene inside was chaotic with medicines scattered everywhere, alongside several zombies with gunshot wounds. It was evident that this place had been visited after the outbreak of the zombie virus, and judging by the zombies' injuries, they had all been killed with a single shot. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Realizing this, Lin Qizong steadied his breath and became increasingly cautious. He sheathed his military knife and switched to his pistol, knowing that a handgun would be safer when dealing with humans. As Lin Qizong stealthily searched for ibuprofen, he suddenly heard a faint sound from around the corner. A zombie? A person? Regardless of what it was, Lin Qizong decided to investigate. He did not want to be watched by a pair of eyes lurking in the darkness. As he approached, the source of the noise seemed to sense his presence, producing a rustling sound. This made Lin Qizong suspect it was a deliberate attempt to lure him in. He then fixed his gaze on the corner and shouted, "Hello, I mean no harm. I'm just looking for some medicine. If you wish to avoid conflict, please reveal yourself." However, his words received no response, indicating the other party's heightened vigilance. Seeing this, Lin Qizong resolved to launch a surprise attack to uncover the true nature of what lay around the corner. "Don't move." Lin Qizong leaped gracefully around the corner, only to be startled by a woman wielding a katana. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and, defiantly brandishing her blade, charged towards him, undeterred by the gun's muzzle. Lin Qizong narrowly evaded her strike, refraining from firing back immediately. Instead, as the beam of his flashlight illuminated her features, a wave of joy washed over him. It was her, the very woman from the Dove community, who had been wronged by Wang Feng. Chapter 22. The Salvation Corps arrives. Due to the lighting, the woman failed to recognize Lin Qizong and continued to press him back with lethal precision. It was only when Lin Qizong discovered a flaw and kicked the woman's katana away, pressing the barrel of his gun against her forehead, that she finally settled down. "Sister, it's me. It's Shaolin," he exclaimed, attempting to create a ghostly visage by holding the flashlight under his chin. The woman paused momentarily, then said, "Is it you?" Upon recognizing Lin Qizong, both parties finally relaxed their taut nerves. Lin Qizong lowered his gun and scrutinized the woman, clad in a killer-esque attire. "Sister, what brings you here? Are you suffering from menstrual cramps as well?" The woman bent down to retrieve her katana, her expression impassive as she replied, "The Dove community has already fallen. I'm merely hiding here." "What?" Lin Qizong exclaimed, aghast, hastily inquiring, "When did this happen?" The woman responded, "Yesterday." The Salvation Corps swept through everything. Lin Qizong, in a state of despair, muttered, "Are there any survivors?" He calculated the timeline in his mind. News of the Salvation Corps arriving in Huacheng had surfaced a week prior, but he had dismissed it as inconsequential. Young women and survival supplies had been taken away, and the rest perished. "I happened to have a katana that my husband collected during his lifetime. It was my only means of escape," the woman explained. Lin Qizong, lost in thought, murmured, "Why didn't Ti Li Bo mention such a significant event to me?" The woman, seemingly unfazed by the fall of the Dove community, replied flatly, "Enough of that. What medication are you looking for? I've searched here and should be able to assist you." Lin Qizong, feeling awkward in the presence of the woman who had grown cold since her husband's death, replied, "Ibuprofen for menstrual pain." The woman hesitated for a moment, her gaze remaining indifferent as she handed him a bottle, saying, "Here, this." Lin Qizong accepted the bottle, the word ibuprofen distinctly printed on it. The woman continued, "For women during their menstrual period, it's best to prepare a bowl of brown sugar water as well. There's some here." Lin Qizong raised his eyebrows, a flicker of excitement crossing his features. "That's wonderful. It saves me the trouble of running around." Now aware of the Salvation Corps presence in Huacheng, Lin Qizong felt a sense of trepidation. After all, it was wise to respect their formidable strength. "We should leave quickly. This place isn't safe. The Salvation Corps could pass through here at any moment," the woman urged. Lin Qizong packed his belongings and asked, "All right, sister, what's your name? Let's exchange contact information. It's always good to have someone to look out for in this apocalyptic world." The woman turned to leave, stating as she walked away, "Do you? No contact information." Lin Qizong watched Du's retreating figure with disdain, inwardly grumbling, "Is it necessary to be so aloof? I'm not trying to court you." After returning to his vehicle, Lin Qizong decided to take a detour to the Dove community. Du had mentioned that the women had all been taken away, implying that the Salvation Corps had already departed from the Dove community. In the next moment, Lin Qizong arrived at the entrance of the Dove community. The once formidable barricades that had defended against the zombies lay in ruins, and amidst the debris were scattered the bodies of over a dozen individuals. Some were former survivors, while others had decayed beyond recognition as zombies. This heart-wrenching scene filled Lin Qizong with sorrow. Before the apocalypse descended, the Dove community had been alive with laughter and joy. The stark contrast to the current horrific tableau brought tears to his eyes. Just then, he noticed a figure kneeling in the garden. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Uncle Li. Uncle Li also turned his head mechanically to gaze at Lin Qizong. His eyes, now rotten, bore a vacant expression. This sight brought a lump to Lin Qizong's throat, for Uncle Li, who had lived his life as a good man, had met his end in a posture of pleading. The cruelty of the Savior Legion was unimaginable. Lin Qizong's heart swelled with a vehement hatred for the Savior Legion, and he silently vowed to avenge the residents of the Dove community. Lin Qizong did not linger in the city for long. After all, Wen Ning was still in dire straits at home. Soon, he returned to the old residence with medicine and brown sugar. After a brief inspection, confirming that no one had intruded, he hurried to Wen Ning's side. At that moment, Wen Ning was drenched in sweat from the pain, soaking her bedding. "Wen Ning, take your medicine. If you take it obediently, the pain will subside soon." Lin Qizong coaxed her gently, holding a cup of warm water as one would child. Wen Ning slowly sat up and scrutinized Lin Qizong. Seeing that he was uninjured, she finally felt a sense of relief. "Zonggu, thank you." Her eyes brimmed with gratitude. After all, they had only recently met, yet Lin Qizong had twice ventured into danger for her sake. Flushing with bashfulness, Lin Qizong scratched the back of his head and replied, "What are you saying? You've saved me too. So, we owe each other nothing, but we rely on one another. Let us not get sentimental. First, take your ibuprofen. I still need to prepare you some ginger tea with brown sugar." Wen Ning chuckled softly, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks as she accepted the medicine and remarked, "You really have a knack for ruining the atmosphere." After finishing the ginger tea, Wen Ning's complexion improved significantly, and speaking became less of a struggle. "Zonggu, could you do me a favor?" she asked weakly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Lin Qizong, puzzled, replied, "What is it? Could you rub my belly?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong silently brought his palms to his mouth, exhaling warm breath before quickly rubbing them together until they were hot. "Is it better now?" he asked, awkwardly avoiding her gaze while feigning calmness. Wen Ning felt an unprecedented warmth and sense of security, nodding with a gentle smile, "Yes." The next day, Wen Ning was feeling much better and had risen early to prepare breakfast. Lin Qizong, yawning as he stepped out into the yard, was greeted by a gloomy sky that mirrored his mood. The rolling clouds seemed to hold their breath, withholding rain as if brewing something ominous. The somber atmosphere lingered until the evening hours. The sky finally opened up, showering rain accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted in the village. Lin Qizong craned his neck out of the courtyard, pondering, firecrackers? No, it's the sound of gunfire. The clamor, though reminiscent of firecrackers, was remarkably irregular, evidently the result of several distinct firearms discharging simultaneously. Lin Qizong hurriedly exited the house to inspect the defenses of the ancestral residence, as an unsettling intuition hinted at the malevolence of the approaching presence. It was highly likely that the Salvation Army had arrived. Chapter 23. Confronting the commander of the Salvation Legion, the mere thought of the Salvation Legion conjured a harrowing scene from the Dove community in Lin Qizong's mind. Clenching his military knife and handgun, he yearned to rend them apart with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Wen Ning swiftly entered a state of vigilance, adeptly positioning herself at the surveillance monitors, attentive to every movement surrounding the old residence. Gradually, the irregular gunfire subsided, leaving only sporadic shots echoing in the distance. Moments later, "Wen Ning climate Songke. A troop is approaching us." Lin Qizong, his expression grave, moved to Wen Ning's side and beheld the screen. 4 modified off-road vehicles were making their way toward the old house. The surrounding zombies were swiftly dispatched by the brawny men aboard the vehicles, their AKs unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets, as if they possessed an inexhaustible supply of ammunition. Subsequently, the vehicles formed a semicircle around the old house, effectively barricading both the front and back entrances. Following this, all occupants disembarked, and to Lin Qizong's dismay, he spotted Lin Ergu among them. The sight of Lin Ergu made Lin Qizong grit his teeth in fury. There was no need for further contemplation. It was evident that Lin Ergu had lured the Salvation Legion here. After enduring a severe reprimand, Lin Ergu harbored an even deeper resentment toward Lin Qizong. Coincidentally, a spirited fellow had recently posted about the Salvation Legion on the social platform, and Lin Ergu had taken notice. Upon learning of the Legion's impending arrival in Huaqing, he privately messaged the young man, suggesting that Lin Qizong possessed an abundance of resources ripe for plunder. This treacherous maneuver was executed with remarkable finesse by Lin Ergu. He flatteredly trailed behind a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man, pointing toward the old house, and said, "Brother Ing, this is the place." The man, known as Brother Ing, did not acknowledge Lin Ergu, but surveyed the dilapidated structure with evident skepticism. He then gestured to his subordinates, who approached the old house, guns drawn, to investigate. With a forced smile, Lin Ergu leaned closer to Brother Ing and assured, "Rest assured, I would never deceive you. There is no need for hesitation. Let us breach the door directly. The treasures inside will not disappoint you." Brother Ing, without sparing Lin Ergu a glance, replied sternly, "Are you instructing me on how to act? Listen closely. If you dare to deceive me, not only will you not join our Salvation Legion, but I will personally rend your limbs asunder." Lin Ergu trembled with fear at this imposing demeanor, retreating cautiously with his head bowed. "Report, Brother Ing. Although this house appears antiquated, I have discovered that the windows are custom-made. There is a strong possibility of valuable items inside." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, a glimmer of greed flickered in Brother Ying's eyes as he commanded, "Men, advance." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out from the second-floor terrace of the old house. It was Lin Qizong who had fired, yet Brother Ing remained unfazed. Not even flinching, it seemed he was utterly unperturbed. His subordinates recoiled slightly. They had not anticipated that the occupants inside would also be armed. Upon glancing back at the formidable figure of Brother Ing, it became painfully evident that he had no intention of retracting his orders. Consequently, the group of underlings had no choice but to steel themselves and approach the old house's wall, preparing to scale it. Inside, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning were poised for confrontation. The instant they spotted a head peeking over the wall, they would not hesitate to fire. Soon enough, several members of the Salvation Army lay incapacitated. At that moment, Wen Ning resembled a sharpshooter, hitting her targets with unerring precision while maintaining an extraordinary calm. The apocalypse had forged her spirit into something formidable. Lin Qizong, witnessing Wen Ning's fervor, took out a bullet and discreetly placed it in her pocket. Outside, Brother Ing, frustrated by the lack of progress, cracked his neck with a resounding pop. He then lowered his stance, took a running leap, and soared effortlessly over the wall, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters. Lin Qizong gasped in astonishment. Was such a feat truly within the realm of human capability? This was a jump of several meters, a challenge of an entirely different magnitude than merely covering distance. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Qizong quickly regained his composure and unleashed several rounds towards Brother Ing. Bang! 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 All 3 shots found their mark, yet Brother Ing merely paused momentarily, sustaining no injury whatsoever. As Brother Ing advanced menacingly, Lin Qizong set his firearms down beside Wen Ning and declared, "This fellow is rather uncanny. Bullets appear ineffective against him. I shall confront him. You keep an eye on the entrance and the wall." With that, Lin Qizong charged at Brother Ing, fueled by a torrent of rage, determined to settle the score from the Dofu community. Brother Ing, upon seeing Lin Qizong approach with a blade, merely scoffed, standing his ground as Lin Qizong swung at him. The clash of metal echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. Lin Qizong was astonished to discover that Brother Ing lived up to his name, as unyielding as steel. Bullets and blades could scarcely scratch him. Was he merely playing a game? Is this a mere tickle? Brother Ing derided, and without warning, he delivered a fierce punch to Lin Qizong's abdomen. In an instant, Lin Qizong was lifted off his feet, hurtling backwards like a cannonball. The immense force of the blow sent him crashing through the kitchen's brick wall before he finally came to a halt. Moments later, Lin Qizong lay sprawled on the ground, wide-eyed and clutching his midsection. With a violent retch, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Gasping for breath, he felt as though his very insides had been shattered by that strike. He thought, this man is utterly terrifying. Could he truly be the superhuman spoken of within the group? Shong Yi. When Ning cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Brother Ing turned towards the sound, and, upon spotting the beautiful Wen Ning, leered, "Ah, what a stunning beauty! Do you wish for me to draw some blood for you as well?" Ha ha ha. With that, he advanced toward her. Terrified, Wen Ning retreated while firing several shots at him. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. No harm was done. Meanwhile, Lin Qizong, gravely injured and struggling to rise, could only watch in helpless despair as Wen Ning seemed poised to fall victim to malevolence. As the imposing figure drew near to Wen Ning, his hand nearly grazing her, a sudden apparition clad in white manifested in the courtyard, striking him away with a speed akin to lightning. This bewildering scene unfolded so swiftly that even Lin Qizong could scarcely comprehend the events transpiring before him. A tall, slender man, entirely adorned in white, had abruptly entered the fray. The first to regain composure was the imposing figure himself, who, clutching his waist, managed to rise again. Fixing an incredulous gaze upon this unexpected challenger, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "It's you?" The man, smiling enigmatically, replied, "At last, I have found you. It is time to settle the score." With that, a few more members of the Salvation Legion surged into the fray, and Lin Qizong soon discerned that this man possessed an unusual superpower. He appeared unperturbed by the feeble attempts of the adversaries. With a gentle lift of his hand, he caused several of them to float in a state of sheer terror. Then, with a decisive push of his hand, these hapless foes were propelled away as though struck by an invisible force. Lin Qizong stood in astonishment, realizing that the abilities of the man in white seemed to involve the manipulation of gravity. Could this be the pen from the anime, Which Path Leads to Sarces? Chapter 24. The Leader to the Rescue? At this moment, the arrogance on Ing Ji's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. "Chenjuchi, I should have realized it sooner. You are also an evolver." Lin Qizong's pupils constricted sharply. "He is Chenjuchi? How'd he track me down?" However, Chenjuchi did not respond to Ing Ji's taunt. Instead, he smiled at Wen Ning and said, "I apologize for being late. Are you all right?" Wen Ning appeared startled by Chenjuchi's sudden appearance, nodding dazedly in reply. Upon receiving her response, Chenjuchi turned his intense gaze towards Inggu and continued speaking to Wen Ning. "All right. Then the minions that come through later will be your responsibility. Please make sure not to miss. Lin Qizong, you should be recovering now. Let's team up, after all. You are an evolver too. Don't embarrass yourself." Lin Qizong was once again taken aback. If Chenjuchi had tracked him down, that would make sense. But how could he possibly know Lin Qizong's name? Lin Qizong felt an air of inscrutability surrounding Chenjuchi, as if he were privy to all secrets. Regaining some strength, Lin Qizong rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said to Chenjuchi, "Let us have a cup of tea before we leave." Chenjuchi raised an eyebrow in response. "Sure, it's been a while since I've..." "You two act as if I do not exist, do you? You think you can defeat me just because you're a newly awakened evolver?" Inggu angrily interrupted Chenjuchi and charged at him like a rampaging bull. Lin Qizong and Chenjuchi swiftly sidestepped to the left and right, respectively. Lin Qizong leaped up, delivering a powerful kick to Inggu's face, which was over 2 meters high. In the next moment, Inggu staggered back several steps, while Lin Qizong found himself crouching on the ground, grimacing as he rubbed his calf, lamenting, "It hurts. This guy's face feels like steel." Even the usually cheerful Chenjuchi cast a scornful glance at Lin Qizong before grappling with Inggu. After an intense exchange, Lin Qizong, still massaging his calf, observed that in close combat, Inge had a slight upper hand over Chenjuchi. However, Chenjuchi's ability to manipulate gravity significantly restricted Ingji's approach. It was a clash between a heavily armored warrior and a mage. By this point, Lin Qizong's calf had mostly healed, and he dove into the fray. Although he could not inflict much damage on Inge, his presence served to distract him, allowing Chenjuchi to exploit openings and strike decisively. With Lin Qizong's involvement, Inge, who had been on the back foot, began to falter, even spitting blood from a peculiar impact delivered by Chenjuchi. After wiping the blood from his mouth, Ingji's eyes glinted with murderous intent. With a fierce roar, the muscles in his upper body rapidly swelled, tearing through his clothing. What the hell? The strength of a bear? Lin Qizong gasped in astonishment. Chenjuchi cautioned Lin Qizong to be careful, for Inge was now fighting with everything he had. Just as he finished speaking, Inge flashed in front of Lin Qizong, striking him away with a single palm before he could react. Hard Brother regarded Lin Qizong with disdain, his sole objective being Chenjuchi. Observing the situation, Chenjuchi pushed forward with his hands, once more repelling Hard Brother. Yet, at this moment, Hard Brother seemed impervious to pain. After sustaining a heavy blow, he charged at Chenjuchi without a hint of respite. Chenjuchi, now slightly flustered, realized that his abilities were subject to cool-down periods, growing longer with each use. He was at a disadvantage. In an instant, he was caught off guard, and Hard Brother collided with him, sending him soaring through the air, droplets of his blood cascading down. "Come on, you two little losers," Hard Brother mocked, relishing in Chenjuchi's plight. However, he was not overly arrogant. Deep down, he harbored a profound apprehension of Chenjuchi's powers. Thus, he aimed for a swift resolution, leaving no room for mercy. Chenjuchi slowly regained his footing, gazing at the approaching Hard Brother, and surprisingly managed a grim smile. This sight infuriated Hard Brother, who bellowed, "I'll wipe that smile off your face." He lunged forward, claws poised to strike. Just as Hard Brother was about to succeed, Lin Qizong, having miraculously recovered, swiftly positioned himself in front of Chenjuchi, his clenched fist emanating wisps of steam. "D!" Lin Qizong roared, unleashing his punch. At the moment his fist made contact with Hard Brother's abdomen, Hard Brother scoffed, "Is that all? Just a tickle?" Yet before he could finish, he sensed an unusual force behind Lin Qizong's blow, overwhelming, almost annihilating. Lin Qizong relentlessly amplified his strength. Realizing something was amiss, Hard Brother attempted to counter, but it was too late. Lin Qizong's fist produced ripples against Hard Brother's iron-like physique. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Hard Brother was sent reeling backward, his eyes rolling back as he crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Lin Qizong, enveloped in white smoke, gasped for breath, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his right hand had slightly deformed from the impact, revealing the toll this strike had taken on him. This blow left Wen Ning and even Chenjuchi, standing behind Lin Qizong, utterly astonished. Noting Hard Brother's lifeless state, Chenjuchi approached to check his breathing and remarked, "He is not dead. He still clings to life. What do you plan to do with the rabble outside?" Lin Qizong, still struggling to catch his breath, replied with deliberate pauses, "Huff, huff, kill them, all of them." Witnessing the unwavering determination in Lin Qizong's gaze, Wen Ning and Chenjuchi voiced no objections. Thus began a series of one-sided massacres. With Chenjuchi, the evolver, lending his strength, Wen Ning swiftly dispatched the remaining minions outside. Under Lin Qizong's explicit instructions, Lin Ergu, now incapacitated, was dragged into the courtyard. Lin Qizong, his eyes brimming with lethal intent, inquired, "Why do you choose to live like this?" Lin Ergu endured the agony, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded, "Zongge, I was wrong. You have no idea. They seized me as soon as they entered the village, and somehow they learned about the supplies you possess, compelling me to lead them. Initially, I resolutely refused, but they beat me mercilessly. In a moment of carelessness, I let slip some information, causing trouble for you. Zongge, I am truly sorry, truly sorry. I deserve to die. I implore you to forgive me this time. I shall repay you with my utmost efforts henceforth. Lin Qizong replied coldly, You claim you deserve to die, yet you ask for forgiveness. What is it that you truly desire? Were it not for the message I saw on your social media directed at the Salvation Army, I might have believed you. With that, Lin Qizong took out his phone and showed Lin Ergu the screen, revealing a comment from Lin Ergu beneath a post by a spirited young man. I have some good things to share with all the esteemed leaders. I have sent a private message. Lin Ergu's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered in panic this. Zongo, I didn't mean to. But before he could finish, Lin Qizong pulled the trigger. Lin Ergu fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before gradually succumbing to stillness. Your life as a dog. I shall personally reclaim. Chapter 25. The truth of the virus. Subsequently, Lin Qizong turned back to Chun, slightly annoyed, and asked, Aren't you going to say anything? Chun, being an old hand at this game, shrugged casually and replied, I know a great deal. What would you like to inquire about? At that moment, Wen Ning approached Lin Qizong, carrying a medical kit, and he obligingly lifted his arm. He then asked, While I can understand your presence here as a trace of the Salvation Army, accurately calling my name is no trivial matter, is it? Chun found a stool and settled next to Lin Qizong, calmly stating, In fact, I am aware of the whereabouts and identities of every evolver in our group. I possess my own methods to ascertain your situations, yet I would never undertake actions that would be detrimental to you. Lin Qizong, puzzled, queried, Evolver? What does that mean? Ouch. That hurts. As he spoke, he suddenly recoiled, grimacing in pain from his injured right hand. Wen Ning, with a furrowed brow, remarked, It's fractured. Of course it hurts. We lack the means to realign the bone, and I can't say whether your hand will become deformed in the future. Chun replied, No need for realignment. The self-healing abilities of evolvers far surpass those of ordinary individuals. A simple bandaging will suffice, and in a few days, you shall return to your former self. He then elaborated for Lin Qizong. Evolver is a broad term encompassing you, me, and him, gesturing toward the barely conscious hard guy. We are individuals like us. One could also refer to us as virus immunizers, for our physical constitution has mutated, even granting us extraordinary abilities, all thanks to this global pandemic. Lin Qizong and Wen Ning listened intently, so much so that Wen Ning momentarily forgot to tend to Lin Qizong's wounds. According to my research, we have all been infected by the virus, yet we do not transform into zombies immediately. Those who die without severe head trauma, or those bitten by zombies, will become one. Conversely, we evolvers awaken our bloodline factors as our antibodies combat the virus, thereby bestowing upon us immense power. Although Lin Qizong had mentally prepared himself, the information left him utterly astonished, muttering evolvers, bloodline factors. What does it all mean? By the way, if I am an evolver, what is my ability? This question momentarily stumped Chun, who furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding, I cannot say for certain. But that punch you delivered at the end of the battle exuded an undeniable pressure. Perhaps it is. The force of nature. Lin Qizong scratched the back of his head, perplexed. What pressure? What nature? Your words only confuse me further. Suddenly, Chun fixed Lin Qizong with an intense gaze, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. That punch instilled a profound fear within me. Provided you do not falter along the way, when we meet again, you should emerge as a formidable force. Though these words seemed esoteric, beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, Lin Qizong, after a moment of surprise, readily accepted this notion. Suddenly, Lin Qizong posed his greatest doubt. What is your purpose in monitoring the movements of the evolvers? Chun Juchi sighed, his eyes vacantly gazing at the still, gloomy sky. I wish to unite everyone to collectively resist this impending apocalypse. The awakened bloodline factors endow the evolvers with unparalleled abilities. This is the most effective means to restore the world to its former state, and it is solely reliant upon us, Lin Qizong. You possess immense potential. Why not join us? My team has already gathered 3 evolvers and several survivors. After contemplating Chun Juchi's invitation for a moment, Lin Qizong ultimately declined, stating, There is no need. I do not relish in chaos. Although he felt a twinge of temptation at the notion of restoring the world to its original state, he recognized that joining Chun Juchi would inevitably lead to frequent bloodshed. Lin Qizong mérite souque ta stable existence. Observing his reluctance, Chun Juchi refrained from pressing further, expressing regret. Very well, should you ever wish to join us, you will always be welcome. Additionally, if you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. By the way, is it permissible for me to take this evolver with me? Lin Qizong looked at Chun Juchi in astonishment, a look of disdain crossing his face as he inquired. Why would you take him? For live experimentation? How revolting, aren't you afraid he might recover midway and retaliate? Chun Juchi, possessing a remarkably good temperament, patiently explained, of course, is not for research. I intend to brainwash him to lead him back to the right path. If that fails, coercion will be employed to capture the entire Salvation Army. Speaking of which, I must inform you of a weakness of the evolvers. Lin Qizong immediately perked up, attentively listening. Is the tuhua flower, upon contact with its petals, pollen, or even merely inhaling its fragrance, evolvers will become weakened. Not only will they be unable to utilize their abilities, but merely standing upright becomes a challenge. After saying this, Chun Juchi retrieved a nasal spray from his pocket and sprayed it onto the face of the sturdy man. In an instant, the man's muscles visibly slackened. This spray is made from tuhua flower petals. Once inhaled, it typically takes several hours for one to recover, Chun Juchi elucidated. Lin Qizong stared with wide eyes, nearly displaying his desire openly. Seeing Lin Qizong's reaction, Chun Juchi smiled and generously offered the spray, saying, "Would you like it?" Although Lin Qizong was quite tempted, he considered that Chun Juchi needed to escort the sturdy man back to his camp, fearing possible mishaps along the way. Reluctantly, he shook his head, replying, "No, you should keep it. It would be safer for you on the road." Eventually, after bidding farewell to Lin and Wan, Chun Juchi departed with the sturdy man, also discreetly removing the bodies of Lin Ergo and the soldiers. Lin Qizong gazed enviously at Chun Juchi, who was soaring ever farther away, murmuring to himself, "He even helped me dispose of the trash on his way out. This person is indeed agreeable. However, what does it signify that the Salvation Army took away all those weapons, leaving none for me?" Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a one-eyed man swirls the contents of a goblet in his hand. What? The expeditionary team has lost contact in the Flower City? With a sudden crack, the goblet shatters under the grip of the one-eyed man, crimson liquid oozing through his fingers, leaving one to ponder whether it is wine or blood. His visage is a tapestry of rage and confusion. Ah, what is that fellow up to? Has he met with disaster? It seems the Flower City harbors formidable adversaries and form the main force. We shall march towards the Flower City tomorrow. As Chun Juchi has stated, Lin Qizong's injuries astonishingly healed within a mere 3 days, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 26. The One Draped in Corpse Skin. On this day, Lin Qizong furrowed his brow, grappling with a mechanical skills manual. The oxygen supply device in the fish pond had malfunctioned, and the modest expanse of the pond was crammed with a multitude of fish. If the oxygen supply device was not repaired promptly, all the fish would perish within 2 days. In this apocalyptic world, one must rely on their own ingenuity to mend such things. Fortunately, Lin Qizong possessed commendable hands-on skills. After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the machine's fuse had blown. However, despite his meticulous planning, he had overlooked a crucial detail. In his pre-apocalyptic quest for sustenance, he had neglected to procure any hardware materials for repairs. Frustrated, Lin Qizong scratched the back of his head and exclaimed when Ning, "I must venture out to find a fuse at the hardware store. Otherwise, my fish will meet their demise." When Ning replied, "I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong paused, turning to see a gentle smile gracing Wen Ning's face. "Very well, let's go together." He knew well that Wen Ning, having endured so much, was no longer the trembling girl she once was in the face of danger. At the very least, during their confrontation with the Salvation Army, she had accounted for the most enemy casualties. This time, Lin Qizong armed Wen Ning with 2 guns, while he himself relied on a knife and a pistol. In town, Lin Qizong forged a path with a military knife, refraining from firing unless absolutely necessary. After all, the sound of gunfire attracted zombies, and it was imperative to avoid unnecessary conflict, maximizing the efficiency of each outing to gather supplies. Before long, the duo stealthily entered a well-maintained hardware store. In this post-apocalyptic world, survivors prioritized food resources, leaving items in hardware stores largely unattended. The shelves were neatly stocked, allowing Lin Qizong to select supplies at will, quickly filling his backpack to the brim. He gathered common electrical and plumbing materials for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet the situation was not as smooth as it appeared. Just as they finished packing their materials and prepared to leave, a cacophony of zombie growls erupted outside, and they were purposefully converging upon the two. "What is happening? We haven't made a sound," Lin Qizong exclaimed, drawing his weapon, while Wen Ning gripped her dual pistols, poised for action. Suddenly, a zombie yanked up the rolling shutter of the hardware store, startling Lin Qizong into an exclamation. "What the hell? Wasn't it said that zombies lack intelligence? They can open doors now?" Before their eyes lay a horde of zombies. Exiting through the front door was no longer a viable option. Lin Qizong and Wen Ning, confronted by the advancing undead, could only fight and retreat, maneuvering around the shelves in a desperate dance with the zombies. The creatures moved clumsily, and, as long as they were not surrounded, Lin Qizong was confident he could dispatch them one by one. However, while Lin Qizong was engaged with the closest zombie, one suddenly broke from the norm, sprinting towards him from behind. Caught off guard, Lin Qizong felt a sharp, tearing pain in his lower back as he finally dispatched the zombie before him. Grinding his teeth, he turned slightly to discover a dagger embedded in his waist. "Zhongge!" Bang! Bang! As Wen Ning witnessed the scene, she shouted and fired 2 shots at the zombie that had wounded Lin Qizong. Unfortunately, the creature's movements were too erratic, and it crouched low before darting away. Lin Qizong, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, urged, "I'm fine, use your gun. Let us fight our way out." Their coordination was seamless. Lin Qizong forged ahead, while Wen Ning provided cover with her dual firearms. They managed to return to the pickup truck unscathed, quickly starting the engine. Suddenly, several zombies hurled bricks at the vehicle. Nevertheless, the pickup truck proved resilient, sustaining the blows without a scratch. Even the windows remained intact. Having escaped the horde, Lin Qizong's complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead, betraying his struggle against intense pain. With concern etched on her face, Wen Ning asked, "Zhongge, are you all right? Shouldn't we find a place to rest and tend to your wounds before heading back?" Lin Qizong forced a smile, replying, "I'm fine. I've endured worse injuries." Observing his strained demeanor, Wen Ning felt a surge of guilt. "I'm sorry, Zhongge. If only I had noticed the anomaly of that zombie sooner." "You wouldn't have that wasn't a zombie," Lin Qizong interjected sharply, his gaze growing increasingly icy. Taken aback, Wen Ning asked, "What? If it wasn't a zombie, then what was it?" Lin Qizong replied, "That was a human. I saw a glimmer in its eyes that only humans possess. Zombies have vacant stares. I fear there are many humans donning the guise of zombies here." This revelation left Wen Ning in disbelief, murmuring, "Are you saying someone is disguising themselves with the skin of zombies, mingling among them?" Lin Qizong nodded, affirming, "Indeed, zombies are highly sensitive to human scent. They must be applying the decaying flesh of zombies to mask their own scent." Wen Ning grimaced in disgust, exclaiming, "That's revolting. But what could their purpose be? To befriend zombies?" If it weren't for the searing pain in his back, Lin Qizong would have liked to give Wen Ning a sharp retort. Instead, he shot her a bewildered glance and replied, "The reason is, of course, to survive. By disguising themselves, they can evade zombie attacks. They can also confuse the living, leading them to believe they are merely weak zombies. Ultimately, they can launch surprise attacks, and we are living proof of that." Only then did Wen Ning grasp the situation, exclaiming in realization. Just then, Lin Qizong suddenly recalled something, his expression turning grave as he muttered, "Could it be? They're controlling the zombies? Using them as weapons?" This speculation sent chills down both their spines, a bone-deep cold settling in. At that moment, while they were still reeling for shock, another unexpected situation arose. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the right side of the intersection ahead of the pickup truck. Startled, Lin Qizong immediately yanked the steering wheel to the left, hastily turning the vehicle around. However, before he could shift gears and accelerate, another round of gunfire erupted in the direction of his turn. Without hesitation, Lin Qizong pulled over and urgently exclaimed, "Get out and hide." In the next moment, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning took refuge in the stairwell of a nearby residential building beside the pickup truck. The two held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. As the deafening clamor of machine gun fire and jubilant cheers gradually receded, Lin Qizong cautiously peered out from the second floor. A large convoy was passing by, with dozens of off-road vehicles visible at a glance. Observing their retreating figures, Lin Qizong felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, the Salvation Army. The main force has arrived. Chapter 27. Joint Preparations for Battle. Lin Qizong's first instinct was to reach for his phone, eager to relay this news to Chen Zhui. However, Chen had already sent a message half an hour earlier. The information is accurate. The leader of the Salvation Army has personally arrived in Huacheng, presumably to track down the squad we eliminated. Be cautious. Please confirm receipt. We need to discuss our strategy. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qizong replied, "No need for any strategy. Just stay hidden." As soon as his message was sent, Chen Zhui responded almost instantly. "What nonsense are you talking about? We only have a chance if we unite. The Salvation Army has nearly 200 armed personnel, not to mention multiple evolved beings." Lin Qizong, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "There's no need to engage them recklessly. I can evade them. You don't have to be a hero and fight for me." Minutes later, he received a response from Chen Zhui. "What if I told you I have unavoidable reasons to fight? My personal vendetta against the Salvation Army runs deeper than you might imagine. They'll find out about your family soon enough. If you wish to protect what is dear to you, you shouldn't dismiss my involvement so readily." Taking a deep breath, Lin Qizong recalled the old residence, a sanctuary he found hard to part with, and replied, "All right." Subsequently, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning took a long detour, finally returning to the old residence by evening. As soon as they arrived, Lin Qizong hurried to repair the oxygen supply device. Wen Ning, exasperated, remarked, "What a sea king. You disregard your own injuries just to tend to your fish." Despite her complaints, she promptly fetched a first aid kit and followed Lin Qizong to treat his wounds. That night, as Lin Qizong stood with arms crossed, admiring the lively fish, Chen Zhui paid a visit. This time, he was not alone. He brought along a man and a woman. Chen Zhui introduced them. "Qizong, this is Lu Xing, our team strategist, skilled in tactical arrangements." Following Chen Zhui's gesture, Lin Qizong observed a short, stout man wearing thick glasses. "Hello, I am Lin Qizong." "Hello." After they shook hands, Chen Zhui continued to introduce the petite, adorable girl. "This is Ling Ji. Don't let her innocent appearance fool you. She's not only a master with the blade, but also an unawakened, evolved being." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong noticed the two short blades strapped to Ling Ji's waist and respectfully extended his right hand. "Hello, I look forward to your guidance." "Hello." As Ling Ji spoke, Lin Qizong felt an electric jolt run through him. Her voice was sweet and soft. For a moment, he found the juxtaposition of her wielding two blades and her gentle demeanor to be exceedingly dissonant. Wen Ning, noticing Lin Qizong's awkwardness, rolled her eyes and huffed before retreating into the house. Out of sight, out of mind, Lin Qizong then introduced Wen Ning. That girl with the pale complexion is my companion. She possesses a remarkable talent for culinary arts." Once both parties had introduced themselves, the discussion commenced in earnest. Lu Xing was the first to speak, gesturing animatedly with his hands, as if embodying a corporate leader. "Mr. Lin, prior to my arrival, I observed the terrain here, which is highly conducive for ambushes and guerrilla warfare. First and foremost, Lu Xing's propositions were exceedingly reasonable, prompting nods of agreement from the audience. Although the undertaking appeared somewhat substantial, the time allocated should suffice. Given the vastness of Huacheng, unless someone were to betray us, the Salvation Corps would require several days to locate this place. After establishing a battle plan, the next step was to coordinate the participating personnel. Chen Zhuchi calculated that they had roughly 20 individuals on hand, and with Lin Qizong, They possessed only a mere fraction of the Salvation Corps. This thought caused Lin Qizong to feel a surge of anxiety. The disparity in forces was alarming. Subsequently, Chen Zhuqi's statement exacerbated Lin Qizong's concerns. We only have 12 combatants on my side. The rest are frail women and children. Lin Qizong's lips twitched as he glanced at Chen Zhuqi, but after a moment, his expression hardened with resolve. That totals 13 against a couple hundred. So be it, let them come. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice of discontent erupted from within the room. What do you mean 13? It's 14. I'm going too. Naturally, Lin Qizong was reluctant for Wen Ning to accompany him into battle and urged her, no, you must stay home. Wen Ning poked her head out, defiantly retorting, you're not my guardian. Why should you dictate my actions? Brother Chun, count me in when confronting the Salvation Corps. Oomph. Chen Zhuqi chuckled with satisfaction. Excellent. A woman of valor, well-rounded in both character and capability. Qizong, you've struck gold. Lin Qizong's face flushed crimson, stammering. What nonsense are you spouting? Observing Lin Qizong's embarrassment, Chen Zhuqi swiftly shifted the topic. Despite the adversary's numerical superiority, if we adhere to Lu Xing's strategy, we still have a chance. How about I inquire in the group if any evolvers wish to join forces against the Salvation Corps? Lin Qizong replied, no need. I have prepared a surprise for them, which should suffice to contend with them. 2 days swiftly passed. Under the relentless efforts of the team, everything was now set. The actions of the Salvation Corps grew increasingly audacious, even issuing bounties online. Anyone who could provide information regarding the expansion team, led by the hard-hearted brother, could join the Salvation Corps. Otherwise, regardless of whether they encountered zombies or survivors, they would be met with annihilation. In essence, one had to either offer leads to join them or face death. Such madness was utterly unfathomable. On the third night, Chen Zhuqi, stationed in Huayin village, suddenly dashed into the old residence, urgently waking Lin Qizong. Qizong, wake up! The scouts have raised the alarm. The Salvation Corps has arrived. Chapter 28, Psychological Assault. 200 meters from the entrance of Hualin village, a small bridge witnessed 2 off-road vehicles plunge into a trench. The one-eyed man alighted and gazed intently at the shadowy woods across the bridge, his expression inscrutable. He then issued a command. This must be the place. Proceed on foot. Consequently, the entire Salvation Army disembarked, the bridge steadily yielding to the advance of this formidable armed contingent. Though the bridge spanned a mere 60 to 70 meters, it was more than capable of accommodating nearly 200 individuals. As the Salvation Army progressed steadily across the bridge, a sudden eruption of gunfire rang out from both ends. The initial phase of the plan was to ensnare the proud Salvation Army in a pincer movement on the bridge. Chaos erupted among the members of the Salvation Army, as those at the forefront and rear fell under the hail of bullets. Simultaneously, some of the more timid members began to leap over the bridge's railings, plunging into the river below in a desperate bid for safety. In an instant, the scene devolved into brief turmoil, devoid of any semblance of discipline. Yet, the composed, one-eyed man swiftly organized a counterattack. What are you panicking for? Fight back. Upon hearing this, the agitated members quickly regained their composure. Although the enemy remained unseen, they unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire in retaliation. In their fervor, some even resorted to throwing grenades. After 2 deafening explosions, the one-eyed man realized that the enemy had fallen silent, leaving only his own firepower crackling in the air. He promptly halted his subordinates and, with a visibly darkening expression, remarked, "Interesting, you better not disappoint me." As the Salvation Army crossed the bridge, they were brought to a halt by the sight before them. It was not an obstruction that impeded their path. Rather, the road stretched out before them, utterly devoid of any presence, not even a single zombie. Having been ambushed twice, the one-eyed man concluded that this must surely be another trap. He immediately commanded his troops to veer into the woods and circumvent the area, instructing a man at his side, who bore 2 machine guns at his waist. "Vulture, scout the situation from above and cover my advance." Without a word, Vulture nodded in agreement, and then a sudden bulge appeared on his back as a massive wing unfurled. From a nearby barn, hidden within a haystack, Lin Qizong observed with clarity. He could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, a birdman. Is this also a power of the evolved?" Beside him, Chun Juqi, wiping sweat from his brow, responded, "Indeed, though I had never witnessed his abilities before, I never anticipated it would be so formidable." Lin Qizong flashed a charming smile, confidence radiating from him as he replied, "Fear not. Regardless of their aerial capabilities, they shan't escape." Chun Juqi, intrigued by Lin Qizong's unwavering assurance, pondered the mystery of his surprise, which he had not shared with anyone. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Salvation Army delved deeper into the woods. Lin Qizong's smile widened as he declared, "Now is the moment." With that, he retrieved his phone and began to manipulate its features. Suddenly, a cacophony of hoarse female wails echoed through the woods. Chun Juqi, startled, exclaimed, "What is happening?" Lin Qizong, maintaining his composure, replied, "Stay calm. I merely played them a song, Lost Rivers. The real spectacle is yet to come." Shortly thereafter, gunfire erupted in the forest, chaotic and aimless, akin to a swarm of headless flies. Just as Chun Juqi praised this as an ingenious strategy to deplete the enemy's ammunition and morale, the next scene stirred his excitement further. A few unsteady figures appeared on the path, heading toward the woods. Gradually, dozens of zombies were drawn to the eerie wails emanating from the forest. Chun Juqi exclaimed, "So you've gathered the zombies with a drone these past few days for this very purpose. What a brilliant utilization of the undead." In the woods, the one-eyed man struggled to maintain control over his subordinates. Within a minute, a vulture scouting from the sky suddenly reported, "Shadows are approaching our group. It's too dark to see clearly, but there appear to be around 20 to 30. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man dared not underestimate Lin Qizong and his companions, promptly issuing the command, "Everyone, gather around me." In a flurry of panic, the subordinates quickly formed several concentric circles around their leader, all poised defensively with their weapons aimed outward. One of the subordinates gulped nervously. In the pitch-black woods, coupled with Lin Qizong's haunting wails, the resolve of the group began to waver. As the first zombie emerged, the Savior Brigade, like startled birds, unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the sight. "There are enemies here. There too. Behind us." More and more zombies appeared from all directions, and the Savior Brigade did not hesitate to expend their ammunition, firing in unison at each undead they encountered. Amidst the layers of protection, the one-eyed man sensed something amiss. Normally, a human could withstand only 2 or 3 shots before succumbing. Yet these creatures seemed remarkably resilient weight. "Everyone, cease fire." The one-eyed man finally comprehended the situation. As his bewildered subordinates lowered their weapons, he angrily stepped out of the protective circle and approached a clumsily moving figure. In the next moment, upon confirming it was a zombie, veins bulged on the one-eyed man's forehead, and his eyes blazed with fury. He clenched his fist and struck the zombie with a powerful punch. Boom! As his fist made contact, an explosion erupted. In an instant, the upper half of the zombie disintegrated into fragments, leaving only its legs swaying briefly before collapsing. The one-eyed man's ability was astonishingly explosive power. Lin Qizong was left speechless, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He feared that should he incur the wrath of the one-eyed man with a single punch, there would be nothing left of him. Chun Juqi, clearly aware of the one-eyed man's capability, did not share Lin Qizong's shock at the devastation wrought by the one-eyed man. His tightly clenched teeth and palpable killing intent convinced Lin Qizong that Chun Juqi truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the one-eyed man. Subsequently, the one-eyed man suppressed his anger after being toyed with twice. With a face full of fury, he commanded the team to advance, no longer permitting his subordinates to squander ammunition in the woods, even when confronted with living adversaries. Before long, the Salvation Army had arrived at the outskirts of the village. On the rooftop, the prone Chun, filled with indignation, repeatedly inquired, "Are we truly to exchange stones for this? It is rather revolting, isn't it?" Lin Qizong, somewhat irked, retorted, "What are you thinking? In a life-and-death situation, how can you speak of disgust? If you wish to discuss repulsion, why didn't you voice it while I was spreading cow dung throughout the village?" Chun inhaled deeply, his features contorting in distaste from the odor. And after a prolonged moment, he replied, "I merely feel that as a respectable man, hurling excrement at others may tarnish my reputation." Lin Qizong, growing impatient, rolled his eyes and declared, "Enough. Consider your reputation once the battle has concluded. Let me tell you, when we face such a disparity in combat power, the paramount task is to shatter their morale. Thus this pile of cow dung falls upon you." Unable to counter Lin Qizong's reasoning, Chen resigned himself to the situation. Chapter 29. The Evolver, One-Eyed. It was time to take action. The avian creature was approaching. Lin Qizong urged. In the next moment, Chen Zhuqi burst forth with energy, leaping into the air and using his powers to levitate a mound of dung into the sky. Upon noticing this, the vulture promptly alerted the ground forces to prepare for defense. Yet it was too late. The Savior Legion witnessed dark clusters floating ominously above, their numbers considerable. In unison, they raised their weapons, ready to pull the triggers at a moment's notice. Then, with a swift motion from Chen Zhuqi, the airborne dung rained down upon the Savior Legion. In an instant, the Legion was engulfed in distressing cries. The One-Eyed, momentarily spared from the assault, remained oblivious to the source of the chaos, merely sensing an unsettling aura that stirred panic among the ranks. There was also a foul odor. As a lump of dung hurtled toward the One-Eyed, he did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his fists and launched a direct strike against the incoming mass. At the moment of collision, he sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The dung exploded upon impact, the blast significantly widening its reach, causing further turmoil among his subordinates. Even the One-Eyed was not spared. A small piece of the foul substance adhered to his forehead. How revolting! Those brutes dared to hurl excrement? I no longer wish to play. I want to go home. The humiliation consumed the One-Eyed's thoughts. At that moment, a hapless subordinate collided with his injury, prompting the One-Eyed to unleash his pent-up fury upon him. In a swift motion, he pressed a hand upon the subordinate's head. Boom! With a resounding crash, the One-Eyed unleashed his powers, obliterating the unfortunate subordinate into fragments. The scene left his minions in shock, their eyes wide with fear, dreading they might be next. Having vented his anger, the One-Eyed regained a semblance of composure and bellowed towards Lin Qizong. "You persistently scheme. Why not show yourself?" At this point, Lin Qizong's earlier excitement had dissipated. Chen Zhuqi, understanding the cue, activated his powers once more, lifting the surrounding debris into the air, ready to rain down upon the Savior Legion again. Seeing this, the One-Eyed was furious, roaring again. However, this time, it was not the soft dung that descended. His subordinates, shaken by the recent event, dared not act recklessly. The outcome was predictable. The Savior Legion, devoid of any means of evasion or protection, suffered catastrophic losses. Simultaneously, at Chen Zhuqi's command, all participating members revealed themselves and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the Savior Legion. Some lay in ambush within the underbrush, while others concealed themselves within residential buildings. They struck with precision, catching the already demoralized and wounded Savior Legion off guard. At last, the One-Eyed discerned his adversaries. Roaring in fury, You foul brat, I shall slay you." With that declaration, he fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Chen Zhuqi, rushing forward. The vulture, having been the first to detect Lin Qizong and Chen Zhuqi, was already entangled with the duo. Lin Qizong was unable to fly, and could only seize opportunities on the rooftop to fire a few shots, while the main melee combat relied heavily on Chen Zhuqi. However, the One-Eyed Man charged forward with great ferocity. Realizing he could offer little assistance to Chen Zhuqi, Lin Qizong aimed his gun at the One-Eyed adversary. Bang! 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 Lin Qizong fired several shots at the One-Eyed Man, but his marksmanship was not as refined as Wen Ning's, and those shots merely stirred up dust at the man's feet. Damn it! Lin Qizong cursed under his breath, his expression grave as he steadied his resolve and aimed meticulously. Bang! One of his shots found its mark. Yet the One-Eyed Man's reaction left Lin Qizong astounded. Rather than collapsing, the One-Eyed Man merely hesitated momentarily before charging with even greater menace. Lin Qizong gazed at the shallow wound on the One-Eyed Man's body, exclaiming, "Is the physique of an evolver really this monstrous? I can understand that Hard Brother's abilities can withstand bullets, but what about you?" Following this, Lin Qizong fired 2 more shots in a symbolic gesture. Yet he could not halt the one-eyed man's advance by even a step. The one-eyed man continued his reckless sprint until he reached the base of the building where Lin Qizong stood. And, astonishingly, he scaled the wall with both hands and feet like a gecko. Seeing this, Lin Qizong immediately drew his military knife to confront him. As the one-eyed man approached, he unleashed a punch towards Lin Qizong, coupled with a contemptuous remark, "Trash, get lost." Lin Qizong gripped his knife tightly and met the attack head-on. Upon the instant of contact between blade and fist, an explosion ensued. Boom! Lin Qizong was hurled several meters away, his knife sent flying. Assuming he had dispatched Lin Qizong, the one-eyed man turned to advance towards Shinjuchi. "I didn't say you could leave." The raspy voice of Lin Qizong echoed from behind him as he stood back up. The one-eyed man raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning, "Are you also an evolver?" Lin Qizong wiped the soot from his face and, with a resolute spirit, declared, "What does it matter to you? Until Shinjuchi takes down the Birdman. Your opponent is me." With that, Lin Qizong charged fiercely at the one-eyed man, swinging his fist toward him. Lin Qizong's speed was not so untraceable that the one-eyed man could not react, yet he merely smiled wickedly, allowing Lin Qizong's fist to strike his face. At the moment of impact, yet another explosion erupted. This time, Lin Qizong suffered a devastating blow, rolling several times on the ground before lying motionless. Eyes rolling back in his head, smoke escaping from his slightly parted lips. Just then, the dual-blade girl, Ling Zhishan, arrived late to the scene. Faced with the one-eyed man who had effortlessly taken down Lin Qizong, Ling Zhi dared not underestimate him. She unsheathed her dual blades, standing ready. The one-eyed man twitched his lips, spitting out a bloodied tooth, and remarked, "Indeed, an evolver. Unfortunately, without abilities, you stand no chance. Is it your turn now, little girl?" He taunted, "You're quite lovely, and I hesitate to lay a hand on you, lest I ruin that pretty face of yours. Then I would lose all interest." Ling Zhi retorted with fierce anger, "With that pathetic demeanor of yours, even if I were stripped bare, you wouldn't be able to do anything to me." Although Ling Zhi spoke with great fervor, her childlike voice failed to inspire fear. Just as Ling Zhi and the Cyclops exchanged barbs, Lin Qizong coughed softly and weakly warned, "Be cautious, he can explode at any moment." Ling Zhi, with her dual blades poised before her, responded with unwavering resolve, "I understand, even amidst the explosions. I shall sever his head." With that, she leapt forward with remarkable speed, revealing herself once again as an evolved being. The Cyclops, recognizing her prowess, engaged her in a fierce struggle, wielding his fists with intensity. It must be noted that Ling Zhi's combat experience surpassed that of Lin Qizong, as she deftly evaded critical strikes with each explosive encounter. Chapter 30, Rebirth Amidst Flames. Soon, the one-eyed man's body bore the marks of battle. A grievous wound on his left arm, severely compromising his offensive capabilities. Yet, Ling Zhi's condition was scarcely better. Her frequent dodging had left her breathless, and her body bore multiple burn marks from the explosions. The one-eyed man's expression darkened like a tempestuous sea, yet he still attempted to entice her. "Little girl, you are quite impressive. How about this? Come with me and become my woman. In the future, you shall be the second in command of the Salvation Corps. Consider it well, follow me, and you shall want for nothing. Otherwise, I shall be forced to end your life." Faced with his blend of coercion and temptation, Ling Zhi mockingly retorted, You might as well kill me then." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man, who had been stifled by frustration throughout the night, could no longer contain himself. With a furious roar, he unleashed a more ferocious assault. He raised his right hand high, his eyes blazing with fury, declaring, "I have given you a chance. Since you refuse, then perish." With that, the muscles in his right arm swelled, and he drove it downward like a nail into the floor. Boom! The explosion was far more powerful than before, causing the entire building to collapse amidst flames. In a moment of peril, Ling Zhi leapt into the air, suffering only from the shockwave of the blast. Yet, She could not spare a thought for Lin Qizong, who was buried beneath the fiery ruins as the structure fell. Having been propelled several meters away by the blast, Ling Ji lay on the ground, gazing at the wreckage before her, weakly murmuring, "I am sorry." With that, her head drooped, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Qizong, Ling Ji, in the midst of battling a vulture in the air. Chun Juqi's attention was abruptly drawn to the violent explosion. Just as he had gained the upper hand, the fates of his two companions became uncertain. The ferocity of the blast captivated everyone's gaze, and when Ning stared at the collapsed building, her expression frozen in shock. Gradually, she lowered her gun, her steps towards Lin Qizong quickening from slow pace to a frantic rush. Lin Qizong, in the night sky, when Ning's heart-wrenching cry echoed. The enemy's bullets, drawn by her desperate call, began to rain down upon her. In a moment of peril, Lu Xing suddenly appeared, pulling Wen Ning down with a serious expression, admonishing her, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Wen Ning, sobbing, shook off Lu Xing's grasp and crawled towards the ruins. "Don't mind me, I must find Lin Qizong." Seeing her unwavering determination, Lu Xing shook his head and unleashed a barrage of bullets to cover her. Emerging from the inferno of the wreckage, the one-eyed man looked on with interest at Chun Juqi's anxious demeanor, saying, "Kid, I must admit you possess quite a bit of backbone. I know you harbor a deep hatred for me, but your wife was the one who stole from me first. It is only natural for me to set an example." Chen's agitated thoughts were consumed by a past scene, tears streaming down his cheeks, a single loaf of bread for an entire day, and she was pregnant. All she wished was for my child to be born healthy. During my time in the Salvation Army, I had resolutely killed for you, seized supplies, yet all I received in return was my wife taking a single can, leaving me with nothing. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man not only failed to recognize his own cruelty, but even mocked. What of being pregnant? A child from a worthless wretch like you will be no different, just as worthless. The Salvation Army does not nurture the useless. If you cannot contribute, do not waste my food. You truly are despicable. From the ruins behind the one-eyed man came a slow, deliberate voice. The crowd turned to see a figure emerging, bathed in flames. As the figure stepped forth from the wreckage, they recognized him. It was Lin Qizong, bare-chested. His perfect muscular contours appeared sculpted. A flicker of flame danced on his shoulder, yet Lin Qizong felt no pain from the fire. The one-eyed man, astonished, thought to himself, having burned amidst the ruins for so long, not only is he unharmed, but his prior injuries seem to have healed. A phoenix reborn? Chen exclaimed in delight. "Qizong, are you all right?" Lin Qizong nonchalantly rolled his neck, the joints cracking audibly, and replied, "On the contrary, I feel even stronger." Upon witnessing Lin Qizong emerge unscathed from the ruins, Wen Ning's sorrow transformed into joy. Lin Qizong teasingly reassured her, "I'm fine." "Wen Ning, your voice is rather loud. Get lost. If you die before me, I will never call your name again." The one-eyed man felt ignored, his eyes blazing with fury. "You two can go to hell and flirt." Lin Qizong calmly countered, No, I want you to pray for us from hell." With that, he swiftly approached the one-eyed man, and before he could react, delivered a kick to his waist, sending him flying. Surprisingly, this time, when Lin Qizong made contact, there was no explosion. A smile curled at Lin Qizong's lips. "Just as I suspected, you can only create an explosion. You are not the explosion itself." This implied that the one-eyed man could only trigger an explosion when prepared, not simply by any touch. The one-eyed man, clutching his abdomen, rose with a cold retort. "What if you've discovered it? With your meager skills, don't get too cocky. Do not forget, you are nothing but trash incapable of wielding your powers." Lin Qizong, unfazed, chuckled. "Then, if you die at the hands of trash, will you haunt me as a ghost?" The one-eyed man scoffed. "Huh. Let us see you say that after you've defeated me." With that, he exerted tremendous force with his legs, cracking the ground beneath him, and launched himself at Lin Qizong. As the one-eyed figure charged forward with a clenched fist, Lin Qizong felt an instinctive directive from within, compelling him to seize the flames upon his shoulder and clasp them firmly in his grasp. Just as the one-eyed adversary's fist reached him, Lin Qizong retaliated with a fiery punch of his own. At the moment the explosion began to swell, the flames in Lin Qizong's hand surged dramatically, coalescing into a brilliant stream of fire. In contrast to the energy of the one-eyed explosion, Lin Qizong's blazing torrent stood its ground resolutely. The two formidable forces entwined for a brief moment before erupting violently, sending both combatants sprawling to the ground. In an instant, both men swiftly regained their footing and resumed their fierce struggle. However, Lin Qizong had transformed remarkably. Bolstered by the power of the flames, he withstood several explosions with tenacity. He even began to gain the upper hand, driving the one-eyed foe into a retreat. Now, it was the one-eyed adversary's turn to question his existence. How had this young man become so fiercely formidable? What was the source of his powers? In his astonishment, the one-eyed figure realized that subduing Lin Qizong would be a daunting task, prompting him to consider underhanded tactics. Suddenly, he hoisted a massive boulder, nearly as tall as a person, and launched it into the air before delivering a crushing blow that shattered it. The force of the explosion propelled the debris toward Lin Qizong at breakneck speed, resembling a cannonball in its ferocity. Chapter 31. The final strike of the one-eyed man Lin Qizong, with remarkable agility, evaded the imminent danger, only to discover that the one-eyed man was swiftly advancing towards Wen Ning. "You scoundrel!" Lin Qizong bellowed as he dashed forward, yet he was a moment too late. Wen Ning was already ensnared by the one-eyed man's grip around her throat, serving as a shield before him. The one-eyed man smirked with malevolent glee. "Come on, aren't you quite the tough guy? Go ahead, strike me. Dare to make a move, and I shall immediately snap her neck." Lin Qizong gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard! If you have grievances, come at me. Using a woman as a hostage is the mark of a coward." The one-eyed man's smile faded, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Care to repeat that?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Wen Ning, causing her face to flush crimson as her feet dangled helplessly above the ground. Lin Qizong, in desperation, implored, "No, release her. I shall be your hostage." With a chilling laugh, the one-eyed man replied, "Hostage? Who needs you as a hostage? I demand a life for a life." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qizong urged, "Very well, let her go, and I will submit to your whims. Release her. She can hardly breathe." The one-eyed man, noticing Wen Ning's struggles waning, slightly loosened his grip. In a swift motion, he drew a handgun from Wen Ning's side, aiming it at Lin Qizong. "If you dare to evade, I will obliterate her." With resolve, Lin Qizong inhaled deeply and assumed a posture of defiance, unyielding in the face of impending doom. Bang! The one-eyed man fired without hesitation, the bullet striking Lin Qizong squarely in the abdomen. Clenching his teeth, Lin Qizong braced himself, determined to remain upright. Bang! Bang! Two more shots rang out, each imbued with a taunting malice, striking Lin Qizong's legs, compelling him to kneel in submission. Yet, even after being shot, Lin Qizong stood firm, trembling but resolute in his stance. His pupils quivered with intensity as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body. Even the one-eyed man could not help but be astonished by Lin Qizong's fortitude. Meanwhile, Chun Zhuqi, locked in a fierce battle with the vulture above, caught sight of this harrowing scene, but was too preoccupied with his own struggle to assist Lin Qizong. In a fit of urgency, he shouted, "One-eyed man, do not be so despicable. I am the one who has slain your men. All of this is my doing. Direct your wrath towards me." The one-eyed man tilted his head, casting a mocking glance at Chun Zhuqi. "Despicable? I shall take that as a compliment. Do not fret. Your turn shall come soon enough. Now, I shall cease this charade." With that, he aimed the gun at Lin Qizong's forehead. As Wen Ning let out a heart-wrenching cry, "No," the one-eyed man pulled the trigger. Yet this time, instead of a thunderous explosion, there was only a hollow click. The gun was out of ammunition. As the one-eyed man stared in disbelief at his weapon, a petite figure emerged silently from his blind spot, launching herself toward him with remarkable speed. It was the recovering Ling Ji. As she seized the opportunity when the Cyclops was momentarily distracted, Ling Ji deftly wielded her dual blades, swiftly severing his arm. In the next instant, amid the Cyclope's expression of terror, Ling Ji embraced Wen Ning and leaped several times backward, successfully evading the Cyclope's attack. The entire maneuver was executed seamlessly, with an efficiency that left no room for hesitation. Her strikes were remarkably swift and precise. The reason for Lin Qi's audacity, unafraid of the Cyclope's explosive wrath, stemmed from the information she received upon awakening. Lu Xing had informed her that the Cyclope's vulnerability had been uncovered by Lin Qizong. Thus, Lin Qi had bided her time, waiting for the Cyclops to let his guard down. The Cyclops, clutching his severed arm, grimaced and groaned in agony, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His eyes bloodshot, each detail revealing the excruciating pain he was enduring from his dismemberment. Once when Ning touched the ground, she hurriedly rushed toward Lin Qizong, her heart heavy with concern. Upon seeing Lin Qizong's trembling body and resolute gaze, she was instantly moved to tears. "Are you all right? What does it hurt? Speak to me. Why are you so foolish?" Lin Qizong's lips quivered slightly as he replied, I'm Fine. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, having barely withstood the torment, realized his fate was sealed. With a fierce roar, he directed his ability through his legs into the ground. Immediately, the earth began to tremble, unmistakably signaling that the Cyclops was about to unleash his final explosion. In the next moment, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the ground, rapidly surging toward Lin Qizong and the others. At this critical juncture, Lin Qizong summoned the last vestiges of his strength to embrace Wen Ning, turning his body to shield her from the impending blast. Following a resounding explosion that echoed through the heavens, smoke and dust gradually settled. The Cyclops left a massive crater several meters wide, in his wake, vanishing without a trace. However, at the moment of detonation, Chunjuchi had managed to create a gravitational shield using the scant energy he had left, thereby minimizing the impact on himself. The others caught at the explosion's epicenter were not so fortunate. The vulture was violently swept into the fray by the sudden explosion, its enormous wings contorted and deformed. As it fell from the sky, rolling its eyes in distress, Chunjuchi first located Lin Qi, who had been hurled several meters away by the blast. Fortunately, her evolved physique withstood the explosion, allowing her to collapse to the ground, breathing heavily but not in mortal danger. Next, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning were assessed. Under Lin Qizong's protection, Wen Ning emerged with only minor abrasions, essentially unscathed. Yet Lin Qizong, having already endured several gunshots and maintained a fa ade of strength, now bore the full brunt of the explosion shockwave. His heartbeat, pulse, and breathing were alarmingly faint, indicating a dire state of health. With the loss of two powerful evolutionaries, the morale of the Salvation Corps plummeted, and the remaining members quickly surrendered in despair. Wen Ning anxiously shook Lin Qizong, desperate to rouse him from his unconscious state. "Zongge, wake up! Wake up, WV1! Doctor, is anyone there? Hurry, someone he is fading fast." Her desperate cries drew teammates from all directions. Chapter 32. I wish to stay here forever. 3 days later, Lin Qizong, bandaged like a mummy, slowly opened his eyes in the old residence. His weary gaze swept around, landing on Wen Ning, whose complexion was pale and haggard. Alongside her were Lu Xing and two teammates whose names he could not recall. They were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Lin Qizong's awakening. Lu Xing, adopting a tone of earnest persuasion, said, "Wen Ning, I am doing this for your benefit. The living conditions over there are far superior, and there are more people to look out for one another." Wen Ning responded with unwavering resolve. "Let us discuss everything once Zongge awakens. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. I advise you not to hold too much hope. Zongge will not leave this old residence unless absolutely necessary." Lu Xing, undeterred, took a couple of steps towards Wen Ning and remarked, "What if he never wakes up? You have a bright future ahead. You cannot squander it here." A warm smile gradually graced Wen Ning's face as she replied, "If he does not awaken, I will guard this old house for him. Speaking of the future, without him, I would not have made it to today. So please, do not urge me further." Just as Lu Xing contemplated making another attempt, Lin Qizong coughed unexpectedly twice. Wen Ning instantly turned around, and upon seeing Lin Qizong with his eyes open, she was overwhelmed with joy, laughing and crying simultaneously, exclaiming, oh. Lin Qizong weakly parted his lips, his voice barely audible, prompting Wen Ning to lean in. Silly girl, do you wish for my demise? I am the strongest man in the world. Upon hearing this, Wen Ning playfully feigned annoyance and lightly struck Lin Qizong, chiding, You always manage to ruin the atmosphere with your words. Laughter and cheers soon filled the room. However, Lu Xing's expression was tinged with complexity, caught between happiness and disappointment. His joy stemmed from Lin Qizong's recovery, while his dismay arose from the fact that Wen Ning would no longer accompany him. Wen Ning, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you, Lu Xing said, wrestling with his thoughts before deciding to make one last effort. On the second-floor terrace, Lu Xing gazed vacantly at the verdant woods in the distance, murmuring, What a beautiful scene. This must be one of the reasons you are reluctant to leave. Wen Ning, furrowing her brow in confusion, asked, What do you wish to say? Lu Xing cut to the chase. I do not want to repeat what I said earlier, but I assure you, the living conditions there are indeed excellent. Wen Ning scoffed. If you only brought me here to say that, then I shall take my leave. Lu Xing, suddenly flustered, exclaimed, Wait, no. It's not just that over these past few days, I have come to realize that I have developed feelings for you. I wish to pursue you, to be with you. If you feel even a little for me, I hope you will come with me. Of course, we would also welcome Lin Qizong. Lu Xing's face flushed a deep crimson, as if he had bared his soul, having summoned every ounce of courage for this declaration. However, Wen Ning's response was remarkably succinct and composed. I feel nothing. I do not wish to leave. Let it be, for Zhonggu requires care. With that, Wen Ning turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving the awkward Lu Xing to grapple with his own confusion amidst the wind. Upon awakening, Lin Qizong experienced a significant resurgence in his physical faculties. By the time Wen Ning returned to the room, Lin Qizong was already seated. He inquired, We have triumphed. Have we not? Is Chun Zhuqi still vexed? Wen Ning replied with a smile. Indeed, apart from that one-eyed demolitionist who has vanished, the rest of the scoundrels were either vanquished or surrendered. Chun Zhuqi has taken those who surrendered with him, claiming he intends to pursue the victory and dismantle the stronghold of the Salvation Army. Wen Ning, you have the autonomy to choose your path. Go wherever you desire. Unencumbered by anyone, Lin Qizong suddenly intoned solemnly. Wen Ning's eyes flickered with surprise, not anticipating that Lin Qizong had overheard Lu Xing's counsel. With a raised brow, she replied, I'm not bound by anyone. As long as you do not cast me away, I wish to remain here. After Lin Qizong awoke, Lu Xing, feeling dejected, departed with the others, ultimately promising that Lin Qizong and Wen Ning would always be welcome to join them. In the ensuing days, Lin Qizong's recovery accelerated remarkably, a testament to his increasingly robust constitution. Observing Lin Qizong as he carried feed to the fish, Wen Ning murmured in a daze, Is this what it means to be an evolved one? Recovering from grave injury in less than a week. Following this, a sense of melancholy enveloped her. She couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy, fearing that one day she would become a burden to Lin Qizong, much like when she was held captive by the one-eyed man, helplessly watching Lin Qizong sustain injuries on her behalf. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky into the courtyard. It was Chun Zhuqi. His spirits lifted upon seeing Lin Qizong's recovery. He greeted, Hello, Qizong, how is your body feeling? Lin Qizong responded, I feel fine. What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to be dismantling the Salvation Army stronghold? Chun Zhuqi, filled with pride, declared, Indeed, we dismantled it. The Salvation Army was merely bold due to their 3 evolved ones and an arsenal of advanced weaponry. I captured 2 of the evolved ones, while the one-eyed man remains missing. The rest were nothing but weaklings who surrendered easily. Many who were imprisoned in the Salvation Army have joined my side. What do you say? Care to join us? Lin Qizong waved his hand dismissively, replying, As I've said before, I prefer to operate alone. A multitude only complicates matters. By the way, can you discern what my ability is? It feels peculiar. I had an abundance of strength that day. Yet now I seem to have reverted to my former self. Chun Zhuqi stroked his chin, contemplating deeply before analyzing. I cannot ascertain your ability with certainty. I recall you were recovering amidst the ruins and growing stronger, given that the blast's impact harmed you. It seems your ability may be related to fire. Upon hearing the word fire, Lin Qizong's heart inexplicably quivered, seemingly resonating with Chen Zhuqi's conjecture. Reflecting on the matter, Lin felt it was quite plausible, for the flames amidst the ruins not only posed no threat to him, but rather invigorated his physical state. Subsequently, Lin endeavored to conjure a stream of fire. Yet, despite his relentless efforts and varied postures, he could not ignite even a spark. Chen Zhuqi narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "Unable to unleash your powers? Perhaps the bloodline factors within you have yet to be fully activated." Wen Ning, fetch a lighter. With a sharp snap, a small flame burst forth from the lighter. Chen Zhuqi then directed the flame towards Lin Qizong's fingertips. In a turn of events both unexpected and yet entirely logical, the flame flickered upon Lin's fingertip, showing no signs of extinguishing even in the absence of the flammable gas from the lighter. Chapter 33. The Tide of Corpses. It is now almost certain that Lin Qizong's ability is fire. As he gazed at the flickering flame at his fingertips, a surge of joy filled his heart. He inquired eagerly, "If my so-called factor is fully activated, will I be able to breathe fire anytime and anywhere, just like you can manipulate gravity at will?" Chen Zhuqi responded, somewhat exasperated, "Theoretically, yes. Then how can I fully activate it?" Lin Qizong pressed on. "I do not know. I activated mine at the brink of death while being pursued by the Salvation Corps." Lin Qizong fell silent. He had faced countless life and death situations himself. The one-eyed beast had nearly obliterated him, yet he still had not fully activated his abilities. However, he could not deny that each time he recovered from severe injuries, his strength had undeniably increased. "Wen Ning, why don't you stab me a couple of times to see?" In response to Lin Qizong's request, Wen Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes, retorting, "You fool." Soon after, Chen Zhuqi took his leave. Aware of Chen Zhuqi's busy schedule, Lin Qizong did not insist he stay for a meal. That evening, Wen Ning suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, Zongge, the village chief has called you numerous times while you were unconscious, but I didn't answer." The village chief? Lin Qizong thought of the intense battle that had shaken the foundations of Hualin village. The surviving villagers must have been terrified. He promptly returned the call. "Hello, village chief. Little Zong, you're alive?" "No, I become a vengeful spirit, seeking you to arrange my funeral." The village chief on the other end, upon hearing this, awkwardly coughed twice and replied, "I've called you so many times these past few days. Can't you just pick up?" "You have no idea. A group of bandits invaded our village, causing chaos. I suspect they might be using landmines as they explode from time to time, which is terrifying. I thought you had met with misfortune, so I was trying to reach you to check on your well-being." A look of disdain crossed Lin Qizong's face. Knowing the village chief's selfish and hypocritical nature, he realized the man was more concerned about his supplies. Perhaps he was even wishing for Lin Qizong's demise to claim the ancestral home for himself. Lin Qizong decided to be blunt and said, "Disappointed, are we? Not only am I alive, but I'm also doing quite well." "A bit. No. How could I wish for your death? I want you to live more than anyone else. You are my most cherished junior." The village chief nearly let slip his true feelings and hastily backtracked. Wanting to avoid further pretense, Lin Qizong unceremoniously stated, "I must go tend to the fertilizer. Goodbye." Beep, beep, beep. The following days brought a fleeting tranquility. Yet unbeknownst to Lin Qizong, a far greater crisis was brewing. A crisis brought forth by the undead. In an abandoned warehouse on the western outskirts of Huachin, a dozen figures sat gathered around a dilapidated wooden table, the faint sounds of chewing indicating that they were partaking in a meal. In the dim light, visibility was nearly non-existent, yet they navigated with remarkable ease, seemingly accustomed to the darkness. "I refuse to consume this foul substance any longer." The voice, tinged with impatience, belonged to a youth. Barely had the words left his lips when a more composed male voice interjected, "Silence. If you do not wish to eat, then seek provisions for yourself. Do you comprehend how scarce these limbs are? They must be severed from the living. If we delay, they will become zombies. and the flesh will be even less palatable. The impatient voice fell silent, and then a hoarse female voice chimed in. If you desire better fare, then venture to Flower Forest Village. He he he. The steady male voice resumed. A village that could prompt the Salvation Corps to mount such an expedition must possess something of great value. However, we must exercise caution, as the Salvation Corps has a reputation for being a one-way journey. The hoarse female voice interjected. Indeed, but we should be wary. Yet, the composed male voice dismissed her concern. What is there to fear? We command an army of over 10,000. With that, he led the way out of the warehouse. Under the sunlight, the faces of this group were chilling, for each bore the unmistakable visage of decaying zombies. Outside the warehouse, a vast multitude, the very 10,000 troops he had mentioned, was densely packed with zombies. The leading man whispered in his calm, yet chilling tone, "Whispers advance." 2 mornings later, the village chief awoke in his lofty abode. Following 2 incursions by the Salvation Corps, the already sparse zombies in Flower Forest Village had been nearly eradicated. Thus, it had become a habit for the chief to step onto his balcony each morning to admire the landscape. However, this day, he was met not with lush pastoral beauty, but with a chilling sight that penetrated to the marrow. A massive horde of zombies was slowly encroaching upon Flower Forest Village. Truly, a dark cloud looms over the city, threatening to obliterate it. The chief was paralyzed with fear, his wide eyes reflecting boundless terror, his legs trembling involuntarily. Hey, Xiaozong, a grave situation has arisen. In the next moment, Lin Qizong, accompanied by Wen Ning, arrived at the chief's residence. Following the chief's pale-faced gestures, Lin Qizong saw nothing amiss. Just as he was about to dismiss the chief's concerns as mere theatrics and depart, the chief, with a mournful expression, implored, "You must come up. Come and see. I'm not deceiving you." Lin Qizong nodded at Wen Ning, signaling her to cover him, and cautiously ascended to the chief's 5th floor. Before he even stepped onto the balcony, Lin Qizong was stunned, disbelief etched across his face. Before him lay an endless tide of corpses. After a moment, he muttered in astonishment, what could have caused this? A battle's aftermath? No, if the noise of a battle had drawn them, they would have arrived sooner, and not gathered in such numbers. With his mind racing, Lin Qizong soon identified the source of the calamity, the human who had disguised himself as a zombie to ambush him that day. It must be the resounding echoes of gunfire and explosions that have captured their attention. Curse be it. After Lin Qizong muttered a curse, he leaned over the balcony and called down to Wen Ning below. Wen Ning, quickly return home and fetch the drone and Bluetooth speaker. The village chief, in a state of desperation, began to jump anxiously, his face a mask of despair as he implored, "Xiaozong, what do we do? What do we do? There's so many zombies. I fear they will demolish my house. Please, Xiaozong, save me. I do not wish to perish." At that moment, Lin Qizong too wore a troubled expression. "Silence. Follow my instructions, and I will do everything in my power to protect you," he commanded. How many survivors remain in the village? The village chief, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his gaze, unable to meet Lin Qizong's eyes, and whispered 12. Lin Qizong paid no heed to the chief's demeanor. "Very well. Everyone has been managing well these days. Hurry and inform the surviving villagers to gather at my doorstep." Chapter 34. Turning danger into safety, the village chief, feeling the urgency of the situation, quickly bowed and nodded as he retrieved his phone to issue an emergency notice in the village group. At that moment, when Ning returned, Lin Qizong gestured for her to go upstairs, but upon seeing the scene outside the balcony, her face paled instantaneously as she stammered this. "This is—" Lin Qizong replied sternly, "There is no time to waste. Although they move slowly, we cannot afford to squander even a moment with so many zombies approaching." With that, he took control of the drone. To ensure the Bluetooth signal remained intact, he secured his phone, which was playing music, along with the speaker to the drone. As the drone, accompanied by the tune of a cut of Plum Blossom, drew nearer to the horde of zombies, they all lifted their heads and raised their hands in a frenzied manner. To prevent the whispers within the zombie crowd from disrupting the drone, Lin Qizong deliberately flew it at an altitude of 20 to 30 meters, making it difficult for the whisperers, even with firearms, to bring it down. As the horde began to turn in response to the drone, the man leading the Whisperers displayed a glint of malice. I underestimated them. I did not anticipate they had such a tactic. Soon after, another Whisperer approached anxiously, asking, "Wong, the zombies are starting to turn back. What should we do?" The leader of the Whisperers, known as Wong, darkly replied, "Find a way to take down that damned thing." The subordinate Whisperer, bewildered, gazed up at the drone hanging high in the sky, pondering, what means do we have to bring it down? Meanwhile, the village chief, witnessing the zombies beginning to retreat, could not suppress his cheer. However, Lin Qizong admonished him, "Do not celebrate so soon. I have already warned you that there are living people among the horde. Their arrival was not by chance, and they may return with even more zombies at any moment." The chief, alarmed by this statement, recoiled slightly and timidly asked, "What should we do then? Should we relocate?" Lin Qizong, however, firmly rejected the notion, stating, "You may move if you wish. I will not be going anywhere." The chief, growing anxious, implored, "Xiao Zhong, this is not the time for stubbornness. You see how many zombies there are. They could flatten the village." Lin Qizong rolled his eyes and retorted, "Then we shall find a way to deal with it. Why should I flee just because they have come? I will fight them one by one, and I fear no numbers." Wen Ning had always admired Lin Qizong's bravery, and at that moment, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Observing the two, the village chief, in despair, rubbed his hands through his hair, exclaiming, "What? Young lady, you are still smiling. Your Xiao Zhong has lost his mind. Are you going to join him in his madness? You must persuade him." Wen Ning replied with a smile, "I believe in him, no matter how absurd his decisions may seem." The village chief despaired, madness, sheer madness. As the horde of zombies receded further away, Wen Ning posed a profound question. "Zhongge, the zombies have been led away, but what about your drone? It is still playing music. Won't it attract the zombies back?" Lin Qizong's hand trembled momentarily before he turned his head, awkwardly grinning. "I hadn't thought of that." This strategy was, in fact, learned by Lin Qizong in his previous life. However, others, including the bespectacled man, ensured their defenses were robust while recalling the drones, leaving the zombies unable to return. After a moment of deep contemplation, Lin Qizong, feeling the pangs of loss, declared, "There's no other option. I must take a risk. I cannot allow my beloved fruit phone and the elusive cat spirit to be lost in vain." Subsequently, Lin Qizong returned home and distributed food, instructing the village chief to inform everyone of the true situation. Concealing the truth could lead to dire consequences, and Lin Qizong was unwilling to bear the burden of responsibility should tragedy strike. "Why are there only 8 people? Did you not state there were 12? Lin Qizong questioned the village chief with a stern expression. The village chief's eyes began to dart nervously, and he stammered, failing to articulate a coherent response. Observing this, Lin Qizong surmised the unfortunate truth, but desired the village chief to confess. His icy gaze seemed to pierce through the village chief, and before long, the chief, unable to withstand the pressure, revealed the harsh reality. "Actually, those 4 have long been unreachable. I reported 12 because I was so hungry. I desired to fill my stomach." Upon hearing this, the surviving Iron Bull was immediately incensed. He stormed over, seizing the village chief by the collar, and confronted him face to face, shouting, "Are you the only one who is hungry? You hoard even the belongings of the deceased. I have long found you intolerable. Brother Zong, shall I and a few comrades deal with this selfish wretch?" Lin Qizong cast a disdainful glance at the village chief, whose face was now dripping with spittle. While the chief looked back at Lin Qizong, his eyes filled with desperation. Lin Qizong shook his head, saying, "Do not act in such a manner. We share the same ancestry, and we should refrain from turning against our own blood. There are already too few living souls. Let us spare him hearing this." The village chief expressed his profound gratitude, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Brother Zong. I am grateful for your magnanimity. I shall reform and no longer indulge in selfishness." At that moment, the village chief bore no resemblance to his previous domineering self. He appeared as humble as a subordinate. The backbone of Hualin village was gradually being supplanted by Lin Qizong. Irritated by the village chief's obsequiousness, Lin Qizong furrowed his brow and interjected, "Enough. I wish to discuss serious matters. Kindly silence yourself." Ahem. What I must convey is that the days ahead may be perilous. We must confront not only the terrifying zombies, but also the savage remnants of humanity. Therefore, I implore each of you to unite and watch over one another. Do any of you oppose this? As soon as Lin Qizong finished speaking, several voices echoed in unison, "No." Satisfied, Lin Qizong nodded and continued, "Very well. You shall reside in the house adjacent to mine. Henceforth, I shall provide ample food to ensure everyone's survival." Excellent. Lin Qizong swiftly garnered the trust of the people. At least for now, everyone listened to him, eliminating any potential sources of instability among them. Subsequently, Lin Qizong assigned tasks for setting traps before preparing for the next phase. "Wenning, are you ready?" Lin Qizong leaned his head into the room and inquired. "All right, it's time to go." Wenning had spent a considerable amount of time inside, ensuring that the supplies in the old residence were securely locked away. Having suffered setbacks in a previous life, Lin Qizong remained exceedingly cautious. He guarded against anything he could not fully trust. Subsequently, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Qizong and Wenning set off in a pickup truck, trailing behind a drone, determined to lure the zombies further away. Given the zombie sluggish pace, it took an entire day and night to draw them to a clearing 20 kilometers distant. Positioned 500 meters behind the horde, Lin Qizong prepared to retract the drone and instructed, "If you notice any unusual behavior from the zombies, fire your weapon." "You understand my intent." Wenning nodded and replied, "They may have already departed from the horde, right? If a living person were to walk continuously for a day and night, they would likely resemble genuine zombies. Nonetheless, I shall remain vigilant." Chapter 35. Have you hidden well? I found you. Everything unfolded precisely as Wenning had predicted. The Whisperer, uncertain of Lin Qizong's true capabilities, dared not approach recklessly. After all, Lin Qizong had triumphed over the formidable forces of the Salvation Army, prompting the Whisperer to discreetly retreat from the horde of corpses. The retrieval of the drone progressed smoothly. Upon their return to Hualin village, Tai Niu and the others had already excavated a substantial pit at the village entrance. Lin Qizong drove around the excavation, admiring it with satisfaction. However, it was insufficient to guard against a potential ambush by the Whisperer from the rear mountains. The group needed to fortify the village further. Trenches or barricades were necessary. Subsequently, Lin Qizong, in a display of generosity, provided Tai Niu and the others with an ample supply of food and clean water. This bounty would sustain them for the coming days, preparing them for the battles ahead. Tai Niu, ever resourceful, seized the opportunity to scour much of the village. They uncovered numerous weapons, including machetes, and even discovered a hunting rifle along with several dozen rounds of ammunition in the home of an elderly hunter. "Zonga, look what we found in Lin Laojuan's house. It's yours," Tai Niu exclaimed, presenting the rifle. However, Lin Qizong did not accept the weapon immediately. Instead, he inquired, "Can you safeguard this rifle? If you can ensure that it brings us safety, then keep it." A wave of warmth washed over Tai Niu, who nodded resolutely yes. "I promise this gun will only be aimed at our enemies." "Then what of Lin Laojun?" Lin Qizong continued, contemplating the potential advantage of enlisting the seasoned hunter in their fight. But Tai Niu's expression fell as he replied, "He is dead. His skull was shattered. We took this rifle from him." Lin Qizong was taken aback, but understood the despair that drove Lin Laojun, a lonely elder without kin, to such an end in these dire times. Tai Niu continued, "Furthermore, we followed your instructions. Upon encountering those villagers who had turned into zombies, we executed them, aiming for their heads." Lin Qizong took a deep breath to steady his emotions. "Well done. It was the only course of action. The villagers have found their peace now. All right, everyone, make the most of your rest. Starting today, we will commence shifts for watch duty. Stay vigilant. We must survive." That night, as Lin Qizong relished his dinner, the lights flickered and suddenly dimmed. At that moment, Tai Niu, stationed on the front lines, sent a message through the group. "Village Chief, your house has lost power." "Village Chief, Lin Qizong. I'm in the dark here too. What is happening?" Lin Qizong's expression grew serious as he replied, "I'm experiencing the same." Tai Niu, Remain alert and report any findings immediately. Tainyo, understood. With that, Lin Qizong hastily finished his meal, chewing as he instructed, Xiao Ning, prepare for battle. However, the night filled with trepidation passed without a glimpse of even a single zombie. Lin Qizong allowed everyone to rest while he took the watch. After assuming the post previously held by Tiniu, Lin began to ponder the deceptions of the Whisperer. Had they taken some measures but dared not act recklessly? A psychological tactic? Quite intriguing. Before long, a message echoed through the village group, sent by Tiniu. I have identified the cause of the power outage. It is due to the high-voltage power pole being toppled outside the village. If anyone has an insulator, I can fix it. Lin Qizong gazed at the messages in the group, feeling somewhat unmoved. He understood that soon, all power plants worldwide would cease operations due to lack of maintenance, rendering any repairs almost meaningless. Moreover, even if repairs were made now, it wouldn't be long before the Whisper would destroy it again. Consequently, Lin Qizong replied in the group, let us hold off on repairs. It was those unholy beings who caused the destruction. Until we resolve them, fixing things is futile. I have photovoltaic power. If there is an urgent need for electricity, reach out to me. Tiniu, recognizing the validity of Lin's counsel, complied. Yet he and the other villagers shared the same thought. Why was Lin Qizong so prepared? It was as if he possessed foresight regarding the apocalypse. In the dead of night, while Lin Qizong was resting in bed, he was abruptly awakened by a frantic vibration from his phone. It was from a villager stationed on watch. As per their agreement, if conversation was inconvenient, they would hang up immediately after the call connected and switch to text communication. Brother Zong, zombies have entered the village. Lin Qizong was taken aback and quickly inquired, how many? Where? The response came, only about 10, loitering at the village entrance. Lin Qizong pondered, just a handful? Likely scouts sent to gauge the situation. He swiftly donned his gear while calling to awaken Tiniu. After rousing Wen Ning to safeguard their home, he ventured out alone, while the others adhered to Lin Qizong's instructions and remained at home, awaiting further orders. Confronting a mere 10 entities, whether human or zombie, Lin Qizong felt confident. The greater the number, the more complexities arose. In the next moment, he silently entered the village chief's house to encounter the anxious watchman. Making a gesture for silence, he patted the man's shoulder to instill calm. Together, they crouched on the balcony, observing the zombie's movements. Despite straining his eyes, Lin Qizong could discern no unusual behavior among the zombies, which caused him to furrow his brow and mutter, is there nothing? Or are they disguised so convincingly? Regardless of how authentic the disguise may appear, human reactions in the face of unusual circumstances are invariably genuine. If we can provoke a slight noise among the villagers, I will surely detect some telltale signs. Lin Qizong shared this notion with the villagers, though he harbored doubts, fearing that after creating a noise, he might abandon them. Fear not, I assure you on my honor. I will never leave you behind, Lin Qizong proclaimed, thumping his chest with conviction. The villagers, with faces etched in worry, implored, please, Zong, you must not abandon me. Moments later, Lin Qizong concealed himself within a nearby 2-story building, perilously close to the encroaching horde of zombies. He cautiously peered out from behind a window, fixating on the movements of the undead. The cheerful melody of a carrot struck out, heralding a festive atmosphere that unexpectedly drew the attention of the zombies. Startled by the suddenness of the lively tune, Lin Qizong quickly refocused on the approaching threat. As the zombies, lured by the sound, began to converge, Lin Qizong initially observed a few that appeared unremarkable. Just as he began to doubt his own judgment, one particular zombie caught his eye. This creature, seemingly indistinguishable from the rest, bore tattered remnants of clothing, yet its gait betrayed it. Unlike the others who stumbled aimlessly, this zombie moved with a steady, calculated stride. Its body was tense, exhibiting mechanical-like movements, clearly prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. Are you hidden well? I found you. Lin Qizong resolved to employ an unexpected ambush as his final test. Chapter 36. The Whisperer captured moments later, the zombies, including Lin Qizong's target, had all passed the small second floor where he was concealed. Subsequently, Lin Qizong vaulted through the window and leaped down. His vastly improved physical prowess allowed him to land gracefully on the ground, without a trace of awkwardness. The sound of his landing caught the attention of the last zombie in line, who turned just in time to see Lin Qizong charging toward it with a fierce expression. Never before had this zombie encountered such a bold assault from a living being, and it trembled in fear, turning to flee in a panic. Exposed. It is indeed you. After swiftly dispatching 2 zombies that obstructed his path, Lin Qizong pursued the fleeing whisperer. On the other side, a group of whisperers had set up camp by the river downstream of Hualin village, gathered around a campfire engaged in hushed discussions. One whisperer, wearing half a zombie's skin, murmured, "Where is Liuzi? Why hasn't he returned? Could something have gone wrong? I told you not to let him go. Why did you insist on targeting him?" The one being questioned was the leader of the whisperers, known as Wang. He would not tolerate any challenge to his authority. As soon as the words left the whisperer's lips, Wang struck him across the face. "You would do well to change your tone when speaking to me. I do not target anyone. If your brother cannot handle this minor task, then he has no place among the whisperers." The blow stripped away half of the whisperer's disguise, revealing a relatively fair face. It was a girl. After receiving the slap, she refrained from further protest, covering her face in dismay as she picked up her disguise. Wang continued, "Regardless of whether Liuzi returns at dawn tomorrow, we will split into 3 groups and seize Hualin village in one fell swoop." Meanwhile, Lin Qizong's target, the whisperer known as Liuzi, had been suspended from a large tree, his zombie disguise set ablaze by the furious Tainyo. The villagers, filled with rage, were beating Liuzi, venting their frustration toward the whisperers while attempting to extract some information. Yet, Liuzi remained tight-lipped, even to the point of biting down on his own teeth, leaving everyone exasperated. "Step aside, I will finish him." Tainyo, losing patience, raised a shotgun, ready to execute Liuzi. Lin Qizong quickly intervened. "Wait. He may be a mere fringe member of that faction, or he could be under duress. Let me attempt to communicate with him." Although Tainyo was still fuming, he reluctantly lowered his weapon. Lin Qizong then approached Liuzi directly and severed the rope binding him. Liuzi lost his balance and fell heavily at Lin Qizong's feet, lifting his head in defiance to gaze up at him. Lin Qizong, looking down from his elevated position, regarded Liuzi with an expression devoid of excessive emotion. Yet an invisible pressure emanated from him. "What is your name?" Liuzi, refusing to show any respect, turned his head away and remained silent. Tainyo, unable to tolerate Liuzi's obstinacy, rolled up his sleeves and approached angrily. "My brother is asking you a question. Are you mute? Should I pry open your mouth to see if you have tongue?" Lin Qizong subtly raised his hand to ward off the approaching iron bull, his gaze signaling it to retreat. He then softly remarked, "You are filthy and reek of a foulness that churns my stomach. Yet my companions are all impeccably attired." This statement seemed to pierce the heart of Liuzi, for who does not yearn to live with dignity? Subsequently, Liuzi, somewhat moved, turned to meet Lin Qizong's gaze once more. The defiance that had once flickered in his eyes had faded, replaced by a glimmer of vulnerability. Observing the effectiveness of his words, Lin Qizong pressed on. "Since we are all striving to survive, why allow yourself to be so wretched? Amidst the horde of zombies, do you not feel even a twinge of fear?" Liuzi's shoulders trembled slightly, and Lin Qizong sensed he was on the verge of shattering Liuzi's defenses completely. Seizing the moment, he continued his verbal onslaught. "If you are willing to cooperate, I can overlook the past, and there will be a place for you here." Upon hearing this, Liuzi's eyes began to dart about, though tinged with a hint of skepticism. Noticing this, Lin Qizong asserted imperiously, "Here, I hold the authority. My sister is still with them. I am Liuzi, having joined the Whisperers just last week." Liuzi's internal barriers crumbled as he bowed his head in confession. Lin Qizong felt a sense of relief and inquired curiously, "The Whisperers? Is it the faction you disguise yourselves as zombies with?" Liuzi nodded. "Indeed, my sister and I had no choice but to join them. Had we known they would resort to cannibalism, we would have resolutely refused to join. Unfortunately, once you are in, there is no escape. During our missions, we always have relatives left behind, a tactic to ensure we dare not abandon them to flee." The mention of cannibalism left everyone, including Lin Qizong, in shock. a chill creeping over them, and they collectively condemned the whisperers as inhumane. Lin Qizong asked, "Have you partaken in such acts?" Liuzi, with a troubled expression, denied, "No, my sister and I lack the status to sit at their table. We truly only consume pig feet." The villagers, upon hearing this, felt a surge of sympathy. Compared to Liuzi, they had Lin Qizong's benevolence. While it may not have been lavish, at least their meals were proper. This thought only deepened the villagers' respect for Lin Qizong. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qizong regained his composure and asked, "Then why did you seek to trouble us? Have we offended you in any way?" If there was an offense to consider, Lin Qizong could only recall their first encounter with the Whispers, which had merely involved him collecting some materials from the hardware store. That hardly constituted an offense, especially since he was the one who had been attacked. Liuzi, filled with shame, lowered his head and admitted there was no offense. They merely sought to plunder. Your previous conflict with the Salvation Army drew the attention of an elder from the Whispers. She believes there must be something valuable here, or else it would not provoke such a response from the Salvation Army. Lin Qizong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "What nonsense is this? I harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Salvation Army, particularly since one of their generals had mysteriously vanished under my watch, prompting them to confront me with hostility." Liuzi appeared utterly astounded. If, as Lin Qizong asserted, the Whisperer was indeed orchestrating such elaborate schemes, it would be entirely futile. Lin Qizong further contended, "Let be. They are undoubtedly skeptical. If you assist me in alleviating this crisis, I shall grant you my forgiveness. What are they plotting now? When will they retaliate?" Liuzi shook his head and replied, "I truly do not know. They dispatched me for reconnaissance. They will likely wait for my return before devising their strategy." At that moment, the village chief approached timidly, suggesting, "Why not let him go back? He can inform those imbeciles that we possess a formidable force of several thousand armed with machine guns," urging them to refrain from provoking us. Lin Qizong cast a scornful glance at the village chief, perceiving him as more of a simpleton, and replied, "That is not a viable option. It would be ineffective. If we truly possessed such formidable combat capabilities, they would have met their demise during their initial invasion. They would easily see through such ruses, which would only deceive children and potentially place Liuzi in peril." The village chief, however, seemed indifferent to Liuzi's fate. His demise would be preferable, as his primary concern was self-preservation. Subsequently, Lin Qizong addressed Liuzi, stating, "I shall not permit you to return, as my trust in you remains insufficient. You would do well to ponder what further intelligence you might exchange for your life. After all, they are undoubtedly eager to tear you apart at this very moment." Upon finishing his words, Lin Qizong turned slightly, allowing Liuzi to behold the villagers, who were watching him with predatory intent. Tiniu was particularly eager, cracking his knuckles and glaring with fierce determination. Chapter 37. The Gift. Liuzi, seizing the rare opportunity for transformation, hastily exclaimed, "Wait, I possess valuable intelligence. The Whispers are resting downstream by the river outside your village. I can guide you directly to their lair." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong raised his eyebrows, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea." However, Liuzi quickly doused the enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality, but they are protected by layers of zombies. To approach them, one must do as I do. Lin Qizong's excitement instantly waned, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Do as you do? What do you mean?" Liuzi timidly nodded, saying, "We must disguise ourselves as zombies." Subsequently, Liuzi glanced sorrowfully at the charred face of a zombie, then at the military knife at Lin Qizong's waist, ultimately opting for a somewhat sharp stone. In full view of everyone, he approached a decapitated zombie. "You see, just follow the contour of the zombie's face, and you can peel off the skin," Liuzi explained, gruesomely demonstrating on the zombie's head, causing the scene to become so repulsive that it was nearly unbearable to watch. Even Wen Ning could not suppress her nausea and retched. Lin Qizong gently patted Wen Ning's back, saying, "You should rest. I will manage things here." Wen Ning wiped her mouth and stubbornly gestured that she was fine. Soon, Liuzi triumphantly held up the severed zombie skin, akin to a primary school student seeking praise for a perfect score on a test. Lin Qizong could not help but gag slightly, urging, "All right, enough. Quickly tuck that away." Liuzi continued. "Then we can smear the rotting flesh of the zombies on ourselves to mask the scent of the living. Get lost. I do not wish to hear another word from you. Surely there must be another way." "Yes, there must be." Liuzi's proposal was unanimously dismissed. Yet rather than resigning to fate, it was better to take the initiative. Thus, everyone fell into deep contemplation. After a while, Wen Ning was the first to propose. "What if we take the water route? Since they're by the river, we could sneak past and catch them off guard." However, Lin Qizong shook his head in dismay. "No, the zombies can also move in water. Who knows how many zombies reside in the river?" Wen Ning pouted with a look of despair. "Then what should we do? Are we truly going to sit idly and watch the idiots approach?" "Ahem, sister, they're called whispers," Liuzi awkwardly reminded her. This comment provided Wen Ning with an outlet for her frustration. Her eyes wide as saucers. They are indeed idiots. If they weren't, would they be mingling with zombies? Humph. Lin Qizong comforted her. "All right, Xiao Ning. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Let's think a little longer." "Ahem, brother, you've got it reversed. There are always more solutions than difficulties." Liuzi could not help but interject again. Lin Qizong, feeling a wave of embarrassment, took a deep breath, wondering why. Despite Liuzi's accuracy, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. At last, Lin Qizong found himself in a quandary over the art of silent ambush. Concealing the scent. I have a method I wish to try." A sudden inspiration struck Lin Qizong. He then inquired of Liuzi. "They possess no firearms, do they?" Liuzi shook his head in response. "No, not even a few cold weapons." Having received the desired answer, Lin Qizong decreed, "Tonight's operation shall not involve any risks for you all, including you, Wen Ning. I shall proceed alone. Only I am capable of this." 2 hours later, Lin Qizong and Liuzi appeared at the periphery of the corpse cluster. 1 hour was spent on the journey, and the other was devoted to persuading Wen Ning to remain at home. As Lin Qizong crouched behind a tree trunk, he awaited the approach of 2 lost zombies. Swiftly severing their hands with a decisive stroke, he and Liuzi then overpowered one each, wrapping their mouths tightly with layers of duct tape. Finally, 2 lengths of twine were securely fastened around the necks of the zombies. Thus, 2 portable scent-masking devices were created. These handless, muzzled zombies were rendered harmless, allowing Lin Qizong to simply hold the twine to prevent their escape, using the stench of the zombies to mask his own living scent. For added precaution, Lin Qizong requested Liuzi to hang a severed zombie hand from his person, standing in front of Lin Qizong for additional cover. The decision to exclude others stemmed from Lin Qizong's ability to protect himself during a skirmish while struggling to safeguard others. After all, chaos could ensue amidst thousands of zombies. Thus, having more individuals was not necessarily advantageous. Assassination is often a solitary endeavor. Lin Qizong felt the reassuring weight of his lighter in his pocket and confidently declared, "Lead the way." As they approached the mass of corpses, Lin Qizong could not help but grip his military knife tightly in nervous anticipation. Yet the zombies regarded the pair as one of their own, ignoring them completely. It proved effective. After 20 tense minutes, Lin Qizong finally caught sight of a flicker of firelight by the riverbank, accompanied by a few steady-footed zombies. They had arrived at the camp of the Whispers. However, the Whispers keenly sensed an approaching presence and instantly assumed a state of alert. "Wait, Liuzi, he's back," spoke a half-zombie figure, Liuzi's sister. Liuzi, unnerved, quickly replied, "It's me, Wang. I'm back." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang rushed over, while the other Whispers relaxed and returned to their tasks. Yet, seated by the campfire, Wang's gaze was piercingly cold and penetrating. "Wait, Liuzi, what have you brought back?" Wang halted Liuzi's advance. Instantly, Liuzi was cowed by Wang's imposing demeanor and stammered, "Wang, this is a gift for you." "A gift?" Wang questioned, perplexed. In that moment, Lin Qizong swiftly intervened, shoving the sibling duo aside. Wang then beheld this gift, a living individual whose smile was rife with murderous intent, raising a gun aimed directly at Wang. Bang! Chapter 38. devastating blow. Lin Qizong exhibited no hint of hesitation. With his weapon aimed at Wang, he decisively pulled the trigger. Regrettably, the bullet veered slightly off course, merely grazing Wang's right ear. In the next instant, the quick-witted Wang, despite the pain, clutched his severely injured ear and sought refuge. Lin Qizong, undeterred, brandished another firearm, unleashing a barrage of firepower to suppress the whispers. In a fleeting moment, the ferocity of Lin Qizong sent the whispers scattering in fright. Although they moved with remarkable speed, several of them fell in response to the onslaught. "Sister, run," Liuzi urged, pulling her dazed sister away from Lin Qizong's flank. The two handguns discharged a total of over a dozen rounds, rapidly exhausting their ammunition. The deafening noise inevitably attracted the zombies. And seizing the moment before they could encircle them, Lin Qizong switched to a military knife and charged the whispers with relentless vigor. Seeing Lin Qizong deprived of his heavy weaponry, the whispers regrouped, each brandishing knives or iron rods. Concealed behind the rugged boulders, Wang emerged, clutching his bleeding ear, his countenance dark as stormy waters, his eyes glinting with malice. "You little wretch, are you alone?" Lin Qizong retorted with a mocking tone, "Just exterminating a few pests. Is it truly worth rallying the troops?" Wang was momentarily stifled, his expression darkening further. "Rashness does not equate to bravery. Once I turn you into a puppet, let us see how defiant you remain. You dare to strike my ear. You dare to belittle the whispers. Whispers, dismantle him." As his words fell, the armed whisperers charged at Lin Qizong like frenzied beasts, roaring in unison. Meanwhile, Wang hastened to address his grievously wounded ear, for the scent of blood was a siren call to the zombies. Lin Qizong, witnessing the oncoming whispers, felt no trepidation. Rather, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. With a firm grip on his military knife, he plunged into the throng of whispers, weaving swiftly among them. In mere moments, several more souls fell beneath his blade, blood splattering everywhere, as if tinting Lin Qizong's vision crimson. His eyes, now a vivid scarlet, cast a menacing glare that sent shivers through the remaining whisperers, igniting within them a flicker of retreat. "This is rather terrifying. This fellow is even more unnerving than we are. Wang, what do we do? This lad's prowess is uncanny. Should we confront him directly, we would surely suffer a grave defeat." The whispers, now apprehensive, hesitated, aware that their actions could draw the attention of the encroaching zombies. They turned to Wang for guidance. Prideful as he was, Wang could not bear the thought of being bested by a mere youth. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "What shall we do? Kill him. All of you. Come at him together. I refuse to believe that a dozen of us cannot subdue him." Lin Qizong, with a composed demeanor, flashed a sinister smile. "We're your more than 10 comrades. Could it be that you also count those few whisperers behind you who have already transformed into zombies?" Upon hearing this, the whisperers turned in horror to glance behind them. Indeed, those whisperers slain by Lin Qizong had succumbed to the wretched fate of zombification. To make matters worse, 2 nearby zombies had already pounced on one of their own. The fierce struggle with Lin Qizong had caused the decaying flesh, which masked their scent, to fall away. Coupled with their vigorous movements, their breathing had become labored, thus amplifying the scent of the living. After all, Lin Qizong could not guarantee that every strike would land precisely on the heads of the whisperers. Therefore, the transformation had transpired entirely within Lin Qizong's calculations. After dispatching the 2 zombies and aiding their injured companion, the remaining whisperers found themselves ensnared in a pincer attack. Similarly, the zombies behind Lin Qizong had already closed in within mere steps. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qizong surged forward once more towards the whisperers. This time, it was Wang himself who confronted Lin Qizong. Wang raised his machete high, aiming a downward strike at Lin Qizong. In response, Lin Qizong merely raised his military knife above his head, effectively blocking Wang's blow. Wang, known for his stubbornness, did not withdraw his weapon for a follow-up attack. Instead, he exerted all his strength in a futile attempt to press down Lin Qizong's knife. In terms of strength, Wang was no match for Lin Qizong, an evolved being. Despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to budge Lin Qizong, which only fueled Lin Qizong's fighting spirit. Suddenly, Lin Qizong exerted a mighty force. With a resounding clang, Wang's machete shattered into two pieces. Sparks flew as Lin Qizong maintained his offensive, carving a deep gash from Wang's left brow to his right jaw, exposing bone beneath. The flesh of the zombie peeled away, revealing a face that bore an expression of ferocity. In an instant, Wang lost all combat capability, dropping his broken weapon and retreating several steps while clutching his face in anguish. "Kill him! Kill him! Someone please!" Wang's cries went unanswered as the other whisperers dared not approach the seemingly unstoppable Lin Qizong. Just as Lin Qizong prepared to deliver the final blow to Wang, a zombie's hand landed on his shoulder. With no choice, Lin Qizong swiftly turned to confront the encroaching horde of the undead. Meanwhile, Wang staggered a few steps, only to be overwhelmed and devoured by the zombies. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the air, and thereafter, silence shrouded Wang, having cleared away the remaining zombies before him. Lin Qizong was not one to let the other whisperers escape. Since he had come this far, he was determined to eradicate every last trace of them. Thus, Lin Qizong pursued the fleeing whisperers, ultimately managing to eliminate 3 surviving ones. The rest either fled with remarkable speed or concealed themselves amidst the throng of corpses. Realizing that further pursuit was futile and that his ambush had sufficiently scattered the whisperers, Lin Qizong now sought a way to extricate himself from the relentless tide of the undead. Upon hearing that the evolvers, though immune to infection, were still vulnerable to the ravenous bites of zombies, Lin Qizong immediately dashed toward the colossal tree, so vast that even 2 individuals could scarcely embrace it. From his perch atop the tree, Lin Qizong surveyed the tumultuous scene below, searching for the most fragile point in the encircling horde. Beneath the tree, the zombies had amassed into a dense throng, all craning their necks and reaching out with outstretched hands, howling in hunger. Most of the zombies attacking Wallen Village, led by the Whisperer, were congregated here, creating an overwhelming sea of bodies. In that moment, Lin Qizong felt a twinge of regret for climbing the tree, as he perceived himself to be akin to a turtle trapped in a pot. Before long, as he struggled to identify an escape route, the immense tree began to sway ominously. The undead surged forward, nearly toppling the mighty trunk. Unbelievable! Who would have thought that the feeble flesh and bone of the zombies could exert such force upon a great tree? One must never underestimate the power of a united front, Lin Qizong thought, his expression tense as he gritted his teeth. Chapter 39. Have you tried setting your hair on fire? The tremors of the colossal tree intensified, and Lin Qizong slipped, nearly flung from his precarious perch. Swiftly, he steadied himself, gripping the trunk with all his might. In the next moment, however, no amount of clinging proved sufficient as the tree began to tilt, its roots uprooted halfway. The tree's inevitable demise was merely a matter of time. With no other recourse, Lin Qizong retrieved his lighter, ready to unleash his nascent powers. He had previously refrained from using them, fearful of igniting a forest fire. Yet now, for the sake of survival, he was compelled to act recklessly. With a snap, Lin Qizong cradled a flickering flame in his palm, and at the behest of his will, the flame surged into a fireball the size of a basketball. But that was not all. Brilliant tendrils of fire cascaded from the orb, snaking up his arm. In mere moments, half of his side ignited, yet he felt no pain or discomfort. The flames harmonized with him perfectly. As the roots of the tree were gradually pulled from the earth, it finally succumbed to gravity. In the last instant, Lin Qizong leaped into the air, gathering strength. "Huh!" he exclaimed, the flames on his body swelling, and with a mighty strike, he unleashed a fiery punch. Instantly, a torrent of flames surged downward with unstoppable force. Upon striking the ground, it erupted, sending waves of fire sweeping outward. With but a single blow, Lin Qizong incinerated the zombies and flora within a radius of several dozen meters. How is this possible? Lin Qizong marveled at his own power. Seizing the moment before the remaining zombies could close in, he raised his fist again, unleashing another fiery torrent that carved a path through the encircling horde. He dashed through this channel of flames, Nearby, Liuzi and his sister were amidst the throng of corpses, witnessing Lin Qizong's awe-inspiring display. Liuzi's sister exclaimed in astonishment, "Little brother, is this the reinforcements you summoned? If I'm not mistaken, he seems to breathe fire." Liuzi, still in shock, replied, "I have no idea. Thank goodness we didn't confront him directly. Otherwise, we would have been scorched clean." Suddenly, he realized, wait, my brother seems to be running the wrong way. Climbing the tree, Liuzi shouted, "Brother, you're going the wrong way, over here." His voice boomed so loudly that Liuzi's sister reproached him. "Are you trying to get us killed? Yelling like that?" Yet Liuzi unabashedly retorted, "What is there to fear, with a fire-breathing brother around? I have nothing to dread from these zombies." Indeed, upon hearing the voice, Lin Qizong promptly turned and sprinted back. Spotting Liuzi surrounded by zombies atop the tree, he raised his fist and declared, "Don't worry, Liuzi, I'm coming for you." Fire punch. No sooner had he spoken than another torrent of flames surged forth. Liuzi's sister was momentarily blinded by the brightness. Within a few breaths, nearly all the zombies beneath Liuzi were reduced to charred remains, causing Liuzi to tumble from the now-scorched tree, landing face first in the dirt. Observing the scene, Lin Qizong realized that the zombie was momentarily incapacitated. However, there was another one. He noticed a zombie with a flaming head jumping around erratically. Without hesitation, Lin Qizong drew his knife, intending to end the creature's suffering. Yet, as he took his first step, his ankle was seized by a frantic individual. "Be brother, please. That's my sister. She's alive." The words tumbled out with great effort. Lin Qizong, taken aback, widened his eyes and gaped in disbelief. He hurried over to assist, extinguishing the flames atop his sister's head. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were with a zombie," he exclaimed, patting down the flames while oblivious to the fact that half of his own body was on fire, startling his sister into a scream before she scampered away from him. My apologies. Lin Qizong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head as flames ignited atop it without singeing a single hair. "All right, I can control fire. Perhaps I can." An idea struck him, and he approached his sister once more. Regardless of her struggles, he placed his other hand, free of flames, atop her head. To his astonishment, the flames seemed to be attracted to him, swiftly transferring from her head to his hand. Once the fire was displaced, his sister collapsed wearily onto the ground, despondently touching her singed hair, which remained in scant supply. Despite the resentment etched across her features, she refrained from expressing her anger. Recognizing that Lin Qizong was a peculiar entity, untouched by the flames, she could only console herself, relieved to have retained her visage, lest she be left disfigured. After regaining her composure, she rushed over, worry etched on her face. "Sister, are you all right?" Her gaze, filled with sorrow, averted from him, silently conveying, "What would happen to you if your hair were scorched?" Then, observing Lin Qizong enveloped in flames, she curiously inquired, "Brother, what about you? You've been burning for quite a while. Shouldn't you be charred by now?" Lin Qizong, his eyes twitching at her lack of tact, replied, "I'm fine. I'm an evolved being. We can discuss this later. Let's flee for now." With her guidance and Lin Qizong's formidable presence, the trio swiftly broke through the encirclement. Meanwhile, in Wayland Village, Wen Ning was engaged in a heated debate with Tainyo, brandishing a drone. "Tainyo, stop obstructing me. Zhonggu has been gone for far too long. Aren't you concerned?" Wen Ning asserted firmly. Tainyo, exuding helplessness, maintained his stance, responding, "Of course. I'm worried about Zhonggu, but we must adhere to his plans. Sister Ning, it's perilous outside. Venturing out could only complicate matters for him. I trust he will return safely." Unyielding, Wen Ning dismissed his counsel, insisting on searching for Lin Qizong, issuing an ultimatum: "If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, she drew a gun, aiming at Tainyo. Tainyo was instantly drenched in a cold sweat, yet his body remained steadfast, refusing to budge even an inch. Wen Ning, utterly exasperated, gritted her teeth as if she were poised to pull the trigger. Tainyo, in perfect accord, trembled and shut his eyes tightly. Hey, I just left for 2 minutes, and you all are creating such a scene?" Lin Qizong's voice resonated at the village entrance, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd. Wen Ning, with tears brimming in her eyes, forcefully pushed Tina Yu aside and dashed straight into Lin Qizong's embrace. Chapter 40. Wang Feng? Not dead. After a moment of tenderness, when Ning suddenly realized that the atmosphere had become overly intimate, and they had not yet reached that stage. In a flurry, she sprang away from Lin Qizong like a startled rabbit. With a hint of melancholy, she remarked, "After such a long absence, I thought you had been devoured by zombies. I was preparing to search for your remains to bring you back to your resting place." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong feigned disappointment and replied, "Oh, is that so? I thought you missed me and were worried about me." The moment these words left his lips, when Ning's face flushed a deep crimson, and with a huff, she turned her head away, shyly avoiding his gaze. At that moment, Tainyo and several villagers approached, with Tainyo eagerly asking, "Zhonggu, was it successful? Has the whisper been dismantled?" Lin Qizong responded, "It went relatively smoothly. At least we eliminated the leader of the Whispers and about 10 of his minions. Unfortunately, a few managed to escape." His slightly reluctant response elicited exclamations of astonishment from Tainyo and the others. "Wow, Zhonggu, that is quite an accomplishment. You single-handedly took the enemy leader's head amidst a sea of foes." Indeed, Zhonggu is truly impressive." Suddenly, Tainyo's demeanor shifted as he exclaimed, "Wait, there's something amiss. There are two suspicious figures approaching." He quickly raised his hunting rifle, his vigilance palpable. The others, initially believing it to be the remaining Whisperers seeking vengeance, braced themselves for confrontation. Lin Qizong gestured for everyone to remain calm and hurriedly introduced, "Have you forgotten Liuzi? He has contributed greatly, so I took him and his sister in. Without him, I would not have found that group of Whisperers." "His sister? Is she that manly?" When Ning looked at Liuzi's sister's buzz cut, her curiosity piqued. Liuzi's sister, her previously quelled resentment reignited, fought to suppress her eye-rolling and greeted them. "Hello. I am Liuzi's sister. You may call me Shunzi. I hope there is a place for us here, and that we can coexist peacefully with you all." After Shunzi's introduction, Tainyo cautiously pulled Lin Qizong aside, his tone anxious. "Zhonggu, are you truly going to accept them? They are Whisperers. You must think carefully." Lin Qizong firmly asserted, "I stand by my word. I promise to accept them, and I shall honor that commitment. Moreover, Liuzi has aided me on more than one occasion, so I choose to welcome him." Since their steadfast leader Lin Qizong expressed such determination, the villagers, despite their reluctance, felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Consequently, Shunzi and Liuzi were assigned to live in another building, with Lin Qizong overseeing their sustenance. During the day, as Lin Qizong distributed food, the villagers instinctively avoided the siblings, their disdain subtly evident. The siblings understood this behavior, as they had previously mingled among the zombies, and it was natural for the villagers to harbor reservations, making it difficult for them to accept the newcomers wholeheartedly. However, these peculiar glances were far preferable to being whispers. As Lin Qizong aptly remarked, at the very least, one can live with integrity, free from the incessant anxiety and the need to consume the most repugnant of sustenance. Everything appeared to have returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, the conflict between Lin Qizong and the Whisperer remained unresolved. Along the banks of the river downstream from Hualin village, an armored vehicle traversed slowly, eventually coming to a halt before a grotesque pile of flesh. To the astonishment of all, emerging from the vehicle were Wang Feng, who was presumed dead in the Dove community, and the missing Liao Minmin. While Liao Minmin's survival could be somewhat rationalized, having fled early on during Lin Qizong's quest for vengeance, Wang Feng's survival amidst the ravenous undead certainly hinted at some clandestine method of preservation. What was even more perplexing was the fact that the surrounding zombies seemed to overlook them entirely, treating them as though they were akin to their own kind. It seems that Dr. Ghana has been deceived. The notion of intelligent zombies is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Feng surveyed the grotesque remains with a hint of disappointment and remarked, "This heap of decaying flesh was none other than Wang, whose body had been so viciously torn apart that only his head remained intact. Yet, even in such a disfigured state, he was still alive, having not succumbed to the curse of the undead." Upon noticing the newcomers, Wang gently shook his head, his lips parting as if to utter something, but alas, his mud-like body emitted no sound. At that moment, Liao Minmin leaned closer, casting a disdainful glance at Wang before pinching her nose and exclaiming, "Ugh, already beginning to rot, and yet still alive? Truly a miracle. Most would have turned into zombies by now. This disgusting specimen might hold some interest. Let us take it back to Dr. Ghana, for he alone would appreciate such revolting curiosities." Days later, Lin Qizong convened a meeting of all the villagers of Hualien. The primary agenda was to establish sustainable food production and implement some form of protection. We have a dozen or so individuals here, and there may be more to join us in the future. However, my food reserves are limited. Our wealth will eventually be depleted. Therefore, we must devise a plan for raising livestock and cultivating vegetables. With fish fry and vegetable seeds in hand, Lin intended to utilize them all, seeking a larger space for cultivation. This necessitated the creation of fish ponds and vegetable gardens, alongside an expansion of our territory, which in turn called for enhanced security measures. Lin Qizong's proposal received the endorsement of the majority, save for the petty-minded village chief, who hesitated. Lin Qizong inquired, "Village chief, do you have any differing opinions?" After being singled out, the village chief chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Let us not call me village chief anymore. You are the leader now, Xiaozong. Naturally, I support your ideas, but must we continually accept outsiders? I mean, the more people we have, the more chaotic it becomes. Things are quite fine as they are." Lin Qizong sighed in resignation, earnestly explaining, "We will inevitably face illness, the need for fortifications, and a myriad of unforeseen crises. We are farmers, adept at producing sustenance. However, when we fall ill, we require the expertise of a physician. When we seek protection, we depend on the skills of an engineer." Previously, I had not grasped the significance of teamwork until the moment I embarked on an ambush against the Whisperer, at which point I realized the terrifying strength of those slow, feeble zombies when united. It nearly cost me my life. Every ounce of strength is invaluable. Thus we must learn to embrace others. Lin Qizong's words resonated deeply, causing the village chief to feel a sense of shame as he lowered his head in modesty. Chapter 41. The Onslaught of the Whisperer's Remnants Without Hesitation. Lin Qizong led his team to delineate a section of the village, encompassing both the fish pond and arable land. They audaciously expanded the original free activity area, which consisted of merely 2 or 3 buildings, to encompass a full quarter of the village. Following this, tasks were assigned: transporting fish fry and oxygenators to the pond, transplanting vegetable seedlings into the fields, and erecting protective barriers around the activity zone. Thus, with spirits high, the group toiled diligently for 3 days, ultimately completing the expansion. Just as the joy of life returning to normalcy illuminated their faces, disaster lurked in the shadows. Late that night, a cacophony of urgent knocking resonated through the old residence, accompanied by the frantic shouts of Liuzi, "Boss, wake up! Something terrible has happened." In the next moment, Lin Qizong, clad in his pajamas and wielding a firearm, dashed out of the mansion. What could have caused such alarm? Lin Qizong surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in confusion. Liuzi, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Boss, I sense zombies approaching. More than just 1 or 2, but a horde. Trust me, I've spent time among the undead, and I am well acquainted with this feeling." While Lin Qizong was taken aback, a hint of skepticism lingered within him, not due to disbelief in Liuzi's instincts, but rather the unsettling silence from the lookout. The village chief was on watch today, and that fool must have fallen asleep. Wen Ning, quickly alert the villagers to prepare for battle. "Liuzi, come with me to the sentry post." The hurried footsteps roused the village chief from his slumber. Upon recognizing Lin Qizong and Liuzi, he greeted them with a sheepish smile. "Is it morning already? What brings you here?" Lin Qizong paid no heed to the drowsy chief and strode directly to the balcony to assess the situation. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill racing through him. An extensive horde of zombies had begun to infiltrate the village. Though not as numerous as the thousands led by King, there were at least half of that number. The orchestrators of such a gathering could undoubtedly be none other than the remnants of the Whisperers. Fury surged within Lin Qizong as he rebuked the village chief. Morning? If we hadn't come, you wouldn't live to see the dawn. Just look for yourself. The chief, bewildered by Lin Qizong's sudden ire, followed his gaze outside the balcony, only to be gripped by terror, his legs trembling. In a state of sheer panic, he recoiled and fled, emitting cries of dread, utterly disregarding Lin Qizong and Liuzi. Damn it, Liuzi, we must flee. The zombies are closing in. Lin Qizong cursed as he beckoned Liuzi to escape. Outside the mansion, Wen Ning had not only assembled Iron Bull and others to stand ready, but had also brought forth a drone. This development aligned perfectly with Lin Qizong's intentions. Their cooperation had become increasingly seamless, requiring no verbal communication to understand one another. Just as the drone took to the skies, resonating with a lively tune, several stones suddenly hurtled toward it from 3 different directions, one striking the drone with precision. In an instant, the drone wobbled and plummeted to the ground. This was disastrous. Not only would it be challenging to divert the zombies now, but the drone's earlier melodic broadcast had effectively pointed them in the direction of the source. Moreover, it had become apparent to all that the camp's barriers could not withstand the onslaught of such a vast horde of corpses for long. Once the barriers were overwhelmed by the zombies, it would signify the utter downfall of Hualin village. Shut off the speakers, Lin Qizong urgently commanded. He quickly organized Xiaoning. Yu and Tinyu split into 2 teams to locate the whisperers who ambushed the drones. Shunlu, the 2 of you come with me to fend off the zombies outside the camp. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone sprang into action. Lin Qizong entrusted all the firearms to Wen Ning, whispering, "Be cautious." Subsequently, he produced a lighter and reignited half of his body. Gripping his military knife, he charged out of the camp, heading straight for the throng of corpses, eliciting astonishment from those around him. Liuzi could not contain his surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, our big brother must have consumed the second touch fruit. Animal type, seer series, gorilla fruit, fiery gorilla form." Lin Qizong, engaged in fierce combat at the front lines, heard Liuzi's bizarre assertion clearly and was nearly knocked off balance by the absurdity. He could not help but turn back and glare fiercely at Liuzi. What the hell is the second touch fruit? What the hell is seer? Just then, Shunzi approached and slapped Liuzi on the back of the head, handing him an iron rod as a lesson. Talk less from now on. Afterward, Shunlu and his sister also vaulted over the barriers to join Lin Qizong in resisting the zombies. Due to the scattered arrangement of houses in the village, many zombies surged forth from the alleyways. Lin Qizong found himself stretched thin, relying solely on his physical abilities. He could only temporarily halt the zombies on the main road adjacent to the old residence. Soon, however, he decided to unleash his full power. With a fiery arm, he unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly clearing a significant portion of zombies from the main road. Seizing the opportunity before the approaching horde could overwhelm him, Lin Qizong darted to the other end and repeated his fiery assault. After unleashing a series of fire punches, the immediate threat was nearly eradicated, allowing Shunlu and his sister a moment to breathe. Yet, Lin Qizong's complexion began to pale, and the flames enveloping him grew dimmer and weaker. The high-frequency bursts of power were proving too taxing for his not fully awakened bloodline genes to bear. Consequently, his stamina began to deplete rapidly. Fortunately, over at Wen Ning's side, there was good news. Having pinpointed the Whisperer's location, Wen Ning utilized her precise marksmanship to severely injure one of them. Subsequently, Wen Ning and 2 villagers brought the incapacitated Whisperer before Lin Qizong. Upon peeling back the skin, a gaunt elderly woman's face was revealed. The expressions of Shunlu and his sister grew uneasy, for this was the second in command of the Whisperers, Elder Lu Fengxia. From the onset, Lu Fengxia directed her ire towards the siblings, rasping with a chilling voice, "It is you 2 who have betrayed us, leading others to slay so many of our fellow compatriots. You shall not have a peaceful death." Chapter 42. Passivity. The incessant stream of curses from Lu Fengxia vexed Lin Qizong, prompting him to seize the iron rod from the thief's hand and strike it heavily against Lu Fengxia's jaw. In an instant, blood splattered forth, and she began to cough violently, expelling blood along with several darkened teeth. Nevertheless, her gaze remained cold and menacing, as if she were a predator ready to devour. Do not misunderstand. Had you not threatened me, you would not have met your demise at my hands, Lin Qizong declared imperiously. No sooner had Lin Qizong spoken than a piercing whistle echoed from a distance. Confused, he turned to Wen Ning and asked, "Xiao Ning, is that your predetermined signal?" Wen Ning, equally bewildered, replied, "Not at all." Suddenly, Lu Fengxiao erupted into laughter, her mouth stained with blood and her expression grotesque. "Prepare to meet your end. Ha ha ha." Observing Lu Fengxiao's near-manic demeanor, Lin Qizong quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted, "Oh no, it's their signal." At that moment, everyone witnessed the distant zombies becoming increasingly ferocious. Although their movements remained clumsy, their roars grew alarmingly frantic. "How dare they provoke the undead?" Lin Qizong exclaimed. "Everyone, hold your ground. We cannot allow a single zombie to approach our camp." With a serious expression, he leaped to the entrance, ready to unleash his fury upon the approaching zombies. However, the flames surrounding him flickered and, inexplicably, extinguished without wind. Panic-stricken, Lin Qizong realized, is this the limit? The zombies were upon them, leaving no time for hesitation. He immediately drew his military knife and engaged in close combat with the undead, the Shun siblings. Without a moment's doubt, each took their positions at separate entrances, leaving the remaining threats to Wen Ning and her group. Wen Ning instructed the Lin brothers, "Keep a close watch on that unearthly old woman. If we falter or she makes a move, eliminate her immediately." The brothers, however, declined her directive, explaining, "Sister, it would be better if you oversee the old woman. Leave the grim task of dispatching zombies to us. Indeed, having lived under the protection of you and Brother Zong, it's high time we prove ourselves as men," they added. Wen Ning, heartened by their resolve, nodded in agreement. The brothers then armed themselves with machetes and took their posts at the entrances. At that moment, Tai Niu and his companions arrived at the entrance managed by Shunzi. Shunzi quickened his pace, vigorously wielding his machete to carve a path through the encircling zombies for Tai Niu and his group. Tai Niu captured a whisper and, upon reuniting with Wen Ning at the camp, entrusted the battered whisperer to her care, grumbling, "This rascal is troublesome. He nearly met his end at our hands while secretly signaling for help." Without pausing for breath, he turned to support his comrades. Despite the overwhelming odds, the group exhibited remarkable combat prowess, momentarily keeping the zombies at bay from the perimeter of their camp. Yet, in the face of an endless horde of zombies and the rapid depletion of strength, a twinge of despair inevitably crept into the depths of their hearts. Soon, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within Iron Bull's group. It was the villager, Lin Liudan. He had succumbed to exhaustion, unable to fend off the relentless swarm of zombies, and was now being overwhelmed and torn apart. "Liudan! Liudan!" Iron Bull cried out, rushing toward him in a desperate attempt to rescue his companion. However, before he could reach Lin, the cries fell silent, and thick blood began to seep from the lifeless body. At that moment, Iron Bull's eyes seemed to glow with a crimson hue, as if stained by the blood of Liudan. Veins bulged on his forehead, and with a roar fueled by unbridled fury, he charged forward. Meanwhile, the situation was equally dire for Lin Qizong, who found himself besieged by an incessant tide of zombies on the main road, leaving him no respite to catch his breath. As his strength waned, his strikes became sluggish, each swing of the weapon accompanied by staggering movements, threatening to bring him to his knees. Yet, his gaze held no trace of despair, only resolute determination and defiance. As fate would have it, a whisper emerged unexpectedly behind Lin Qizong, brandishing a shard of glass for a treacherous attack. Wen Ning was the first to notice, urgently raising her gun and shouting, "Brother Zong, be careful." But the whisperer before Wen Ning seized the moment, closing in on Lin Qizong before she could fire. With a swift thrust, the sharp glass pierced his back, and the malicious assailant cruelly withdrew the shard, pressing it against Lin Qizong's throat, declaring loudly, "Drop your weapons, or I'll sever his head." At that moment, another whisperer, sensing the shift in control, emerged from the mass of corpses. The masterminds behind this chaos had finally revealed themselves. The tide of the situation turned precariously against them. With their leader held hostage, the group hesitated, surrendering themselves to the whims of their captors. Thus, the controlling whisperers roughly herded everyone into a confined space. Within the camp, Lin Qizong was thrust before Lu Fengxia, whose smile had morphed into a sinister grin. Gripping an iron rod, she pointed it menacingly at him, her voice dripping with malice. "You just used this rod to strike me, didn't you?" Lu Fengxia, still nursing the wounds from Lin Qizong's earlier retaliation that had cost her several teeth, spoke with a lisp. Noticing his silence, her expression twisted into a fierce glare as she raised the iron rod and struck Lin Qizong mercilessly. Cursing, "I let you strike me. I let you kill my children. Today, I shall shatter your skull in their honor." Seeing this, Wen Ning struggled to leap forward, but a whisperer kicked her away with force. The whisperer menaced, "Move again, and I'll take his life." Overcome with anguish, Wen Ning wept desperately, crying out, "Please don't. I beg you, spare him. What do you desire? I can offer it all. In my home, there is an abundance of food. If you release him, I shall lead you to it." Upon hearing this, Lu Fengxia abruptly halted her actions and, intrigued, remarked, "A self-directed feast. I knew you would have something of value." Without delay, Lu Fengxia signaled for the whisperer to follow Wen Ning to take a look. With a heart full of concern, Wen Ning cast a glance at Lin Qizong, noting the slight rise and fall of his chest, before resolutely guiding the whisperer towards the old residence. Inside the old house, Wen Ning unlocked the food storage room, and as the whisperer merely caught a glimpse from the doorway, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "So much food? Ha ha! This is enough for a lifetime. Ha ha!" Chapter 43. Feed the donkey's egg. Subsequently, the whisperer urged Wen Ning to the entrance of the old residence, exuberantly exclaiming, "Second master, there is indeed an abundance of food here." A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Fengxia's face as she retorted, "Ah, where is the big master? Where is that big master?" After pondering Lu Fengxia's words, the whisperer hastily clarified, No, I misspoke. You are now the big master." He then leered, adding suggestively, "Big master, may I claim this girl for myself?" The implication was unmistakable. He had set his sights on Wen Ning with intentions of defilement. Lu Fengxia, being reasonable, recognized that the whisperers had long been deprived of female companionship, and thus, without surprise, consented. Consequently, Wen Ning began to struggle violently, embodying a resolve to resist to the death. However, the strength of the young girl was no match for that of an adult male, and she was forcibly dragged into the house. The whisperer callously threw Wen Ning to the ground, approaching her with a lewd grin while unfastening his belt. The impact left Wen Ning severely injured. She not only twisted her ankle, but also became dazed, losing the will to fight back. Just as the whisperer closed in on her, a glint of cold steel flashed across his neck. In an instant, his head fell from his shoulders, and his body swayed before collapsing. The splattering blood jolted Wen Ning back to reality, though the abrupt turn of events left her momentarily stunned, nearly forgetting to breathe as she stared blankly at the whisperer's corpse. Then a petite figure stepped forward, brandishing a gleaming dagger, and approached Wen Ning with gentle reassurance. "Sister Ning, do not be afraid. We have come to assist." Wen Ning mechanically turned her head to behold a familiar face. It was Ling Ji. Ling Ji's use of "we" implied that Shinjuchi had brought reinforcements to the rescue. The tense nerves of Wen Ning finally relaxed, and she leaned on Ling Ji's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. "Quick, we must save Zhongge. He is in dire straits. Hurry!" Wen Ning's heart-wrenching cries deeply pained Ling Ji. She tenderly patted Wen Ning's back, soothingly saying, "Do not fear. We need not worry any longer. Boss Chun has arrived too. He should be resolving matters as we speak." Outside the old residence, Lu Fengxia had no intention of sparing anyone, with Lin Qizong, who had already dispatched a dozen whisperers, being her primary target. Just as Lu Fengxia was about to shatter Lin Qizong's skull before the onlookers, she suddenly found that the iron rod she had raised was inexplicably immovable, as if suspended in mid-air. To her astonishment, she and another whisperer began to levitate. No matter how they struggled, they could not touch the ground. The three were struck with dread. They had never witnessed such an eerie occurrence. "Lu Fengxia, in a fit of rage, shouted angrily at the surroundings. Who? Which rascal is playing tricks? Show yourself. In her desperation, her speech became remarkably clear. As the words fell from his lips, Chunjuchi emerged from the terrace of the old residence on the second floor, muttering in discontent, "By age, I could indeed be your grandson. Yet, I have no desire to acknowledge such a repulsive grandmother." Although Tainyo and the others did not recognize Chunjuchi, it was evident that he had come to confront the Whisperer, prompting them to tentatively rise to their feet. Ignoring them, Chunjuchi approached Lin Qizong, and upon sensing his faint breath, he expressed with deep remorse, "I apologize, brother, for my tardiness." The familiar voice jolted Lin Qizong's increasingly hazy consciousness back to reality. However, his injuries were grievous, allowing him only to slightly move his fingers in response. Immediately, Chunjuchi raised a hand and bellowed, "Mutual assistance, camaraderie, unite and strike." No sooner had he spoken than dozens of fully armed personnel surged in from all directions, most of whom charged towards the corpses beyond the barricade. Meanwhile, several individuals equipped with medical kits rushed towards Lin Qizong to administer urgent care. With the support of Ling Ji, Wenning limped out of the old residence. Upon witnessing Chunjuchi regain control of the situation, she cried out and rushed into Lin Qizong's embrace. Whether it was due to the exceptional capabilities of Chunjuchi's medical team or some inherent special abilities among them, Lin Qizong, who had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, astonishingly regained his vitality within merely half an hour. As he rose, Wenning leapt into his arms, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Zonga, are you all right? Does it still hurt? Let me see." Exhausted, Lin Qizong placed a hand on Wenning's head and gently leaned down to whisper at her ear, "I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. That beast didn't harm you, did it?" Wenning shuddered in lingering fear, clearly shaken by her recent near miss, and nodded, saying yes. "He made me twist my ankle, and if it weren't for little Ling Ji arriving in time, I would have been hurt far worse. You must help me teach him a lesson." In that moment, Wenning resembled a child, fully aware that the Whisperer was no longer a threat, yet seeking reassurance from Lin Qizong. Lin Qizong's gentle smile radiated affection as he replied, "Very well, I shall go and teach him a severe lesson." Just then, Chunjuchi interjected, breaking the tender exchange. "Ahem, I realize this may not be the most opportune moment to dampen the mood, but brother, it is time for you to take charge of these loathsome creatures." "All right, I nearly forgot about these pests," Lin Qizong remarked as he gazed upon the hovering Whisperers. Aside from Lu Fengxia, who continued to hurl venomous curses, the others were pleading for mercy, with one even having wet himself in fear. In that instant, a flood of memories regarding the Whisperers surged through Lin Qizong's mind, from the initial successful ambush of the Whisperers to their relentless resurgence. The death of his companion, Li Dan, and Wenning's near calamity ignited a fierce anger within him. "I shall subject them to the most severe of punishments." Lin Qizong's chest heaved violently, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As Chunjuchi nodded slightly, the Whisperers floating in the air swiftly descended, crashing heavily to the ground. No sooner had the Whisperers landed than they were met with the sharp blades of Iron Bull and his companions. Iron Bull, filled with indignation, inquired, "Zong, how shall we deal with these pests?" Lin Qizong, noticing the zombified donkey egg outside the barricade, bared its teeth and clawed at the air. Just as Chunjuchi's armed personnel were about to dispose of Donkey Egg, Lin Qizong called them a halt and instructed them to guide Donkey Egg inside. Subsequently, Lin Qizong commanded, "Hang them up and feed them to Donkey Egg. Let them also experience this despair." Chapter 44. Mutual Assistance and Unity Among Friends. The Whisperers, upon hearing pleas for mercy, cried out in despair, their faces streaked with tears and snot. "Please, brother, spare me. I promise to atone for my mistakes." "Oh, brother, I was wrong. It was all the wicked old witch's instigation that led us astray. On my foot." Only Lu Fengxia remained silent, her expression perpetually cold. Iron Bull exhibited no trace of compassion. He coldly seized an iron rod and methodically twisted and deformed their limbs. He declared with an icy tone, "Your transgressions are beyond redemption. In the next moment, amidst their horrific wails, 3 whispers were unceremoniously cast before the donkey's egg, left to be torn apart. At that juncture, their limbs shattered. They were incapable of even a feeble struggle, let alone escape. Ultimately, consumed by boundless regret and despair, they were mercilessly devoured by the donkey's egg. Mere minutes after the whisperers breathed their last, they began to convulse, indicating an impending transformation into the undead. The donkey's egg, now disinterested in the newly minted zombies, began to advance towards the crowd. Lin Qizong, with a hint of sorrow in his demeanor, instructed Iron Bull, escort the donkey's egg on its final journey. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull was engulfed in inner turmoil. While he could slaughter zombies without a hint of hesitation, the undead before him were once cherished companions. Despite his deep breaths to steady himself, tears welled in his eyes, and he found himself unable to act. As the zombie drew near, Iron Bull remained unmoved. Suddenly, Shunzi appeared beside Iron Bull, seized the iron rod, and resolutely swung it at the donkey's egg's head. With a dull thud, the donkey's egg skull caved in, and it staggered before collapsing at Iron Bull's feet. A semblance of relief seemed to flicker across the donkey's egg's face. Witnessing this, Iron Bull, the robust figure, could no longer contain his grief and wept openly, covering his face. The anguish of parting was overwhelming, a distress that no amount of experience could desensitize him to. His tears triggered an emotional release among others, who had been stifled by tension for too long, prompting many to join in sorrowful lamentation. Among them were even the irate subordinates of Chunjuchi. Once the emotional catharsis subsided, Lin Qizong and Chunjuchi deliberated strategy, ultimately concluding Chunjuchi's team would use a pickup truck equipped with speakers to lure the zombies away, but only after clearing the nearby zombies. The frontline zombies had already caught the scent of blood and living flesh, making it difficult to divert their attention. After assigning tasks, several villagers, in concert with armed personnel, carve a path through the throngs of zombies for the pickup truck. As the Bluetooth speaker on the truck began to play above the sun, the zombies in the mid-to-rear ranks immediately turned to pursue it. I gaze up at the sun above, where countless dreams soar freely. As the music faded into the distance, the pressure from the zombies diminished significantly, leaving just over 100 before the armed squad, an inconsequential number indeed. After a relentless barrage of gunfire, not a single zombie remained standing. The next task was to deal with the aftermath, and with Chunjuchi's presence. Handling the mountain of corpses was merely a matter of a hand wave. In the clearing behind the camp, Tainyo had already dug a shallow grave. Reluctantly, he laid the body of the donkey down, clasped his hands in prayer, and with tears in his eyes, began to shovel earth over it. As for the few whisperers who had turned into zombies, the group had no intention of granting them mercy. After all, they were rendered immobile, their limbs severed. As long as no one foolishly approached to be bitten, there was no danger. Thus, they sealed their mouths, completely neutralizing their threat. They then hung the bodies from a large tree outside the village, allowing them to dry naturally, while also serving as a deterrent to any ill-intentioned intruders. Once the aftermath was concluded, the group gathered in the courtyard of the old residence. Chunjuchi extended another invitation to Lin Qizong. Strength lies in numbers. Surely, brother, you have come to realize this? Join us, and with our combined strength, such tragedies will never occur again. Lin Qizong, contemplative, glanced at the villagers. Their eyes held little expectation, seemingly willing to abide by his choice. After a moment's hesitation, he shook his head in refusal. I prefer my own space. I fear I would be restless there, so I must decline. He then turned to the villagers and asked, "What about you? Anyone wishing to follow Brother Chun is welcome to speak up." The villagers exchanged glances, ultimately revealing genuine smiles. "We will follow Brother Zong." Lin Qizong felt a sense of relief and turned back to Chunjuchi with an open-handed gesture, saying, "I, Lin Qizong, do not wish to owe anyone. Wen Ning, open the warehouse and let our reinforcements take what they need." Without hesitation, Wen Ning swung open the warehouse door. The onlookers gasped in awe as they beheld the contents. Tainyo exclaimed, "Wow, it seems I have chosen the right side." The village chief's eyes widened. "There are so many good things." Chunjuchi swallowed hard, speechless. Ling Ji awkwardly interjected, "There's no need. We are good friends, so you should keep these items for yourselves." At that moment, Chen Zhuqi, understanding Lin Qizong's pride as a fellow man, declared, "Mutual aid and solidarity, the alliance of friendship. At your service. Everyone, go into the warehouse and take some supplies." With the leader's endorsement, even those who were initially hesitant felt obliged to take something, albeit symbolically. Only Ling Ji cast a look of exasperation at Chen Zhuqi, responding, "Boss, could you refrain from calling our alliance's name in front of so many people? We could change the name if need be." A few minutes later, members of the Alliance of Friendship emerged from the warehouse, each carrying a small bounty. Some held a pack of pork, others 2 packets of instant noodles, and yet others 2 bottles of mineral water. Each person discreetly took only a little, clearly reflecting their lack of greed. Lin Qizong could not help but exclaim, "Chen Zhuqi truly has gathered a group of open-hearted individuals." Subsequently, Chen Zhuqi instructed, "Let us assist one another, fostering a spirit of unity and camaraderie within our legion. Now please step outside and regroup." As the members of the legion gradually exited the old residence, Chen Zhuqi exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Qizong and remarked, "Now, you no longer owe me anything. Allow me to share a matter with you. If you intend to persuade me to join your ranks, I kindly ask you to refrain from doing so. I have recently uncovered some intriguing developments." Chapter 45. Encounter with the One-Eyed. Chen Zhuqi paused momentarily, his expression gradually turning grave. "The Rain City where I reside is far from tranquil. A few days ago, I witnessed 2 factions engaging in a fierce brawl in the city center. One faction, without a doubt, was the official military. However, the other is quite enigmatic. As long as it was a solicitation for him to join." Lin Qizong remained attentive and inquired, "How enigmatic?" Chen Zhuqi replied, "They possess the ability to control zombies, and not in the rudimentary manner of these whispers. These zombies respond directly to their commands, striking precisely where directed, with no harm inflicted upon their allies." Lin Qizong's eyes widened in disbelief, the incredulity evident on his face. "That's impossible. Aren't zombies drawn by scent and sound? Could they have been tamed?" Chen Zhuqi nodded in agreement. "I share your thoughts. There are signs of taming, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they exhibit a semblance of intelligence. Furthermore, within this mysterious faction, there exists a grotesque, enormous zombie, a terrifying figure standing 2 to 3 meters tall, wielding a massive axe with devastating power. They refer to it as the Butcher. Thus, it appears that someone has indeed transformed zombies into weapons. Even the formidable official military has suffered great losses merely to repel this enigmatic force." Lin Qizong gasped, realizing the implications of Chen Zhuqi's words. If what he said was true, this mysterious faction was far superior to the Whispers. The Whispers merely guided zombies, while this faction could control them directly. The disparity between the two was astronomical. Lin Qizong could barely withstand the assault from the Whispers. If faced with this mysterious faction, he could only hope for a chance at rebirth. To Lin Qizong's surprise, the official military had begun to take action as well. He had assumed they would remain hidden, solely focused on studying the virus. However, this was a positive development. From what Lin Qizong understood, the officials would not endanger the living. They would endeavor to provide aid wherever possible, assisting in the eradication of zombies and the establishment of shelters. As for housing the survivors, that was out of the question, given that ordinary individuals would inevitably turn into zombies upon death. With an increase in population, disaster would surely follow. The sudden emergence of the officials was likely a response to this mysterious faction. Clearly, the ability to modify and control zombies had compelled the officials to act, indicating the immense impact this mysterious force could wield. Reflecting on this, Lin Qizong couldn't help but murmur, "We must adopt a more discreet approach from now on. Tainyo, quickly remove those whispers. They draw too much attention." Ultimately, after conveying all necessary information, Chen Zhuqi prepared to take his leave as the team that had distracted the zombies returned safely in a pickup truck. The power and communication systems in Rain City are inoperative. From now on, we'll rely primarily on our legs to convey messages. Take care, farewell. Lin Qizong smiled faintly as he bid farewell. "Thank you, goodbye. Don't mention it. I am, after all, receiving a reward, Chun Juchi replied with a raised eyebrow. After bidding farewell to Chun, an air of somberness enveloped the large residence, with the group remaining silent, particularly Tainyo, whose eyes had yet to cease swelling. This fierce battle had undeniably taken a toll on Lin Qizong and his companions. In an effort to uplift the atmosphere, Lin Qizong placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed loudly, "All right, let's not dwell in despair. The dawn has arrived, and it is time for a meal. This time, we shall feast heartily." Upon hearing these words, a spark of joy ignited in the eyes of the others. Their spirits immediately lifted. The kitchen duties were naturally entrusted to Wen Ning. However, preparing a meal for around 10 individuals would require considerable time and effort on her part. Thus, after washing away the blood from his hands that had been stained from slaying zombies, Shunzi joined her in the kitchen. Additionally, the only female survivor from the native residents of Hualin village, Widow Zhao, also sensibly stepped in to lend her assistance. More and more individuals began to find their roles, which was precisely what Lin Qizong had yearned to witness. Even Tainyo was beginning to emerge as Lin Qizong's right-hand man. 3 months after the virus outbreak, having survived the harrowing counteroffensive of the Whisperers, Lin Qizong had become increasingly vigilant regarding the protective measures for Hualin village. Each day's labor consisted of excavating trenches and setting traps outside the camp. Lin Qizong understood that the next crisis would be even more formidable. Thus, ample preparation was essential to safeguard against any potential threats. Simultaneously, he ceased to impose strict controls on the food supplies he had stockpiled, ensuring that everyone had enough to eat. The scene shifted to a pickup truck slowly navigating through the bustling streets of Huaqing, occupied by Lin Qizong, Wen Ning, and Tainyo. Observing the overly lush vegetation, with tree roots encroaching onto the road, Lin Qizong couldn't help but sigh. Without city management, nature had begun to reclaim this land. The trio ventured out to gather supplies, seeking not only tools for setting traps, but also sustainable food sources, such as sweet potatoes. They swiftly gathered the necessary material for the traps, and their proficiency in dispatching zombies had markedly improved. Wen Ning, too, wielded her cold weapon with lethal precision, each strike fatal and devoid of hesitation. In Lin Qizong's eyes, she was nothing short of a female killing machine. It was time to procure food, and Lin Qizong resolved to visit the market in hopes of good fortune. However, the dimly lit market had long been ravaged, leaving only a few scattered zombies that seemed to diminish its desolation. The three moved in unspoken harmony, swiftly eliminating the aimlessly wandering zombies. Yet, as they surveyed the now desolate surroundings, devoid even of a single leaf of vegetable, a wave of disappointment washed over them, despite their prior expectations. Just as Lin Qizong turned to lead the group away, a slight twitch in his ear caught his attention. A faint sound had been detected by his keen senses. Suddenly halting his steps, Lin Qizong gestured discreetly, signaling that there was something amiss behind them. Tainyo and Wen Ning, one drawing a knife and the other brandishing a gun, positioned themselves protectively on either side of Lin Qizong, stealthily approaching the source of the noise. "Don't move," Wen Ning commanded, aiming her gun at the cash register of a grocery store. "Don't shoot. Don't kill me. I will cooperate. Just as long as you don't harm us." The voice belonged to a middle-aged man wearing glasses, whose hands were tightly clasped around a girl of 17 or 18 years. Lin Qizong pressed down on Wen Ning's gun, instinctively assuring him that these two posed no threat. He then turned to the terrified father and daughter, who were trembling with fear, and said, "I apologize for disturbing you. I am in search of some sweet potatoes. Might you know where I could find any?" Upon seeing the sincerity flickering in Lin Qizong's eyes, the man gradually relaxed, albeit still responding with a hint of trepidation. I have a few here, and I can give them all to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong's eyebrows lifted in delight as he replied, "We only need 1 or 2. No need to give me everything. Thank you so much." The man then led Lin Qizong and his companions upstairs to the grocery store, awkwardly adding, "To be honest, this isn't my home. I'm merely out with my daughter, desperate for food. When I arrived here, there was hardly any food left. However, my daughter was frightened by the zombies, so we decided to stay here." Lin Qizong nodded in understanding and fell silent. As they approached the second floor, The man paused and quietly added, "By the way, I have a rather temperamental companion at home, so let us tread lightly to avoid any conflict. He is not to be underestimated." At this, Lin Qizong and his companions immediately became alert, initially fearing that a zombie was confined within. However, when the door swung open, the surprise on Lin Qizong and Wen Ning's faces quickly morphed into fierce determination as they drew their weapons. For the man's so-called companion turned out to be none other than the one-eyed member of the Salvation Army. Chapter 46. The loss of the will to fight. Witnessing the considerable commotion stirred by Lin Qizong and Wen Ning, the palpable atmosphere of hostility was nearly suffocating. The father and daughter duo found themselves at a loss, wishing to voice their thoughts yet fearing the gun might be aimed at them. Tainyo, unfamiliar with the one-eyed man's past grievances, instinctively adopted a defensive stance in alignment with Lin Qizong's demeanor. "Zongge, what is the matter? How has this one-armed individual offended you?" Lin Qizong fixed a cold gaze upon the one-eyed man, responding icily, "You must be aware of the shocking gunfight that recently transpired in our village." He was the leader of the opposing faction. Upon hearing this, Tainyo's eyes widened in alarm. "That day terrified me. I was huddled by the window, witnessing convoy after convoy of bandits invading our village, followed by an incessant barrage of gunfire." He spoke with a lingering trepidation, his feet shuffling nervously. Lin Qizong cast a disapproving glance at Tainyo's restless movements, exclaiming, "Have you finished fidgeting? My eyes are starting to blur. If you miss the target, I shall hold you accountable." Instantly, Tainyo halted his pacing, offering an awkward smile. "My apologies, Zongge. I'm just too anxious." It was no wonder Tainyo felt so tense. The presence of the one-eyed man was overwhelmingly formidable. He lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed, his remaining arm propping up his tilted head. Without uttering a single word or displaying any emotion, his piercing gaze roamed over the group, ultimately settling on Lin Qizong. At that moment, Lin Qizong found himself in a quandary. The adversary remained motionless, showing no intention to engage in combat, while he, having brandished his weapon for what felt like an eternity, found the prospect of firing it somewhat awkward. Lowering his gun felt like a betrayal of his own resolve. Caught in this surreal tableau, Tainyo was the most bewildered, internally musing, "Is this a still frame? Are we actually going to fight? Had I known, I wouldn't have posed so dramatically. Perhaps a discreet nose pick would go unnoticed." After a few minutes of tense standoff, the terrified man, trembling as he regained his composure, forced a stiff smile and suggested, "Gentlemen, is there a conflict between you and my master? Allow me to offer some advice. There's no obstacle insurmountable. A gentleman remembers kindness and forgets grievances. Since fate has brought us together again, why not shake hands and become friends?" His eloquent words revealed him as a scholar. Yet he remained oblivious to the depth of animosity between the two parties, a conflict steeped in life-and-death struggles. "It was they who severed my arm." The one-eyed man spoke slowly, his chilling words causing the man to pale in shock. Initially, he had felt some affinity toward Lin Qizong and his companions, but was taken aback by the brutality of their past. Refusing to back down, Lin Qizong retorted, "Shall you attempt it once more? Bring 100 men to assault my sanctuary and see what fate awaits you. This time, I shall bury you in the very pit you have dug." As he spoke, Lin Qizong's eyes blazed with fury, ready to strike at any moment. Yet, to Lin Qizong's astonishment, his provocation had no effect. The one-eyed man remained unexpectedly calm. Were it in the past, the building would have long since crumbled to the ground. The one-eyed man fixed his gaze on Lin Qizong for a while, causing an unsettling feeling in Lin, before he spoke calmly. "There is no benefit in attempting to provoke me. If you wish to kill me, you would have already pulled the trigger. Similarly, if I harbored intentions of ending your life, I would not engage in such trivial discourse." This statement left Lin Qizong feeling rather awkward, prompting him to signal to Wen Ning and Tainyo to lower their weapons. Subsequently, the one-eyed man slowly rose to his feet and made his way to the window. With a swift motion, he drew back the curtains, allowing the dim room to be flooded with light. It was then that Lin Qizong discerned the profound bewilderment etched in the one-eyed man's gaze as he looked into the distance. After delivering his final blow, the one-eyed man fled, struggling against his injuries. His aim was to return to his base, recuperate, and, once re-energized, seek vengeance against Lin Qizong and his companions. However, before he could escape the Flower City, he received the news that his lair had been dismantled by Chun. Overwhelmed by humiliation and rage, he found himself unable to breathe, ultimately collapsing in a vegetable market. Yet, in a twist of fate, the unsuspecting Qin Baiji and his daughter rescued him. Qin Baiji, a skilled physician, worked tirelessly alongside his daughter throughout the night, and with the aid of the one-eyed man's evolved constitution, he revived him by the following day. Initially, the one-eyed man was on high alert, but upon noticing the bandaging at the site of his severed arm, he fell into a long silence. When Qin Baiji brought him a steaming meal, the warmth of humanity struck a deep chord within the one-eyed man's icy heart, causing it to waver. Subsequently, a remarkable transformation in his temperament astonished Lin Qizong. "Will my severed arm or my former power? I no longer care," the one-eyed man mused aloud, his vacant eyes fixed on the distant horizon, displaying no guard against Lin Qizong. Lin Qizong, taken aback, turned to Qin Baiji and inquired, "Have you brainwashed him?" Qin Baiji quickly waved his hands in denial. No. I merely saw that he was injured, and, being a doctor, I helped him. However, I hardly know him. Our conversations have scarcely exceeded 3 sentences." Both men appeared genuine in their assertions, prompting Lin Qizong to gradually accept the one-eyed man's transformation. He remarked to Qin Baiji, "Doctor, surely you haven't restored his heart? If it weren't for that severed arm, I would suspect this is the one-eyed man's identical twin." "Oh, my friend, what do you mean by that?" Lin Qizong replied, "You are on the brink of death." Because, just as he was about to explain, the one-eyed man interjected, "Because I'm a man who kills without a second thought." Qin Baiji's reaction was unexpectedly composed. Rather than expressing shock, he spoke with a grave sincerity. "I had anticipated as much. You possess an extraordinary aura and are a person of great significance. However, as a doctor, it is my duty to save lives. Regardless of whether you are a good or bad person, as long as you are in need of assistance, I will offer my help unreservedly." Upon finishing, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as each individual was profoundly moved by this solemn declaration. The one-eyed figure had a remarkable talent for disrupting the atmosphere. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "It is precisely this nauseating essence that prevents me from taking your life." Having uttered these words, he leaped deftly from the windowsill, departing from Qin Baiji's sanctuary. Reluctantly, Qin Baiji rushed to the edge of the window, calling out, "Where are you going? Your wounds still require monitoring." Lin Qizong approached Qin Baiji leisurely, placing a hand on his shoulder, and with a gentle smile, said, "His injuries may have been healed long ago, both inside and out." Qin Baiji remained unconvinced, retorting, "How could that be? You patients simply disregard your own bodies. After suffering such severe injuries, you expect to be lively without months of recuperation." Lin Qizong replied, "Forget about him. Let's take the sweet potatoes." Chapter 47. Mutation. There remains a considerable stock of supplies here. Yet Lin Qizong only desires sweet potatoes and shows no interest in other items. Qin Baiji, being generous, offers him an entire half-bag of sweet potatoes. However, Lin Qizong selects only a few of the fresher ones and returns the remainder. This amount is hardly sufficient. You youngsters ought to consume more. You're still growing. With hands clasped in gratitude and a slight bow, Lin Qizong replies, "Thank you, doctor. Our request for sweet potatoes is not merely to satiate our immediate hunger, but rather for cultivation purposes. Thus, just a few will suffice." "Oh, cultivation? It seems you have already established an ecological circle," Qin Baiji remarks with keen interest. Lin Qizong proudly responds, "Indeed. I've even taken to raising fish. By the way, would you care to join us? We have ample food, and our camp is equipped with a protective system. Most importantly, we are united and amicable." Lin Qizong speaks with confidence, believing that Qin Baiji would be tempted to join. However, Qin Baiji merely smiles while listening to Lin Qizong's grandiose claims before ultimately declining. "I believe my daughter, and I should refrain from disturbing you. Our lives are currently stable, and there is no necessity to disrupt that." At that moment, when Ning cannot help but interject, "Though that may be true, I believe it would be beneficial for you to join us. Your daughter, for instance, deserves a better environment in which to grow. Upon mentioning his daughter, Qin Baiji is compelled to reconsider, visibly moved. Lin Qizong perceives the conflict in Qin Baiji's eyes. Despite the urgency of the situation, he has yet to agree. It remains unclear whether it is a lack of trust in himself or some unspoken difficulty. Consequently, Lin Qizong refrains from further pressure, expresses his gratitude once more, and leads his team downstairs. After a pleasant farewell, Lin Qizong and his companions plan to explore further, needing to acquire additional medications. The doctor may not take them, but I certainly can. Lin Qizong resolves to revisit Yuantang, where he previously encountered an old acquaintance, hoping to persuade Du, a formidable ally, to join their ranks. Regrettably, upon arriving at Yuantang, not even a trace of zombies remains. However, the medications have been neatly organized, likely done by Du before her departure, to facilitate future visitors. Observing Du's handiwork, Lin Qizong smiles and shakes his head, muttering, "Ah, this woman possesses quite the charm." Subsequently, the trio hastily scavenges for some essential medications, soon filling 3 large backpacks through their separate endeavors. It is time to return. As they approach the entrance of Yuantang, Lin Qizong, leading the way, suddenly spreads his arms to halt Wen Ning and Tainyo, signaling them to stop. He then cocks his head, listening intently. After a couple of breaths, Lin Qizong frowns and turns back, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. In the next moment, the roar of an engine, accompanied by a chorus of taunts, swiftly passes by the entrance of Yuantang. Before long, the sounds begin to fade, just as the group exhales in relief, preparing to exit. A man's anguished cries echoed from outside. "Return him to me. Bring Xiao Yuan back." Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the voice of Qin Baiji. Lin Qizong felt a pang of anxiety. Had Qin Baiji encountered trouble so soon after their departure? Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 of them flung open the door and rushed onto the street to survey the scene. Sure enough, they spotted Qin Baiji kneeling on the ground in torment. His glasses were missing, his body marred with shoe prints and bruises, and he was even missing one shoe, his bare foot bloodied and mangled from frantic running. The cacophony of roaring engines and Qin Baiji's cries had attracted the attention of the zombies. Yet he seemed oblivious to the encroaching danger, lost in his despair. "We must save him," Lin Qizong declared, and as soon as he spoke, the trio sprang into action. Lin Qizong and Tainyo took charge of dispatching the surrounding zombies, while Wen Ning sought a way to pull Qin Baiji back to safety within the Yuan Hall. Initially taken aback by their sudden appearance, Qin Baiji quickly clung to Lin Qizong's leg, pleading, "Little brother, could you help me? Xiao Yuan has been taken." With his movement severely hampered, Lin Qizong struggled to fend off the zombies and exclaimed in a flustered manner, "Please, don't cling to me. I'm here to rescue you. Don't repay kindness with enmity." Wen Ning swiftly intervened, pulling the trembling Qin Baiji away and advising, "Forget about them for now. Let us talk once we're safe. We cannot waste time here." Wen Ning's words slightly calmed Qin Baiji, who then followed her back into the Yuan Hall. Meanwhile, Lin Qizong and Tainyo fought their way back, successfully closing the door behind them. Inside the Yuan Hall, Qin Baiji remained in a state of agitation, his worry for his daughter rendering him nearly incoherent. Lin Qizong gently patted Qin Baiji's shoulder, urging him to regain his composure. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Baiji, his brow furrowed, implored, "Brothers, would you help me?" Not long after Lin Qizong and the others had departed, a band of thugs happened to pass by and spotted Qin Yuan closing a window. She was a delicate and youthful girl, and the thugs immediately harbored malicious intentions. Charging toward the grocery store, without a shred of pretense, they brazenly seized both people and supplies. Qin Baiji was unwilling to yield, determined to protect his daughter at all costs. However, he was ultimately outnumbered and received a brutal beating from the thugs. Subsequently, they abducted Qin Yuan, taunting her father as they drove away. His cries echoed in the street, "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. If I had gone with you then, Xiao Yuan wouldn't have. Please help me. I beg you. I would do anything to bring Xiao Yuan back." Qin Baiji was inconsolable, his heart heavy with regret for having rejected Lin Qizong's offer not long ago. Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong turned to cast a glance at Wen Ning and Tai Niu, and then resolutely replied, "All right, I will assist you in bringing Xiao Yuan back." After a thorough discussion of meticulous strategies, the group promptly set off. Based on Qin Baiji's descriptions, Lin Qizong was already familiar with the route, as he had previously dealt with that group. They were none other than the arms dealer Brother Niu, who had sold firearms to Lin Qizong just before the apocalypse struck. Brother Niu and his associates were entrenched in the underworld, which equipped them with ample weaponry and a fierce resolve to protect themselves when the world descended into chaos. Such individuals are undoubtedly the most likely to survive in the grim reality of the apocalypse. Chapter 48. The star actor Lin Qizong. During their journey, Wen Ning noticed that Qin Baiji appeared restless and troubled, so she offered some words of comfort. "Dr. Qin, Xiao Yuan will be fine. Did you not mention that they intend to take Xiao Yuan back to sacrifice to that Brother Niu? That implies Xiao Yuan is at least alive for the time being. We must not lose our composure." Her words rekindled a glimmer of determination in Qin Baiji's bewildered gaze, and he calmly replied, "I understand. Brother Lin, could you lend me your firearm? My intention is to personally eliminate those fiends, regardless of the suffering Xiao Yuan may endure." Lin Qizong did not respond immediately. He waited until they were nearing their destination before slowly saying, "It's unnecessary. I did not intend for you to join us in rescuing Xiao Yuan." "What? That cannot be. Xiao Yuan is my daughter. I must go in." Qin Baiji was clearly taken aback by Lin Qizong's words. "We have arrived, and you tell me I cannot go?" However, Lin Qizong's reasoning left Qin Baiji without a counterargument. "Do you possess combat experience? Can you guarantee that you will not hinder us at a critical moment?" "I would prefer to act alone, but my two companions would certainly disagree, as their formidable skills not only ensure they won't be a liability, but may also assist me in dire circumstances." At that moment, Wen Ning also spoke up to reassure him. "Dr. Qin, rest assured that we will safely bring Xiao Yuan back. I truly cherish that little sister. Indeed, you simply need to maintain your composure and wait for our signal in the vehicle. Once we emerge, we must flee immediately, and we will require your support at all times." Iron Bull concurred, with all three expressing their sentiments, despite his intense desire to join the front line. Qin Baiji found it difficult to persist. After all, Lin Qizong's arrangement was indeed the most prudent. In the next moment, Lin Qizong and his companions stealthily approached the stronghold of Brother Niu, carefully observing the situation. The lair of Brother Niu remained the same seedy establishment where Lin Qizong had first encountered him, characterized by dim, suggestive lighting and a complex layout. A reckless assault could easily lead to disorientation and being trapped in a dead end. While Lin Qizong had never feared hand-to-hand combat, he was aware that the firearms he possessed had been procured from this very location, meaning the adversary would undoubtedly be armed, and in considerable numbers. Cunning was the only option available. Lin Qizong caressed the lighter he carried, a wicked smile dancing on his lips as a brilliant idea formed in his mind. However, Wen Ning's face was etched with reluctance as she said, "I fear needles. Can we consider an alternative approach?" Lin Qizong resolutely replied, "No. With Dr. Qin here, we need not fear needles." Consequently, Wen Ning could only express her despondence. "Why am I incapable of driving?" Action commences. Lin Qizong swaggered boldly to the entrance of the Xiang'er Club. Noticing the absence of a doorman, he brazenly shouted, "Dead Niu, I know you are hiding inside. Come out. You coward. If you have the guts, don't be a turtle hiding its head. You sold me a counterfeit product. Do you realize you nearly cost me my life?" Lin Qizong, resembling a shrew, stood at the door with her hands on her hips, cursing for quite some time without any response. Instead of provoking Brother Niu, she inadvertently attracted the attention of the zombies. At this moment, Lin Qizong couldn't help but mutter to herself, "How can one endure this? Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? No, the car is still warm. They must be hiding." Just as she was about to unleash a loud shout, the door of the club creaked open slightly, and a dark gun barrel protruded out. A voice, filled with menace, warned, "If you keep shouting, I'll put you down." Relief washed over Lin Qizong as she feigned fear and exclaimed, "Aju, is that you? I need to see Brother Niu." From inside, Aju retorted irritably. It's your father. Hurry up and scram. If you don't leave quickly, I swear I'll shoot you. Instantly, Lin Qizong lowered her demeanor, forcing a smile as she pleaded no. No, Brother Zhu. Please let me see Brother Niu. It's urgent. Aju, losing his patience, stepped out with his gun aimed at Lin Qizong's head, cursing. Do you not understand human language? Then a voice resonated from within the club. Aju, let that kid in. I want to see what he has to say. It was Brother Niu. The moment Lin Qizong entered, two lackeys blocked her path and proceeded to search her thoroughly. Boss, she only has a lighter. One of the lackeys reported to Brother Niu, who lounged on the sofa, lazily embraced by companions, a glass of red wine perched on the table before him. In this apocalyptic world, he appeared to be living quite comfortably. Let her through, Brother Niu commanded. Lin Qizong snatched back her lighter, glancing around like a foolish landlord's son. This choice was made to feign ignorance, thereby lowering the guard of Brother Niu and his men, while also hoping to catch a glimpse of Qin Yuan. Unfortunately, there was not a trace of him, not even a sound. Eventually, Lin Qizong approached Brother Niu. Initially, she intended to be straightforward and take Brother Niu hostage. But Aju's gun was ever present behind her, a reminder that any rash move could lead to dire consequences. Brother Niu, with a look of disdain, asked, What do you want? Lin Qizong feigned anger, replying, Brother Niu, that's not fair. One of the guns you sold me is defective. I nearly fed a few zombies from the neighbor's house. Suddenly, Brother Niu slammed his hand on the table, his expression turning menacing as he shouted, Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This was the reaction Lin Qizong sought. She immediately shrank back, feigning humility while grinning apologetically. Brother Niu, forgive me, it was just a slip of the tongue. I'll correct my behavior. As she spoke, she even slapped herself a few times. Enough. If there's nothing else, get lost. Brother Niu replied irritably. Lin Qizong hastily remarked, No, Brother Niu. In truth, I have come primarily to seek your allegiance, to serve you diligently. Upon hearing this, Brother Niu scoffed derisively. Ah, is that so? However, I have no use for the inept. You appear somewhat capable. Yet there are plenty here who possess formidable strength. If you can best any of my fighters, I shall permit you to join us. Chapter 49, Ignition. Lin Qizong was not truly afraid of a confrontation. Rather, he feared that a single misstep might result in severe consequences, which would be quite troublesome. After all, he needed to maintain an impression of being utterly harmless to ensure that his subsequent plans would not be jeopardized. Therefore, Lin Qizong feigned a state of panic and fear, hastily waving his hands in a gesture of denial, exclaiming, No, I can't do it, I really can't. In the next moment, he donned a mischievous smile and remarked, Actually, I do have some skills. I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, particularly in the realm of revitalizing kidney energy. Oh, is that true? Niu immediately perked up, his eyes glinting with interest. This was precisely what Lin Qizong had hoped for, as no middle-aged man could resist the allure of kidney health. Moreover, upon entering, Lin Qizong noticed Niu lounging on the sofa, showing no signs of urgency after his recent activities. Niu was the leader here, and it was only fitting that he would be the first to explore new avenues. This was ample evidence that Qin Yuan had not yet suffered harm and was likely merely under soft confinement. Seeing Niu's curiosity piqued, Lin Qizong seized the moment, saying, It is indeed true. In the next instant, Lin Qizong managed to coax most of Niu's followers into the large bathhouse. Quickly assessing that Niu's main force numbered fewer than 20 men, an easily manageable number. Come. What I am about to teach everyone is the art of breathing to nourish one's essence. When it comes to our organs, the most effective and stable method is through nurturing therapy, and we shall commence with our breath. Lin Qizong shouted enthusiastically, and the bandits, led by Niu, were already eager to participate. Follow my rhythm and breathe. Inhale, exhale. The bandits chorused. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. In that moment, Lin Qizong resembled a charismatic leader rallying his followers. For several minutes, Lin Qizong led the bandits in this peculiar breathing exercise, and after a while, he signaled them to halt, beaming with satisfaction as he proclaimed, How does it feel? Is your heart not beating stronger? This will, in turn, invigorate your kidneys. The bandits instinctively placed their hands on their chests, realizing that their hearts were indeed racing. They were eager to seize every moment to breathe deeply. With such vigorous, high-frequency breathing, how could their hearts not race? Nyogu, somewhat bewildered yet pleased, remarked, "Who would have thought? You truly possess some talent. Where did you learn this technique?" Lin Qizong, maintaining an air of composure, replied nonchalantly, "A friend of mine named Chun Hao, a renowned physician at the First People's Hospital, taught me this." Upon hearing the name Chun Hao, Nyoji's faith in Lin Qizong's kidney revitalization methods deepened. For Chun Hao was indeed celebrated as the medical sage of Huachi. With the next step within reach, Lin Qizong swiftly guided the bandits into the next phase. "All right, brothers, pause the breathing exercise. We are about to proceed to the next step." Subsequently, Lin Qizong encouraged the bandits to disrobe and immerse themselves in the hot water, under the pretense of nurturing one's foundation. The time has come for everyone to engage in a therapeutic breathing exercise in the water. Come now, inhale and exhale. Inhale deeply. Such dense steam, if it does not leave you befuddled, I shall take your surname. Soon, a bandit sensed something amiss and, with a slightly dazed expression, remarked, "I feel a bit dizzy." Brother Nyo immediately cast a questioning glance at Lin Qizong, as he too began to experience oxygen deprivation and dizziness. Lin Qizong hastily retorted, "This is entirely normal. The steam is pure air, and your dizziness is merely a side effect of your body absorbing this pristine essence." Although Lin Qizong's words placated most of the bandits, Brother Nyo was no fool and had begun to harbor significant distrust towards him. Lin Qizong, keenly sensing a hint of murderous intent from Brother Nyo, realized he could no longer delay, lest his ruse be uncovered. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach, contorting his face in agony, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it hurts. I must have eaten something wrong today. Allow me a moment, brothers." With that, Lin Qizong hastily exited the bathing area. Brother Nyo fixed his gaze on Lin Qizong's retreating figure and instructed Zhu, "Follow him, and see what tricks he is up to." Upon leaving the bathhouse, Lin Qizong made a beeline for the changing room to retrieve his lighter. Just as he intended to ignite himself, Zhu appeared at the doorway, steel pipe in hand, coldly mocking, "Oh, this is certainly not a restroom. Have you revealed your true colors?" Noticing Zhu half-clad and unarmed, Lin Qizong dropped his pretense. With a sinister smile, he retorted, "Oh, is that so? This place reeks everywhere. I can hardly discern where the restroom might be." Taken aback by Lin Qizong's audacity, Zhu's eyes widened in anger as he lunged at Lin Qizong, pipe in hand. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." In an instant, Lin Qizong ignited his palm, and flames cascaded rapidly over half his body. Startled, Zhu feared Lin Qizong was attempting self-immolation. But before Zhu could fully comprehend, Lin Qizong's fiery fist had already struck his face, sending him flying without so much as a cry, his eyebrows singed clean off. After collapsing, Zhu's legs twitched briefly before falling still. Next, Lin Qizong directed the flames toward all visible electrical circuits. With a thunderous shout, the flames on the circuits surged violently. Within mere moments, the fire spread, crackling along the circuits and engulfing the entire establishment. The smoke alarm was triggered, yet the sprinklers on the ceiling proved utterly ineffective against the engulfing inferno. The situation unfolded precisely as Lin Qizong had orchestrated. The bandits, witnessing the ferocity of the flames, scrambled toward the exit in a panic. Not only did they abandon their weapons, but they scarcely had time to don their clothing. Outside the door, Tai Nyo and Wen Ning were already on high alert. As soon as the bandits showed their faces, they were met with an overwhelming barrage of firepower from the two, effectively driving the assailants back into the inferno. It must be that scoundrel Lin at work. Where is he? Where's Zhu? Inside the blaze, Nyoga roared with fury, but no one on the scene could respond. Lin Qizong seemed to hear someone desperately calling for him, and with a casual wave of his hand, the flames surged once more. "I shall deal with you later." After uttering this, Lin Qizong began to break through room after room in search of Qin Yuan and to rescue some imprisoned women. He paid little heed to the women. merely advising them to be cautious before allowing them to flee for their lives. His primary mission was to locate Qin Yuan as swiftly as possible. At last, in a room at the end of the corridor, he discovered Qin Yuan, blindfolded, gagged, and bound tightly. Chapter 50. Playing the fool to deceive the tiger? At this moment, Qin Yuan was writhing like a worm, his body reacting to the chaotic sounds and rising temperatures within the club, which filled him with profound unease. Lin Qizong rushed to Qin Yuan's side, tearing off the tape from his mouth and exclaiming, "Qin Yuan, I am here to save you." However, in a state of extreme terror, Qin Yuan exhibited an overwhelming aversion to Lin Qizong's proximity and, in a moment of desperation, lunged to bite Lin Qizong's neck. Caught off guard, Lin Qizong stiffened from the painful bite, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Had it not been for his evolved physique, a mere mortal would have undoubtedly suffered a severed artery from such an assault. Yet, Qin Yuan's biting lasted merely 2 or 3 seconds, as Lin Qizong was ablaze. The intense heat inflicted upon him prompted Qin Yuan to instinctively recoil. Lin Qizong grimaced, clutching his neck and hopping about in agony. Given the ferocity of the bite, he began to suspect that Qin Yuan might have transformed into a zombie. Damn it, these beasts! Just moments ago, she was a perfectly fine girl, and in the blink of an eye, she has become a zombie. Dr. Qin is likely to find this hard to accept. Upon hearing his father's name, Qin Yuan seemed to be sedated, with only heavy breathing remaining, devoid of any further struggle. He then stammered, "Who are you?" Lin Qizong, having braced himself mentally, nearly acted to free Qin Yuan. Unexpectedly, her question nearly caused him to falter. After stumbling slightly, he awkwardly lowered his fists and cautiously inquired, "Are you human?" As he spoke, he poked Qin Yuan's arm with his unburned hand, checking for any residual warmth. Qin Yuan, twitching at the corner of her mouth, replied, "If I am not human, then what am I? A ghost?" Lin Qizong responded, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Who knows who you are? You came at me like a zombie, biting my neck. It was rather frightening, you know. Enough, the situation is dire. We can discuss this later. I am Lin Qizong, here to rescue you alongside your father," he asserted, pulling off Qin Yuan's blindfold and using the flames on his body to sever her bindings. Isn't that hot? Startled by the sight of Lin Qizong's flames, Qin Yuan realized that the burning sensation she felt earlier was indeed caused by the fire emanating from him. Lin Qizong explained succinctly, "I possess a unique physique. Fire cannot harm me. We shall discuss this later. For now, you must stay close to me until we escape." With a nod of agreement from Qin Yuan, Lin Qizong opened the door and cautiously surveyed the surroundings before whispering, "Let us go." As they made their way, various collapsing objects threatened to fall upon them. Yet Lin Qizong effortlessly neutralized each danger. The flames, under his control, remained distant from Qin Yuan. However, at the corner, they encountered Brother Nyo and his gang of thugs. Upon seeing the instigator, Brother Nyo erupted in fury. "It's you. You dare set fire for this little wench? Guys, seize him, capture him as a hostage, and we can exit." Lin Qizong's expression instantly darkened, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he retorted, "Truly, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Your words are utterly repugnant." With a swift motion of his right hand, the flames on the wall surged violently, charging directly towards the approaching bandits. In an instant, several of them were engulfed. After a brief, desperate struggle filled with anguished cries, silence fell, the entire episode consuming less than half a minute. Brother Nyo was struck with terror, unable to fathom that the grandson who had been bowing and nodding moments ago was, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The ability to manipulate fire left him feeling utterly defenseless, realizing it was futile to confront such a formidable adversary. Instantly, his instinct was to flee, a sentiment echoed by his subordinates. As Brother Nyo turned to escape, his followers hastily followed suit, preferring to gamble on the gunfire that awaited them outside, rather than face the wrath of Lin Qizong for even a moment longer. In the ensuing chaos, none of his men thought to look after Brother Nyo, each desperate to escape. Thus, he found himself left behind in the fray. To add insult to injury, a falling object struck his leg, shattering it. Meanwhile, The bandits grossly underestimated Wen Ning's marksmanship. As they charged out, many fell in an instant. When only 3 bandits remained, Wen Ning and Tai Nyo simultaneously lowered their weapons, for a horde of zombies had already surrounded the club, leaving the trio with no means of escape. Inside the establishment, the injured brother Nyo sat on the ground, his face a mask of despair as he frantically kicked backward, grasping anything that lay scattered on the floor and hurling it towards Lin Qizong as if they were weapons. Yet, none found their mark. The flames seemed to possess a will of their own, instinctively shielding Lin Qizong from all incoming projectiles. As Lin Qizong drew ever closer, brother Nyo's composure finally shattered, tears pooling in his eyes and dampening his pockets. "Please, big brother, spare me, I beg you. I was wrong. Don't kill me." Lin Qizong replied with a cold smile. "What exactly did you err in?" Sensing a glimmer of negotiation, brother Nyo's eyes darted around before he lamented. "I was wrong to sell you faulty guns?" Lin Qizong's smile widened, yet his murderous intent intensified. "What if I told you that the guns you sold me were quite effective?" "Huh? Well then, I was wrong in Lin Yi." Before brother Nyo could finish, Lin Qizong heard Qin Yuan calling out to him from behind, his voice alarmingly weak. Turning around, he saw Qin Yuan, drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen, his pupils dilating ominously. In the next moment, Qin Yuan's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed into Lin Qizong's arms. It was carbon monoxide poisoning from the thick smoke. Lin Qizong, having believed that he had the situation under control, had overlooked the tension that had gripped Qin Yuan throughout the day. Realizing the urgency, he ceased his conversation with brother Nyo and swiftly scooped up the unconscious Qin Yuan. Bang! Just as the zombies finished devouring 3 bandits, the club's door was violently slammed open by a figure, brother Nyo, propelled out by Lin Qizong's kick. At that moment, he lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The impact of the fall had nearly cost him his life. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qizong emerged from the inferno, cradling Qin Yuan in his arms. Witnessing this, Wen Ning and Tai Nyo intended to carve a path through the horde of zombies for Lin Qizong. However, the next astonishing scene compelled them to halt in their tracks. The flames from the fire seemed to respond to an unseen command, slithering like a great fiery serpent toward Lin Qizong's back. In no time, the conflagration at the venue was extinguished, entirely absorbed by Lin Qizong, leaving only a flicker of flame dancing at the tips of his toes. Chapter 51. The joining of the Qin father and daughter. At this moment, Lin Qizong exuded an aura of authority that even from a distance, Wen Ning felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Brother Nyo, despite his severe injuries, struggled to distance himself from Lin Qizong. Yet in the next instant, brother Nyo was doomed to descend into the abyss of regret. Lin Qizong's gaze flickered with fierce intensity as he swept his leg forward, and a small flame that had been disturbed soared into a towering inferno within moments. The zombies and the grievously injured brother Nyo, who had turned to retaliate, were instantaneously consumed by the relentless flames. Wen Ning and Tai Nyo, who lay in ambush across the street, were thrown to the ground by the fiery backlash. As they regained their footing, the overwhelming wave of fire had already dissipated, leaving behind nothing but charred remains of the zombies and brother Nyo, reduced to a carbonized state that a mere breeze could scatter. How terrifying! Wen Ning was momentarily dazed by the spectacle. In contrast, Tai Nyo was brimming with exhilaration. What is so frightening? This is incredible. My Zongge is truly remarkable. Come on, Ningjia, let us go and greet Zongge. All right, let us go. In the next moment, within the sanctuary of Qin Baiji, after a period of rescue efforts, Qin Yuan regained consciousness, though her mind remained somewhat muddled, requiring time to clear. With a thud, Qin Baiji shut the door to his daughter's room and unexpectedly knelt before Lin Qizong and the others, followed by a heartfelt bow, tears glistening in his eyes. The group was taken aback by this gesture and hurriedly helped Qin Baiji to his feet. He struggled, insisting on bowing 3 times, but was firmly admonished by Lin Qizong. Enough. Qin Baiji wiped away the tears on his face and said, "Brother Lin, allow me to complete my bows. I am at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness. If it were not for you, Xiao Yuan would." seeing Qin Baiji's genuine display of emotion. Wen Ning and Tainyo were also moved. However, Lin Qizong smiled gently and replied, "What kindness? What repayment? This is simply what we ought to do, because you are my companion." Upon hearing this, Qin Baiji nodded repeatedly in agreement, sincerely exclaiming, "Indeed, from now on, we are partners." Finally, as Qin Yuan regained her senses, she expressed no dissent regarding joining Lin Qizong. Instead, she felt a sense of anticipation. After Qin Baiji had gathered all the useful supplies, Tainyo returned from his brief foray into the club to scavenge for resources. Although most consumables had been incinerated by Lin Qizong, Tainyo managed to uncover 2 handguns with ammunition, as well as several intact machetes. He lamented, "What a pity. There must have been many valuable items inside. It's such a waste to lose them to the fire." Lin Qizong sheepishly scratched the back of his head and said, "It's all right. Our harvest today has been quite splendid." With that, Lin Qizong turned to look at Qin Baiji and his daughter, both of whom responded with a knowing smile. On the journey back, laden with spoils, atop a lofty building, a man and woman clad in black gazed intently at a departing pickup truck. The girl possessed a visage of exquisite beauty, her every movement radiating an extraordinary allure. With a toss of her vibrant red hair, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This evolver is quite impressive. Should we consider winning him over?" Her expression conveyed surprise, yet her gaze remained remarkably tranquil. Beneath her feigned demeanor, coupled with her delicate manner of speaking, she emanated the aura of a seasoned player in the realm of romance. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, responded with indifference, "Let him be. As long as he is not affiliated with the TR Research Institute, he is of no concern to us. The mission takes precedence." This statement irked the girl, who stamped her foot in frustration and retorted, "Humph, you're only focused on the mission. We finally stepped out. Can't you spare a moment to have some fun with me?" In the face of such a stunning and untamed beauty's playful antics, most men would likely falter. Yet this man displayed no signs of disturbance, calmly declaring, "If you continue to act this way in front of me, I will surely end your life one day." Although his tone was composed, it bore an undeniable air of authority, prompting the girl to stick out her tongue in playful defiance before falling silent. Meanwhile, at the camp in Flower Forest Village, Qin Baiji introduced himself and his daughter. "Hello, everyone. I am Qin Baiji, a doctor. You can entrust your health to me without worry." "Hello, everyone. I am Qin Yuan." The arrival of the Qin father-daughter duo was met with joy. Even the village chief, who had been resistant to outsiders, wore a cheerful grin. After planting sweet potatoes, Lin Qizong raised his hoe and excitedly proclaimed, "Let the feast begin." That evening, the group gathered around the bonfire, reveling in their first heartfelt celebration since the apocalypse. Observing the discarded food on the ground, Shunzi felt a pang of regret, having previously endured a diet of pig feed. He turned to Wen Ning and remarked, "Aren't you going to say anything to your man? With him squandering food like this, how long can we last?" Wen Ning, smiling gently, glanced at Lin Qizong, who was singing and dancing among the crowd, and replied, "Let him enjoy himself. After all, this isn't a daily occurrence." "Wait, who are you calling my man?" Shunzi chuckled mischievously, raising his eyebrows. "Isn't that a common understanding? Sister one, after living together for so long. I can't believe nothing has happened." He. When Ning paused, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stammered, I'll move out tonight and stay with you." Shunzi waved his hands, feigning concern. No. What if Zongge takes his frustrations out on me? He might just set me ablaze. Besides, sister, you should be wary of a rival. That new girl has been looking at Zongge with stars in her eyes. Until then, when Ning hadn't noticed that Qin Yuan had not taken her eyes off Lin Qizong, her gaze brimming with unspoken affection. As Wen Ning contemplated the events of the day, a profound sense of urgency surged within her, recalling how Lin Qizong had heroically rescued Qin Yuan and a princess carry. As the banquet drew to a close, the village chief, eager to assert his presence, proclaimed in an authoritative tone, "Everyone, please hold on a moment. Allow me to share a few words before we depart. Given the increasing number of individuals in our camp, I propose that we convene a meeting tomorrow to elect some individuals to oversee various matters. After all, without rules, there can be no order. This suggestion is made in the interest of fostering the betterment of our camp. Does anyone have any objections? Naturally, the crowd had none. For the village chief's reasoning was sound. Thus, the decision was made to hold the election assembly the following day. Chapter 52, The Snoopy Group. The assembly commenced with the village chief's superfluous yet fervent speech, demonstrating a remarkable enthusiasm as if he were already prepared to assume the role of the camp leader. However, the villagers paid little heed to him. Their primary preference lay with Lin Qizong. The village chief, adopting an official tone, proclaimed, "Since we require a manager, it is essential to have someone of authority. Let us be democratic and proceed with a voting system. Is that agreeable? Shall we begin?" Upon receiving the villagers' approval of his decision, the chief's confidence surged, and he declared, "Allow me to nominate myself. As the head of Hualin Village, I possess extensive management experience. If you believe I am fit for the role of leader, please raise your hands." After speaking, he closed his eyes with a smile. But when he opened them, he was taken aback to find the anticipated unanimous support absent. Among the gathered dozen, only Widow Zhao, who harbored feelings for the chief, raised her hand. The others looked at Lin Qizong, seemingly waiting for his stance. If he opposed, they would as well. "What are you all looking at me for? Is there food on my face?" Lin Qizong inquired, perplexed as he touched his cheek. Wen Ning leaned closer to Lin Qizong and whispered, "They are all waiting for you to express your opinion." Iron Bull, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Why bother with voting? It's clear everyone is accustomed to following Brother Zong. We might as well let him continue leading us. Besides, we have survived thanks to his assistance all this time. His character is beyond reproach. Given that his decisions have never faltered, I believe the leadership should undoubtedly belong to Brother Zong." Iron Bull's remarks resonated with the crowd, who applauded in agreement, while the chief and Widow Zhao's smiles grew increasingly strained. With the leadership position effectively secured, the reluctant chief proposed various subordinate roles. Yet the villagers ignored his voting system and insisted that Lin Qizong appoint the management personnel at his discretion. Lin Qizong furrowed his brow in contemplation before finally announcing, "Based on everyone's performance during this period, I have decided Wen Ning shall oversee food management. Iron Bull will be responsible for safety management, and Qin Baiji will handle sanitation management. Anyone in management who requires assistance must lend their support to the best of their ability. Thus, our camp will flourish and grow ever more united." As Lin Qizong declared the appointments, he noticed the village chief incessantly making exaggerated gestures, anxiously pointing at himself, fearful of being overlooked. The villagers, following Lin Qizong's voice, turned to the chief, who awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly explained, "No, it's nothing, just a sore throat." As the meeting neared its conclusion, with little dissent regarding Lin Qizong's arrangements, Shui Zi, with a twinkle in his eye, suggested, "Brother Zong, should we not give our team a resounding name? Like the Whisperers and the Salvation Corps, which bear notable names, even Brother Chen's team has its own title. What was it again? A community of mutual assistance and camaraderie." Iron Bull replied, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes, for he had long harbored this intention. Lin Qizong found himself in a quandary, stammering, "We can certainly come up with a name, but we must not be as cliché as Brother Chen. How about we call ourselves?" The crowd awaited in eager anticipation. "The Snoopy Group," Lin Qizong declared with pride, and immediately the reactions were polarized. Those led by Iron Bull, unfamiliar with the meaning of Snoopy, expressed their approval. "Oh, it sounds quite chic and imposing. Indeed, it is worthy of my Brother Zong." Iron Bull wholeheartedly agree. Conversely, another faction wore expressions of disdain, with Shunzi turning to Wen Ning and remarking, "If they knew what Snoopy actually was, they would likely want to beat up your man, just like us." Wen Ning, her forehead resting in her palm, replied, "The most ironic part is that he just mocked Brother Chen's team name. In truth, their naming skills are hardly superior. What audacity does he have to ridicule others?" Shunzi sighed. "Do we even have the right to object?" Wen Ning, "You could try, but I doubt it would bear fruit." At that moment, the ever-smiling Qin Yuan interjected, "Sisters, I think that name sounds quite lovely. It's rather adorable, just like Brother Zong." Wen Ning Shunzi, Hey, really? Without granting anyone a chance to counter, Lin Qizong abruptly rose and proclaimed, "All right, the name shall be the Snoopy Group." Meeting adjourned. Following his declaration, Lin Qizong was the first to leave, presumably heading back to the old residence to fetch fish feed. Subsequently, everyone began to exit the conference room in succession, with Shunzi deliberately pulling Wen Ning to walk at the rear. Pointing at Qin Yuan's retreating figure, she jested, "Sister leader, did you hear that?" The newcomer just uttered such cheesy words. What does she mean by calling him adorable? I believe she is openly challenging your position. If you don't take some measures soon, who knows, Brother Zong might develop feelings for her by tomorrow. Wen Ning's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, "Shunzi, what are you saying? My relationship with Lin Qizong is completely innocent." With that, Wen Ning shook off Shunzi and hurriedly darted away, her face a rosy hue. Shunzi, undeterred, chased after her for a couple of steps, calling out, "Sister leader, there's no need to feel embarrassed. This era is quite open. At least strive to be the main consort." After the election meeting, everyone began to clarify their roles and responsibilities, leading to a more orderly environment. Yet, the tranquility in the apocalyptic world was fleeting. 1 month later, deep into the night, Iron Bull and Liuzi were sharing laughter atop the watchtower. Suddenly, Iron Bull's expression shifted, and he fixated warily on the road. Liuzi, sensing his tension, followed Iron Bull's gaze and spotted a staggering silhouette approaching. "Merely a zombie," Liuzi chuckled. "No need for you to be so anxious, Tainyo." However, Tainyo remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed intently on the shadow. "Help me." The figure emitted a faint plea for assistance. "Damn it, it's Ling Ji from Brother Chun's side," Tainyo exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. Liuzi quickly informed Brother Zong. Without hesitation, Tainyo rushed towards Qin Baiji, cradling the bloodied Ling Ji in his arms to join forces with Lin Qizong. Upon seeing Ling Ji in such a dire state, Lin Qizong instantly felt a sense of foreboding. This could only signify that Brother Chen's side had suffered a grave blow. Chapter 53. The Indestructible Green Tortoise. As anticipated, under the care of Qin Baiji, Ling Ji quickly began to recover, aided by the physique of an evolved being. Lin Qizong, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, "Ling Ji, what has happened? Is there trouble?" Ling Ji, disregarding the warm water offered by Wen Ning, grasped Lin Qizong's hand with a troubled expression, exclaiming, "Lin Qizong, our regiment is in peril. We need your assistance. Chief Chun is barely holding on." Indeed, as Lin Qizong had foreseen, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. After all, Chun had assisted him on multiple occasions, and Lin Qizong was not one to forget a kindness. He promptly gathered his combatants to rush to Rain City, over 200 kilometers away, to support Chun. As for the situation with Chun, he would ascertain the details en route. On the way, the small pickup truck was crammed with people. Lin Qizong took with him Wen Ning, Tainyo, and the Shun Lu siblings to provide support, as the others lacked combat experience and would likely be of no use. Ling Ji's injuries were stabilized, yet her anxiety was palpable as she recounted, "My camp was ambushed by the TR Institute. They unleashed a horde of enhanced zombies, and Chief Chun is truly on the brink of collapse. Just the previous night, officials from the TR Institute brazenly arrived at Chen's sanctuary, accompanied by dozens of enhanced zombies. Sensing the impending threat, the United Friendship Regiment immediately engaged in battle, but the TR Institute's zombies exhibited an unsettling strength. Not only had the ordinary zombies been transformed into more savage and bloodthirsty creatures, but they also moved with alarming agility. Chen was caught off guard. Moreover, Ling Ji revealed that the enemy possessed an indomitable, monstrous creature. Even the awakened Chen struggled to contend with it. As the situation grew dire, Chen fought valiantly to carve a path for Ling Ji, urging her to seek Lin Qizong's aid. Although Ling Ji longed to fight alongside Chen, she recognized that her best course of action was to swiftly bring back support. Thus, Ling Ji drove through the throng of zombies. However, the adversaries were not inclined to let her pass unchallenged, dispatching a portion of their zombies to pursue her. Consequently, the journey of over 200 kilometers took Ling Ji an entire day, dragging her wounded self until she finally reached Lin Qizong. "What have you done to provoke such a terrifying retaliation?" Lin Qizong asked gravely. Ling Ji, her face a mask of despair, replied, "We did nothing. Previously, we had merely heard of them through information channels. Could it be that inquiring about them warranted our extermination?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong ceased his inquiries, now aware that their foes were driven purely by malice. Hours later, as dawn broke with a pale light, the pickup truck entered the confines of Rain City. True to its name, Rain City was indeed a deluge-prone locale. The fine drizzle, coupled with the overcast sky, cast an oppressive pall over the entire city. Following Ling Ji's directions, they drove for less than 10 minutes before the distant sound of chaos reached their ears. Ling Ji, immediately tense, leaned out of the window, scanning the surroundings. Boom! Once again, a resounding explosion reverberated, but this time it was alarmingly close. Lin Qizong promptly ordered the vehicle to halt, and the group disembarked, concealing themselves as they advanced on foot. Upon reaching the intersection, the sight that greeted them left them utterly astonished. Stretching as far as the eye could see, thousands of zombies swarmed the street, creating an impenetrable barrier. This was no mere handful of undead. As Lin Qizong stealthily approached, he murmured to himself, "It appears this horde of zombies was summoned by the battle, or perhaps the enhanced zombies from the TR Research Institute are leading the ordinary ones." Just as the group managed to reach the second floor of a nearby residential building to assess the situation, they spotted Chen Zhuqi's figure. He was hovering in midair, rapidly propelled backward. In the next moment, accompanied by earth-shaking footsteps, a towering monster emerged before them. This creature was a grotesquely muscular zombie, its body riddled with exposed green veins and adorned with spikes nearly a meter long, exuding an overwhelming aura of destructive power. Good heavens! A green monstrosity? Lin Qizong's eyelid twitched, incredulous at the sight before him. The next instant, Chen Zhuqi's attack confirmed the words of Ling Ji regarding the creature's indestructibility. With a clap of his hands, Chen Zhuqi sent the abandoned cars lining the street crashing toward the monster, but it merely slowed its pursuit of him. Then, with a thunderous shout, he unleashed a barrage of vehicles that struck the creature, momentarily entombing it. Lin Qizong initially believed this would vanquish the beast, but his joy was short-lived as the monster let out a deafening roar and forcefully broke free from its confines. Chen Zhuqi's face contorted with rage and despair. When he attempted to unleash his powers once more to strike the creature, he found the light in his hands flickering out, exhausted and depleted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Qizong disregarded the horde of zombies surrounding them and leapt down toward Chen Zhuqi's direction, shouting, "You stay back and provide remote support. I shall deal with that monster." With that declaration, Lin Qizong ignited his body, forging through the sea of corpses with an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuqi, having exhausted even his ability to hover, began to descend slowly. The monster, acutely aware of this vulnerability, extended its massive claws, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Zhuqi. As he descended, despair and reluctance filled Chen Zhuqi's eyes. When confronted with the monster's approaching talons, he closed his eyes, waiting for death. Fire Fist. Just as the claws were mere inches from him, Lin Qizong unleashed a fiery torrent that sent the creature sprawling several meters away. Immediately, he leapt from the mass of undead, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Zhuqi. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said. Chen Zhuqi managed a pained smile. "Not late. Just in time." Then, the nearby monster emitted a bone-chilling roar, becoming increasingly frenzied. Lin Qizong's fiery punch had ignited its rage. Undeterred by the flames clinging to its body, the monster surged forward, charging at Lin Qizong with ferocity. The immense and grotesque form, coupled with its fearsome visage, immediately instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Lin Qizong, wary of underestimating the creature, unleashed several powerful punches infused with fiery energy. Despite the repeated searing onslaughts, which left the monster's skin charred and smoldering, it remained impervious to death, as if it were indeed an immortal being. Chapter 54. The instigator Lin Qizong found himself in a quandary. He realized that continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. So he hastily inquired of Chunjuchi, "How is it that we cannot kill it? Have you discovered its weakness?" Chunjuchi, equally distressed, shook his head and replied, "If I knew its weakness, we wouldn't have been battling it for an entire day." Lin Qizong swallowed hard and said, "Damn it, if I cannot confront it, at least I can evade it. Let us find an opportunity to retreat to my place. I will shelter you." However, Chunjuchi countered, "I have long contemplated abandoning the shelter, but the situation there is equally dire. The modified zombies, along with a horde of ordinary ones, have secured the area tightly. The people inside cannot escape at all." What? The situation was far more severe than Lin Qizong had imagined. Even though he had not underestimated the TR Research Institute, he had not anticipated that it could force Chunjuchi into such a desperate position. Subsequently, Lin Qizong declared, "I have brought people with me. They can coordinate with yours to carve out a path for survival." Yet, at that moment, Chunjuchi appeared hesitant and said, "No, I do not wish to risk their lives on something uncertain." Lin Qizong felt a surge of anger. "What time is it? Shall we allow them to sit idly in the shelter and await their doom? If we do not fight back, they will perish without a trace." Lin Qizong's impassioned exhortation began to sway Chunjuchi. After all, given the current circumstances, retreat was indeed the most prudent course of action, as the shelter surely could not withstand much longer. "Very well, I agree. I will have Ling Ji find a way to establish contact with those inside." With that, Lin Qizong took on the responsibility of distracting the monster, while Chunjuchi hastened to the residential building where Wen Ning and the others were strategizing. Immediately, Lin Qizong faced the monster alone. Since fire could not destroy it, he chose to cease his attacks, focusing instead on evading the creature's ferocious onslaught. The current strategy was simply to buy time for Chunjuchi and the others to escape. In the alley, Lin Qizong darted swiftly, while the monster relentlessly pursued him. The heaps of debris in the alley were no impediment to the creature's advance. Its body, a chaotic mixture of red and green muscles, rendered it unstoppable, akin to an out-of-control heavy truck sweeping everything aside. The situation had become exceedingly perilous, and at that moment, zombies began to surge into the alley. Unlike ordinary zombies that moved sluggishly, these were agile and sprinted toward Lin Qizong. Modified zombies. Lin Qizong found himself flanked, and although he had no trouble dealing with modified zombies, any slowdown in his pace would result in a catastrophic encounter with the monster's devastating claws. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Qizong. He altered his escape route upward. He began to scale the walls on either side of the alley, leaping back and forth with agility, effectively creating a vertical escape. Fortunately, the narrowness of the alley meant that Lin Qizong, being an evolved being, ascended with relative ease. He glanced back at the zombies below, who were howling in anger, and having sensed the threat posed by the modified zombies, Lin Qizong unleashed a fiery punch downwards without hesitation. Boom! Flames surged fiercely towards the ground, conjuring waves of fire several meters high that instantly engulfed the zombies below. In that moment, the alley was illuminated by a brilliant blaze, accompanied by the relentless shrieks of the undead and the crackling sounds of immolation. Within mere moments, the cacophony of zombie howls was abruptly silenced, and the flames gradually subsided. Lin Qizong, believing he had vanquished them, turned away with a scoff, muttering, "Pathetic." Just as the words left his lips, he sensed an unusual sound behind him. Turning around, he was struck with a chill. A dark, menacing claw had somehow found its way onto the rooftop's wall, and soon the grotesque visage of the monster zombie began to emerge. It was climbing up. In a panic, Lin Qizong swiftly took flight. Thus, a thrilling chase unfolded atop the residential building, with one man and one zombie locked in a fierce pursuit. Not far away, two figures shrouded in black trench coats were watching the spectacle unfold. These two were none other than the instigators of this chaos, Liao Minmin and Wang Feng. Upon spotting Lin Qizong, Wang Feng's eyes widened in fury, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "He is an evolved one? No matter, I shall kill this brat." Liao Minmin interjected, "With you? If it weren't for the Green Giant's formidable regenerative abilities, he would have been reduced to ashes by Lin Qizong long ago." You are merely a waste carrying the TR virus. What do you possess to confront him? Faced with Liao Minmin's derision, Wang Feng felt utterly humiliated, bowing his head in rage and disgrace. It was evident that Liao Minmin had risen far beyond her former self, at the very least. Her standing within the TR Research Institute eclipsed that of Wang Feng. She then coldly remarked, "This is becoming increasingly interesting. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Chen Zhuqi and the others, having reached a consensus on their course of action, promptly initiated a rescue mission. Chen Zhuqi, having caught his breath, unleashed a wide-ranging gravitational pull that lifted the zombies into the air. Following this, Ling Ji swiftly guided their companions out of the shelter. Wen Ning and her group were tasked with providing cover and eliminating any stragglers. However, Chen Zhuqi's refuge was located within a supermarket, where the entrance could be opened wide enough to allow hundreds of compatriots to evacuate in an instant. Subsequently, Chen Zhuqi instructed Wen Ning and her team to find a safe place to hide, while he remained behind to provide support. "Boss, I want to stay back too." Ling Ji insisted, eager to assist, but Chen Zhuqi firmly rejected her, stating, "No, it is sufficient for me and Lin Qizong to remain here. The main group cannot afford to lose you." Just as he managed to convince Ling Ji, Wen Ning arrived with Tai Niu and the Shun Lu siblings, declaring, "Boss Chun, we come help you." Chen Zhuqi found himself resorting to the same reasoning he had used on Ling Ji. "No need. It's dangerous here. With Lin, I am not your subordinate. We only heed Brother Zong." Wen Ning interjected resolutely before Chen Zhuqi could finish. Tai Niu chimed in, "Indeed, our leader is still fighting. I cannot bear to abandon him." Lu Zi added, "We adore Brother Lin. We promised we would leave together in an orderly fashion." "Shunzi, you're absolutely right." Chun, moved by the unity of several individuals, shook his head and said, "I truly have no way to deal with you. Let us go. We shall rush forward to support the Lin Qizong that you all so admire." Chapter 55. The transformed Wang Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Qizong found himself in an exceedingly perilous situation, as the Hulk, unfathomably resilient, seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of strength. For nearly half an hour, he was relentlessly pursued, the creature's speed showing no signs of abating, nearly closing in on him several times. Had it not been for Lin Qizong's quick reflexes, he would have already been pierced by the Hulk's vicious claws. As Chen Zhuqi's team made their retreat, Liao Minmin observed everything with keen eyes. However, she paid no heed to the ordinary individuals lacking combat prowess. Instead, she instructed Wang Feng to personally enter the now-deserted shelter to search for something. Shortly thereafter, Wang Feng emerged, hoisting two individuals, none other than the former generals of the Salvation Army, Hard Brother and Vulture. Captured by Chen Zhuqi after their defeat, they were left behind during the retreat, ultimately becoming a fortunate acquisition for Liao Minmin. Upon securing the two former Salvation Army evolvers, a satisfied smile graced Liao Minmin's face. "Indeed, these evolvers from the Salvation Army are right here. Dr. Ghana, surely you ought to commend me for this?" It became evident that this was not merely a straightforward assault. The attack on Chen Zhuqi's encampment served a dual purpose: to test the combat efficacy of biological weapons and to procure evolvers for experimentation. Ordinary zombies and living subjects were no longer sufficient. Their gaze had shifted towards evolvers, although Chen Zhuqi remained unvanquished. It should not be forgotten that Liao Minmin was also a resident of Huaqing, fully aware of the Salvation Army's significant maneuvers within the city. Thus, one of the reasons for Chen Zhuqi's assault was Liao Minmin's knowledge of his capture of two evolvers. Since the goal was to test the biological weaponry, she decided to apply maximum pressure in hopes of securing one or two evolvers. Unexpectedly, the biological weapon's performance proved remarkably effective, causing Chen Zhuqi's formidable team to retreat in disarray. Initially, Liao Minmin's strategy was to breach the shelter and seize the two evolvers, but she did not anticipate that Chen Zhuqi's team would falter under pressure and abandon them. Regardless of the circumstances, Liao Minmin successfully acquired the two evolvers, far exceeding her expectations. Satisfied with her haul, she prepared to rally the modified zombies for their return home. Yet, Wang Feng appeared to have no intention of retreating. After handing over the two evolvers to the modified zombies for Liao Minmin, he charged towards Lin Qizong's location. Wang Feng, what on earth are you planning? Return immediately. That is an order. Liao Minmin, sensing Wang Feng's unusual behavior and fearing complications, shouted her command. However, Wang Feng feigned ignorance, insisting he intended to eliminate Lin Qizong. Meanwhile, the individuals on the street also detected the source of the commotion. Chun Juqi, seething with anger, declared, "So the commander is hiding there." With that, he activated his partially recovered abilities and soared directly towards the high-rise where Liao Minmin was situated. Wen Ning, undeterred, noticed the retreating team had moved far away and decided to search for Lin Qizong alone. "You all wait here. I will find Zhongge. Don't worry. I shall be fine." After issuing her instructions to Tiniu and the others, Wen Ning began to jog away. Tiniu hurriedly called out, "Wait, big sister. I want to go too." Without looking back, Wen Ning firmly replied, "No need. You all must protect the retreating team. I can manage alone. Since you call me big sister, you must listen to me." Her authoritative presence was undeniable, and Tiniu found himself compelled to retreat. The scene shifted as Lin Qizong was being dragged around by the relentless green giant, panting heavily, yet his eyes remained filled with a fierce determination. Just as Lin Qizong planned to slip away from the green giant once more, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Wang Feng. Suddenly, Wang Feng appeared before Lin Qizong. A mocking grin plastered across his face, blocking his escape. "It's you? You're still alive?" Lin Qizong exclaimed in astonishment. "I was about to ask you the same thing," Wang Feng retorted. In an alarming turn, Wang Feng's head unfurled like the petals of a flower, revealing several slender tendrils that lunged toward Lin Qizong. Though the speed of the assault was not particularly swift, Lin Qizong easily sidestepped it. However, the tendrils proved to be unexpectedly agile, curving around to ensnare him like a constricting serpent. Panic-stricken, Lin Qizong attempted to ignite the flames within him to break free, but it was too late. The green giant's massive fist descended upon him like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, Lin Qizong bore the full brunt of the blow. The force so tremendous that it shattered the floor beneath him. He rolled his eyes back as he plummeted alongside the debris, the sheer impact rendering him unconscious. A testament to the terrifying destructive power of the modified zombie green giant. Hearing the resounding crash, Wen Ning's expression darkened, her pace quickening as she rushed towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Wang Feng's grin morphed into a maniacal smirk as he leaned over the gaping hole in the floor, peering down to see Lin Qizong lying motionless. To ensure his demise, Wang Feng leapt down, intent on ending Lin Qizong's life. With a taunting sneer, Wang Feng jeered, "What's the matter? Is this all you've got? Where's that bravado you had before? Come on." As he spoke, his expression twisted into a grotesque snarl, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, Wang Feng's hands transformed, elongating and darkening like twisted roots, stretching several meters towards Lin Qizong. These root-like appendages ensnared Lin Qizong, tightening their grip with a sinister intent. At the same time, the hatred in Wang Feng's gaze reached a fever pitch. "Open your eyes and see. Am I not revolting? I certainly think so. My ghastly appearance is all you're doing. I must personally slay you and rip your heart from your chest." With that, Wang Feng's other hand morphed as well, rapidly transforming into a claw akin to that of a Komodo dragon. Before plunging the blade into Lin Qizong's chest, Wang Feng's eyes began to blur, his thoughts drifting back to the moment he was overwhelmed by zombies in the Dove community. After Lin Qizong and Du Yu departed, Wang Feng, having been gnawed upon by the undead, was certain of his impending transformation into a zombie. However, after his body became permeated with the scent of the zombie virus, the creatures ceased their biting. Subsequently, as his consciousness began to fade, instinct compelled him to seek a glimmer of hope, leading him to limping away from the Dove community amidst the tide of corpses. Yet upon exiting the neighborhood, he encountered members of the TR Research Institute clandestinely gathering zombies for experimentation. Simultaneously, Liao Minmin, relying on her charms, secured the protection of the TR Research Institute team. Upon learning of their desire for fresh specimens, Liao Minmin pointed towards the bloodied Wang Feng. Ultimately, he was reduced to a mere subject for experimentation. Fortunately, his infection was still in its infancy, and his consciousness had not yet been completely clouded. Under the direct supervision of Dr. Ghana, Wang Feng managed to retain his awareness, albeit his body had undeniably become a true carrier of the infection. Dr. Ghana, astonished by the experiment's outcome, proceeded to modify Wang Feng's physique, injecting him with a mutated virus. Thus, Wang Feng ultimately transformed into this ghastly form. Chapter 56, Spontaneous Combustion. Having recollected his thoughts, Wang Feng was filled with a sufficient amount of murderous intent. He lunged forward with his claws. Bang! Just as his claws were mere inches from Lin Qizong's chest, a gunshot rang out from the corner. A pool of black blood dripped from Wang Feng's claws. With eyes ablaze with murderous fury, Wang Feng slowly turned his head towards the corner, discovering a girl with an adorable appearance yet resolute eyes. Wen Ning wasted no time and fired another shot at Wang Feng's head. Bang! Caught off guard, Wang Feng's head was instantly shattered. Staggering back a few steps, his root-like hands loosened their grip. Seeing this, Wen Ning hurriedly rushed to Lin Qizong's side, shaking him anxiously while calling out with deep concern. Zongge, are you all right? Zongge, wake up, Lin Qizong. The Green Giant's blow had directly targeted Lin Qizong's face, leaving him severely injured and unable to awaken for a while. Just as Wen Ning was filled with worry, Wang Feng's head began to visibly regenerate at an alarming rate, flesh and blood writhing together. Moments later, Wang Feng shook his now intact head and remarked, I didn't expect this kid to have such luck with the ladies. Wen Ning turned towards the voice, her expression shifting to one of horror. A bullet had struck his head, yet he was still alive? Subsequently, the Green Giant further enlarged the hole and crawled down. In an instant, Wen Ning found herself facing an exceptionally terrifying pincer attack. The oppressive atmosphere was so intense it nearly suffocated her. Wang Feng extended his slimy tongue, licking his lips with a gaze that resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Fear not, you are far too delightful for me to kill. However, I intend for you to witness as I slowly carve away your man's flesh. Wen Ning was acutely aware of her slim chances of survival, yet her expression betrayed not a hint of fear. She seemed prepared to embrace her fate. With a cold smile, she retorted, Freak, what makes you think I would stand by and watch you harm him? With that, Wen Ning raised her hands, bracing herself for what was to come. Yet, the bullets in her gun were nearly depleted. Having failed to kill Wang Feng even with a headshot, her defiance was little more than a fade. Seeing Wen Ning in such a dire predicament, yet still attempting to appear strong, only fueled Wang Feng's interest, a desire for conquest flooding his mind. Very well, let us see how you protect this fragile little man. With that, Wang Feng's hands transformed once more, resembling roots, as they lunged towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning, quick-witted, fired back, but her efforts were in vain. The slender limbs were difficult to hit, and even when she managed to shoot, the bullet passed through without inflicting any damage. As Wang Feng's hand reached out towards her, Wen Ning found herself powerless to stop it. In the final moments, she tightly closed her eyes, instinctively crying out, Lin Qizong. After approximately 10 seconds, Wen Ning, still with her eyes shut, wondered why Wang Feng's attack had yet to make contact. When she finally mustered the courage to slowly open her eyes, the scene before her brought tears to her eyes. Lin Qizong had somehow regained consciousness and stood protectively in front of her. As the roots and claws of Wang Feng surged forth, they were firmly grasped by Lin Qizong with a single hand. Wang Feng attempted to retract them, but found himself immobilized. The desperate cry of Wen Ning unexpectedly roused Lin Qizong from his stupor, temporarily restraining Wang Feng's claws. Lin Qizong turned slightly, offering a gentle smile to Wen Ning. It is now my turn to protect you. Overcome with joy and tears, Wen Ning wiped the corners of her eyes and nodded emphatically, yes. Wang Feng, however, felt no sense of impending doom. He dismissed Lin Qizong as merely a pitiful figure, having been struck by the Hulk and rendered helpless. With a sneer, he retorted, how touching, yet utterly revolting. You too can descend into hell as miserable lovebirds. Hulk attack. The Hulk, having anticipated Lin Qizong's awakening, was poised to leap into action but remained obediently awaiting orders. Upon receiving Wang Feng's command, the Hulk unleashed a ferocious roar and lunged at Lin Qizong. Instead of dodging immediately, Lin Qizong exerted a powerful tug, flinging Wang Feng towards him. In a swift motion, Lin Qizong spun Wang Feng around like a colossal pendulum, delivering a devastating blow to the Hulk's midsection. The immense force sent the Hulk hurtling away, while Wang Feng was mercilessly battered, suffering multiple broken bones. Although recovery was possible, it did not exempt him from pain. His body contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth, yearning for a swift recovery. Yet, Lin Qizong was not noble enough to wait for Wang Feng to regain his strength before attacking. Just as he contemplated taking advantage of Wang Feng's weakness, the unscathed Hulk charged at him once more. Lin Qizong understood that mere evasion would lead to repeated misfortune, for Wang Feng was a master of ambush. Thus, Lin Qizong leapt high into the air. With a sharp exhalation, his body ignited spontaneously, no longer requiring a lighter spark. He then swung his fiery arm, scattering a few sparks that quickly expanded into fireballs the size of basketballs. Following this, Lin Qizong directed the fireballs towards the Hulk and Wang Feng, which continued to grow in size as they approached. By the time they reached their targets, the fireballs had swelled to the size of small cars. With a series of explosive detonations, the air was filled with the sound of chaos. Lin Qizong expertly controlled the blast radius, even in the confined space of the residence. Wen Ning remained untouched by the fireballs. Amidst the rising flames, Lin Qizong emerged from the inferno, half of his face ablaze, nearly frightening Wen Ning into a panic. "Xiao Ning, I must take you away. This place is far too perilous." With his unburned hand, he grasped Wen Ning's arm, eager to escort her to safety before the two monstrous zombies could breach the flames. Wen Ning, with unwavering resolve, insisted, "If we leave together." Lin Qizong, feeling exasperated, replied, "Xiao Ning, this is not the time for stubbornness." With a resounding crash, the flaming Hulk, driven to a frenzy by the searing heat, began to wildly swing its arms, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. "Hurry!" The situation was urgent, and Lin Qizong pulled Wen Ning along as they fled. Just as he dashed onto the street, the residential building collapsed behind him. The enraged Hulk shattered the pillars of the structure with a single punch, and without one corner to support it, the building was inevitably doomed to succumb to the Hulk's formidable strength. However, the Hulk, buried beneath the debris, showed no signs of respite. After a few thunderous roars, his upper body emerged from the rubble. Lin Qi, perceiving an opportunity, contemplated delivering a powerful blow while the Hulk was momentarily incapacitated. Suddenly, the sky resonated with a deafening roar, heralding the arrival of an armed helicopter. The authorities had arrived. Chapter 57. Government intervention at that moment. As Lin Qizong stood in astonishment, a resounding explosion erupted from the helicopter, launching a sharp projectile towards him. Lin Qizong was taken aback, realizing the missile was headed directly towards his position. Without hesitation, he seized Wen Ning and dashed into another residential building for cover. However, after a brief interval, the anticipated deafening blast and shockwave never materialized. The only sound resonating through the street was the furious roar of the green giant. A dud? Lin Qizong pondered as he cautiously peered out. To his surprise, the missile had lodged itself within the green giant, failing to detonate. No wonder the creature's roar was tinged with a hint of agony. At that very moment, as the green giant painfully extracted the projectile, a dull thud echoed through the air. The missile finally detonated, but the sound was far from the thunderous explosion one would expect. Its power was significantly diminished, and the green giant didn't even flinch. Lin Qizong's lips curled in contempt, convinced that the government officials had merely come to bolster his morale. Yet, in the next instant, he was harshly disabused of that notion, for the projectile in the green giant's grasp began to hiss, releasing a torrent of crimson gas. The gas surged forth rapidly, enveloping the green giant within mere moments. Clearly repulsed by the noxious fumes, the creature flailed about wildly, its continuous roars resembling an indignant tirade. Minutes later, the green giant's furious cries morphed into pitiful wails, and before long, silence enveloped the scene. Even the thrashing within the red mist diminished significantly. Lin Qizong, with a dazed expression, bore witness to the entire spectacle. When the crimson fog finally dissipated, he was left in utter disbelief. The green giant had vanished. All that remained was a puddle of greenish bodily fluid, suggesting that the red mist had indeed dissolved the formidable creature. Heavens above, the green giant was gone. Lin Qizong stood in a stupor, disbelief etched across his face, while his own fiery assault had merely stripped the green giant of its outer layer. The government had effortlessly reduced it to a foul puddle, not a bone left behind. Was such a blow truly necessary? Contemplating this, Lin Qizong couldn't help but question his existence. In the next moment, two steel cables descended from the helicopter, and a man and a woman slid down with a swift motion. These two were none other than the government agents Lin Qizong had encountered while dismantling Brother Nyo's gang in Huacheng. The red-haired girl landed with a flourish, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Qizong before dramatically adjusting her vibrant locks. She then produced a test tube, commencing the collection of samples from the green giant's remains. At that moment, when Ning approached, her gaze directed at the red-haired woman, laden with hostility. "Do you know her?" she muttered. "No, Lin Qizong replied. Then why is she flirting with you?" He scratched his head, pondering, perhaps someone finally appreciates my charm? When Ning grimaced in disdain, "Let's just say she's got poor taste." With newfound courage, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning stepped outside, greeting the duo with hesitance. "Hello, may we inquire what brings you here?" The middle-aged man remained aloof, his demeanor cold as he busied himself with his work, ignoring Lin Qizong entirely. The red-haired girl was exuberantly enthusiastic as she bounced over to the two, revealing a sweet smile as she greeted them. "Hello, my name is Xiao Li, and it's a pleasure to meet you." She then extended her hand, indicating she wished to shake hands with Lin Qizong. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Qizong retracted the flames within him and extended his hand. "I am Lin Qizong, and this is Wen Ning." Wen Ning rolled her eyes and muttered, "Who asked you to introduce me?" Xiao Li's smile broadened as she held onto Lin Qizong's hand, reluctant to let go. "Lin Qizong? That sounds lovely, and Wen Ning is charming as well." Lin Qizong felt a bit uncomfortable with her enthusiasm and quickly withdrew his hand, continuing to inquire, "What are you all doing here?" Xiao Li glanced back at the corpse water and, pinching her nose, giggled. "Us? We are cleaning up the trash." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong couldn't help but feel a twinge of resistance. Was it really necessary to put it that way? Then, Xiao Li explained, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. We are part of the government's stability force. We are here to assist you and, at the same time, deal with these troublesome individuals." Lin Qizong's lips twitched as he privately scoffed. What is the difference between assisting and dealing with them? Isn't it all the same? Despite his inner disdain for Xiao Li's manner of speaking, Lin Qizong politely said, "Well, thank you very much. By the way, what type of missile was that you just fired?" It was incredibly powerful, melting the green turtle with just one shot. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Li candidly replied, "That was a cell dissolver specifically designed for dealing with modified zombies. It is remarkably effective against those with extremely unstable cell structures, especially those like the green giant, which possess terrifying regenerative abilities. If we can't eliminate them in one strike, they can quickly recover." "Enough already. Xiao Li, you might as well publish a book on secrets," interrupted the silent middle-aged man sternly. Immediately, Xiao Li playfully covered her mouth and discreetly stuck out her tongue. Realizing she felt embarrassed, she turned to argue with the middle-aged man, Kong Jia. "What is wrong with what I'm saying? Perhaps they might decide to join us." Then, she turned back to Lin Qizong, taking his hand again. "Zong, why don't you join our stability force? With your strength, it would be absolutely no problem." The title sent a chill down Lin Qizong's spine, his face contorted with distaste. He forcefully withdrew his hand and awkwardly chuckled. "I'm too wild and cannot tolerate constraints. I must politely decline your invitation." Before Xiao Li could begin her persuasive tactics, Kong Jia suddenly lifted his head. Fixating on a tall building in the distance, his voice cold, "Stop fooling around. We've located Tr. as personnel. With that, Kong Jie dashed off towards a high-rise where Liao Minmin was located. Chen Zhuqi was on edge, as Liao Minmin was also an evolved being with exceedingly strange abilities, compounded by Chen Zhuqi's own lack of composure. Thus, there was no way to deal with Liao Minmin, and on the contrary, she had even inflicted injuries on herself, with several conspicuous bloodstains seeping through her white attire. I, Liao Minmin, have encountered countless men, yet I have never met one as composed and scholarly as you. Would you consider surrendering and becoming my male servant? It could ensure your survival, Liao Minmin said with a face full of flirtation. Chen Zhuqi, remaining calm, replied nonchalantly, "No, thank you. You are quite repulsive." Liao Minmin had never been treated with such disdain. Other men would eagerly prostrate themselves at her feet. Her expression darkened instantly, and with fiery eyes and gritted teeth, she declared, "I shall sew your mouth shut, ensuring you serve me well." As she spoke, her hair suddenly unraveled, transforming into sharp, thorn-like spikes directed at Chen Zhuqi. Just as the tension between them escalated, Kong Jie silently appeared behind Liao Minmin. Seizing the opportunity, he charged at her with great speed. In the midst of his sprint, he flicked his hand, conjuring a massive sword that gleamed with a chilling light. By the time Liao Minmin sensed the murderous intent behind her, it was too late. She had barely turned around before Kong Jie struck, cleaving her in two. Chapter 58. The Power of Nature. Kong Jie. Liao Minmin's voice was laced with a touch of fear. Although Chen Zhuqi was unfamiliar with the man wielding the colossal sword who had swiftly bisected Liao Minmin, he discerned that Kong Jie was not an adversary, allowing his tension to ease. However, the peculiarity of Liao Minmin's abilities became apparent in the next moment. Unlike Wang Feng, who could rapidly mend his wounds through a mutated virus, she relied solely on her innate powers. Her hair, akin to threads, swiftly stitched itself back together at the severed point. Before Kong Jie could launch another assault, Liao Minmin had already restored her form. Subsequently, a wave of frustration washed over her. It was all her fault for being so infatuated with this man. And how dare that oddity, Wang Feng, defy her? Liao Minmin had been aware of the arrival of the stabilization army from the very beginning. She should have retreated with her spoils, yet her own desires had delayed her. With a sense of overconfidence, she had intended to swiftly incapacitate Chen Zhuqi and abscond with him. However, her excessive display had drawn Kong Jie's attention. Having faced Kong Jie before and suffered losses, Liao Minmin's immediate instinct was to cut her losses and flee. Suddenly, her hair bristled, resembling a porcupine. With a fierce toss of her head, countless strands shot forth like arrows. Chen Zhuqi hastily conjured a shield using gravitational forces to block the onslaught, while Kong Jie wielded his massive sword with commanding authority, creating afterimages with each swing. After a few breaths, Liao Minmin's barrage was thwarted. Concurrently, she leapt from the high-rise window, making her escape. Chen Zhuqi approached the windowsill, puzzled. From what I understand, her abilities Shun-Ti allow her to fly, right? Jumping from such a height, ISNT, that's self-destructive? Kong Jie did not respond to Chen Zhuqi. Instead, he grimly touched his ear, remarking, "The Black Widow should have reached the ground by now." Shaoli, interjected. Shaoli lazily touched her ear in response. All right then. Although she verbally acquiesced, her demeanor suggested a lack of urgency, resembling an employee idly sipping tea at work. After several minutes, Chen Zhuqi and Kong Jie returned to Lin Qi, only to find Shaoli still playfully teasing him, indicating she had not pursued Liao Minmin. Kong Jie's frustration boiled over, yet his stoic nature prevented him from unleashing a tirade. He merely shot Shaoli a fierce glare before tending to his belongings in preparation to depart. Noticing this, Chen Zhuqi attempted to persuade the well-meaning citizen to stay. However, Kong Jie coldly remarked, "I never intended to assist you from the outset. I merely did what I was obliged to do." With that, Kong Jie again touched his ear, summoning the previously dispatched armed helicopter for his retrieval. Shaoli, unable to tolerate Kong Jie's frosty demeanor, pouted and retorted, "They were merely inviting us to dinner out of goodwill. Must you be so aloof? If you want to eat, I will. You can leave on your own. Whatever. Just hope you don't end up dead outside." With that, Kong Jie grasped the steel cable and ascended to the helicopter. After the helicopter hesitated in the air for a moment, it took off directly when it noticed that Xiao Li had no intention of leaving. Wow, Kong Jie, you scoundrel. You really left me behind, didn't you? I'm so heartbroken. Can't you take me in, dear? Xiao Li cried, playfully leaning towards Lin Qizong, attempting to rest her head on his shoulder. However, Lin Qizong, already somewhat immune to her charms, firmly held her head up with his hand and said, "Why don't you chase after it? The helicopter hasn't gone far. You might still catch up." This remark left Xiao Li in a state of shock, realizing that the most oblivious man was not Kong Jie. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Wen Ning burst into laughter upon hearing this, her laughter accompanied by foot stomps, thinking to herself, Lin Qizong is quite dependable. At that moment, Chen Zhuqi broke the awkwardness, stating, "Let us not dwell on other matters. We've just overcome a major hurdle. It's time to celebrate our survival. All right, let us hold a banquet." Lin Qizong enthusiastically raised his hands in agreement. Wen Ning, puzzled, remarked, "You were just acting like a dead dog, and now you seem completely fine?" Unable to quell her worries, Wen Ning decided to personally check on Lin Qizong. After a flurry of probing, Lin Qizong blushed and said, all right, Xiao Ning. Stop touching me, I'm fine." Wen Ning's face was filled with skepticism as she continued her examination, insisting, "Don't move. You just got knocked out. How could you be perfectly all right now?" Hearing this, both Chen Zhuqi and Xiao Li halted and turned their gazes toward Lin Qizong, their eyes darting up and down, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chen Zhuqi exclaimed with delight, "Perhaps your genetic factors have fully awakened? Azong, show us your abilities." "Oh, okay." With that, Lin Qizong summoned a flicker of flames from his palm. Chen Zhuqi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Indeed, you can now wield your powers at will. And it's the most formidable natural force." Xiao Li approached, her eyes sparkling, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing. Can you protect me, brother?" Before Lin Qizong could respond to Xiao Li, Wen Ning squeezed past her, smiling at Lin Qizong. "I didn't expect this battle to awaken your abilities. It's truly worthy of celebration." Lin Qizong gazed at the flickering flame in his palm, feeling an exhilarating rush within. In this life, at the very least, I will not meet my demise so helplessly. In the next moment, everyone returned to Chen Zhuqi's supermarket. Xiao Li, unreserved, chattered incessantly, showing no restraint. After a thorough inspection of the supermarket, Chen Zhuqi approached the banquet area with a grave expression, addressing Lin Qizong and Xiao Li. "I believe I have discerned the reason behind the attack from the TR Research Institute. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely related to the evolvers." Lin Qizong tilted his head, puzzled, and inquired, "What do you mean?" Chen Zhuqi replied, "Do you remember? Here reside 2 evolved beings of the Salvation Army." Lin Qizong suddenly comprehended. "Are you implying that?" Chen Zhuqi nodded, visibly agitated, and said, "Indeed, my people did not take the Vulture and Hard-Brother when they retreated. They were too feeble to move on their own. Hence they were taken by TR's personnel." Xiao Li maintained a neutral expression and calmly stated, "Correct. Had it not been for the presence of these 2 powerless evolved beings, it is likely that you both would have been taken instead." Chen Zhuqi, perplexed, inquired, "Why would they do such a thing? To enhance their own strength?" Xiao Li retorted with a cold smile, "Not entirely. For what I understand, evolved beings deemed useless to them will be sent to the laboratory." Lin Qizong and Chen Zhuqi. Xiao Li continued to elaborate, "Do not be astonished. The personnel of the TR Institute are capable of anything. They have long desired to capture more evolved beings for experimentation, seemingly aiming to create the most formidable life form." Lin Qizong swallowed hard, his expression one of shock as he murmured, "The strongest life form? To dominate the world?" Xiao Li shrugged and replied, "Who knows? What is certain is that their actions bear no good tidings. Well, let's not dwell on that. I am hungry. Let's go and eat." Chapter 59. The TR Research Institute. Once satiated, Chen Zhuqi gathered everyone to summarize the recent crisis. "First and foremost, we must express our profound gratitude to our allies, the Snoopy Group, for their invaluable assistance in our time of need." The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, with voices overlapping in cheers. "Thank you, Snoopy Group. I love you." Snoopy. Snoopy? That name sounds familiar, as if I've heard it before. No matter. I adore you all. As the cheers grew louder, Wen Ning and Shunzi buried their heads lower, wishing they could dig a modest 3-bedroom apartment to hide in. Xiaoli covered her mouth, shyly remarking, "How adorable. It must be the young gentleman who initiated this, right?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Qizong recalled something and inquired, "By the way, you are affiliated with the government, correct? I have some questions that perhaps you could clarify." Xiaoli perked up at this, eager to negotiate. "Certainly, but only if you agree to take me in, all right?" She then reconsidered. "Never mind. I'm not that curious anymore." Lin Qizong was not dismissive, yet he sensed that harboring Xiaoli would inevitably lead to unrest in the camp. "How very intense." Xiaoli feigned a look of dejection, asking, "Do you truly find me so disagreeable?" "Why is that?" She quickly added, "All right, I won't tease you further. I assume you're all eager to discuss the topic of evolvers?" Chunjuchi leaned forward slightly. "Not just that. We must also address the modified zombies that attacked us." Xiaoli replied, "Let's take it one step at a time, starting with the evolvers. As you are aware, the so-called evolvers are enhanced humans who have awakened their genetic lineage factors. When these factors reach a certain threshold, they grant extraordinary abilities. Some like you too can harness the forces of nature, while others possess abilities that defy comprehension. However, these lineage factors are, in fact, activated by a virus." The revelation left everyone, except Lin Qizong and Chunjuchi, utterly astounded. Speaking of the virus's origin inevitably leads to the TR Research Institute. The full name being the TR International Biological Research Institute, a facility dedicated to the study and modification of various biological genes. It was once the most prestigious biological research institute in the world. 2 years ago, due to global warming, the polar glaciers melted at an alarming rate. A body, frozen for millennia, was unearthed by polar expedition teams. The TR International Biological Research Institute, boasting unparalleled research capabilities and qualifications, secured priority research rights. Consequently, an unprecedented virus was extracted. This virus is unlike any other, such as the flu or rabies. The TR researchers found that applying it to any living organism yielded no valuable conclusions, as no creature could survive even a moment under its onslaught. Even resilient organisms like cockroaches and tardigrades could not endure it, and with the 2-year research deadline rapidly approaching, the senior management of the TR Research Institute made a profoundly disturbing decision. Since the virus was extracted from human corpses, they resolved to conduct experiments on living subjects. Initially, TR's approach retained a semblance of humanity, seeking volunteers willing to serve as test subjects. However, no one was willing to risk their lives as a guinea pig for a terrifying virus that boasted a 100 mortality rate upon infection. Unable to find willing participants, the upper echelons of TR became increasingly impatient, developing an obsessive fixation on this mysterious virus. Subsequently, they turned their attention to undocumented migrants from economically disadvantaged regions of a neighboring country. In the eyes of the higher-ups, these migrants were already ensnared in a moral gray area, and few would notice their disappearance. The operation progressed smoothly. TR Research Institute leveraged its connections and financial resources to acquire over a dozen living test subjects. It was at this juncture that they found themselves sinking deeper into a dark abyss. "Team leader, we have made progress," exclaimed a researcher, elated as he reported to an elderly man with white hair. The test subject ceased all vital signs, yet astonishingly revived after 3 minutes. The elder hurried to the transparent experimental chamber, his eyes filled with hope as he observed the resuscitated subject. Moments later, he muttered in confusion, "Strange. Although the subject is active, the instruments fail to detect any pulse or heartbeat. Furthermore, even the brainwaves exhibit minimal fluctuations." TR Research Institute concealed this astonishing discovery, opting not to disclose it publicly, and proceeded to cultivate a substantial amount of the virus for further experiments. Eventually, they uncovered another remarkable finding. Not everyone infected with this virus would become a mindless zombie. Among the undocumented migrants, There was a young girl who remarkably resisted the virus's onslaught. TR wasted no time in conducting research, ultimately discovering a peculiar substance within the girl. This substance, devoid of any prior documentation, originated solely from her body and could not be replicated with existing technology. TR Research Institute dubbed this substance the bloodline factor. However, the girl's bloodline factor not only vanquished the seemingly invincible virus, but also bestowed upon her extraordinary abilities beyond common comprehension. The researchers at TR were elated by this revelation, believing they had uncovered the path to human evolution. Subsequently, the actions of TR Research Institute grew increasingly grotesque. In a mere few months, they acquired nearly 500 living individuals as test subjects through various clandestine channels. The mass disappearances ultimately caught the attention of the government, which swiftly zeroed in on TR Research Institute. Meanwhile, those within TR had become psychologically warped, convinced that their actions were destined to change the world and usher in a new era. Soon, the government amassed substantial evidence and initiated a crackdown on TR Research Institute. Under the forceful assault of armed forces, the beleaguered founder of TR Research Institute refused to resign himself to defeat. He vowed to complete his obsessive mission at any cost. Boom! A virus-laden missile soared into the sky, followed by a resounding thud. The virus began to waft through the skies, in other words. Across the entirety of the Earth, every individual who breathes the air is utterly doomed. Within a mere few days, the virus spread across the globe, leaving no human unscathed. As all became infected, the terrifying aspect of this virus lies in its ability to remain silently dormant within the host's body, exhibiting no signs whatsoever. Only upon the host's demise does it seize control of the brain, transforming the individual into a mindless, bloodthirsty zombie. Initially, society clung to the erroneous belief that only those bitten by zombies could contract the virus. Little did they know, every person was already a carrier of the virus. This misconception served as a significant catalyst for the ensuing global catastrophe. Simultaneously, the virus led to the emergence of an exceedingly rare few who developed antibodies, known as bloodline factors. Thus, a new breed of humanity was born, referred to as the Evolved Ones. Chapter 60. Xiaoli's confidential class. Is it true that the armed forces of the official government failed to apprehend all the personnel from the TR Research Institute? Lin Qizong inquired. Xiaoli replied, young sir, you underestimate TR. They are, after all, the most formidable biological research institute in the world. They surely have multiple laboratories, and quite a few clandestine underground bases as well. When the truth of the apocalypse was unveiled to the public, the initial shock was soon overshadowed by a profound sorrow. For they realized that without a bloodline factor to resist the virus, they would inevitably become mere shells of their former selves. If the ultimate fate was to succumb to the undead, then the struggle to survive became a farcical endeavor. What, then, is the meaning of our existence? Remarked one. Indeed, I am weary, another lamented. To live in constant trepidation, only to end up as a repulsive zombie. The crowd voiced their despair, their eyes reflecting hopelessness. When Ning's expression gradually darkened, she did not fear death, but the notion of facing an inevitable, loathsome conclusion was unbearable. The truth was too tormenting. The ever-reverent Liuzi, sensing the oppressive atmosphere, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Oh dear, why the long faces? It's not a certainty that we will all turn into zombies. I actually have a rather splendid idea. Liuzi's words captured the attention of the crowd, effectively stirring the shadows of their hearts. Seizing the moment, Liuzi continued, you see, all we need to do is have our teammates put us out of our misery with a headshot if we are bitten or on the brink of death. Shunzi swiftly delivered a characteristic slap to Liuzi's head, glaring with fierce admonition. You'd best keep your mouth shut from now on. Why not? My method is clearly effective. Go on, try it. Liuzi protested defiantly. Veins pulsed on Shunzi's forehead as he unleashed a beating upon Liuzi in front of everyone. Nevertheless, Liuzi's words managed to elicit a slight shift in the atmosphere. At least the despair had lessened. This method, it does seem somewhat plausible. Dying in a grotesque manner is better than becoming a corpse. Ah, it's certainly preferable to turning into a zombie. Lin Qizong then inquired, "What is the current situation of your official government?" Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement, mistaking Lin Qizong's inquiry as an indication of his potential allegiance to them. And she began to boast, "Things are quite splendid. We need not worry about food or living conditions, for the official government has established 5 major bases across the nation. They are strategically located in the 4 cardinal directions, with the central one serving as the core area. Each base is unimaginably vast, comparable in size to an entire city. Life within these bases is orderly, with thriving agriculture and livestock industries. You must have gone a long time without savoring a delicious steak. Haven't you?" Xiaoli surveyed the crowd with pride, only to be met with Lin Qizong's unrelenting retort. "Not for long. I just had some a couple of days ago. There are still 20 hanging in my cold storage. I'm nearly sick of it." Xiaoli's eyelid twitched slightly, while others scramble for survival in this apocalypse. "You seem to navigate it quite differently. While others struggle to secure a mere meal, you, on the other hand, boast of having 20 cattle hanging around your home. And you speak of it so casually." Xiaoli coughed awkwardly a couple of times and continued, "It seems that the young gentleman has occupied an ice house as a sanctuary. How splendid! An abundance of meat to feast upon. No, my camp is merely the old family home in the village. Not only is there plenty of meat, but I have also cultivated vegetables, sweet potatoes, and even a fish pond." Lin Qizong spoke with increasing pride, thoroughly pleased with his camp. Xiaoli was astonished by the comprehensiveness of Lin Qizong's camp, realizing that the most crucial resource in this apocalyptic world, food, was no longer a concern. Consequently, she ceased to boast about the ample supplies at the government base and shifted the conversation to other matters. "The security we possess is undoubtedly sufficient. As the most formidable faction in this new world, any hostile forces that dare to approach will find themselves regretting their actions before they even realize it. Even the TR Research Institute, which has caused you considerable suffering, would never dare to provoke us. Thus, we have a remarkably favorable environment that assures our survival." Such a superior setting is hard to resist, prompting the individuals beneath Chinjuchi to tentatively inquire, "Do you accept new members at your base? Will you shelter us common folk?" Xiaoli's response fell like a bucket of cold water on a winter's day, instantly chilling the hearts of the crowd. "I am truly sorry, but we only accept evolved individuals and elites from various professions. This is no longer an era of prosperity. The government is not a welfare institution and cannot bear the burden of so many survivors. Moreover, with an increase in ordinary people, should someone succumb to illness at home, it could very likely trigger an internal zombie crisis." Xiaoli's words were impeccably reasoned, leaving the crowd feeling desolate despite their despair. After all, during the initial outbreak of the virus, the government had attempted to relocate a large number of survivors. However, due to their inability to comprehend the nature of the virus, they repeatedly failed and ultimately discovered that everyone was a carrier, forcing them to abandon any plans for rescuing survivors. After Xiaoli finished speaking, her gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Qizong and Chinjuchi, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of longing on their faces. Yet contrary to her expectations, both Lin Qizong and Chinjuchi could not abandon those who relied on them, and Lin Qizong had always loathed being bound by constraints. Thus, Xiaoli's attempt to win them over quietly crumbled. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky, belonging to the armed helicopter that had dispatched the Hulk earlier that day. Subsequently, a steel cable swung onto the rooftop of the supermarket where the gathering was taking place, and it was no surprise that Kong Jie was the one who descended. With an expression darker than thunderclouds, he approached Xiaoli and said, "Leave." Xiaoli scoffed, "Oh, leave? Where to? Didn't you want to get out here?" Kong Jie's eyes began to glint with menace, his breathing growing heavy. "Do you think I wish to be here? You have disclosed confidential information, and those above are fully aware of it." Xiaoli froze, hastily checking the watch on her wrist, realizing that the signal had indeed not been turned off. Furthermore, after the battle concluded, she had removed her Bluetooth headset. Thus, those above had been shouting at her to be silent, but Xiaoli remained oblivious. In a moment of necessity, I hastily appeased the aloof Kong Jie, urging him to intervene and halt Xiao Li's popular science class. What was wrong with me? I was merely sharing the benefits of our base with my future companions. Xiao Li raturta da fianli. This provoked Kong Jie's scornful derision. Companions? These two who have just stepped from D rank into C rank? What difference does their presence make to our stabilization army? Despite Kong Jie's disparagement, Lin Qizong and Chen's indignation remained subdued, for Kong Jie's prowess indeed surpassed theirs, leaving little room for debate. Yet, they felt compelled to defend their dignity. Chapter 61. Burglary? Lin Qizong staggered over to Kong Jie, leaning in closely and fixating on him with an unsettling gaze, sarcastically remarking, "Do not misunderstand. I have a place to return to. I do not require the refuge of the stabilization army." In the face of Lin Qizong's domineering demeanor, Kong Jie stood his ground, emanating a formidable aura to counter Lin Qizong's presence. Surprisingly, although Lin Qizong's strength paled in comparison to Kong Jie, his aura was equally compelling. The silent clash between the two left bystanders breathless. After an indeterminate length of time, a flicker of blue light appeared at Kong Jie's left ear. Subsequently, he averted his gaze from Lin Qizong, covering his ear as he stated, "We are leaving immediately." He then cast a cold glance at Xiao Li, declaring, "I shall never return to seek you out." With that, Kong Jie grasped the steel rope and ascended into the sky. Xiao Li, sticking out her pink tongue, grasped another steel rope that had just been lowered and, as she ascended, waved goodbye to Lin Qizong, saying, "Goodbye, big brother, until our paths cross again." Lin Qizong waved back and took a couple steps, responding, "All right, until we meet again." Behind them, Wen Ning rolled her eyes and muttered, "If you're so reluctant, why not just go with her?" After the banquet concluded, Lin Qizong and the others politely declined Chun Juqi's insistence for them to stay overnight, opting instead to set off in the darkness back to Hualin village. Chun Juqi remarked, "Thank you, the steadfast allies of the Mutual Aid and Friendship Corps. Travel safely." The group replied, "Thank you. Do visit us often." Safe travels to the Snoopy group. On the road, Tina Yu and Shunlu had already succumbed to slumber in the vehicle, leaving only Wen Ning, who leaned her head at an awkward angle, staring blankly out the window. "What's wrong? You seem troubled," Lin Qizong inquired with concern. After a moment of silence, Wen Ning flatly responded, "Zongge, if one day I were to perish before your eyes, would you escort me on my journey before I turn into a zombie?" Lin Qizong smiled calmly and replied, "Then you must first tell me, do you trust me?" Wen Ning held an unconditional and unwavering trust in Lin Qizong, nodding affirmatively. Lin Qizong took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he said, "Then you must believe that I will protect you well and ensure no harm befalls you. Furthermore, I will certainly find a way to eradicate the virus. So, please do not worry, you will be just fine." Lin Qizong's words ignited a wave of warmth within Wen Ning, finally bringing a genuine smile to her face. Lin Qizong provided her with a profound sense of security. After 6 relentless hours of driving, they finally returned to Hualin village under the cover of night. As they entered the village and approached the campsite, Lin Qizong sensed something was amiss. Upon the vehicle's steady halt outside the iron gate of the campsite, he noted with alarm that no one had come to open the gate for them. This was unusual. Had they been burgled? Lin Qizong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every movement within the campsite. It was eerily quiet, and a series of disordered footprints lay beside the entrance. He then quietly roused the 3 passengers in the back, whispering, "Shh, something has happened at our home." Lin Qizong raised his fingers, his expression grave. Without uttering a word, the others immediately transitioned into a state of readiness for battle. After a thorough observation, they discovered that the camp, though eerily quiet, exhibited no signs of disturbance. If it had suffered a violent attack, it would not have appeared so orderly. Yet, where had the others gone? Soon, Lin Qizong, accompanied by a few comrades, stealthily infiltrated the camp. They then divided into groups, Lin Qizong with Wen Ning, and Shunlu with Tainyo. With a click, Wen Ning grimly chambered her pistol, preparing for an assault. After several minutes of searching near the old residence, Lin Qizong found nothing amiss. Even his own front door stood untouched. Tai Nio reported a similar lack of clues from his side. After thoroughly scouring the houses within the camp, they still failed to locate anyone or any signs of chaos. Lin Qizong furrowed his brow in confusion. This was indeed strange. Had they vanished in a thin air? Let us head to the fields, he instructed. Without hesitation, the group hastened to the fields. As anticipated, upon nearing the area, they heard faint sounds. Their previous experiences indicated that these noises were not the result of zombies. Don't move. Wen Ning rushed forward, pressing her gun against a shadow's forehead. The figure immediately shouted in panic, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" It was the voice of Widow Zhao, leaving Wen Ning both puzzled and relieved as she lowered her weapon. With a spark of fire emanating from Lin Qizong's palm, they finally discerned the situation. All their missing companions were huddled behind a large stone at the edge of the fields, gathered around the fallen village chief. Upon seeing Lin Qizong, Qin Yuan rushed to him, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the events that transpired after Lin Qizong and the others had left the camp. "Brother Zong, you're finally back. I thought I would never see you again." "Little Yuan, don't cry. Tell me what happened." Lin Qizong consoled him. Widow Zhao then recounted, "Boss, after you left last night, at dawn, a group came to stir trouble. They were thugs from the neighboring village led by a man named Ah Bao. Somehow, they found us and demanded we let them in. Knowing Ah Bao's temperament, we refused. Unexpectedly, they attempted to force their way in. The village chief tried to reason with them, but was violently beaten through the iron gate. If the noise hadn't attracted the zombies, they might have overrun us. Moreover, as they left, they threatened to come back for us. We were terrified and hid in the vegetable fields waiting for your return. Look, the village chief has been beaten so badly." Lin Qizong glanced at the village chief lying on the ground, his body battered and bruised, his breathing shallow. Qin Baiji, who was tending to the chief's wounds, reported, "The chief has a broken right foot, and the rest are just superficial injuries. However, his mobility may be severely compromised in the future." Lin Qizong had heard a little about Ah Bao. Before the apocalypse, Ah Bao was quite a notorious figure in this area. Lin Qizong, with a somber expression, replied, "Let us return. It is rather chilly here." Upon returning to their dwelling, Tan Baiji and his daughter devoted their efforts to treating the village chief. Meanwhile, others incessantly condemned Ah Bao and his gang of ruffians. The more Tinia listened, the angrier he became, and he bellowed, "Do they dare? If they come again, I will surely break a few of their arms and legs. By the way, boss, should we set a trap for them, ensuring they return with no escape?" Lin Qizong sneered, saying, "A trap? I have no intention of giving them the chance to provoke us again." Tinia paused, tilting his head in confusion, and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Qizong, his eyes ablaze with fury, declared, "Let us make them experience the sensation of being cornered." Liuzi raised his hands high, his face brimming with determination, exclaiming, "Excellent! We shall take the initiative and strike back at them." Chapter 62, All-Out Assault. As night descended, nearly all members of the Snoopy group converged upon the village where Ah Bao resided, fueled by anger over Ah Bao's group injuring the village chief. They were eager to exact their revenge. Upon discovering that Ah Bao's faction lacked firearms, relying instead on a cadre of over 20 robust young men, Lin Qizong resolved to launch a full-scale offensive. The Snoopy group boldly approached a humble earthen villa. Behind them, a disarray of corpses littered the ground, remnants of the fallen zombies. "Are you ready? I've found you," Lin Qizong murmured, his gaze piercing as he observed the flickering candlelight within the modest abode. In an instant, his body ignited spontaneously, flames radiating from him like a beacon of fury. Fire Fist. With a resounding roar, a torrent of flames surged through the darkness, crashing through the villa's entrance. Before Ah Bao and his companions could react, Lin Qizong commanded, "Snoopy Group, charge!" The members, unable to contain their anticipation, surged into the villa the moment the order was given. Soon, anguished cries echoed from within, unmistakably foreign. The fury of the Snoopy Group made them particularly valiant in battle, and Ah Bao's lackeys faltered, many strong men scattering in retreat. Lin Qizong was relentless, not allowing any of the fleeing ruffians to escape. He unleashed scintillating green orbs from his fingertips, akin to fireflies, which detonated upon contact with the fleeing men. The minuscule points of light erupted violently, transforming into massive fireballs that consumed several of the robust figures in an instant. Within mere moments, the once formidable men were reduced to charred remains. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sounds of conflict within the villa began to subside, and Lin Qizong stepped into the courtyard. Before him, Bao and several of his henchmen knelt, their backs against the irate members of the Snoopy group. With his head bowed, Bao did not raise it until Lin Qizong's canvas-shod feet came into view. He lifted his gaze, hoping to discern the identity of his assailant. Lin Qizong, with a foot planted firmly on Bao's shoulder, spoke with chilling indifference. As Bao slowly raised his head and caught a glimpse of Lin Qizong, he trembled violently, for the sight of Lin Qizong, half engulfed in flames, was more fearsome than any specter. "Big brother, I didn't mean to offend you. I must have mistaken you for someone else." Bao stamped, his voice quaking. Lin Qizong scoffed. "Isn't today the day for you to recognize me? Had I been present in Wallen village, you would not have found yourself in this predicament. What I mean to say is, I would have killed you yesterday." At the mention of Wallen village, Bao was immediately reminded of his actions the previous day, when he had led a group to extort supplies from the neighboring village chief. The surroundings of the village where Bao resided had been stripped bare until they stealthily approached Wallen village. Upon discovering a camp enclosed by barriers, Bao was convinced that it housed abundant resources. He intended to intimidate the inhabitants into surrendering to their plunder. Although Lin Qizong and the other formidable warriors had been dispatched for support, the remaining villagers, though aged and frail, had witnessed enough to not be easily cowed by Bao's bravado. The village chief even earnestly attempted to dissuade Bao, hoping to avert unnecessary conflict. However, Bao misinterpreted the chief's well-meaning counsel as an insult, and through the iron gate, he seized the chief and delivered a brutal beating. When Qin Baiji and the other villagers rushed in with sticks to rescue their leader, Bao and his cohorts were already frightened away by the approaching horde of zombies. Before departing, they did not forget to maintain their fa-ade of bravado. "So you're that stubborn? Huh? Just wait. I will return with a gun and eliminate you all." Though Bao was incapable of wielding a firearm, his threats nonetheless instilled fear among those in the camp, prompting them to hide in the vegetable patch, awaiting Lin Qizong's return. The image of the old chief, bloodied from Bao's assault, sent chills down Bao's spine. "Big brother, please, please. I was momentarily foolish. I am willing to make amends, to serve the old man like a beast of burden. Don't kill me. I understand my error. Grant me a chance." Bao cried out in terror, his mind consumed by fear and remorse. Yet, Lin Qizong showed no mercy, delivering a swift kick to Bao's face. In slow motion, Bao's facial muscles convulsed violently, several bloodied teeth soaring through the air. Instantly, he was sent flying several meters away, rendered unconscious on the spot. Lin Qizong turned to his companions, who were struggling to contain their fury, and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Act." The moment he uttered those words, the yard was filled with blood-curdling screams. Within 10 minutes, Bao and his entourage of 20 lay sprawled on the ground, incapacitated and too grievously injured to even beg for mercy. Seeing that his companions had vented their frustrations, Lin Qizong hesitated for a moment, but resolved to eliminate all threats before retreating. He could not leave any potential danger, even if there was merely a 1 in 10,000 chance of harming his comrades. It had to be extinguished. After instructing everyone to vacate the dilapidated villa, flames erupted around him. As he prepared to execute Bao and his crew, suddenly, a woman leaned halfway out from inside the house, her eyes filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing Lin Qizong's fearsome demeanor, she collapsed to the ground, stammering, There's a monster. A fireman." Her words triggered a flurry of hurried footsteps from within the house. "Wait, there are more people inside?" Lin Qizong, puzzled, retracted his intimidating flames and approached the interior. In the hall, behind the terrified woman, he beheld a disheveled group of people. There were both men and women, the women in disarray and the men bearing wounds, all appearing extremely feeble. Upon the entrance of Lin Qizong, the group initially erupted into terrified screams. However, As they realized that he did not possess the terrifying visage described by the woman at the door, their panic gradually subsided, though the unease in their eyes lingered. Lin Qizong, after a moment of contemplation, surmised the situation. It appeared that these individuals had not aligned themselves with Ah Bao, thus finding themselves imprisoned. Recognizing that he had no justifiable reason to act against them, Lin Qizong offered a gentle smile and proclaimed, "Ah Bao has been rendered powerless. You are free now." Chapter 63. The hunt. Perhaps Lin Qizong's recent demeanor was too intimidating. Compared to the one who imprisoned them, Ah Bao, these individuals were far more concerned about Lin Qizong's terrifying presence. A woman at the entrance inquired, "Are you human or a ghost?" Lin Qizong thought to himself, "Am I truly that fearsome?" Her word were laced with trembling apprehension. "I am human, very much alive. If you wish to leave, you should do so quickly. Otherwise, the zombies will come swarming, and I will be unable to escape as well." His words finally reminded the group of their predicament, and they timidly asked, "What about Ah Bao? Is he truly unable to continue?" Lin Qizong gestured toward the courtyard behind him, stating, "If you doubt my words, you may step outside and see for yourselves. I'm not like Ah Bao. I have come for revenge. You bear no grudge against me, and I have no motive to harm you. Is that true?" A young woman, tears brimming in her eyes, chose to believe Lin Qizong, becoming the first to step beyond her fear. When she witnessed Ah Bao and his companions lying lifeless, she joyfully exclaimed to her friends, "It's true. Ah Bao and his wretched crew are dead. We must flee at once." Her declaration dispelled the last remnants of doubt among the group. After hastily gathering their belongings, they rushed from the modest villa. Meanwhile, when Ning, who was holding back the approaching zombies, remarked, "I thought he was merely trying to win people over again." Shunzi, dispatching a zombie with a swift strike, replied, "Rest assured, our leader remains one of the few clear-headed souls in this world." Once the captives had vacated the premises, Lin Qizong once again cloaked himself in flames. With a resounding roar, the villa was engulfed by fire, as Ah Bao and his associates perished in the inferno, consumed by their regret. 9 months after the virus outbreak, with a dozen individuals partaking in meals, the food in the cold storage was depleting at an alarming rate. Although their reserves could last for some time, Wen Ning felt a profound sense of urgency. Thus, Lin Qizong and Wen Ning resolved to venture into the mountainous forests at the edge of Huaqing, hoping to hunt some substantial game. Qin Baiji, who had never ventured outside since joining the Snoopy group, eagerly volunteered to accompany Lin Qizong on the hunt. Aware of the countless dangers lurking in the wilderness, Lin Qizong, as an evolved human, felt unperturbed. However, Wen Ning was an ordinary person, grounded in reality. Therefore, having a doctor along would be beneficial, and he happily acquiesced to Qin Baiji's request. "Boss, take me with you. I've longed to go hunting. It sounds exhilarating," Iron Bull exclaimed, hoisting a hunting rifle, his face alight with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qizong firmly declined. "No, you must stay behind to guard the home. If all our main forces leave, what if someone comes to harm the village chief?" At that moment, the village chief, leaning on his rudimentary cane, stood at the threshold of his home, prepared to bid Lin Qizong farewell. Upon hearing Lin Qizong's words, the village chief couldn't help but twitch his mouth, muttering, "What do you mean by someone coming to harm me again?" To prevent a repeat of past events, Iron Bull refrained from pressing the matter further. After all, safeguarding their home and protecting their companions was of utmost importance. The lively conversation between the two men brought forth hearty laughter, while Qin Baiji found himself increasingly admiring Lin Qizong. Internally, he resolutely decided to bring Lin Qizong and Xiao Yuan together. It seemed that Wen Ning could hear Qin Baiji's thoughts, for just as he contemplated testing Lin Qizong's feelings toward Xiao Yuan, Wen Ning inappropriately stretched in the back seat and yawned, asking, "Are you two preparing to discuss lifelong commitments?" Qin Baiji instantly shivered. Although Lin and Wen had never officially announced their relationship, and even denied it, it was apparent to any discerning observer that their union was merely a matter of time. Qin Baiji felt a guilty conscience akin to that of a thief. "Ah, Xiaoning, you woke up just in time. We have arrived," Lin Qizong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Following Lin Qizong's gaze, Wen Ning and Qin Baiji discovered they had reached the foot of the mountain. Ahead lay a narrow, winding mountain path that even the strongest pickup truck could not navigate. Consequently, the group prepared their gear, ready to embark on an arduous adventure. In the wake of humanity's significant decline in the post-apocalyptic world, the absence of human disturbances allowed nature to flourish abundantly. In just half a day, Lin Qizong and his companions had captured a robust wild boar and a dozen plump rabbits, amounting to several hundred pounds of meat. Their spirits soared, as they felt that the Boundary Mountains were indeed a natural larder. Shoo! Lin Qizong raised a finger to signal silence, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Moments later, he fixed his attention on a direction, yet refrained from acting hastily. Following Lin Qizong's line of sight, Wen Ning and Qin Baiji spotted a deer approximately 100 meters away, gazing back at them. Lin Qizong licked his lips, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he said, "I've never tasted venison." At his words, both Wen Ning and Qin Baiji felt a surge of excitement, eager to experience the flavors described in books. However, deer are far more vigilant and agile than wild boars. Capturing one head-on would be exceedingly challenging. Additionally, with the dense foliage of the forest, Lin Qizong, who might have been able to chase it on foot, hesitated to make a rash move. Should he lose his way, it would be easy to become disoriented. Just as they were discussing strategies, the young deer seemed to sense danger and took off running. "Hey, wait for me!" Lin Qizong shouted, chasing after it. Wen Ning and Qin Baiji were immediately alarmed. Lin Qizong had indeed lost his way. The man and deer darted through the thicket, quickly leaving Wen Ning and Qin Baiji far behind. Seeing that Lin Qizong had vanished from sight, Wen Ning, in a moment of desperation, called out, "Lin Qizong." Moments later, Lin Qizong returned with an awkward smile. Sorry, I lost track." Wen Ning reproached him, "That should be my line. Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary stamina? Why didn't you just fly after it?" Lin Qizong scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, replying, "I would if I could. The truth is, I can't." All right. It was my oversight not to consider you both. It won't happen again." Wen Ning huffed softly, signifying her forgiveness of Lin Qizong. Subsequently, a few individuals, burdened with abundant spoils, prepared to journey homeward. Upon returning to the pickup truck, Lin Qizong was taken aback. "Where are my rabbits?" The dozens of rabbits that were originally placed in the truck's rear compartment had mysteriously vanished. Lin Qizong, maintaining his composure, deduced, "The rabbits are gone, yet the wild boar remains." This indicates that the thief lacked the means to abscond with such a prize, likely possessing neither transportation nor a considerable number of accomplices. Let's pursue. Chapter 64. The Farmer. Wen Ning and Qin Baiji swiftly chambered their pistols, acutely attuned to the slightest signs in their surroundings. Before long, they stumbled upon a pair of footprints and several droplets of still wet blood, approximately 500 meters from the pickup truck. This confirmed Lin Qizong's suspicions that there was only one assailant, and the presence of fresh blood indicated that the individual had not ventured far. With newfound direction, they pursued with fervor. However, after trailing a few hundred meters, the footprints abruptly vanished within the woods, as if they had been erased from existence. How peculiar. Could it be that the person had taken flight? Lin Qizong pondered aloud as he wandered. Suddenly, a drop of liquid fell onto Lin Qizong's shoulder. Upon touching it with his fingertips, he discovered it was blood. Immediately, he looked up and spotted an elderly man perched atop the treetops, a belt of rabbits encircling his waist. "There he is." Bang! No sooner had Lin Qizong spoken than the old man, seizing the initiative, squeezed the trigger. Yet, the bullet merely kicked up dust at Lin Qizong's feet, stirring a sense of unease within him. The old man was positioned directly above him, a mere few meters apart. The fact that he missed at such close range was indeed suspicious. Either the old man was shooting recklessly, or he had no intention of taking a life. "Do not fire," Lin Qizong called out, halting Wen Ning and Qin Baiji, who were poised to retaliate. Wen Ning lowered her weapon, her face a mask of confusion as she turned to Lin Qizong. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qizong leapt upwards, landing directly on the branch where the old man sat. He had wagered correctly. The old man had no intention of harming him. The sight of Lin Qizong charging towards him instilled a moment of panic, causing the old man to fumble and ultimately lose his balance, tumbling to the ground. "Ouch! My back!" he groaned, clutching his lower back upon impact. Lin Qizong followed suit, descending to the ground where Wen Ning and Qin Baiji kept their weapons trained on the elderly figure. "Why resort to such underhanded deeds when you are fully armed and capable?" Lin Qizong inquired. The old man merely huffed, turning his head away in silence. Lin Qizong then kicked aside the old man's hunting rifle and declared, "Seeing that you bear no intent to kill, I shall spare your life. Return the rabbits to you, and be gone." Despite his fierce demeanor, the old man dared not defy Lin Qizong under the threat of the gun, reluctantly loosening the rope binding the rabbits at his waist. With the rabbits now in hand, Lin Qizong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He released one and tossed it toward the old man, stating, "If you find yourself hungry, you may request food from us, but you are not permitted to take without asking. I have many mouths to feed." The old man stared blankly at the rabbit before him, taken aback that this young man had not only spared his life, but also considered his hunger. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the old man's once defiant expression softened, replaced by a bittersweet smile. "Take it. One rabbit is hardly sufficient." Lin Qizong felt a flicker of irritation at the old man's response. "You find it lacking? I owe you nothing." The old man shook his head and said, "Indeed, you owe me nothing. This rabbit holds little value for me. My back is injured, and I cannot return. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride? I am willing to offer compensation." Lin Qizong scoffed, "A worthless rabbit. And yet you wish for more? Your appetite is quite insatiable. Very well, I shall escort you home. If you dare play tricks, you would do well to summon more people." The old man had fallen due to Lin Qizong's actions. Although the old man had a history of theft, Lin Qizong felt a twinge of guilt and agreed to take him back. A left turn brought them to their destination. Following the old man's guidance, Lin Qizong found himself in a neighboring city. With the final left turn, they arrived. The occupants of the vehicle, who had been on high alert, were momentarily taken aback by the old man's unexpected sanctuary. To their astonishment, they beheld a large farm, meticulously protected by an extensive array of barbed wire. At a glance, it spanned at least several acres, teeming with flocks of chickens, ducks, and herds of cattle and sheep, along with flourishing vegetable patches and fruit trees. The abundance of resources put Lin Qizong's cold storage to shame. "What? A wealthy landlord has stolen my rabbit?" Lin Qizong exclaimed in disbelief. The old man coldly retorted, "Stop looking. Your reward amounts to just one chicken, and at most, I might offer you one that still lays eggs." Lin Qizong replied, "No, I never intended to seek any reward. I simply cannot fathom why, with so much food, you would resort to stealing my rabbit." The old man maintained his icy demeanor. "What is it to you? I simply cannot bear to kill." Wen Ning could not restrain herself from asking, "Having revealed your wealth to us, do you not fear we might covet it?" The old man fell silent, fully aware that Lin Qizong and his companions were not malicious individuals. As Qin Baiji opened the iron gate for the old man, the pickup truck slowly approached his two-story cottage. Inside, the furnishings were modest. The walls were adorned with numerous photographs, depicting people of all ages, drawing Wen Ning's attention. She inquired, "Are these all your family members?" "Are they?" The old man gazed at the images, lost in thought for a moment, before responding curtly, "They are all hiding, not here." Wen Ning sighed in relief, fearing that the old man's family had met with misfortune and wishing not to stir painful memories. Subsequently, driven by a desire to help, Qin Baiji decided to provide the old man with basic treatment. Meanwhile, Lin Qizong began to wander about the rural surroundings. Yet the old man seemed uneasy, frequently glancing at Lin Qizong through the window. Understanding the old man's peculiar temperament, Wen Ning and Qin Baiji refrained from initiating further conversation, focusing instead on tending to the old man's back injury before returning to the camp. Suddenly, the old man abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on Lin Qizong, his expression increasingly frantic. Lin Qizong was slowly approaching a small wooden cabin, seemingly with no intention of stopping. "Halt!" The old man suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse, with veins bulging on his forehead and his face flushed, indicating that the contents of the cabin were of great significance to him. Wen Ning and Qin Baiji were startled by the old man's sudden roar, both turning their gazes towards the window. At that moment, the old man unexpectedly struggled to leap from his bed, accompanied by a torrent of furious curses. "You little rascals, who told you to run around? Get out, all of you. No need for your help. Just leave at once." Lin Qizong turned back and calmly replied to the old man, "In truth, they are already deceased." This statement caused a shiver to run through Wen Ning and Qin Baiji's hearts, as if they had already discerned the grim reality hidden within the wooden cabin. Consequently, Wen Ning instinctively turned her gaze towards the photograph on the wall. The old man's fury intensified, and while he brandished his hunting rifle, he exclaimed, "Mind your own business. How would I not know if they're alive or dead? You have 1 minute to leave, or I shall shoot you dead." Lin Qizong remained silent for a moment, then glanced at the dimming twilight and said, "Let us depart while there is still a glimmer of light." With that, Lin Qizong stepped away from the wooden cabin's entrance and made his way back to the old man's two-story abode. Chapter 65. The Old Man's Obsession. Due to Lin Qizong's inadvertent revelation of the old man's secret, the already sour demeanor of the old man plummeted to new depths. He brandished his firearm, urging Lin Qizong and the others to hasten their departure. At that moment, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from outside the small building. Everyone instantly heightened their vigilance, and the old man, cursing under his breath, redirected his weapon towards the window. The group hurriedly gathered at the window and discovered that, unbeknownst to them, 7 or 8 vehicles had surrounded the barbed wire fence of the rural area. The lead vehicle, a semi-trailer, was poised to force its way inside. Confounded, Lin Qizong inquired of the old man, "Did you provoke this?" The old man's face was etched with gravity, as he seemed equally astonished by the extent of the opposition's preparations. Shortly thereafter, a head protruded from the passenger side of the semi-trailer, shouting towards the small building, "Old man, I'll give you one last chance. Open the door willingly, or do not blame me for the severity of my actions." Refusing to back down, the old man retorted, "Come and try it." He then turned to Lin Qizong and the others, reproaching them. "I told you to leave quickly. Now look, we can't even escape." Lin Qizong shrugged helplessly, responding, "Is this my fault for being slow? Besides, it seems they cannot stop me." The old man assumed Lin Qizong was merely posturing and, wishing to shield the young ones from harm, said, "They are here for me. I'll lead them towards the cattle pen, and you should seize the opportunity to sneak through the orchard. There's a back door, but vehicles won't fit through." As he spoke, the old man fumbled and produced a key, presenting it to Lin Qizong. However, Lin Qizong merely observed the old man's trembling hand, not accepting the key, and declared with determination, "No, I cannot abandon my vehicle here, especially with so many spoils inside. If we help you deal with that group, you must agree to one condition." Wen Ning and Qin Baiji were already prepared for battle. Seeing their resolve, the old man could only respond resignedly, "Do as you please. But do not say I did not warn you. They're the largest gang in Xiangqing, not mere children playing at fighting. Exactly what I desire." Meanwhile, the opposing leader, having lost his patience, commanded the semi-trailer to charge towards the iron gate. With a resounding crash, the iron gate trembled violently, clearly unable to withstand repeated assaults. Yet the old man, undeterred, rested his shotgun on the windowsill, aimed, and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the windshield of the semi-trailer, narrowly missing the opposing leader. Startled, he ducked and leapt from the vehicle, ordering his subordinates to hurl glass bottles filled with incendiary substances into the farm. Simultaneously, Wen Ning and Qin Baiji were not idle. Having found their vantage points, they opened fire on the enemy forces without hesitation. Observing the fierce resistance emanating from the small building, the opposing leader muttered in confusion, "So many barrels? Can this old man possess supernatural strength?" Although the enemy did not retaliate with firearms, they had the advantage of numbers. However, Qin Baiji's marksmanship was woefully inadequate. Most of the foes that fell were due to Wen Ning's prowess. "Zongge, I'm running low on ammunition." Wen Ning exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong promptly pulled Qin Baiji aside and said, "You are ill-suited for killing. Hand your bullets to Xiao Ning." In that brief moment of transferring ammunition, The enemy leader discerned that the firepower from the small building was dwindling and began directing his subordinates to continue throwing Molotov cocktails while the semi-truck rammed against the gate. "Boys, smash it! Trade these worthless bottles for our grand feast." As Lin Qizong's side began to falter, the enemy surged forward with renewed vigor. A deluge of Molotov cocktails rained down, and despite the small building's reinforced concrete structure, it could not withstand the relentless heat. Soon, some flammable materials outside the building ignited, and its collapse became merely a matter of time. Initially, everyone remained composed, thinking they could retaliate once the enemy's supply of firebombs was exhausted, until one Molotov landed in the corner of the wooden cabin. In an instant, the cabin was engulfed in flames, the fire spreading rapidly. The old man, upon seeing this, lost all rationality and staggered out of the small building, heading straight for the wooden cabin. "No!" Lin Qizong shouted, but the contents of the cabin were the old man's obsession. He could not hear Lin Qizong's cries. Meanwhile, after the iron gate endured its third impact, it finally succumbed and fell flat. The enemy forces surged into the village like a tidal wave. Since the small building was no longer a safe haven, Lin Qizong resolved to confront the enemies outside, instructing Wen Ning and Qin Baiji. "I will take the lead and hold them off. You must find the right moment to escape. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Prioritize hiding. Leave those ruffians to me." With that declaration, Lin Qizong's eyes and body radiated a fiery determination. He then charged out ahead. The enemy leader, witnessing this, curled his lips into a cold smirk. "So they're reinforcements. I almost thought you possessed supernatural abilities." Yet his confidence was short-lived, as Lin Qizong's fierce and unpredictable assault left him slack-jawed. Cloaked in flames, Lin Qizong plunged into the throng, sending adversaries flying with each strike, his formidable skills rendering the battlefield his own domain. The enemy leader trembled in disbelief. What sort of monster is this? Is there such a creature in the classic of mountains and seas, adhering to the principle of capture the leader to subdue the followers? Lin Qizong swept aside the frontline minions and locked his gaze upon the enemy leader. Like an arrow released from the bow, he surged toward the enemy leader. The subordinate thugs wisely parted to create a path, none daring to interfere with Lin Qizong. Just as Lin Qizong was mere steps away from the enemy leader, he noticed that the latter exhibited not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. As Lin Qizong pondered the hidden meaning behind that smile, an enormous figure suddenly lunged at him from the side. Caught off guard, he was violently knocked aside, soaring through the air for several dozen meters. The sheer force of the impact was unimaginable. Rising to his feet, Lin Qizong wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark as he searched for the source of such a tremendous force, akin to that of a speeding truck. His gaze fell upon a rounded figure, reminiscent of a ball, standing protectively in front of the enemy leader. Upon closer inspection, he realized this rotund man must be at least 2 meters tall and weigh 400 to 500 pounds. Truly a meatball of a person. His eyes appeared to gaze in opposite directions, while 2 nostrils continuously expelled a long and a short strand of mucus. He certainly presented the image of someone not particularly bright. Chapter 66. The great genius Lin Qizong could not help but harbor doubts. Such a massive physique ought to be cumbersome, yet its speed rivaled his own. Could it be an evolved being? Although the enemy leader could not discern Lin Qizong's murmurs, his solemn expression filled him with a sense of triumph. With a cold smile, he declared, "Speaking of monsters, I have one right here." No sooner had he finished speaking than the meatball, in a dazed manner, inquired, "Daddy, is he going to hit you?" The leader replied, "Yes, my dear son. Quickly help Daddy deal with him." Despite the affectionate term, a flicker of barely perceptible disdain flashed in the leader's eyes. "All right, great genius is going to crush him now." With that, the meatball charged towards Lin Qizong, its footsteps shaking the ground, while shouting, "Here comes the great genius." Lin Qizong dared not underestimate the situation and stood ready, his twitching lips muttering, "What a damn great genius." Then, the great genius charged at Lin Qizong at a speed of 100. Flames surged from Lin Qizong, who raised his right fist to unleash a fiery punch. Boom! When the fiery wave collided with the great genius, it generated a powerful shockwave, toppling all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals within a radius of several dozen meters. The rushing great genius was halted about 10 meters away from Lin Qizong by the force of the fire, and it was seen rolling on the ground, ablaze. "It's so hot. Daddy, I feel terrible." After extinguishing the flames, the great genius, now emitting clouds of smoke, ran towards the leader, arms outstretched, seeking a hug. The enemy leader panicked. This massive creature approaching him was no trivial matter. He would be reduced to mere mush if he were to embrace it. Frantically waving his hands in front of his chest, the leader shouted in terror, "No, no, don't come here. If you defeat him, I'll give you a hug. Stop, please. Go back and hit him. If you defeat him, I'll give you a lollipop." Upon hearing the word lollipop, the great genius suddenly straightened its legs and screeched to a halt. Then, blinking its wise eyes, it responded, "A lollipop, you say? It's a promise." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the enemy leader sighed deeply, relieved. "Yes, you must challenge that bad man and defeat him. Then you'll get your lollipop, understand?" Upon hearing this, the great genius's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, and its tone became resolute. "All right, a duel." Then, lured by the promise of a lollipop, the great genius instantly forgot its pain and charged once more towards Lin Qizong, this time with even greater ferocity and speed. Simultaneously, Lin Qizong intensified his efforts, engaging in a battle of abilities. Meanwhile, during the fierce tussle between Lin Qizong and the great genius, the old man, intent on extinguishing the fire in the wooden house, found himself surrounded by a dozen bandits. His shotgun could not fire continuously, and in a desperate act, he shot one down. Seizing the opportunity while the old man was reloading, the remaining bandits lunged at him en masse. Despite the old man's valiant resistance, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numbers against him. Bloodied and battered, and with an unhealed injury to his back, he collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. Observing this, Lin Qizong shouted, "Stubborn old man, stop right there." With urgency, he rushed forward to rescue the elder. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, the formidable De Songming lunged towards him with a body slam. "You can't leave. You must face me in a duel." Confronted by De Songming's relentless pursuit, Lin Qizong gritted his teeth and muttered, "What the hell is this guy's ability? His skin is charred, I can smell it. Yet he remains so fierce." Just then, De Songming closed in on him, and as Lin Qizong raised his hand, intending to employ the same tactic once more, a loud bang echoed. The enemy leader, wielding an antiquated pistol, aimed it directly at Lin Qizong. A sharp pain shot through Lin Qizong's right side, and in an instant, his strength was drained away. Consequently, he was violently struck by De Songming's assault. With a heavy thud, he was sent flying once more, the agony etched across his face. The enemy leader, reveling in his triumph, blew away the smoke curling from the gun's barrel and sneered. "Oh, did you underestimate me? You're not the only one with a firearm. Xiao Ning, stay back." Qin Baiji firmly restrained Wen Ning, who was eager to assist. Recognizing her struggle and determination to advance, he continued, "I am well aware of Lin's physical prowess. He far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the bullet struck his side, which is certainly not a fatal blow. Our immediate priority is to ensure our own safety and strike the enemy unexpectedly when the moment is right. Recklessly approaching now would likely hinder our efforts." Upon hearing this, Wen Ning immediately calmed down, though her gaze remained fixed on Lin Qizong. Meanwhile, the thug surrounding the old man confiscated his hunting rifle, tauntingly poking the barrel against his head. "Get up, old man. Aren't you quite the formidable one? Ha ha ha. Can't rise? Disabled, are you? Let me send you off." With that, the thug began to load the gun. However, before he could chamber a round, a thunderous crash resonated from behind. The wooden house the old man had vowed to protect collapsed beneath the engulfing flames. The old man's previously vacant gaze now shimmered with despair and fury. Displeased by the old man's defiant stare, one thug set aside his firearm and drew a gleaming dagger, menacingly proclaiming, "What kind of look is that? I've decided to gouge out your eyes before I finish you off." With that, the blade inched closer to the old man's eyes. Suddenly, a grotesque zombie, its flesh rotting, pounced upon the knife-wielding thug from behind, sinking its bloody jaws into his carotid artery. Woo-woo. The knife-wielding thug, terrified, attempted to cry for help, but could not utter a coherent word. The other thugs, equally startled by the sudden appearance of the zombie, turned around, their scalps prickling with fear, in the flickering light of the flames. A horde of zombies staggered out from the ruins of the collapsed wooden cabin. Even the slain bandits were beginning to transform into the undead. It is worth noting that these brigands were ill-equipped, lacking even knives, with only their leader possessing an antiquated firearm that was prone to jamming. When confronted with zombies, their only recourse was hand-to-hand combat. However, these lackeys were bereft of the courage necessary to engage in such a struggle against the undead. With little experience in dealing with zombies, they were all too likely to be bitten. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the bandits turned and fled. Observing this, the leader was consumed by rage, bellowing, "Hey, they're just a few zombies. Do you really need to abandon your shoes? You could easily dispatch them together." Yet, in the face of life and death, his words fell on deaf ears, revealing a group of individuals motivated solely by self-preservation, devoid of any sense of unity. Chapter 67. Letting go of obsession at that moment, the old man regained a glimmer of strength, his eyes glistening with tears as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha! Did you ever think? I have a whole family." The enemy leader gritted his teeth and retorted, "I never imagined you could be more deranged than I am. Capturing cattle and sheep is one thing, but to keep zombies as pets." With that, he raised his gun, aiming at the old man. Despite his previous defeat, the enemy leader was determined to eliminate the old man. After all, zombies were far easier to manage than him. Bang! The deafening noise was not gunfire, but the sound of the Song-Ming crashing against the front of a semi-truck. The enemy leader flinched, covering his head, and when he regained his composure, he saw that Song-Ming, charred and emitting a plume of black smoke, accompanied by a savory aroma. "Such mere gravel is no match for me," Lin Qizong said, his expression dark as he approached the enemy leader, disdainfully snorting. At this, the enemy leader was thrown into a state of panic. After poking at the motionless Song-Ming, he received no response and tightened his grip on the gun, pointing it at Lin Qizong. However, this time, Lin Qizong would not grant him an opportunity. In a flash, he closed the distance to the enemy leader. "The shot you fired earlier was quite painful." With a sharp crack, Lin Qizong shattered the enemy leader's hand. The enemy leader immediately contorted in agony, wailing, "Ah, my hand. Beast, let me go." Lin Qizong ignored the enemy leader's desperate cries and struggles, refusing to loosen his grip. "Does it hurt? We're just getting started." With that, flames erupted from Lin Qizong's arm, engulfing the enemy leader in an instant. In mere moments, he was ablaze, howling in excruciating pain as he flailed wildly. After a brief while, Lin Qizong carelessly discarded the charred remains of the enemy leader. He then ascended the truck's cab, casting a frigid gaze upon the remaining bandits. An invisible pressure emanated from him, rendering the bandits unable to meet his gaze, compelling them to lower their heads and retreat. With their leader and strongest warrior vanquished, the remaining lackeys dared not linger, fleeing the farm in a panic and leaping into their vehicles to escape. The battle had concluded, and now there remained only the task of dealing with the new and old zombies. Lin Qizong instructed Wen Ning and Qin Baiji, who were approaching, "You two check on the old man's condition. I will take care of the zombies first." With that, Lin Qizong drew his military knife, methodically dispatching the zombies one by one. When a zombie, resembling an elderly woman in an apron, bared its teeth and advanced toward him, Lin Qizong hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately raised his knife resolutely. "Don't kill her." It was the old man, clutching his chest as he labored to breathe. When Ning discerned the old man's intent and urged, "Did you not see how terrifying your so-called family is? They are devouring people. Do you not understand? They are no longer human?" Yet the old man remained obstinate, unyielding. "Do not speak to me of such things. If it weren't for them, I would have perished long ago. They saved me. Whoever dares to harm my family, I will kill them." After finishing his words, the old man unsteadily rose to his feet, casually loading his shotgun. Lin Qizong shook his head and muttered, "Are you truly beyond redemption? With that, he sidestepped to evade the lunging zombie's bite, grasping its hair and dragging it before the old man. Open your eyes and behold its current form. It yearns to bite you, to devour you. Do you see that? Rescue you? That was merely the indiscriminate attack that has clouded your judgment. Lin Qizong spoke with fervor, then swiftly sliced open the zombie's abdomen, pointing at the exposed, decaying organs, adding, look again. It has rotted. Soon it will be consumed by maggots. Do you still consider a human? Let me tell you, you are merely deceiving yourself. I understand you have been reluctant to accept this truth, but they have irrevocably become lifeless husks. Rather than clinging to this delusion, it would be better for me to sever it myself. You could then find the strength to revive, and they would receive a dignified end. At this, the old man began to waver. He re-evaluated what he called his family, each one with their heads drooping, their mechanical strides, and their bloodied, mangled bodies were utterly unbearable to behold. Subsequently, the old man, in anguish, covered his face, weeping do it. With that, he turned his back and walked away alone. Lin Qizong nodded with relief and set about eliminating the zombies. He made every effort to ensure a clean execution, preserving the corpses of the old man's family as much as possible. In the dead of night, Lin Qizong and his companions helped the old man bury his family, erecting a gravestone with solemnity. After laying them to rest, the old man gazed at the charred remains of the two-story building, suddenly lost in thought. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Qizong approached the old man, patting his shoulder and saying, I apologize. I could have controlled the fire, but the situation was urgent, and I couldn't manage it. The old man, however, responded with newfound clarity, It is not your fault. You need not apologize. I have already decided to leave this place. What is lost is lost. Lin Qizong, surprised, had anticipated that the old man would want to rebuild and continue guarding his farm and the graves of his family. Where do you plan to go? Why not join me? My camp is quite spacious. Really? Lin Qizong nodded firmly, indeed. For the first time, the old man displayed a broad smile in front of Lin Qizong. Splendid. I shall join you. It is time for me to live anew. It'll be livelier with more people. By the way, my name is Zhang Yinda. You can call me Old Zhang from now on. Hello, Old Zhang. I am Lin Qizong, and this is Wen Ning. Baiji, I am a doctor. Since Old Zhang was to accompany Lin Qizong, it was only natural that the herd of cattle and sheep would also be brought along. The group instinctively turned their gaze towards the semi-trailer. Little did they know, the bandits who had arrived in the semi-trailer to plunder had unwittingly provided the perfect cover for Lin Qizong and his companions. In the early hours of the morning, Iron Bull and the village chief were engaged in an animated discussion atop the watchtower of the camp. Suddenly, Iron Bull noticed a cloud of dust rising from the road at the village entrance. Both men immediately tensed, their attention fixed intently on the scene before them. Moments latte. Iron Bull exclaimed with joy, It's the boss. He has returned. However, he paused, noticing a large cart trailing behind him. Goodness! The village chief, intrigued by Iron Bull's astonishment, leaned forward to gaze towards the village entrance. By heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? A whole cartload of livestock. Chapter 68. Water shortage? After signaling the watchtower with his double flashers, Lin Qizong was met with the exuberant rush of Tainyo, who eagerly opened the gate for him and his companions, laden with their haul. As Lin Qizong stepped out of the vehicle, he remarked, We shall attend to these livestock at dawn. Allow me to introduce our new ally, Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, this is Tainyo. Hello. Hello. After their brief introductions, Wen Ning guided Mr. Zhang into the camp, seeking an unoccupied shelter for him. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qizong summoned the village chief, his expression grave as he inquired, Chief, I noticed something peculiar while crossing the bridge. The water level of the Shaohua River outside the village seems to have significantly declined. Has there ever been such a situation before? The village chief stroked his chin, his eyes darting thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Not that I recall. I have observed that river for nearly 60 years. There have been floods, yes, but droughts are a rarity. He continued, Let us inspect it together at dawn. It may be an issue with the upstream hydropower station. Lin Qizong glanced at the sky and noted the time, realizing dawn was not far off. He decided to return to the old residence to wash his face before joining the watch, planning to take the chief to investigate once morning broke. Wen Ning was unconcerned. Aware of Lin Qizong's remarkable stamina, he could remain vigorous even after 3 days without sleep. Feeling fatigued herself, she simply reminded him to exercise caution before retreating to rest. As Lin Qizong stepped outside, he encountered a shivering figure in the biting wind. It was Qin Yuan. She approached, cradling a steaming cup in her hands, and cheerfully presented it to Lin Qizong, saying, "Zonggu, thank you for your hard work. This is ginger tea I brewed. Please have some to warm yourself." "Oh, thank you." Lin Qizong accepted the cup, slightly taken aback, and took a sip. "So late and so cold. Why aren't you resting? Are you afraid with your father not around?" Qin Yuan blushed suddenly, fidgeting as she replied, "No, I was waiting for your return. But what about you? Are you planning to venture out at this hour?" Lin Qizong realized with clarity that the young girl had prepared the ginger tea specifically for their return. A truly thoughtful gesture. "I'm heading to the watch. By the way, do you have any more? I would like to bring some for Ning." No. I overcooked it. 3 bowls turned into 2. Sorry. She probably didn't hear that, did she? No worries. You should head back to rest. Yes. How considerate. At the watchtower, Lin Qizong animatedly recounted the details of their outing to Tainyo and the village chief, who listened with admiration, while the chief, uninterested, slouched in a corner, feigning sleep with his hands in his pockets. "Zong Lauda, if only I were as capable as you," Tainyo exclaimed. "Indeed, if you drink enough hot water, one day you'll catch up to me." The hours slipped away in laughter and conversation. And soon Lin Qizong gently nudged the village chief with his foot, announcing, "Dawn has arrived. It is time to set out." The village chief, with a lazy sigh and a drooping demeanor, uttered, "I'll sleep for a bit longer, just 10 more minutes. Zombies are coming." Where? Run. You're deceiving me." In the next moment, Lin Qizong accompanied the trembling village chief to the riverbank. After a thorough examination, the chief furrowed his brow and remarked, "Strange. The water level has declined excessively. It must be down by at least a meter, right? Yet, we can still use water normally in our camp. I wonder if it's an issue with the power station." Given the chief's concerns, Lin Qizong found himself at a loss and decided to temporarily set aside his worries, though an unease lingered in his heart. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Qizong willingly joined the team constructing pens for cattle, sheep, and poultry, while the village chief, who had been on night watch, returned to rest. Old Zhang, having risen early, stepped outside to greet each member of the camp. His warm demeanor indicated he had truly come to terms with the past and was eager to integrate into Lin Qizong's team. "Ah, Mr. Zhang, you're up early," Lin Qizong called cheerfully, balancing a hefty log on his shoulder. Old Zhang responded with a smile. "I up early? Aren't you even earlier? I was awakened by your booming voice." "Ha ha!" When Ning interjected, rolling her eyes at Lin Qizong, "Old Zhang, you're overthinking it. He hasn't slept at all." Old Zhang appeared astonished and asked, "Lin Qizong, aren't you the leader? Why are you involved in everything? Are you so busy that you don't even take a moment to rest?" Lin Qizong replied nonchalantly, "There is no such thing as a leader or not. It's all about mutual respect. Some tasks simply need to be done, and if I can assist, I will." This response garnered Old Zhang's admiration, who felt that Lin Qizong was not like those tyrants who wield power and authority to oppress the populace. Instead, he was quite approachable. Observing the camp's camaraderie towards Lin Qizong, it was evident that he was a leader worth relying upon. With this thought, Old Zhang began to envision a fulfilling life within this new community. Before long, the animal enclosures were completed. Aware of Lin Qizong's vision for sustainable development, Old Zhang began to share his expertise on livestock breeding. As a result, he quickly integrated himself into the group, and life settled into a harmonious rhythm. However, within a few days, a new issue arose, precisely the concern Lin Qizong had feared, a water supply problem. When the residents of the camp turned on their taps, they were met with nothing but a cacophony of sputtering, with not a drop of water to be found. Although Hualin Village was a remote hamlet, it was a challenge to find even 2 households that relied on wells. The only usable well was the old one at the village's entrance. Yet it required manual transport and lacked large water containers. The daily water needs for over a dozen people would necessitate countless trips in buckets. Although Lin Qizong's ancestral home had a purification system, it relied on rainwater collection and filtration. As winter arrives, one cannot help but ponder the scarcity of rain. After much deliberation, the group resolved to tackle the issue at its source by visiting the upstream hydroelectric station. En route, Lin Qizong posed a profound question. What if it is broken? Can you fix it? An immediate silence enveloped the vehicle. Eventually, it was Elder Zhang who broke the stillness, proclaiming, "You youngsters are no match for my generation. What is it that we cannot repair? Unless it is reduced to mere rubble, I am confident I can mend a simple short circuit." Lin Qizong's eyes widened with delight. Is that truly the case? Indeed, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. In contrast to Lin Qizong's exuberance, when Ning and her brother Shunlu felt a sense of apprehension. In their hearts, they thought, this is a hydroelectric station, not a mere electrical box at home. Chapter 69. The Final Battle. 2 hours later, several individuals arrived at the hydropower station, situated 80 kilometers from their camp. The imposing 6 to 7 meter high walls and the massive iron gate provided a profound sense of security. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qizong contemplated relocating the camp to this fortress-like place. He placed his hand upon the iron gate, aimlessly probing, and remarked, "We must exercise caution. There is a possibility that this place is occupied. Let us strive to avoid conflict, but we need not be overly submissive." No sooner had he spoken than the iron gate trembled slightly before slowly swinging open, revealing the presence of others. Lin Qizong and his companions immediately drew their weapons, entering a state of readiness for battle. As the gate fully opened, they were met by a tall, robust man wielding a massive axe resting on his shoulder, flanked by dozens of armed attendants. "By heavens, what a sight!" exclaimed Nuo Shou, his eyes wide with astonishment at the axe-wielding figure. Despite the overwhelming disparity in combat strength, Lin Qizong remained unafraid. Yet he had to consider the safety of Wen Ning and the others, who were merely ordinary individuals. He raised his hand, signaling for calm. "Let us lower our weapons." Once Lin Qizong and his companions had relaxed their aggressive stances, the expression of the axe-wielding man softened slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor, stating, "I thought you were merely wanderers seeking refuge. I did not expect you to be so well equipped. What are your intentions? If your motives are ill, do not blame me for cleaving you in two." His voice resonated with authority, exuding an intimidating presence. Apart from Lin Qizong, both Wen Ning and the Shun Lu siblings felt a twinge of trepidation. Lin Qizong, remaining vigilant, replied, "We mean no disturbance and harbor no ill will. We were unaware that this place was occupied. We merely wish to ascertain why the hydropower station has ceased water release." The axe-wielding man squinted, seemingly unconvinced by Lin Qizong's explanation. With a few vigorous swings of his axe, he arrogantly proclaimed, "I am the one in charge here. Whether or not to release water depends solely on my mood." The gust generated by his axe caused Lin Qizong to furrow his brow and momentarily turn away, before flashing a devilish smile. "So, there is no room for negotiation, is there?" The axe-wielding man realized that if he responded poorly to this challenge, it would signal a confrontation with this group of diminutive adversaries. He had never encountered such defiance, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What gave these small individuals the audacity to challenge him? After a moment of contemplation, he declared with boldness, "Here's the deal. If you can defeat me, the hydropower station shall be at your disposal." Lin Qizong was taken aback. Despite the clear numerical and armament superiority on the man's side, he had proposed a duel. Nevertheless, his surprise was overshadowed by his primary concern for Wen Ning and the others. If the axe-wielding man adhered to the principles of martial ethics, he likely would not harm these ordinary individuals, regardless of the outcome. At this juncture, Lin Qizong found himself in a dilemma. He had always wished to avoid conflict, yet, given the circumstances, it seemed there was no better alternative to restore the water supply. He then inquired, "If I win, will the water supply be restored?" "Indeed," the man affirmed. "And if I lose? Are you a man? How dare you bargain with me?" The imposing figure known as the Axeman clearly exhibited impatience. Sensing Lin Qizong's hesitation, he continued, "Even if you lose, I shall not make things difficult for your subordinates, but you will undoubtedly be rendered powerless." Wen Ning stepped forward, grasping Lin Qizong's arm with a look of deep concern, and implored, "Let it go, Brother Zong. We should leave. There is no need to engage them. We will find a way to resolve the water issue." The Axeman, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, mocking, truly a softy? Do you think this is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please?" With that, his underlings raised their weapons in unison, awaiting his command to strike. Wen Ning and her brother Shunlu were equally undeterred, aiming their weapons back at their adversaries. The atmosphere became charged with tension. At this moment, Lin Qizong felt compelled to act, stating with a cold smirk, "Don't misunderstand. I intend to defeat you," and stroll away with great aplomb. In the next instant, Lin Qizong and his companions were ushered through the door into a barren expanse. Opposite them stood the Axeman, eagerly preparing for battle, his eyes ablaze with ferocity. As both sides readied themselves, they advanced towards each other, halting approximately 100 meters apart. Executioner Kaiki. Snoopy Lin Qizong. In response to the formidable title of the Axeman, Lin Qizong crafted an equally striking name for himself, feeling quite heroic in doing so. Meanwhile, Wen Ning, supporting her forehead with a hand, lamented, "Why do I feel that the tense atmosphere was utterly shattered by Brother Zong?" Shunliu's face twitched uncontrollably as he confessed, "I don't know why, but I feel an overwhelming urge to laugh, yet the situation forbids it." After both parties had introduced themselves, the battle commenced. The two charged towards each other, leaping simultaneously into the air for their initial clash. Kaiki raised his massive axe, bringing it down upon Lin Qizong with tremendous force, while flames erupted around Lin Qizong, launching a fiery fist toward Kaiki, expecting Kaiki, caught in mid-air, to be severely injured by the strike. It was a surprise when the flames failed to reach him at all. They were completely intercepted by the axe, specifically by the formidable wind blade generated by the axe's edge. The first round ended in a stalemate. Both warriors adjusted their expressions, recognizing each other as evolved beings, and dared not underestimate one another. Kaiki's face bore an unmistakable excitement, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be genuine. It has been a while since I've felt this exhilarated." 108. Lin Qizong, puzzled, inquired, "What is 108? But Kaiki offered no further reply, charging at Lin Qizong with his axe raised once more. Lin Qizong, focused on defense, decided not to dwell on it. As Kaiki barreled toward him, Lin Qizong conjured 2 basketball-sized fireballs in his hands and hurled them toward his adversary. As the fireball soared towards Kaich, it unexpectedly swelled into a magnificent sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. Upon making contact with the tip of the axe, it erupted violently, engulfing Kaich in its fiery embrace. Yet, before a breath could be drawn, Kaich burst forth from the blaze, deftly maneuvering to appear before Lin Qizong, raising his colossal axe to deliver a devastating strike. A thunderous crash resounded as the two positions ignited a cloud of dust. Adhering to the principle that smoke signifies safety, Lin Qizong emerged unscathed. In the instant before the axe descended, Lin Qizong sidestepped to evade the terrifying blow, seizing the opportunity while Kaich had yet to recover his weapon. Lin Qizong summoned all his strength and unleashed a whip-like kick to Kaich's midsection. In slow motion, the kick created a conical indentation in Kaich's abdomen. Subsequently, Kaich hurtled away like an uncontrollable speeding truck, skimming the ground with a heavy thud. This unexpected display of force astonished not only Kaich, but also his followers, who could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? The boss is faltering in close combat? I cannot believe it. Where does this kid derive such strength? How could a muscular man over 200 pounds be sent flying so far?" Chapter 70. Shrinking? The siblings, Shunlu and Jiedi, were left speechless. Then, Wen Ning began her analysis. The flames produced tremendous energy, which Zonggu likely relied upon to enhance his explosive power for a brief period. Although Kaiki was sent flying, he not only displayed no signs of distress, but instead laughed, saying, "Indeed, such arrogance is backed by capital. It seems that securing the 108th head will not be so easy. Lin Qizong's flames transformed into a pair of wings as he leaped into the air and asked, "Are you implying that I will be the 108th person to perish at your hands? Regrettably, your record will forever remain at 107. With that, Lin Qizong's fiery wings flared, unleashing countless sparks that rained down upon Kaiki like a torrential downpour. Boom! In the wake of a violent explosion, several energy blades suddenly cut through the thick smoke, hurtling directly towards Lin Qizong. The speed was such that Lin Qizong barely evaded a fatal blow. Just as he managed to escape, Kaiki appeared behind him, wielding a massive axe that came crashing down. In the next moment, Lin Qizong plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. However, to his astonishment, there was no trace of an axe wound on his body, as if the axe had struck with a dull edge. Rising to his feet, Lin Qizong shook his hands in pain, exclaiming, "Damn it, my hands nearly got severed." It turned out that, at the critical moment, Lin Qizong's hands erupted with intense flames, generating enough pressure to deflect the sharp edge of the axe. Although the blade was thwarted, the sheer force of Kaiki could not be negated, resulting in a painful fall for Lin Qizong. Seizing the opportunity amidst Kaiki's assault, Lin Qizong quickly contemplated a strategy. Lacking a weapon to rival the massive axe, and with Kaiki's physical prowess far surpassing his own, he realized that if he were to be caught in close quarters, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Kaiki was relentless, striking with lethal intent, seemingly intent on not resting until he had claimed a life. Thus, Lin Qizong had to emerge victorious. As Kaiki descended, he unleashed several energy blades towards Lin Qizong. After skillfully dodging, Lin Qizong noticed the military knife hanging at his side. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. This knife could potentially turn the tide unexpectedly. Despite Kaiki's formidable strength, there was a brief interval of 2 to 3 seconds between each of his axe strikes. Lin Qizong's objective was to exploit this window, seeking a flaw amidst Kaiki's ferocious onslaught in order to deliver a devastating blow with the military knife. The moment arrived. After sidestepping Kaiki's axe, Lin Qizong swiftly drew the military knife and struck. The flames enveloping Lin Qizong seemed to resonate intuitively, instantly igniting the knife to a fiery red. With a sizzling sound, Kaiki, caught off guard by Lin Qizong's unexpected maneuver, was struck across the chest. This attack, empowered by the flames, possessed enough force to inflict serious damage. In an instant, Kaiki's strength was drained, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, this state of shock lasted only a fleeting moment, for as Lin Qizong prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, Kaiki had already begun to recover. Before Lin Qizong could bring down his blazing military knife for a second strike, Kaiji's other fist, unencumbered by the giant axe, had already launched towards him. This punch landed squarely on Lin Qizong's face, allowing him to experience the sensation of being knocked away for the first time. At this moment, both combatants found themselves in a brief period of recovery. Kaiji's punch had delivered a jolt that caused Lin Qizong to suffer a concussion. He staggered to his feet, shaking his head in an attempt to suppress the ringing in his ears and the dizziness that clouded his vision. Kaiji, too, was in a precarious state, propping himself against his chest, half kneeling on the ground as he labored to catch his breath. The destructive power of the blazing military knife was formidable, inflicting more than mere surface wounds. A single strike infused with searing energy had damaged his internal organs. After a brief respite, the two men lunged at each other once more, continuing their life-or-death struggle. How could his body possess such strength? The wounds were still bleeding profusely, yet he fought with such ferocity. Lin Qizong struggled to defend himself, wary of Kaiji's approach to avoid a close-quarters confrontation. Should Kaiji breach Lin Qizong's fiery defenses, the latter would find himself forced into a desperate, awkward defense with his military knife. Initially, Lin Qizong had presumed that his military knife would falter under the might of Kaiji's giant axe, but under the enhancement of the flames, the glowing red blade resembled a divine artifact, effortlessly parrying the sharp axe strikes. Kaiji understood that Lin Qizong excelled at ranged attrition, and he had to withstand the ferocity of the assault to close the distance. Otherwise, he would surely be worn down to nothing. With a resounding clang, Kaiji's giant axe bore down on Lin Qizong, but it was deflected by the latter's military knife. Immediately after, Kaiji's other arm swelled with muscle as he launched a powerful punch at Lin Qizong. Unyielding, Lin Qizong harnessed the explosive force of the flames to meet Kaiji's fist head-on, unleashing a thunderous blow of his own. The moment their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted around them, centered on both fighters, creating a cataclysmic force. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to concede defeat, continuously augmenting their strength. Lin Qizong gritted his teeth, veins bulging as he growled, "Ah, you gorilla!" Kaiji retaliated with equal ferocity. "I will pound you into mush, you little mutt." As their powers surged, a red and white stream of opposing energies began to clash violently. However, this spectacle lasted only a fleeting moment, as the epicenter of their collision suddenly erupted. The explosion's force was so immense that it sent both combatants flying. The surrounding onlookers were not spared either, being pushed back several steps by the shockwave, and even the nearby wall cracked under the pressure. Both fighters found themselves momentarily incapacitated, sprawled on the ground with their chests heaving. The flames surrounding Lin Qizong began to wane, signaling that he was nearing his limit. As he staggered to his feet, he noticed that Kaiji was also rising, propped up by his giant axe. Yet, Kaiji appeared to have shrunk considerably. Lin Qizong shook his head again, muttering, oh no, my brain must be damaged. I'm seeing things. This guy is nearly shorter than his axe." Lin Qizong believed that Kaiji's apparent diminishment was merely an illusion, yet when Ning and her companions harbored similar doubts about their own perceptions, Liuzi hesitantly remarked, "It's not me saying this, but hasn't he no hand lost some air? Why do I feel like he seems to have shrunk?" Shunzi rubbed his eyes, pondering. "I thought I was mistaken. Could he truly have the ability to change his size at will?" When Ning pointed at Kaichi, exclaiming, "Look, this cannot be a mere illusion. When we use his colossal axe as a reference, it is evident that Kaichi has indeed shrunk. Furthermore, his spirit appears significantly diminished. After battling to this extent, it is only natural for him to decline. Perhaps his abilities are related to altering his physical form." The onlookers were equally taken aback. "It seems our leader is acting strangely. Has he truly withered?" "Nonsense. Our leader is incredibly formidable." "What kind of talk is that?" Silence. The voice that commanded obedience from the crowd belonged to Kaichi's second-in-command, who stood with arms crossed, intently observing the monumental clash. At that moment, a flustered subordinate rushed over, whispering a few hurried words into the second-in-command's ear. With a furrowed brow, the second-in-command turned and followed the young man away. Chapter 71. The arrival of TR. The battle between Lin Qizong and Kaiji continued, both of their stamina nearing its limits, each punch and kick becoming increasingly feeble. With a bruised face, Lin Qizong managed to knock down the shrunken Kaiji and, with his hands hanging limply at his sides and panting heavily, remarked, "Indeed, your strength is dictated by your size. Who resembles a frail dog now?" At this moment, Kaiji had shrunk even further, from his original height of over 2 meters to a mere 1.5. Truly, not even as tall as an axe. Kaiji, despite his diminished stature, retained his bravado. In response to Lin Qizong's taunts, he leaped into the air and executed a 9 heavens thunder double kick aimed directly at Lin Qizong's face. With a yelp, Lin Qizong staggered back several steps, clutching his nose as blood streamed through his fingers. "Damn it, are we really going to fight to the death?" Upon uttering this, Lin Qizong picked up a military knife and charged at Kaiji with fierce intent. "Wait, let us pause the final showdown." An anxious subordinate rushed in from the distance, interrupting Lin Qizong's advance. Irritated, Lin Qizong snapped, "Who are you? Can we just pause a life-and-death match on a whim?" The subordinate ignored Lin Qizong's outburst and approached the weakened Kaiji. Observing that his leader was now half his original height, the subordinate bent down and said, "Boss, this is bad. A horde of corpses is approaching from the west." After taking a moment to catch his breath, Kaiji retorted angrily, "What's the rush? Have you never seen a zombie before? Why do we choose this place as a shelter if those high walls are merely decorative?" Seeing Kaiji's nonchalance, the subordinate, with a furrowed brow, added, "No, these aren't ordinary zombies. There's a giant monster among them, and it's bashing down our walls." Kaiji straightened his expression, perplexed, and inquired, "A giant monster is demolishing our walls? What on earth? Where's Erdang? Send him to deal with it." The subordinate replied, "Erdang has already been injured and just got dragged back here." "What? Erdang is in trouble?" Kaiji could no longer remain seated. He had great respect for Erdang's abilities. If even Erdang had fallen to this giant monster, it was evident that this horde was no ordinary threat. With a furious glance at Lin Qizong, Kaiji stated, "You catch your breath. I'll handle a few matters and return to crush you." Lin Qizong shrugged in response. "I believe I know what that giant monster is. If it truly is a green tortoise, given your current state, you would only go to your demise. Does this mean I can declare my victory soon?" Before Kaiji could react, the subordinate interjected, Yes, the monster is indeed green, with dark green veins and muscles." Lin Qizong felt a tightening in his chest, murmuring, "Is it really? I never imagined the TR Research Institute was so formidable, capable of mass-producing such an extraordinarily powerful creature like the green tortoise." Kaiji, dissatisfied, snapped, "What are you rambling on about? What exactly is that monster?" Lin Qizong retorted sharply, "If you wish to uncover the truth, why not investigate it yourself?" The tension between the two had escalated to an irreconcilable state. At that moment, a subordinate hastily interjected to divert their attention. "Boss, this is neither the time for quarrels nor disputes. We must devise a strategy to alleviate this crisis." Kaiji struggled to rise, intent on assessing the situation. Lin Qizong blocked his path, saying, "Do not rush to your demise. While I may wish for your end, I must clarify, that creature is indestructible, as I have encountered it before." Kaiji, still irritable, replied, "What does it matter to me if that creature cannot be killed?" Lin Qizong gritted his teeth in frustration. Just then, Wen Ning approached with the Shunlu siblings, asking curiously, "Has a victor emerged? Brother Zong, you won, right?" Noticing Lin Qizong's grim expression, they refrained from celebrating. Lin Qizong then declared, "The green tortoise from the TR Research Institute has arrived." Panic swept through the group as Liu Zai exclaimed, "No way. Wasn't that creature eliminated by the government forces? Does the TR Research Institute engage in wholesale operations?" Wen Ning paused, questioning, "Are you suggesting that the TR Research Institute intends to attack here, or are they coming for us?" Lin Qizong replied, "It likely does not concern us. We possess nothing of value that would warrant such attention from the TR Research Institute." After a moment's contemplation, he called out to Kaiji, who was preparing to head west for support. "By the way, is there something here that has attracted the TR personnel? Or have you perhaps offended someone peculiar?" Kaiji, without turning around, responded tersely, "The deceased here number in the hundreds, if not thousands. I lack the time to ponder whom we might have angered. Regardless of who arrives, I shall deal with them all." Lin Qizong shrugged, exclaiming in resignation, "I truly do not know how to assess him. Is he a true man or merely simple-minded?" Liu Zai suddenly had a cunning idea, suggesting, "What if we take advantage of their predicament? While they deal with the zombies, we could release the water barrier." Lin Qizong immediately dismissed the notion, stating, "That is merely a superficial solution. If they manage to eliminate the green tortoise, they can easily secure it afterward." Old John concurred. "Indeed, we should investigate further. Perhaps we might assist them, and they could transform hostility into peace, willingly granting us access." With a slap, Shunzi struck Liu Zai on the back of the head, admonishing, "Did you hear that? Stop coming up with such foolish schemes, let alone take advantage of others. Why not speak even more harshly?" The group followed the crowd towards the western side of the hydroelectric station, and before they could approach, they heard several thunderous booms, indicating that the battle had intensified. Sure enough, moments later, Lin Qizong and his companions witnessed a massive breach in the high walls. The green giant had engaged Kaiji in combat, with neither side yielding, making it difficult to discern who held the advantage. Upon closer inspection, they realized Kaiji had astonishingly regained his original, imposing physique. Lin Qizong was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't this fellow supposed to be weakened? How has he become so fierce again?" Meanwhile, At the entrance of the cave, an indistinct horde of zombies was steadily advancing. Among them were several peculiar zombies, their bodies entirely crimson, undoubtedly a result of some grotesque modification. "Let us pause for a moment and assess the situation," Lin Qizong said, squinting as he surveyed the surrounding chaos. After all, the newly emerged ordinary zombies in red were rather conspicuous, raising concerns about the presence of yet another monstrous entity. The members of the Kaiki faction were tirelessly engaged in eliminating the zombies, resorting to close-range headshots to conserve ammunition. However, this very tactic inflicted catastrophic damage upon the Kaiki forces. Chapter 72. Fireflies and the Guillotine. The initial cleanup was executed with remarkable efficiency, prompting Lin Qizong to marvel at their valor in battle. However, an unforeseen incident occurred after a subordinate decapitated a zombie drenched in crimson. Instead of collapsing immediately, the creature's eyes widened in shock, and its body began to swell rapidly, as if inflated like a balloon. In an instant, it transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. The next moment, a dull thud resonated as the mass exploded into fragments, scattering in all directions. Yet, it left behind a dense red mist that enveloped the unfortunate subordinate. This scene sent shivers down Lin Qizong's spine, as the red mist seemed eerily familiar. Could it be akin to the gas utilized by the stabilization army? That was a substance capable of dissolving even the toughest of shells. Lin Qizong gasped in horror. However, to his astonishment, the subordinate managed to struggle free. Aside from the blood splattered on him, there appeared to be no signs of corrosion or melting, which left Lin Qizong furrowing his brow in confusion. Meanwhile, the other members of Kaichi's faction hurriedly rushed to assist the affected subordinate. As they passed by Lin Qizong, he took a closer look. The young man's complexion was ghastly pale, resembling someone suffering from severe gastroenteritis, utterly exhausted from relentless vomiting and diarrhea. "I hope it's merely gastroenteritis," Lin Qizong thought, observing that nothing seemed amiss. He then instructed Xiao Ning, "Take everyone to help with the cleanup, but steer clear of those blood-red zombies." With that, they silently coordinated their efforts. The synergy between Wen Ning and the Shunlu siblings needed no elaboration. Having faced numerous life and death crises together, their teamwork resembled a single entity. Elder Zhang readied his hunting rifle, prepared to lend cover fire at a moment's notice. Seeing the determination on their faces, Lin Qizong felt assured in their capabilities and plunged into the fray between Kaichi and the Green Giant. "Why are you here, you mutt? I have no qualms about taking you on 2 against 1, Kaichi declared with hostility. Lin Qizong shot him a disdainful look. "I truly cannot comprehend you. Even at this juncture, you cling to your pride. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely detest interruptions to my fighting spirit. Once I vanquish this Green Giant, you shall be next." Just as Kaichi was about to retort, the Green Giant swung its massive fist downward, forcing Kaichi to hastily raise his axe in defense, barely managing to absorb the blow. The force of the Green Giant's attack drove Kaichi's feet into the ground. Moments later, a fireball from Lin Qizong struck the Green Giant, igniting pain within it and prompting the beast to turn its attention toward Lin Qizong. In the next instant, Kaichi's limbs trembled uncontrollably, clearly underestimating the Green Giant's strength. Yet, his face bore no hint of fear. Instead, it was contorted with rage. Shaking off the numbness in his hands, he lunged at the Green Giant. Although both Lin Qizong and Kaichi were faring poorly in their fierce exchange, their back-and-forth tactics left the Green Giant disoriented, its furious roars becoming increasingly piercing. "We cannot afford to delay any longer. This damage alone will not slay it. We must devise a means to deliver a fatal blow." Lin Qizong was drenched in sweat, acutely aware that he could not hold on much longer, and thus urged Kaiji to act swiftly. Kaiji, however, scoffed, "If you can't manage, just go home and lie down." Lin Qizong remained silent, responding with gritted teeth and clenched fists. As the Hulk lunged toward him, Lin Qizong made no attempt to evade. Instead, he tightly coiled his right fist in preparation. When the Hulk was merely a few steps away, Lin Qizong had completed his gathering of power. His entire right arm glimmered with a blinding white light, emitting wisps of steam. The intense heat even warped the air surrounding him. Then, Lin Qizong unleashed his punch through the air. With a rush of wind, the Hulk was struck by an overwhelming force. His massive body propelled several meters away, leaving a significant dent in his chest. Kaiji gasped in astonishment. How could the Hulk, still nearly 10 meters away, have been struck from such a distance? The force of that punch must have been terrifying. Although the Hulk retained a semblance of intelligence, it was minimal. After sustaining such a severe blow, he struggled to rise, heedless of the green blood spilling from his mouth. Meanwhile, Kaiji, despite his surprise, refused to be outdone and took advantage of the Hulk's moment of vulnerability to strike. He swung his massive axe, rushing forward while unleashing two crescent-shaped energy blades. The Hulk, still recovering from his injuries, was unable to evade Kaiji's strikes. With a sharp sound, two deep gashes appeared on the Hulk's chest, exposing bone. As the Hulk roared in pain, Lin Qizong seized the opportunity to strike again. He released dozens of fireflies, which swiftly floated toward the Hulk, adhering to his wounds. Boom! The explosion of the fireflies sent clouds of dust soaring, and for a moment, it seemed as though the engulfing flames had consumed the Hulk entirely. Lin Qizong sneered, "Hot still me. Roar!" Before Lin Qizong could finish his sentence, a deafening roar erupted from the flames. The Hulk was far from defeated. Kaiji's face was a mask of disbelief as he questioned Lin Qizong. "What the hell? Are you just setting off fireworks, you mutt?" Lin Qizong retorted, equally tense. "How can you even say that? Your two strikes couldn't even remove a hemorrhoid. If you had any strength at all, that green bastard would have been obliterated." The two began to bicker fiercely, each unwilling to concede and pointing out the other's mistakes. Soon, the flames began to subside. At that moment, the Hulk lowered his head, awaiting his recovery. Damn it, he is going to fully heal. Lin Qizong's expression turned grave in an instant, just as Lin Qizong and Kaiji prepared to launch another attack. They noticed a transformation occurring in the Hulk. From the two wounds inflicted by Kaiji, a swarm of black tendrils sprouted, writhing like maggots, crawling over much of the Hulk's body. The tendrils gradually dulled in luster, hardening into an exoskeleton. This signifies a remarkable enhancement in the Hulk's defensive capabilities. Kaiji took the initiative, brandishing his colossal axe and leaping into the air, subsequently bringing the enormous weapon down with great force. The swiftly descending tip of the axe emanated a series of crimson glows, heralding Kaiji's formidable move, the guillotine. At the moment the guillotine descended, Lin Qizong distinctly observed the muscles of Kaiji's upper body swelling to a fearsome extent, causing his battle attire to burst apart. This spectacle inevitably led Lin Qizong to believe that this strike could very well cleave the Hulk in two. Chapter 73. The role of the red mist within the mind of the Hulk. There exists no notion of evasion. Regardless of the ferocity of the opponent's assault, he will relentlessly endure. When faced with the descending blow of Cage, the Hulk assumed an offensive stance, unleashing an indomitable fist. However, the Hulk's mere regular strike was no match for the formidable skill of his adversary. In an instant, Cage severed the Hulk's outstretched right arm, and the residual force of the mighty axe continued its descent, aimed directly at the center of the Hulk's head. Yet, what transpired next caused Lin Qizong's eyes to twitch uncontrollably, exclaiming in disbelief, "What nonsense is this?" For the guillotine, which had appeared unstoppable just a moment ago, met the Hulk's armored exterior and, astonishingly, could not penetrate even the slightest depth. After the guillotine's might was exhausted, Cage retreated to Lin Qizong's side, his expression vacant as he gazed at the dismembered Hulk, muttering, "This cannot be possible." Lin Qizong observed the cracked ground beneath the Hulk's feet and the beast's broken spine, realizing that the power of Cage's guillotine was indeed formidable, yet still insufficient to vanquish this monstrosity. In despair, Lin Qizong sought to bolster the waning spirits of Cage, endeavoring to restore his resolve. The most effective strategy was to employ his own words to taunt the indomitable Cage. "Can you manage it, you impotent man?" "Huh?" As Lin Qizong spoke, he turned to face Cage, only to discover that he had further diminished in stature. Clearly, that last guillotine strike had been a desperate gamble, expending all of Cage's might. Now, significantly shrunken, Cage prepared to retort. "Why don't you give it a try?" All you do is squawk here. Show me your true capabilities. No sooner had he spoken than the Hulk retrieved his severed arm and reattached it, delicate tendrils emerging from the wound to reconnect the limb. Following a thunderous roar, the Hulk began to stomp forward with earth-shaking strides, charging directly at them. Lin Qizong and Cage had no choice but to evade the Hulk's onslaught while attempting tentative counterattacks, seeking to uncover the creature's vulnerabilities. Indeed, it seems you are everywhere, Lin Qizong. Outside the hydroelectric station, Liao Minmin calmly observed as her army of zombies gradually breached Cage's defenses. Beneath her, a subordinate lay prostrate at her feet, fervently licking her shoes. This individual was not Wang Feng. Since the incident involving Shinjuchi, Wang Feng had disobeyed orders and was confined by the higher-ups of the TR Research Institute. Rather than a simple confinement, it was akin to being thrust into a laboratory, treated as a guinea pig for Dr. Gana's experiments. Now, Liao Minmin found satisfaction in her new attendant, who was far more obedient than a mere dog. Subsequently, she stifled a yawn and remarked, "Ah, Lin Qizong, you're truly growing more masculine by the day. Yet, you still remain powerless against my little green one. How dull this is. Shall we not partake in some amusement ourselves?" With that, Liao Minmin disdainfully kicked her subordinate, who remained crouched at her feet. As Lin Qizong continued to probe for a breakthrough, his efforts yielded little success. Just as he was lost in thought, a swift punch from the Hulk sent him flying. With a crash, Lin Qizong was propelled several dozen meters away, clutching his chest and spewing blood, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. This creature, what must one do to vanquish it? Lin Qizong felt a surge of impotent rage. He had exhausted all his options, yet could not inflict significant harm on the Hulk. No matter how grievous the injury, the Hulk always managed to recover in a brief span, unless one could obliterate him in a single strike, leaving no trace behind. Then, as Lin Qizong steadied his breathing, he observed the fierce duel between Cage and the Hulk. Without Lin Qizong's interference, Cage found himself on the back foot, enduring several blows before losing the capacity to resist. In a moment, the Hulk opened his cavernous maw, preparing to devour Cage whole. Watching the Hulk's jagged teeth, a sudden inspiration struck Lin Qizong. In the next instant, Cage, half kneeling on the ground, could no longer fend off the Hulk. Faced with that foul, gaping mouth, Cage shouted in despair, "I refuse to accept this," before closing his eyes, awaiting his demise. Yet the anticipated end did not arrive. With his eyes shut, Cage was startled by a thunderous roar accompanied by a rush of hot air. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lin Qizong had arrived at his side, saving him with a fiery punch. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of Lin Qizong's mouth, but his gaze was resolute as he declared, "Do not resign yourself to death. Even in despair, let's perish together with this brute. I have a plan, but I need you to muster some strength to assist me. Find an opportunity to pry open its mouth while I still have some energy left." Cage, displeased, retorted, "Do not speak to me in that commanding tone." However, in this dire circumstance, he had no choice but to comply with Lin Qizong. After all, the Hulk was overwhelmingly formidable. Lin Qizong ceased his banter with Cage and engaged the Hulk in a struggle. Cage, contemplating the situation, found himself perplexed. What purpose does prying open its mouth serve? Am I to feed it, hoping it will be sated and depart? Though bewildered, the urgency of the situation left Cage little time for reflection. He charged forward to join the fray, striving to find an opening to assist Lin Qizong in prying open the Hulk's gaping maw. However, before Lin Qizong could implement his plan, an unforeseen crisis arose with Wen Ning. Many individuals from Cage's faction had succumbed to infection, now attacking the living in a zombie-like frenzy. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that those who had transformed into zombies were the very ones who had inhaled the red mist earlier. The purpose of the red mist was infection. Even without being bitten by a zombie, one need not await death. Inhaling the red mist would lead to a swift transformation into a zombie. Initially, those who inhaled the red mist experienced physical discomfort, while their comrades, oblivious, tried to escort them back to safety for rest. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies were succumbing to an ailment, as the virus gradually activated and insidiously encroached upon their minds. Ultimately, several individuals simultaneously transformed into zombies, launching an unprovoked assault on their unsuspecting comrades. In an instant, when Ning and her companions, alongside members of the Kaiga faction, found themselves besieged from both flanks. Although the rear was not heavily fortified, it significantly diverted the attention of the group. This distraction led to a precarious situation spiraling out of control once more. With no option to conserve ammunition, everyone hastily grasped their firearms, striving to regain command of the chaos. However, the horde at the entrance surged forth like a broken dam, overwhelming the defenders and forcing them into the hydropower station. Once inside, the group was afforded a brief respite, yet none noticed a companion in the shadows, whose arm was incessantly oozing blood. Upon inspection, it revealed a ghastly bite mark left by a zombie. He shivered involuntarily and quickly rolled down his sleeve, fearful of being discovered by others. Chapter 74. The Chameleon. At this moment, the battle on Lin Qizong's side finally witnessed a turning point. Kaiji's stamina had truly reached its limits. He could only summon his powers one last time. Now, he could only muster his remaining strength to create an opportunity for Lin Qizong to vanquish the Hulk. Consequently, as the Hulk charged towards him, Kaiji resolved to engage it in close quarters. Despite his utmost caution, he was gravely injured by the Hulk. With a piercing sound, the Hulk's sharp claws pierced through Kaiji's body. Instantly, Kaiji was stripped of all his strength, his body weakening, nearly causing him to falter. After staggering a few steps, the once determined Kaiji suddenly revealed a glint of ferocity in his eyes. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Kaiji lunged at the Hulk, his reinforced arms swelling with muscle in a display of raw power. His diminutive stature paired with his robust arms evoked the image of a Popeye in action. Before the Hulk could react, Kaiji had latched onto its neck, accompanied by Kaiji's furious roar. Now is the moment. Kaiji forcibly pried open the Hulk's jaws. And this was the opportunity Lin Qizong had been waiting for. He immediately crouched, igniting his right fist ablaze, and leaped into action. If he could not defeat the creature from the outside, then he would commence the destruction from within. Fire Fist. With that, Lin Qizong unleashed a fierce torrent of flames, surging straight into the gaping maw of the Hulk. The flames coursed down the Hulk's throat, penetrating into its abdomen, causing a flicker of crimson light to emanate from within. The fire had begun to consume its insides. At this juncture, Kaiji could no longer endure the intense heat. He released his grip and, clutching his bloodied chest, retreated slowly. The Hulk, suffering from the searing flames, writhed in agony, its roars echoing amidst the chaos. The red glow rapidly filled the Hulk's form, and after a moment, it transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Both Lin Qizong and Kaiji held their breath, intently observing whether this strike would indeed bring about the Hulk's demise. Fortunately, after struggling for a while, a torrent of flames erupted from the Hulk's belly. Subsequently, its legs buckled, crashing heavily to the ground. Even though the Hulk lay still, the intense heat within did not wane. After reducing the Hulk to a charred husk, Lin Qizong and Kaiji finally collapsed onto the ground, a wave of relief washing over them as their taut nerves could finally ease. Did you see that? In the critical moment, it was my move that finished him off, Lin Qizong exclaimed triumphantly. Kaiji retorted without hesitation. If it weren't for me, you would still be daydreaming. Had I not pried open its mouth, you would have been left to merely undress it. Lin Qizong shot him a glance and replied, I had thought of that long ago. If it weren't to give you a sense of involvement, I would have done it already. I wouldn't want you to return home, facing your subordinate's scorn, claiming you merely lay there while I single-handedly dealt with the Hulk. Kaiji, do I need to? Hey, you both seem quite spirited. Before Cage could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a rather flamboyant female voice. It was Liao Minmin. Just as the battle on this side had concluded, another formidable foe had arrived. Cage, instantly on high alert, inquired, Who are you? Is this creature you're doing? Liao Minmin, with a beaming countenance, replied, My identity is of little consequence. You may refer to me as the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh, I must say, Lin Qizong, you made quite the progress. My little green has truly been vanquished by you. However, one little green in exchange for 2 evolvers. Dr. Ghana will surely be delighted. Cage, his temper flaring, grasped his massive axe and demanded, "Speak plainly. Were these evolvers and this doctor? What is your purpose here?" Liao Minmin merely smiled enigmatically, her chilling demeanor sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Qizong then posed a question. "If what you say is true, then you must have been the orchestrator of the incident in Rain City, correct? Wang Feng survived to become a monster at the TR Research Institute, so your presence here is hardly surprising. Your repeated assaults are aimed at capturing evolvers for research, aren't they?" Liao Minmin chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Curious, are we? If you wish to know, then incapacitate the little fellow beside you, and I shall divulge the information. If you perform well, I might even recommend you to our higher-ups." This statement sent Cage into a state of anxiety, fully aware of the discord between himself and Lin Qizong. A 2-against-1 confrontation seemed imminent. Given his heavy burdens, merely standing was a feat. How could he possibly manage a fight against 2? Lin Qizong scoffed. "Recommend? You wish for me to associate with you abominable beings? I would rather meet my end. Even hell would be more pleasant than your grotesque company." Liao Minmin's expression darkened. "You are truly ungrateful. What audacity you possess to speak so boldly here. I shall fulfill your wish and send you to the underworld." With that, her hair transformed into sharp spikes, lunging toward Lin Qizong. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Cage stepped in front, wielding his axe. "This life is mine." The wretched desire for victory surged within him. Meanwhile, in the hydropower station, the severely injured second-in-command strained to devise a strategy. With the sounds of battle outside having ceased and the green giant no longer wreaking havoc, the atmosphere felt less oppressive. The second-in-command addressed the group. "Surely you have all noticed how peculiar those crimson zombies appear? We must now transition to utilizing firearms for extermination. We cannot afford for anyone else to be infected or inhale the red mist. Furthermore, with the external conflict now, who are you?" As he spoke, the second-in-command's gaze fell upon a shadowy figure, strange in appearance and stealthy in movement. This figure was a subordinate, subservient to Liao Minmin, much like Wang Feng, a transformed zombie retaining only consciousness. Codenamed Chameleon, he was exceptionally adept at climbing. He infiltrated the interior by scaling the walls of the hydroelectric station. As the crowd followed the gaze of the second-in-command, they realized that no one recognized the newcomer. Even when Ning instinctively shielded Shun Lu and the old man Zhang, retreating cautiously. Observing this, the second-in-command immediately concluded that this unfamiliar face was associated with a monstrous entity and promptly ordered everyone to remain vigilant. "If you do not respond, I will treat you as an intruder." He issued his final ultimatum. However, the chameleon, aside from a chilling smile that flickered across his face, showed no intention of speaking. "Fire!" The second-in-command commanded decisively. At that moment, the chameleon finally moved. He tugged at the knot around his neck, causing the black cloak draped over him to fall away, revealing his bare and emaciated form. Subsequently, he leaned back, merging seamlessly with the shadowy wall behind him. Without careful scrutiny, one would hardly perceive any anomaly. Truly, he lived up to his name, having inherited the ability to alter the color of his skin like a chameleon. Chapter 75. Class is in session. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. The second-in-command, gritting his teeth, painstakingly made his way forward, despite his injuries. The corridor was dimly lit, casting shadows that made every step a cautious endeavor. He heightened his senses, each movement executed with utmost care. His hands frequently brushed against the 2 small pouches at his lower back, containing his favored weapons, flying daggers. The 30-meter corridor felt suffocating as the tension mounted, sweat beading on foreheads. Yet the second-in-command advanced to the corridor's end without encountering any trace of the chameleon. 2 possibilities loomed. Either the chameleon had fled, or it had silently repositioned itself. Realizing this, he shouted, "Stay vigilant. It may be lurking right beside you." His warning sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, some becoming overly tense and shoving one another in panic. "Are you looking for me?" The voice echoed from above. Suddenly, the chameleon revealed itself, clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, its eyes gleaming with mischief. The crowd gasped in shock, their instinctive reaction to flee, seeking distance from this enigmatic creature before attempting to retaliate. However, the chameleon seized the moment, extending its long, sharp tongue. With a swift, puncturing motion, it pierced the chest of an unfortunate soul. The speed of the attack was nearly imperceptible, and its force was formidable. The victim collapsed, unconscious. The second in command, witnessing this, hurled a flying dagger toward the chameleon's position, but was met only with a clang, as the creature had seamlessly blended into its surroundings, evading capture once more. Infuriated, he cursed that beast. The outburst aggravated his wounds, leaving him to cough violently before he pointed towards the fallen individual, commanding, "You two, check on sixth brother. If he's beyond saving, put him down. Otherwise, he'll become a zombie. Go on. What are you afraid of? I'll cover you." The two subordinates, trembling, hesitated until the second-in-command's assurance gave them the courage to move. Yet, as they reached sixth brother, before they could assess his condition, he suddenly sprang to life, lunging at one of them to bite. Simultaneously, a concealed wound on another subordinate became unbearable, and his eyes glazed over, transforming him into a zombie. Lunging for his companion's neck, chaos erupted in an instant, catching everyone off guard. More terrifyingly, another chameleon lurked in the shadows, poised for an attack. The number of newly transformed zombies was limited, easily dispatched in a few swift movements, but the chameleon revealed itself, unleashing a rapid series of strikes. In mere moments, several more subordinates fell victim to its relentless assault. Wen Ning remained on high alert, and at the moment the chameleon emerged to attack, her wound homed in on it. Bang! Just as the chameleon retracted its tongue, preparing to conceal itself once more, it felt a searing pain shoot through its back. It subsequently fell from the wall, writhing in agony, its slick body contorting. Wen Ning's marksmanship was truly impressive. In quick succession, the second-in-command, with remarkable speed, drew his knife and delivered two swift strikes to the chameleon. Two flying daggers accurately pinned its hands to the ground, and with its spine damaged, it found itself unable to exert the strength to withdraw its hands for the time being. Wen Ning urged the second-in-command, "You must finish it quickly. Such creatures possess formidable regenerative abilities." Upon hearing this, he promptly commanded his subordinates to eliminate the zombies ahead and behind them. He intended to deliver a fatal blow while the chameleon was hindered in its movements. The chameleon's tongue was exceedingly lethal, instilling fear in everyone present. Thus, the second-in-command shot two daggers before approaching. One pierced its throat, while the other penetrated its cheek. These strikes were sufficient to curtail the chameleon's tongue attacks. The chameleon, now firmly subdued, wore an expression of sheer terror, attempting to surrender, yet stammering and failing to utter a coherent word, only able to convey a plea through its eyes. The second-in-command harbored a deep-seated hatred for such grotesque beings, for their invasion had resulted in the sacrifice of many comrades. Subsequently, he approached the chameleon with a palpable aura of menace, bent down, and without a hint of hesitation, delivered a lethal blow. The chameleon was instantly decapitated. Outside the hydroelectric station, the beleaguered Kaiji found himself utterly outmatched by the exuberant Liao Minmin. Kaiji struggled to wield his massive axe, severing strands of hair, only for them to reappear in an instant. Before long, he bore several new wounds. However, despite his injuries, Kaiji's indomitable spirit refused to yield. Yet, Liao Minmin seemed to sense something amiss within the hydroelectric station and decided to end the game. With a flick of her head, she unleashed countless strands of hair, prompting Kaiji to swiftly spin his axe in defense. Although not all strands were intercepted, he seized the opportunity, enduring the pain to launch himself at Liao Minmin, delivering a devastating waist chop. In astonishment, Liao Minmin spat blood, unable to believe that the beleaguered Kaiji still possessed the strength to inflict harm. "Huh, a mere blow," Kaiji coldly proclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Liao Minmin's bisected form rejoining through the weaving of her hair. Kaiji stood dumbfounded, his axe slipping from his grasp. Is this yet another indestructible monster? Following the mending of her wounds, Liao Minmin's hair exploded outward, her pallid visage and bloodied mouth rendering her akin to a vengeful spirit. My abilities are not something you can easily contend with. It would be wise to surrender and spare yourself further suffering, Liao Minmin sneered. At this moment, Lin Qizong, who had been watching from the sidelines, interjected with curiosity. I have a question. Is your power solely reliant on your hair? Liao Minmin retorted. What else would it be? I possess an ability that every woman in the world desires. After all, which woman is free from the troubles of hair loss? Lin Qizong suddenly enlightened, nodding in agreement. Oh well, that makes things easier. With that, Lin Qizong discreetly summoned a firefly, which circled around before gradually approaching Liao Minmin from behind. Liao Minmin instantly tensed, asking cautiously, what makes it easier? Lin Qizong replied, Alas, I am aware that your academic performance was lacking during your studies, but I did not expect you to be unaware of such common knowledge. He then pointed to himself and stated, You must be familiar with my abilities, correct? Yes. You're the one who plays with fire. Then are you not aware that hair is a flammable material? Huh? What? Flammable material? Lin Qizong shook his head, muttering, It seems it's time for me to impart a lesson to you. Chapter 76, Severely Restrained. As the words left her lips, the firefly descended upon Liao Minmin's head. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, exploding forth. Liao Minmin's thick hair acted as a combustible material, fueling the flames to soar several meters high. Despite her desperate struggles, she was unable to extinguish the blaze. In her panic, she unleashed her powers, but the surge of hair only intensified the fire. Liao Minmin's once proud ability was utterly suppressed by Lin Qizong. Eventually, the flames consumed every strand of hair and shred of clothing from Liao Minmin's body before extinguishing themselves. At that moment, she lay on the ground completely bare, gasping for breath, with multiple burns adorning her skin, particularly on her now bald head. This scene was witnessed by Wen Ning and others through the window, and Liuzi gleefully exclaimed, Sister, look, another victim like you. She's worse off. She's got several lumps from the burns. Such a shame about her figure. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, why are you hitting me again? Originally, Shun's head had begun to sprout hair, and she had gradually come to terms with the loss of her own. However, Liuzi had a talent for picking at old wounds. Moments later, Liao Minmin suddenly realized something and scrambled to her feet, frantically touching her head. Then she burst into tears, having just claimed to be free from worries about hair loss, only to find herself scorched clean by Lin Qizong. Not only had she lost her hair, but her scalp had also been burned, and no matter how strong her abilities, it would take time to regrow her once lush locks. For Liao Minmin, her appearance was a weapon, and the devastation of her beauty was undoubtedly a fatal blow. With her spirit crushed, Liao Minmin had no desire to continue fighting. She simply wished to flee back to the laboratory and have the biologist restore her burnt skin. Yet, Lin Qizong was not one to let this villainess, who had repeatedly orchestrated zombie attacks, escape easily. He quickly pursued her with swift strides. However, Liao Minmin possessed the commanding ability to manipulate zombies, and a wall of crimson-hued modified zombies formed to shield her retreat. Observing this, Lin Qizong leaped over the horde, aiming to bypass the flesh barrier. Boom! Liao Minmin seized the moment perfectly, as Lin Qizong leapt into the air, leaving him no room to evade. She commanded the modified zombies to self-destruct. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled explosions erupted within mere seconds, and as Lin Qizong emerged from the red mist, his face turned ashen. This crimson fog was designed to invigorate the zombie virus, although Lin Qizong, as an evolved being, would not turn into a zombie. Inhaling the red mist still inflicted significant damage upon his lungs. Clutching his chest, he breathed heavily, realizing his strength was waning. Helplessly, he watched Liao Minmin vanish from sight and, in frustration, slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it, she can even voice command the zombies to self-destruct? As Lin Qizong's breathing grew increasingly labored, dizziness began to envelop him. In the next moment, Lin Qizong's final image was of Wen Ning rushing towards him. He slept soundly until dawn the next day, awakening to an unfamiliar ceiling, clearly not his own home. Memories of the previous day began to flood his mind, and after piecing together the sequence of events, he realized he was currently within Kaiji's territory. Attempting to rise, he felt something pressing against his thigh. Turning slightly, he found Wen Ning half sprawled across his leg, sound asleep. This girl, Lin Qizong, slowly extended his hand, gently caressing Wen Ning's head. However, this slight movement was enough to rouse her. Instantly, her drowsy eyes sparkled with light. Zonggu, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Don't worry. We're in the nuclear power station. The bad guys have all been driven away. Wen Ning's excited voice also stirred the nearby Shun, Lu siblings, and the elderly Zhang, who immediately rushed over to express their concern. From their animated chatter, Lin Qizong learned that after his fainting, the zombie horde led by Liao Minmin had either fled or perished. In any case, it was a victory. Subsequently, the gravely injured Lin Qizong and Kaiji received prompt medical attention, fortunate to have competent doctors and abundant medical supplies at the power station. That very night, both were out of danger. At this moment, the second-in-command entered with a doctor to visit Lin Qizong. Upon entering, he wore a smile and inquired, "Mr. Lin, how do you feel? I brought Dr. Huang to examine you. I hope you don't mind." Lin Qizong glanced at the elderly man with thick glasses and nodded with a smile. "Then I must trouble Dr. Huang." The second-in-command's demeanor was strikingly different from Kaiji's. His tone and manner were considerably more amiable. "Mr. Lin, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your invaluable assistance during this crisis. Thus, I must apologize for any past hostility." He then stepped back and bowed deeply. "I am truly sorry." Lin Qizong quickly responded, No, there's no need for such formality. We stand united against those loathsome creatures. They attack you today, and they would do the same to us tomorrow. We are merely dealing with a common enemy. It is not as severe as you suggest." Before the second-in-command could continue, Dr. Huang interjected with a hint of astonishment. "Ah, young man, your physique is remarkable. Not at all inferior to our leaders. Not to mention the wounds that are healing nicely. You had a severe viral infection in your lungs. Yet after just one night's sleep, you've cleared the virus? You must know that virus could turn one into a zombie." Lin Qizong replied, "Like your leader, I shall never become a zombie." 4. Evolved beings arise from the intensification of the zombie virus. Dr. Huang exclaimed, "Heavens, that is incredible. Could you share how one might become an evolved being?" Lin Qizong shook his head slightly, expressing a hint of regret as he said, "I apologize, but this is determined by each individual circumstances, and it seems unlikely that we can interfere." After a brief pause, Dr. Huang, appearing somewhat disheartened, resumed his work. The second-in-command, maintaining his smile, remarked, "Mr. Lin, regardless of your motives, you are our benefactor. How about this? We will hold a celebration banquet shortly, and we sincerely hope you will indulge and enjoy yourselves before departing." Upon hearing about the banquet, Liuzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds wonderful. We would never take your kindness for granted." The others shot Liuzi disdainful glances, and Lin Qizong responded, "As for the banquet, we are indifferent. Ultimately, we hope you can open the sluice gates and release some water downstream." At this statement, the second-in-command's gaze faltered, and he awkwardly avoided eye contact with Lin Qizong. "Well, it's not that we don't want to open the gates. It's just that they are broken. I would like to do so, as it would allow the hydropower station to continue generating electricity. Currently, we are relying on reserve power, which will soon be depleted." Lin Qizong replied dismissively, "Then fix it. I thought it was a serious issue." Seeing your boss's reluctance, I almost suspected you were hoarding water to raise whales. Repairing it is not so simple. This is a hydropower station. There are many components that we have never even seen. What is there to fear? I have an all-purpose expert here. Right, old Zhang? At being called by Lin Qizong, old Zhang immediately responded with a hint of unease. "I have never guaranteed that I could fix it." Chapter 77. The past of Kai Chi. In the next moment, the second-in-command led Lin Qizong and a few others to a control room. The switches had been charred, and the disconnected wires were still sparking. Soon, those skilled in electrical work from Kai Chi's faction gathered around, joining the old man Zhang in their distress. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the end of the corridor, unmistakably Kai Chi. He strode directly to Lin Qizong, his gaze laced with a hint of malice as he declared, Our duel is not over, but it shall not be today. Once I settle the score for deceiving you, I will still cleave your head." Lin Qizong, unfazed, retorted with a smirk, "Is that your execution device? It's hardly more than a mere inconvenience. One day, I shall beat you down a size. Let's see how you act then." All right, boss. Today is a day for celebration. The rules you set dictate that no grievances should disrupt the festive atmosphere." The second in command, sensing the palpable tension between Lin Qizong and his leader, stepped in as a mediator. Kaichi scoffed and, with a disgruntled huff, turned to leave. The second in command sheepishly apologized to Lin Qizong and his group. "I'm sorry. The boss has always had a fiery temperament. Truth be told, it's our presence that has made him so averse to outsiders." He then recounted Kaichi's past. Before the apocalypse, Kaichi was a slight figure, barely over 5 feet tall. Not only was he diminutive, but he was also exceedingly frail, embodying the very image of fragility. Consequently, he endured relentless mockery from his construction colleagues. "Kaichi," he would often hear, "with that physique, you ought to be hitting the books instead. What madness drove you to work as a laborer? I doubt you could even lift a wheelbarrow." The laughter would ring out when I saw him hauling bricks. He resembled a turtle more than a man. Faced with such derision, Kaichi could only seethe in silence, as he lacked the strength to defend his dignity. How he longed to be a cultured individual, yet his impoverished upbringing rendered him unable to complete even the compulsory 9 years of education. A mere 200 yuan in school fees forced him to drop out. The blows he suffered on the construction site did not crush Kaichi. Rather, they ignited an even greater yearning for strength within him. Ultimately, when the apocalypse descended and he shielded his colleagues from zombies during their retreat, he awakened his latent genetic potential, becoming an evolved being immune to viral infection. His newfound power allowed him to alter his physical size at will. From that point onward, Kaichi presented himself as a towering figure. However, the transformed Kaichi did not seek revenge against those who had once scorned him. Instead, he graciously extended a helping hand. Each of those former colleagues was profoundly moved, leading to Kaichi's establishment of his own faction. Eventually, the living conditions and safety at the construction site became intolerable, prompting Kaichi to lead his group to a semi-functional power station, where they established their stronghold. Although Kaichi forgave his former colleagues for their past transgressions, a lingering wound remained in his heart. From this point forward, he exhibited an unwavering assertiveness towards others, striving to command their respect. Thus, when confronted by the intruders led by Lin Qizong, Cage inevitably manifested immense hostility. Lin Qizong suddenly grasped the situation. "That has nothing to worry about. We are not so petty as to take offense over a few harsh words." The second in command expressed gratitude for this understanding. After a thorough inspection, Old Zhang and several electricians devised a repair plan, albeit without guaranteeing its effectiveness. Yet it was imperative to give it a try. However, the repair necessitated a considerable amount of materials, and while the hydroelectric station was well equipped, it lacked hardware components. Consequently, they could only venture out to gather supplies after the banquet, with the second in command assuring that all materials would be collected within a week to restore the hydroelectric station's normal operations. For now, they could only wait. During the banquet, the affluent hydroelectric station faction indulged in a lavish feast, and after Lin Qizong and his companions had heartily dined, they hastily took their leave. The second in command inquired, "Won't you stay a while longer?" Lin Qizong replied, "No, we have been away for too long. Our families must be worried. Thank you for your hospitality. May we meet again." The second in command smiled and extended his hand for a handshake, saying the gratitude should be ours. "Safe travels, my friends." After clasping the second in command's hand, Lin Qizong reciprocated with a smile, "Indeed, my friend." Upon their uneventful return to the camp, the pickup truck was immediately surrounded by the anxious camp members, who expressed their concern over the group's day-long absence. Tainyo swiftly grasped Lin Qizong's shoulders and asked worriedly, "Boss, why are you wrapped up like a mummy? Did you get into a fight on the way?" Lin Qizong nodded and, with a casual demeanor, recounted the adventures encountered at the hydroelectric station, emphasizing the importance of taking future sentry duties seriously. Otherwise, One could never know when the TR Research Institute might seek vengeance. Tainyo's face turned pale for a moment before he declared, "Then I request a different partner for the watch. The village chief always sleeps in, and I can't oversee everything alone." Lin Qizong nonchalantly replied, "You are responsible for security. It's within your authority to decide. Besides, the village chief is not young, and given his mobility issues, it would be prudent to assign someone else." Lin Qizong had anticipated that this decision would delight the indolent village chief. However, to his surprise, the chief felt a sense of loss. Without contributing to the team, he feared becoming a burdensome figure, destined to be marginalized by others in no time. At that moment, the tardy Qin Baiji, supporting Qin Yuan, slowly approached Lin Qizong. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qizong noticed that Qin Yuan's foot was heavily bandaged. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What happened to you, Xiao Yuan? Are you injured?" Qin Baiji sighed and responded, "Indeed, I had advised this girl not to meddle in the fields, but she refused to listen. As a result, she lost grip of the hoe and injured her foot." Lin Qizong bent down to examine Qin Yuan's foot, asking, "It's still bleeding. Is it serious?" Qin Yuan smiled bravely and said, "Brother Zong, I am perfectly fine." However, Qin Baiji's expression instantly darkened with concern as he reproached, "Fine, you say? That hoe is rusted. You could contract tetanus." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is it that serious? It appears we have no medicine for tetanus at home, do we?" Qin Baiji sighed in resignation. "That is precisely the problem. Tetanus vaccinations are not readily available, so we must take our chances at the clinic or hospital. Such a disobedient girl. Now, instead of helping, she has brought trouble." Hearing this, Qin Yuan lowered her head, pouting in dismay. Observing her distress, Lin Qizong hurriedly reassured her, "All right." Little Yuan's intention was merely to assist with some farm work. Her heart was in the right place. "Accidents happen, and we shall simply go find the medicine. Who wishes to accompany me on this errand?" Before anyone in the group could respond, Wen Ning interjected, "Wait, are you planning to go out now? Your injuries have yet to heal. The priority is for you to recover." Lin Qizong, with an air of indifference, replied, "It's nothing. My waking signifies that I am fine. This minor pain is inconsequential." "That is unacceptable." Wen Ning asserted firmly. Lin Qizong turned back, his eyes filled with determination, and declared, "Why not? Your Zong brother is quite resilient. Moreover, tetanus cannot be delayed. I cannot entrust others with this task, as I am best equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances." At a loss for words, Wen Ning could only huff and retreat to the old house, sulking in silence. Chapter 78. The eerie hospital. Lin Qizong twitched the corners of his mouth, muttering, "Ah, is this what anger feels like?" At that moment, Qin Yuan, feeling guilty, softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Brother Zong. I did not mean to trouble everyone. You are still injured. Please rest and recuperate. My father and I will handle the matter of finding medicine." Lin Qizong reassured him, "What harm can this injury cause? The outside world is perilous. If I venture out, I would return wrapped in bandages. Wouldn't that put all of you in greater danger? Henceforth, any excursions for supplies must include me or someone capable of providing protection." After speaking, Lin Qizong glanced at the weary Shunlu siblings and old Zhang, deciding not to involve them this time. Ultimately, he deemed it sufficient to embark with only Tainyo and Qin Baiji. However, Wen Ning was genuinely upset. Not only did she refuse to accompany Lin Qizong, but she also ignored him entirely. "Oh dear, Xiaoning, rest assured I am perfectly fine now. These bandages are excessive. I merely fainted after inhaling a bit of red mist. Unlike Kaiji, who suffered severe internal injuries," Lin Qizong explained. Yet, Wen Ning insisted on sulking, displaying indifference towards him. Lin Qizong could only helplessly remark, "I know you were worried about me, so I promised to return early. Don't fret." With that, he led the team outside. Previously, Lin Qizong had scoured the small clinics and hospitals around Huayin village, but found no tetanus vaccines. As Qin Baiji put it, small clinics and hospitals lack the qualifications to administer tetanus shots. Thus, the group was compelled to drive directly to a top-tier hospital in the city. The city streets, long untouched, remained eerily silent, akin to a ghost town. The occasional appearance of a zombie did little to enliven the atmosphere. The only discernible change was nature's relentless encroachment, with numerous cars and buildings entwined in delicate vines. Before long, they successfully reached the First People's Hospital of Huaqin. Here, they needed to exercise greater caution. After all, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, many hospitalized patients had been abandoned to die, likely resulting in a significant accumulation of zombies. Consequently, the group armed themselves and formed a triangular formation led by Lin Qizong as they cautiously entered the hospital. To their astonishment, the vast hospital harbored only a handful of wandering zombies, which, judging by their attire, must have stumbled into the hospital after their transformation. This implied that none of the original zombies had remained within the hospital walls. Lin Qizong furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "Something feels amiss. We must tread carefully." After dispatching 2 zombies in the lobby, Qin Baiji also sensed something was off and inquired, "This is strange. This is a hospital, yet there are so few zombies. Not even a single one in a patient gown?" Lin Qizong replied, "That is precisely the peculiarity. Let us not dwell on it. We should hasten to the pharmacy, retrieve what we need, and depart." In a hospital, the pharmacy is typically accessible only through internal elevators and restricted passageways, hidden from plain sight. Thus, it took several individuals considerable time to locate the pharmacy. However, upon arriving at the entrance, which stood wide open, they were taken aback. The entire pharmacy had been completely emptied. Lin Qizong murmured in a daze, "What kind of person could clear out an entire hospital pharmacy? Is this some sort of witchcraft?" Generally speaking, a rational person would seek to treat ailments with appropriate remedies. Even those who stockpile medications would not deplete an entire warehouse. The vast quantity of pharmaceuticals could easily supply another hospital, and the logistics of such a removal were immense. This led Lin Qizong and his companions to suspect that a sizable team was responsible for the emptying of the pharmacy. Yet, the presence of numerous zombies posed a contradiction. If there were indeed many people involved, they could have eradicated all the zombies within the hospital. However, aside from a scant few corpses, there were hardly any signs of struggle. This clearly contradicted the notion of a violent takeover. Where then had all the zombies gone? Had Lin Qizong been mistaken from the outset? Was it possible that there were hardly any zombies in the hospital at all? Or perhaps those individuals had taken the zombies away? The only entity Lin Qizong could associate with an interest in zombies was the TR Research Institute. This realization illuminated his mind, and he was now convinced that the TR Research Institute had visited this place prior. Although introducing the TR Research Institute into the equation seemed to clarify matters, the truth was that Lin Qizong had misjudged their intentions. After sharing his thoughts with Tiniu and Qin Baiji, both agreed with his speculation. However, remaining in the desolate pharmacy was unproductive, so they decided to venture to the injection area in hopes of finding any leftover tetanus shots. Unfortunately, the entire hospital was remarkably clean. Most of the usable medical supplies had been removed, leaving not even half a bottle of disinfectant. Lin Qizong scratched his head in frustration, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. They've cleaned this place out so thoroughly. Why not just move in?" At that moment, Tiniu suggested, "It seems we haven't explored one area yet." Lin Qizong, puzzled, inquired, "Where?" Tiniu pointed below and said, "Downstairs." Upon hearing downstairs, Lin Qizong's first thought was the morgue. He had watched enough horror films as a child to feel a shiver run down his spine. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, declaring, "All right, let's go check it out." Although the likelihood was slim, they had come this far and needed to search every possible location. As Tiniu stated, no matter how small the possibility, it remains a possibility, not a certainty. Encouraged by this thought, Lin Qizong truly believed there might be some supplies in the morgue. While both the hospital's underground parking lot and morgue were situated on the first basement level, the two areas were separate. The group chose to first investigate the morgue, where the chances seemed slightly better, and if nothing was found, they would make a brief inspection of the parking lot before departing. Upon ascending the narrow, dimly lit internal staircase to the basement level, Lin Qizong gently pushed open the door to the lower floor. In the next moment, he and his companions were startled into a cold sweat by the scene before them. It turned out that the zombies, which should have been relocated from the hospital, were all congregated in the basement. a densely packed mass. There were at least 1,000 of them. Chapter 79. The Divine Healer Run. Lin Qizong's urgent shout instantly roused his two startled companions. The zombies, having detected the scent of the group, surged forward like a tidal wave. The trio hastily retreated, with Lin Qizong cursing as he ran. Which wretch hoarded so many zombies for the winter? Suddenly, as Lin Qizong returned to the first floor, he keenly sensed an additional presence nearby. He promptly instructed Tiniu and Qin Baiji, "There is someone. You two block the door. I will engage him." Upon hearing this, Qin Baiji instinctively reached out, taking a couple steps forward. "No, boss. Our priority is to find the needle water. Unnecessary complications are not needed." Lin Qizong paused, turning back to say, "This hospital is rife with inconsistencies. Capturing him might reveal the whereabouts of the medicine stash." With that, he spun around and continued his pursuit down the corridor. Recognizing the logic in Lin Qizong's words, Qin Baiji ceased his objections. Meanwhile, Tiniu and Qin Baiji collaborated to move a large cabinet to firmly barricade the stairway door before rushing after Lin Qizong. Following a faint sound, Lin Qizong pressed on in pursuit. Perhaps sensing the impending threat, the mysterious figure became increasingly careless, making more noise as he hid. Finally, upon reaching the fourth floor, Lin Qizong glimpsed a fleeting shadow at the corridor's bend. In an instant, flames enveloped Lin Qizong's back as he activated his full power mode and dashed forward. Just as he rounded the corner, a glint of cold light flashed towards his neck. Lin Qizong's reflexes were incredibly swift. At the critical moment, he adjusted his posture just enough to shield himself from the lethal strike. Yet, a sharp pain still pierced his neck. A minor wound inflicted by a small surgical knife held by an elderly man clad in a blood-stained white coat, unmistakably a doctor by his stance. Lin Qizong was not surprised by the assailant's identity. He had sensed during the game of hide-and-seek that this individual was well acquainted with the hospital's layout. The next moment, a murderous glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he swung the surgical knife, once more, aiming directly for Lin Qizong's throat. No longer courteous, Lin Qizong seized the old man's wrist with one hand while gripping his throat with the other, forcefully pinning him against the wall. The frail old man stood no chance against Lin Qizong's strength and quickly succumbed to the pressure. The intense sensation of suffocation turned the old man's face crimson as he clawed desperately at Lin Qizong's hand, choking him, his legs flailing in vain. The bloodstains on the old man's attire, combined with his ferocious gaze, suggested that every strike he attempted was aimed at a lethal outcome. Consequently, Lin Qizong harbored no fondness for him, even suspecting him to be a deranged killer. Despite wearing tinted glasses, Lin Qizong maintained his composure and refrained from delivering a fatal blow. One must leave the old man a chance to speak, to inquire about the whereabouts of the medicine. At that moment, Tiniu and Qin Baiji hurriedly arrived. However, upon seeing the elderly man restrained by Lin Qizong, Qin Baiji's pupils trembled uncontrollably as if shaken by an earthquake. Observing this, Tiniu nudged the astonished Qin Baiji with his elbow and asked, "Do you know him? Why do you look as if your soul has been snatched away?" Regaining his composure, Qin Baiji stepped forward and grasped Lin Qizong's arm, saying, "Boss, please release him. He is not a bad person." Lin Qizong had no intention of harming the old man, so he gradually loosened his grip. The elder, clutching the marks on his neck, inquired, "Who is he?" The old man was somewhat astonished that a stranger would advocate for his release and looked at Qin Baiji with a puzzled expression. With excitement, Qin Baiji exclaimed, "He is none other than the revered master of traditional Chinese medicine, Mr. Sichuan. Surely you have heard of Chun Hao, the prodigious young doctor who astonished the medical world? His mentor is the very man before us." Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Despite the old man's previous reputation as a savior, one could no longer rely on past impressions in this post-apocalyptic world. "Do you recognize me?" Sichuan's grip on the scalpel tightened, and his hostility lingered towards the group. Qin Baiji hastily responded, "It would be strange if I didn't. You are an idol to insignificant doctors like myself. I've always dreamed of studying medicine under your guidance." Sichuan, taken aback, replied, "You are also a doctor?" He then fixed his gaze on Qin Baiji, seemingly searching for any flaws. Yet, the sincerity exuding from Qin Baiji served as a powerful charm, softening Sherchuan's demeanor. Indeed, I am a small doctor working at the Springtown Health Center. It has always been my aspiration to meet a luminary like you. I never expected to have this chance in such dire times. Furthermore, this young man is my leader. He is a good person, so I implore you, sir, to refrain from hostility. Ultimately, Qin Baiji's words persuaded Sherchuan to retract his bloodied scalpel. After scrutinizing Lin Qizong, Sherchuan turned and walked alone into the dimly lit corridor, muttering in a sardonic tone, "This world is gravely ill. The dead cannot find peace, and the living grow increasingly peculiar." Lin Qizong recognized this as a veiled reference to himself, but chose not to retaliate, understanding that he was not an enemy. And there was still the matter of extracting information regarding the medication. Lowering his stance, Lin Qizong inquired, "Esteemed sir, pardon the intrusion. We seek to obtain some medicine from the hospital, and I would be grateful if you could enlighten us about the events that transpired here." Seeing Lin Qizong's sincere attitude, Sherchuan's tone softened considerably. "You have arrived too late. A group came a few days ago and emptied the pharmacy." As anticipated, Lin Qizong pressed further. "Who were they? And what is the situation with the corpses in the morgue?" This time, Sherchuan offered no response and entered a specimen room, lost in his own thoughts. Feeling neglected, Iron Bull immediately expressed his displeasure, pointing at Shikawa's departing figure and questioning, "What do you mean?" "I'm asking you a question." Lin Qizong swiftly intervened, raising his hand to restrain Iron Bull from confronting Shikawa, shaking his head in disapproval and urging him to remain calm. Subsequently, Lin Qizong subtly gestured for the others to follow him. Inside the specimen room, Shikawa was engrossed in searching through his materials, completely disregarding the presence of the others. Tan Baiji, undeterred, approached him with an eager demeanor, inquiring, "Mr. Shikawa, may I ask what you are looking for? I can assist you, after all I am also." "Simply leaving and shutting the door behind you would be a help to me." Shikawa curtly dismissed him, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Noticing Shikawa's staunch refusal, Lin Qizong felt it prudent not to press further, and with a hint of regret, he bid farewell, stating, "Very well, if we are not welcome, we shall take our leave. Furthermore, we inadvertently disturbed the corpses in the underground mortuary. It may soon become unsafe here." Shikawa appeared wholly unfazed, exuding an air of indifference towards death, not even sparing a glance, and replied, "Let us go." With such finality in his words, Lin Qizong resolutely turned and departed. Chapter 80. Seeking death as soon as they stepped outside, Tainyo and Qin Baiji simultaneously expressed their thoughts to Lin Qizong, causing a momentary chaos in his mind. "All right, one at a time," Lin Qizong interjected, attempting to mediate between the two unyielding individuals. Tainyo asserted, "Boss, this old man clearly knows who emptied the pharmacy. Should we take a more forceful approach?" Qin Baiji quickly interrupted, No, that's not a wise decision. How about this? We could try to persuade him to join our team. If he is on our side, discovering the whereabouts of the medication would be much simpler. Moreover, with his expertise, we do have a reliable resource for any injuries or illnesses we might encounter. His medical skills far surpass mine. Lin Qizong dismissed both of their contrasting opinions, maintaining a stoic expression as he strode forward. "It's futile," he remarked abruptly, leaving Tainyo and Qin Baiji puzzled, speculating whether Lin Qizong had conceived a better plan. However, unbeknownst to them, his intention was merely to hasten their journey to the next location in search of the syringe. Lin Qizong explained nonchalantly, "He will soon perish. I can see in his eyes that he has already resolved to meet his fate. Perhaps he has even donned a dignified outfit by now." "What?" Qin Baiji exclaimed in astonishment, halting in his tracks before promptly racing towards the specimen room. Tainyo also came to a stop, anxiously inquiring, "Boss, what should we do? Should we go back to save him?" Lin Qizong gazed in the direction of Qin Baiji, whose figure had vanished into the dimly lit corridor, reminiscent of an abyss that devoured the will of Sherchuan. "No need. One Dr. Qin is sufficient." With a puzzled expression, Tainyo tilted his head as if trying to decipher Lin Qizong's riddle. A moment later, Qin Baiji burst back through the doors of the specimen room, entering without hesitation. As anticipated, Lin Qizong's words were accurate. Sichuan had shed the blood-stained white coat. In its place, he wore a pristine suit. Sichuan, holding a syringe in one hand and a photograph in the other, was startled by the sudden return of Qin Baiji. "Don't do this, Sichuan." Qin Baiji rushed forward, snatching the syringe away. Sichuan frowned, his voice tinged with anger. "What are you doing back here? You need to leave. I can't guarantee that this syringe will completely incapacitate my muscles." Upon hearing this, Qin Baiji instantly grasped Sichuan's intention. Not only did Sichuan wish to die, but he also aimed to destroy his own muscles. This way, even if he succumbed and became a zombie, he would be unable to act and harm others. Yet, Qin Baiji could not bear to witness the downfall of a paragon in their field. He was determined to prevent Sichuan from reclaiming the syringe at all costs. After a struggle, Sichuan, panting, sank onto a chair, his gaze still fixated on the syringe intended for his own demise. Subsequently, Qin Baiji began to speak earnestly, attempting to uplift Sichuan's spirits while extending a hand, indicating that the Snoopy group would welcome him. Ishikawa fell silent for a considerable time before deciding to reveal the truth to Tan Baiji. He retrieved an X-ray from the drawer and handed it to Tan. As a fellow physician, Tan immediately discerned the grave issue depicted in the image. It was terminal liver cancer. Stammering, he struggled to find his words. This. Ishikawa calmly gazed out the window, stating, "I do not have long to live. It may be better to end it myself. At least then, I would have the chance to die completely." Having joined Lin Qizong, Tan was aware that to avoid becoming a zombie, one merely needed to deliver a decisive blow to the head. However, that was not his intent. His mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving him at a loss for words. Subsequently, Ishikawa completely lowered his guard and retrieved a thick dossier from the drawer. He looked at the sorrowful Tan and said, "Take this. You are a good doctor, and I'm fortunate not to have missed you." Tan, puzzled, accepted the documents with bewilderment. Upon skimming through a few pages, he discovered that these were Ishikawa's medical manuscripts. In other words, this was the legacy of a distinguished physician. At that moment, Tan was rendered speechless, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he clutched the manuscripts. Ishikawa then recounted his story, his words flowing like a revolving lantern. "In my life, I have neither wife nor child. Here, I found a semblance of belonging, but ever since my dearest child, Chun Hao, transformed into a zombie before my eyes, I have found little to cherish in this world." Ten seemed to gather his thoughts, timidly inquiring, "Then the zombies in the morgue? They're my family." Ishikawa replied candidly. It turned out that after the outbreak of the virus, most patients and medical staff chose to flee, leaving only a handful, including Ishikawa and Chun Hao, to hide within the hospital. Ishikawa had long been aware of his dwindling time, yet he had not anticipated departing in such tumultuous circumstances. He instructed Chun how to ensure that he would not become a zombie after his death, no matter the method. He would not mind even being dismembered into 18 pieces. Chun Hao had tearfully agreed, having long regarded Ishikawa as family, given his own status as an orphan. Regrettably, fate twisted the tragedy into something even more harrowing. While handling the body of a deceased patient, Chun Hao was bitten by one who had turned. By the time Ishikawa arrived, Chun Hao was left with but a flicker of consciousness. After bidding a silent farewell, Ishikawa, suppressing his tears, locked Chun Hao in the morgue. From that point onward, whenever anyone transformed into a zombie, Ishikawa would bring them to the morgue, much like old Zhang, hoping that one day these beloved individuals might return to life. Now, with his own end approaching, Ishikawa, fully aware that he would become a zombie after death, resolved to end his own life and sought to destroy his bodily functions. "Do you know why didn't he inform you who stole the medication?" Ishikawa asked solemnly. "Because knowing would be of no use. They are part of a vast organization, and they have anomalies like your boss among them." Chapter 81. The Hydra community. Qin Baiji paused momentarily, but pressed on with unwavering determination. "Mr. Ishikawa, what we seek is the tetanus antitoxin. As fellow physicians, I trust you comprehend the gravity of this matter." Ishikawa had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Initially believing that Lin Qizong and his companions were merely in search of common anti-inflammatory medications, now he found himself in a quandary. reluctant to send Lin Qizong and his group into danger, yet unwilling to watch them helplessly as they faced the loss of a comrade. After a brief, tense silence, Ishikawa turned back and spoke earnestly. They're the Hydra community, a formidable force boasting 3,000 warriors, rapidly expanding over the past 6 months. Qin Baiji stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, Hydra? I apologize. Our team seldom ventures beyond the camp, and we are unfamiliar with them. Not knowing them is of little consequence. You must understand that they are a terrifying power. On the day they came to raid, I concealed myself in the ventilation ducts. I observed their large numbers, complete armament, and strict discipline. It is advisable that you avoid any confrontation with them, lest you find yourselves in an insurmountable predicament. Qin Baiji was indeed taken aback by this revelation, contemplating whether to pursue the Hydra when Ishikawa urged him. Are you ready? I must take my leave, and I need you to assist me with one final task. Ishikawa's calm demeanor evoked a sense of melancholy in Qin Baiji, who felt an overwhelming helplessness in the face of life and death. Ultimately, he nodded resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. What task do you require? Ishal domi utmost, Ishikawa instructed. After I have ensured my own euthanasia, please wait a moment before departing. Should I ultimately transform into a zombie, you must swiftly plunge a scalpel into my brain. You must act quickly, for your own safety may be at stake. Qin Baiji drew his firearm, chambering a round with a decisive click, and replied, Fear not. I will be fine. Minutes later, Lin Qizong was idly kicking his feet at the entrance of the hall when a deafening gunshot echoed from within. Iron Bull instantly became agitated, fearing that Qin Baiji was in peril, and seized his hunting rifle, ready to rush inside. Do not panic. Dr. Qin will return shortly. As if on cue, just as the words left his mouth, Qin Baiji emerged from the shadows. Iron Bull's heart eased, and he hurried forward, inquiring, Hey, Dr. Qin, you were gone for so long just to retrieve a stack of papers? What happened to that arrogant old man? Did you eliminate him? Qin Baiji found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although Iron Bull's statement seemed reasonable, it was difficult to accept. After gathering his thoughts, Qin Baiji explained, Alas, mister. Ishikawa has but little time left. I honored his request and accompanied him on his final journey. Furthermore, this is the medical manuscript he bestowed upon me. Once I master these medical techniques, I shall be able to care for everyone far better. As he spoke of the thick bundle of medical knowledge, Qin Baiji could not help but beam with excitement, observing the fluctuating emotions of Qin Baiji, alternating between sorrow and elation. Lin Qizong found himself uncertain whether to interrupt his sentiments. Well, given your emotional turmoil, do you still wish to keep your daughter? Lin Qizong remarked. Only then did Qin Baiji regain his composure, his expression darkening as he responded, I have inquired about the whereabouts of the medication. It has been entirely taken by a formidable force known as the Hydra community. Upon hearing this, Lin Qizong furrowed his brow and muttered, Any group that dares to refer to itself as a community must possess a considerable number of followers. This certainly complicates matters, setting aside the possibility of locating them. We are also unaware of their composition, and an encounter could easily escalate into conflict. Iron Bull, despite the gravity of the situation, instantly expressed his enthusiasm, exclaiming, Let us confront them. We have endured countless hardships. When have we ever been afraid? Lin Qizong shot a derisive glance at Iron Bull and replied slowly, Previously, we were compelled to respond to threats. This time, however, we have the option to evade them. Qin Baiji concurred. Indeed, I too do not advocate for confrontation. While I am aware that prior to my joining, the group had experience in battling hordes of zombies, this time we are up against sentient beings. I have heard they possess 3,000 well-armed warriors, including evolved individuals akin to our leader. By any measure, our chances of victory seem slim. Even Iron Bull, despite his recklessness, grasped the gravity of the situation and reluctantly set aside his fervor. After some deliberation, the group resolved to drive further afield to seek the needed medication at another hospital. If that proved futile, they would appeal to Chunjuchi in Rain City for assistance. However, as dusk approached, they had scoured numerous hospitals in Flower City without success, many of which had been methodically cleared out, a clear indication of the Hydra community's involvement. Yet, not all was lost. During their search, they spotted a bright red flag at the eastern gate of Longshan Villa District, boldly emblazoned with the words Hydra Community in a haphazard manner. This seemed to foreshadow an inevitable encounter between Lin Qizong and the Hydra community. After a long day on the road, the pickup truck's fuel tank, boasting a capacity of over 70 liters, was nearly empty. The group chose a relatively deserted area, devoid of the stench of corpses, to pause for sustenance and discuss their next steps. Once we refuel, we should head straight to Rain City. Although the Hydra community has pillaged half of Flower City, I suspect their reach has not yet extended to Rain City, making it highly probable that they still have supplies there, Lin Qizong proposed. Qin Baiji and Iron Bull expressed their agreement, hastily finishing their sweet potatoes before driving to the gas station. Upon arrival, however, they were met with dismay. The gas station's storage tanks had been violently dismantled, leaving not a drop of fuel behind. This brazen act of theft was unmistakably the handiwork of the Hydra community. Iron Bull's anger surged, and he slammed his fist against the iron gate, cursing, "These bandits, do they need to take everything, even what is not useful?" Lin Qizong sternly admonished, "Enough. Are you making such a commotion to attract some zombies for entertainment? In this apocalyptic world, there are no longer any notions of propriety or shame. Our late arrival is merely a consequence of our own unfortunate fate. It is likely that every gas station in the city has already been visited by them, and there is no need for us to take our chances at the next one." Chapter 82. Liang Rui lives on. Though filled with frustration, Tainyo refrained from expressing his anger after Lin Qizong's admonition. He then asked vacantly, "What shall we do now? The pickup's fuel is likely insufficient to return to the village." At that moment, several zombies, drawn by the sound of Tainyo's powerful punch, approached. Lin Qizong, unfazed, surveyed the surroundings and calmly instructed, "You two handle them. I will search for a functioning vehicle." Consequently, the trio split into two groups. Tainyo and Qin Baiji brandished their machetes to fend off the encroaching zombies, while Lin Qizong moved to the roadside, peering through the windows of several cars. After a while, he finally spotted a BMW. It was equipped with a keyless ignition, and the key was conveniently placed in the armrest compartment. However, a severely decayed corpse was strapped into the driver's seat. Disregarding the gruesome sight, Lin Qizong reached for the door handle. As the door swung open, the corpse, propped against the seat, suddenly opened its eyes and lunged at Lin Qizong with outstretched claws. Bored, Lin Qizong swiftly delivered a powerful slap, stunning the zombie. Before it could regain its senses, Lin Qizong yanked it from the vehicle and crushed its skull underfoot. Next, he tentatively attempted to start the car. After a few raspy growls, the engine roared to life. Oh yeah, Lin Qizong rejoiced at his fortuitous luck, marveling at the reliability of a good vehicle that had endured neglect without issue. He then quickly beckoned Tainyo and Qin Baiji to join him. After they disposed of their respective zombies, they hurriedly slipped into the car. With a firm press on the accelerator, Lin Qizong sped away. The pickup was temporarily abandoned at the gas station, with plans to return for it once they reached Rain City to refuel. The car was undoubtedly a fine one, but why were the headlights not functioning? As Lin Qizong drove, he pondered this. Qin Baiji speculated it must have encountered some issues from prolonged inactivity. No headlights could be advantageous, as it would prevent zombies from following the light. We just need to remain vigilant on the road. Just as Qin Baiji was speaking, two figures suddenly darted onto the road, lying flat in the middle. This road was narrow with only two lanes, one of which was blocked by a row of abandoned vehicles, leaving only one lane accessible, now occupied by two individuals who appeared to be faking an accident. Lin Qizong immediately slammed on the brakes, having discerned that the figures were not zombies. If they were alive, he felt it unwise to recklessly run them over without understanding their motives. As the car skidded to a halt, Lin Qizong braced himself for a possible ambush. He exited the vehicle, adopting a cautious stance. However, after a few moments, no threats materialized in the vicinity. Instead, he heard a faint, weak plea from the roadblock. "Help, help me." Recognizing the authenticity in the voice, Lin Qizong opened his palm, conjuring a small flame for illumination. As he approached, he discerned that the two were a man and a woman, both battered and bruised, yet undeniably alive. As Lin Qizong approached, he finally arrived at a distance where he could discern the features of the other person, illuminated by the flickering firelight. Upon closer inspection, he was struck dumb, as if thunderstruck. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his slightly parted lips trembled incessantly. After a long moment, Lin Qizong stammered, "Liang Rue?" The man, gravely injured and lying on the ground, was none other than Liang Rue, whom Lin Qizong had anxiously awaited for days and had ultimately presumed to be lost. Hearing the familiar voice calling him, Liang Rue weakly opened his eyes. Upon recognizing his former brother in arms, a flicker of light sparkled in his gaze. Zong. Merely uttering those two syllables seemed to drain Liang Rue of all his remaining strength, and he promptly fainted. Seeing this, Lin Qizong dared not delay. He quickly signaled Tainyo and Qin Baiji to halt their journey and prioritize rescuing Liang Rue and the girl before them. Inside a nearby residential building, Qin Baiji briefly tended to their wounds and, sensing Lin Qizong's distress, reassured him, "Boss, there's no need to worry. Your brother resembles you. He is merely too weak and will regain consciousness after a moment. The girl is just suffering from low blood sugar due to prolonged fasting. Neither of them is in any mortal danger. A bit of food will suffice." Lin Qizong's face brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful." Sure enough, before long, Liang Rue opened his eyes, weary yet alert. Upon seeing Lin Qizong, he struggled to rise. Lin Qizong quickly offered him half a bottle of water, expressing his concern. "Brother, drink some water and eat a little. We can discuss everything slowly." "How wonderful. I never expected to see you again," I thought. Liang Hui replied. But instead of drinking immediately, he anxiously called out to the girl beside him, saying, "Zong, I'm so glad to see you again. But could you help me save Huang Qing?" Qin Baiji stepped forward to reassure him, "Little brother, rest assured, the young lady is fine. I will wake her up and ensure she gets some nourishment and hydration." With that, Qin Baiji roused the girl named Huang Qing. Following Liang Rue's indication, Huang Qing lowered her guard and began to devour the food offered by Qin Baiji with great eagerness. Seeing this, Liang Rue finally relaxed, chewing on a sweet potato while reminiscing with Lin Qizong about events from over half a year ago when Liang Rue had called for help. He recounted how, during that fateful day, his villa community had succumbed to chaos. Faced with hunger and unrest, he recalled Lin Qizong and resolved to seek refuge with him. However, before they had traveled halfway, Liang Rue's family encountered a car accident. Their vehicle overturned, but fortunately, they sustained only minor injuries. They had no choice but to proceed on foot for some distance. After evading dangers for an entire day, the family, weary and famished, took shelter in an unoccupied residential building. Yet, scarcely had they settled in when a gang of armed thugs surged into the building, led by none other than Liang Rue's acquaintance, the notorious Gray Head. In the early days of the apocalypse, the bandits still attempted to suppress their primal instincts, particularly upon seeing Liang Rue's charming and delightful sister. The gray-headed individual feigned benevolence. He proclaimed that if Liang Rue were to join them, they would receive protection. However, Liang Rue's family was not oblivious to the gray-headed man's lascivious gaze. They promptly shielded the sister behind them in an attempt to refuse his advances. Undeterred, the gray-headed man interpreted their resistance as an invitation to escalate the situation, flexing his muscles before resorting to coercion and temptation. Reluctantly, under the threat of violence, Liang Rue's family had no choice but to enter the den of wolves. At the very least, they could seek an opportunity to extricate themselves, which seemed preferable to provoking their adversaries further. Yet, it was not long before Liang Rue's nightmare began to unfold. Chapter 83. A tragic fate under the close protection of Liang Rue and his father. The avaricious grayhead had been unable to lay his hands on his sister. However, driven by desperation, Gray had devised a nefarious plan, masquerading it as a contribution to the team, compelling Liang Rue to join a group of brigands in search of supplies. This flimsy justification left Liang Rue with no opportunity to refuse. Reluctantly, he discreetly handed the dagger he had stolen to his father and uttered, "Father, please be careful." With that, the brigands forcibly dragged him away. As anticipated, not far from the base, the brigands revealed their true intentions and seized Liang Rui, preparing to deliver lethal blows. After enduring several heavy punches, Liang Rui seized the moment, snatching a short blade from one of the assailants, and began to fight back. After a fierce struggle lasting about 10 minutes, he staggered back to the stronghold, his body battered and bruised. Yet, he arrived too late. Upon reaching the rooftop where his family was, the scene before him shattered all remnants of his sanity. His father lay in a pool of blood, while his mother and sister lay on the ground, disheveled and bearing numerous wounds. Greyhead, casually reclining with a cigarette, was taken aback by Liang Rui's return, exclaiming in disbelief, how did you come back? Where are they?" Liang Rui, consumed by rage, could no longer respond to Greyhead's queries, with bloodshot eyes. He lunged at him, wielding the short blade. However, this time, facing multiple assailants proved futile, and soon Liang Rui was disarmed, pinned to the ground, and mercilessly beaten. In a moment of desperation, witnessing her son being assaulted, his mother disregarded her own humiliation and lunged at Greyhead, biting off his ear. In a fit of pain, Greyhead retaliated by fatally stabbing Liang Rui's mother. Liang Rui, helplessly observing the horror unfold, was held down and could do nothing but watch as his mother perished before him. His sister, unable to endure the humiliation, leaped from the rooftop to her demise. In less than half an hour, Liang Rui's family had fallen victim to the brutal hands of these beasts. Liang Rui himself was not spared. Greyhead, enraged by the loss of his ear, mercilessly battered Liang Rui until he showed no signs of life. After venting his fury for half an hour, Greyhead, exhausted, ceased his assault. Meanwhile, Liang Rui's father had succumbed, beginning to undergo a grotesque transformation before the horrified eyes of onlookers. In shock, Greyhead exclaimed, "Damn, when did this old fool get bitten by a zombie? This family is nothing but trouble. Let us go. Let it devour him piece by piece. How thrilling." Subsequently, Greyhead personally shut the rooftop door. As dusk fell, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, Liang Rui's father staggered to his feet, growling as he inched closer to the mangled Liang Rui. Just as Liang Rui's father opened his gaping maw, preparing to bite down on him, a cataclysmic thunderbolt descended with ferocious intensity, piercing through Liang Rui's father and striking directly at him. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until Liang Rui, who should have perished, was roused by the rain. He startled awake, his memories still entangled in the tragedy. "Am I not dead?" Liang Rui surveyed himself in astonishment, discovering that apart from some bloodstains, he felt no pain whatsoever. Then, he caught sight of his father, lifeless and charred beside him. Rage and sorrow flooded his mind once more. The villain must perish. In the rain-soaked night, Liang Rui's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly light. His boundless fury ignited delicate arcs of electricity dancing across his body. That night, the perpetrators suffered unimaginable torment, but ultimately, the villain managed to escape, severely wounded. This oversight gnawed at Liang Rui's resolve, yet it also ignited within him a fierce determination for vengeance, driving him to survive. After tending to his family's remains, Liang Rui embarked alone on the path of retribution. In the chaos, a note containing Lin Qizong's address was inadvertently lost, delaying their reunion. To seize the chance for revenge and survival, Liang Rui chose to join the burgeoning Hydra community. Reluctant to conspire with them, he resorted to menial labor within the community to procure sustenance. However, Liang Rui's yearning for vengeance could not be contained by the community's constraints. His attempts to leave resulted in brutal beatings. Strangely, the power he had felt on that stormy night eluded him. Fortunately, his body had grown stronger, and the Hydra members, fatigued from their assaults, could not subdue him entirely. The leader of Hydra, the Serpent King, recognized Liang Rui as a potential evolver, albeit one yet to awaken his abilities. The Serpent King, wishing to mold Liang Rui for his own purposes, imprisoned him within the community as confines, subjecting him to relentless torment in an attempt to shatter his spirit. Alas, since the loss of his family, Liang Rui's heart had hardened into ice. No matter how the Serpent King tortured him or dangled promises of power, Liang Rui refused to yield. Seeing Liang Rui's indomitable spirit, the Serpent King threatened to starve him to death. True to his word, the meager ration supplied in the community prison no longer included Liang Rui's share, clearly intent on ensuring his demise through starvation. One night, as he huddled in a corner enduring hunger, something struck him. Rising to investigate, he discovered a hardened bun, a gift stealthily hidden by a little girl named Huang Qing from the opposite cell, who had saved it for him for when the guards were absent. Stunned, Liang Rui's eyes brimmed with tears as he devoured the bun with fervor, fully aware that if discovered, Huang Qing would face dire consequences. At that moment, he vowed silently to rescue this kind-hearted girl. After enduring in silence for several days, an opportunity arose when the Hydra community prepared for extensive expansion. A significant portion of their forces ventured out to gather supplies, weakening the community's oversight and loosening the guards' vigilance. Liang Rui keenly sensed this as an opportunity. The iron bars of the prison could not hold him, an evolver, captive. Subsequently, he forcefully broke open the prison door, intending to liberate Lin Qizong while also urging the other inmates to escape alongside him. Unfortunately, the prisoners here had long since been stripped of their will to resist. Faced with the gaping doorway, they remained utterly unmoved, huddling in a corner, fearful of being associated with the fugitive before them. Liang Rui, witnessing this disheartening scene, could only shake his head in helplessness. He then embraced Lin Qizong and charged forth with all his strength. Although most of the Hydra's forces were deployed elsewhere, they were not entirely absent. The moment Liang Rui emerged from the prison gates, he was spotted by a patrolling guard, who promptly raised the alarm, prompting the remaining forces to pursue him relentlessly. Fortunately, Liang Rui possessed exceptional agility, enabling him to escape the hail of bullets and gunfire. However, Hydra would not tolerate such humiliation and swiftly dispatched their troops to hunt him down. Chapter 84. One of the Nine Serpents, Sharp-Nosed Viper. In a fruit shop, Liang Rui, having barely escaped his pursuers, searched frantically and finally discovered 2 apples that were still edible. He handed one to the timidly squatting Huang Qing, who was hugging her legs, and reassured her, "Little sister, there's no need to be afraid. We have shaken off the bad guys." Huang Qing nodded shyly and slowly accepted the apple. Liang Rui then inquired, "By the way, what is your name? Are your family still around? Perhaps you could follow me from now on." A flicker of joy passed through Huang Qing's eyes as she nodded, remaining silent. As Liang Rui pondered this, Huang Qing traced the characters Huang Qing in the dust on the table. In an instant, Liang Rui realized that Huang Qing was mute. "Huang Qing, that is quite a lovely name. I'm Liang Rui." However, their tranquil moment was short-lived, for the Hydra's pursuers had returned, this time accompanied by one of the 9 leaders, the Sharp-Nosed Viper. The Sharp-Nosed Viper possessed an acute sense of smell and peculiar abilities, and upon their first encounter, it grievously injured Liang Rui. Yet, the Viper, reveling in its playful nature, enjoyed toying with its prey, deliberately allowing Liang Rui to escape, only for him to collapse on the road where he encountered Lin Qizong. "So, they're still digging for you?" Lin Qizong asked. Liang Rui nodded gravely. "Yes, it won't be long before they find this place. The entire Flower City will soon fall under their control." "I'm sorry, Qizong. Perhaps I have dragged you into this. You should leave quickly. Once I resolve the conflict with Hydra, I will reunite with you." Lin Qizong, displaying a dismissive expression, retorted, "What do you mean you and us? Even if Thanos himself came today, he wouldn't take you away, and I wouldn't be afraid. Let us leave together. My place is safe, and you can rest easy in my camp." Before Liang Rui could refuse, Lin Qizong pulled him into the vehicle, with Tai Niu and Qin Baiji supporting the frail Huang Qing closely behind. Along the way, Liang Rui continued to feel uneasy, expressing his guilt. "I am a burden. I fear I might disrupt your life." "Perhaps. Why have you become so overly cautious?" Lin Qizong interrupted Liang Rui's protests. He then spoke resolutely. "Since the apocalypse began, I have feared no one. So what if they're numerous? Let me tell you, I, Lin Qizong, have never fought a battle where the odds were even." With Lin Qizong's declaration, Liang Rui understood that no amount of persuasion would alter his friend's resolve. Given the circumstances and Huanqing's fragile condition, Liang Rui ceased to resist. Reunited with Liang Rui, Lin Qizong seemed to have an endless stream of words, chattering excitedly throughout the journey. For Lin Qizong, Liang Rui's joining was truly worthy of a celebratory feast. The group, filled with joy, set forth towards Rain City, unaware that a sinister plot was quietly taking root. At a base of the TR Research Institute, Liao Minmin, disheveled and adorned in mismatched colors, approached an elderly man with slicked-back hair. With a tone of grievance, Liao Minmin implored, "Dr. Ghana, you must advocate for me this time. I embarked on this mission under your directive to seize the hydroelectric station, only to find that Lin Qizong was behind all. Not only did he slay Xiao Lu, but he also left me with burns. Look at this and this." Dr. Ghana, unfazed by Liao Minmin's incessant chatter, remained engrossed in his experiments, not lifting his gaze. After a prolonged silence, just as Liao Minmin prepared to erupt, Dr. Ghana spoke slowly. "The hydroelectric station is no longer necessary. I have resolved to employ nuclear power for testing. Furthermore, the Butcher and the Whisperer have been modified. You shall take them out for trials. Since you harbor such disdain for that young man with the surname Lin, why not use him to test these two new subjects?" Upon hearing this, Liao Minmin's grievances evaporated, replaced by a chilling smile. The scene shifted, and Lin Qizong and his companions had already met with Chen Zhuqi. Under Chen Zhuqi's guidance, they effortlessly located tetanus serum and a large canister of gasoline, while Liang Rui and Huanqing received some supplies and treatment. Lin Qizong took the opportunity to discuss the Hydra with Chen Zhuqi, who analyzed, "Although expanding our power in this apocalyptic world is advantageous, as it offers protection to the weak, Hydra's intentions appear more complex. I have a nagging suspicion that Huaqing may not satisfy their ambitions. It is conceivable that one day your Snoopy group could be consumed by them. In that case, it would be wiser for you to join us. I can offer you an equal partnership." Lin Qizong waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not discuss equal standing. I have little interest in power. We shall see. If the day comes when I am overwhelmed, I will bring my people to seek refuge with you." "Very well. The invitation remains open," Chen Zhuqi replied. Once everything was organized, Lin Qizong and his companions expressed their gratitude and departed joyfully towards the camp. This venture had proven immensely fruitful. They not only procured essential tetanus serum, but also secured a legacy of medical expertise for Qin Baiji. What thrilled Lin Qizong the most was Liang Rui's joining the team. Not only could Lin Qizong now fight alongside Liang Rui, but he also added a formidable strength to their ranks. From the insights provided by Qin Baiji and Liang Rui, Lin Qizong concluded that Liang Rui was an unawakened evolutionary. Upon returning to Huacheng, Lin Qizong could not bear to leave the pickup truck abandoned at the gas station. He instructed Tai Niu to drive Liang Rui and Huangqing back to the camp while he took the pickup truck alone. Given that Liang Rui was still being pursued by Hydra, Lin Qizong preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and directed them to take a longer route back to the camp. Confident in his abilities, Lin Qizong believed he could evade any imminent danger. Despite his careful preparations, just as he started the pickup truck and exited the gas station, it was intercepted by a speeding van. The occupants were none other than Hydra's agents. Lin Qizong felt an immediate surge of tension, clenching his fists in readiness for confrontation. However, the adversaries seemed disinclined to confront him directly, taking their time to make a move. After a few heartbeats, the van's door creaked open slowly. A man with sunken cheeks and a sharp face descended from the vehicle, revealing himself as the Viper of the Hydra. Upon alighting, he leisurely closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, subsequently surveying Lin Qizong with keen interest. "Greetings, survivor. Have you ever encountered an injured man?" "Oh, and he is accompanied by a mute?" The Viper's voice was piercingly thin, laced with a peculiar tone that sent shivers down Lin Qizong's spine. Unfazed, Lin Qizong replied, "I have not." This response evidently failed to satiate the Viper, who detected the scent of Liang Rui emanating from Lin Qizong. The Viper's gaze then shifted, intentionally or not, toward the pickup truck. Observing this, Lin Qizong promptly opened the vehicle's door, retrieved a dark, unsightly sweet potato and offered it to the viper. I noticed your incessant sniffing. It seems you caught a whiff of something. Here, take this. It's a genuine sweet potato, sweeter than your first love. Without waiting for a response, Lin Qizong seized the viper's hand and thrust the sweet potato into it. Once the viper had a firm grip, Lin Qizong wasted no time. Leaping back into the pickup truck and declaring, "No need for gratitude. Perhaps we shall meet again." With that, he drove away, leaving the Hydra members in a state of bewildered astonishment. Chapter 85. What am I anticipating? The sharp-nosed viper observed Lin Qizong's retreating figure, revealing a chilling smile as he softly murmured, "We shall meet again soon." After winding through various paths and ensuring he was not being followed, Lin Qizong returned to Waglan village. Upon entering, he discovered Liang Rue surrounded by a group of people, being scrutinized like an exhibit. Seeing Lin Qizong's return, Liang Rue hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "This is so embarrassing. As soon as I walked in, your people began interrogating me." Lin Qizong chuckled awkwardly. "It's quite normal. Such vigilance is undoubtedly a good thing. Come, allow me to introduce you, and they shall be less wary of you." Liang Rue, puzzled, questioned, "Is your word truly so persuasive?" "I am the leader," Lin Qizong replied proudly. Liang Rue's eyes widened in surprise. "Come now, everyone. Please set aside your tasks for a moment. I would like to introduce Liang Rue, who should have been our companion long ago. He is my brother, and from this moment on, he is one of us. Please do not be overly resistant to him." Lin Qizong's words indeed had an effect. The villager Lin San immediately approached with a smile, grasping Liang Rue's arm and offering to find him a clean house to settle in. As the initially cautious Shunzi quickly began to fawn over the handsome newcomer, presenting him with food while inquiring about his well-being, Liang Rue's blunt response shattered the moment. "Ah, brother, I am neither hungry nor cold. Thank you for your concern." Shunzi froze, her expression turning blank. "Ha ha 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 ha. Liang Rue, she's actually a girl," Lin Qizong exclaimed, doubling over with laughter, unable to contain himself as he stomped his feet, tears streaming down his cheeks. Liang Rue, feeling embarrassed, quickly apologized, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Qizong. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Her hairstyle can easily lead to misunderstandings, you know?" It had been some time since Lin Qizong's surprise attack on the Whisperer, and Shunzi's hair had grown a bit longer, yet it remained in an awkward phase, neither long nor short, resembling a boy's untidy hairstyle. Lin Qizong, feeling a bit smug, remarked, "I styled it. It was quite neat at the time, but I didn't anticipate it growing out so unevenly." "Shunzi, you are a girl after all. You could at least manage your hairstyle a little when you have the time." At this, Shunzi felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow. In a fit of rage, she decided to go all out, lunging at Lin Qizong with flailing arms, shouting, "It's all your fault." "Neat? It was incinerated. How could it be neat? I'm going to beat you, you scoundrel." At that moment, Liang Rue watched the playful banter between Lin Qizong and Shunzi with a smile, gradually easing his own tension. The atmosphere within the Snoopy group was undeniably harmonious. Just then, Huang Qing emerged from Qin Baiji's house, striding directly towards Liang Rue and taking his hand, displaying a possessive demeanor that indicated she wanted no one but him. The crowd immediately began to tease, "Oh, the handsome young man has a shy little wife." The words not only left Liang Rue and Huang Qing blushing, but also rendered Shunzi utterly dumbfounded, shattering his fantasies about Liang Rue. "The banquet is on," Lin Qizong exclaimed with fervor, leaning against the grand entrance of the old residence. Wen Ning revealed a warm smile capable of warding off the chill of winter, genuinely delighted for Lin Qizong. He keenly sensed Wen Ning's emotions and, seizing the moment, approached her, rummaging through his pockets. Moments later, he produced a beautifully crafted jade pendant, presenting it to Wen Ning. "Xiao Ning, this is for you," he declared. "Oh, there's a show to watch. Is the boss finally going to break through the last veil with sister Xiao Ning?" Wen Ning felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment at being gifted in front of so many onlookers. Internally, she playfully chided herself. Is he confessing? No. Too many people are watching. What should I do? After conjuring a mental image of the scene, she accepted the pendant amidst the crowd's cheers, examining it closely. The verdant jade bore the intricate likeness of an antiquated woman, her exquisite features and graceful demeanor strikingly reminiscent of Wen Ning herself. After initially silencing the ruckus, Lin Qizong scratched his head and said to Wen Ning, "What do you think? Do you like it? I've always wanted to give you a gift, but I could never find the right one. The moment I saw this pendant, I felt it was perfect for you, so I brought it back. I love it." "Thank you," Wen Ning replied softly. In truth, Lin Qizong had stumbled upon this pendant while searching for supplies in Rain City, passing by a jewelry market. Knowing that Wen Ning was a proper girl who would surely appreciate beautiful adornments, he thought to bring back a few pieces to cheer her up. After dispatching a few zombies clad in work uniforms, Lin Qizong began to earnestly select items. In the apocalypse, perhaps the most useless things were currency and precious metals, rendering the expansive market devoid of even a single footprint. Thus, the jewelry remained untouched and well-preserved. Just as Lin Qizong was about to leave with a bag of jewels, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of something behind a glass case, deeply captivating him. The pendant glimmered softly in the dim light. "Is this jewelry glowing?" he murmured, removing the pendant and realizing that the gentle radiance did not emanate from luminescent materials. Moreover, he recognized the intricate patterns. Was that not a depiction of Xiaoning? No, it couldn't be. Xiaoning wasn't quite so ethereal. Instantly enamored, he sensed that gifting this pendant would be a resounding success. So engrossed was he in the pendant that he completely forgot the bag of jewels he had just collected. Fortunately, this single piece was enough to enchant Wen Ning. Subsequently, she eagerly anticipated Lin Qizong's next move. However, to her surprise, after she accepted the pendant with a smile, Lin Qizong turned back to the crowd to assist in preparing for the banquet. Wen Ning was left stunned. "That's it? What was I expecting? Lin Qizong, you blockhead." At this moment, Shunzi, being a woman herself, pressed her forehead in despair, exclaiming, "I cannot bear to witness this." Sister Xiaoning is practically broadcasting her willingness across her visage. And the boss has fled? Fled? It seems the time has come for me to take action. Boss. Sister Xiaoning, may you find happiness. As the banquet drew to a close, the sky gradually darkened. Just as everyone began to tidy up and prepare to return to their respective homes, Shunzi, in a jittery manner, called out to Lin Qizong, saying, "Boss, may we have a word?" Chapter 86. Is there any deviation in heartfelt words on the rooftop of the old house? Shunzi leaned over the railing, staring vacantly at her companions who were tidying up the aftermath below. After a long pause, she spoke, "Boss, you're not a child anymore. Have you ever considered giving Xiaoning a title?" Lin Qizong was taken aback, tilting his head in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? What title? Xiaoning and I are not what you think we are." Shunzi looked at Lin Qizong with disdain and continued, "It's just the two of us here. There is nothing to hide. Tell me, do you like Xiaoning?" This question made Lin Qizong's face turn crimson. After stammering for a while, he replied, well, she is a really great girl. Who would tea like her? I don't want such ambiguous answers." Shunzi felt a flicker of anger. As a woman herself, she understood that every woman yearns for clear affection. Lin Qizong flinched at Shunzi's outburst, shrinking his neck and timidly saying, "I like her. But I feel unworthy of her." Shunzi exclaimed in exasperation. "Oh, come on, first of all, boss, you're more than adequate. Aside from being a bit neurotic at times, you are our leader, capable of guiding us and protecting us. You are more than enough. Secondly, liking someone doesn't always require them to be exceptionally outstanding. As long as she enjoys being with you and wishes to stay by your side, that is sufficient." Lin Qizong suddenly had an epiphany, his gaze gradually becoming distant, resembling someone who realized they had missed something significant. Seizing the moment, Shunzi urged, "Just now, when you gave a gift to Xiaoning, she was waiting for your declaration. I believe once you speak up, she will undoubtedly agree. Now, you know what to do, right? Don't let this opportunity slip away. As long as you dare to be brave." As soon as Shunzi finished speaking, Lin Qizong's eyes transformed into a resolute glare, and he proclaimed with vigor, "All right, I'm going now." With that, Lin Qizong sprinted out of the old house. Approaching Wen Ning, who was sweeping the ground, he placed his hands on her shoulders and, with utmost seriousness, said, "Xiaoning, I have something to tell you. However, Wen Ning, feeling disappointed, did not wish to engage. She attempted to push Lin Qizong's hands away, somewhat resistant. I'm busy. Let us talk later. Faced with Wen Ning's resoluteness, Lin Qizong grew even more determined. No, I must say it now, and I want to say it in front of everyone. The others immediately halted their tasks, a look of joyous anticipation on their faces, delighted that their leader was finally ready to express himself bravely. Xiaoning, I bang, bang, bang. Before Lin Qizong could finish, a series of sharp clangs echoed from outside the camp. It was the sentry's alarm. This signified that danger was approaching. Instantly, everyone rushed to the security department to grab weapons, but Lin Qizong stood his ground. He was unwilling to wait any longer, even if the sky were to fall. Today he would convey his heartfelt words to Wen Ning without fail. I cherish you. Let us be together. Lin Qizong courageously completed this sentence, his gaze unwavering, exuding the very sense of security that every girl yearns for. Wen Ning, blushing and struggling to suppress her laughter, averted her eyes from Lin Qizong in shyness. This declaration was one she had awaited for an eternity, yet a girl must maintain her composure. Though she longed to leap into Lin Qizong's embrace, she hesitantly responded, I shall consider it. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire shattered the atmosphere, causing both Lin Qizong and Wen Ning to tense up. The sound of gunfire signified that this was no mere skirmish. In an instant, Lin Qizong dashed towards the front line, while Wen Ning hastened to retrieve a weapon. What is happening? Lin Qizong intercepted Lin Ba, who was banging on a metal pot. Gasping for breath, Lin Ba replied, Boss, it's bad. There are zombies. A lot of them. Lin Qizong patted Lin Ba on the back, urging, take a breath and speak slowly. Aware that time was of the essence. Lin Ba quickly inhaled deeply, regaining his composure before urgently stating, a horde of strange zombies has appeared outside the village. They must be the modified zombies you mentioned earlier. Lin Qizong felt a surge of anxiety as he hurried towards the outpost, pondering, Liao Minmin, how'd she find this place? You scoundrel, this time you shall not return. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, situated atop the tallest building, Lin Qizong indeed noticed a cloud of dust rising from the forest beyond the village. Bathed in the bright moonlight, he beheld a diverse array of zombies. Not only were there numerous ordinary modified zombies and red mist zombies, but amidst the throng stood a towering figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a person was perched atop the enormous creature's shoulder. The figure, with flowing black hair, was unmistakably Liao Minmin. Initially, Lin Qizong assumed the giant was another Hulk-like creature. However, as the figure approached, he discerned that it was not so. Although this gigantic entity was similarly imposing, it lacked the Hulk's signature green skin and protruding spikes. Instead, it wielded a gleaming massive axe. Goodness, Kai Chi has been transformed into a zombie. The sight of the axe prompted Lin Qizong to immediately think of Kai Chi. At that moment, Liang Rue and Tainyo also arrived in haste. Liang Rue, concerned about implicating Lin Qizong in retaliation from Hydra, rushed over to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the commotion in the forest, Liang Rue confirmed it was not Hydra, yet he could not breathe a sigh of relief. The sight of the vast horde of zombies was overwhelmingly daunting. What is this? Liang Rue, clearly unaccustomed to modified zombies, felt a primal fear towards such creatures. Lin Qizong offered a brief explanation. These are the creations of the TR laboratory, modified zombies. I will elaborate further later. For now, we must endure this crisis. To ensure their safety, Lin Qizong decided to withdraw their defensive line beyond the camp's barricade. This open space was conducive to ranged attacks and allowed them to confront their adversaries directly, alleviating the fear of surprise assaults. A few individuals hurriedly returned to the camp, after which Lin Qizong promptly organized the troops, quickly assigned marksmen to the left and right sides of the camp's main gate, awaiting further orders, while the remaining capable fighters should seize their weapons at once. Those who are elderly, infirm, or unfit for combat must retreat to the vegetable garden at the rear for safety. With Lin Qizong's command, every member of the team sprang into action without a hint of hesitation or doubt. This surprised Liang Rue, who marveled at how, despite Lin's usual carefree demeanor, he exhibited such remarkable leadership in a critical moment. The only source of concern for Lin Qizong was the elderly Zhang, who was determined to ascend the building with his shotgun to launch an ambush. However, Lin Qizong halted him, saying, "Old Zhang, you should head to the vegetable garden." Stubbornly, Zhang replied, "I refuse to go. Aside from my age, how am I any less capable than you young men?" Clearly, Zhang preferred the valor of standing on the front lines alongside his comrades to the indignity of hiding in a vegetable garden. Observing this, Lin Qizong, unwilling to disregard Zhang's fervor, responded, "Very well. If the front line falters, will you promise to protect our companions in a vegetable garden?" Zhang retorted gruffly, "It depends on the situation." Chapter 87. The Vengeance of the King of Lost Moments later. The army of zombies led by Liao Minmin arrived at the gates of the camp. The monstrous figure became clear. It stood tall, akin to the Hulk, yet bore a more human-like form. A burlap sack adorned its head, pierced by a massive steel nail, seemingly indicating that even a severe blow to its head would not suffice to extinguish its life. At the instant Liao Minmin's gaze met Lin Qizong's, she leapt from a newly engineered weapon, the butcher, and with a fierce expression, coldly declared, "Lin Qizong, you truly left me in a wretched state that day. Today, I shall demand double in return." Lin Qizong, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Could you please articulate your words more clearly? That day, I merely scorched you with fire. Don't make it sound as if I engaged in some unspeakable act." Its rather repugnant Lin Qizong's sarcastic tone quickly ignited Liao Minmin's fury, prompting her to raise her hand and shout, "Butcher, shatter him!" As her command echoed, the butcher let out a furious roar and stomped forward with its colossal feet. In just a few strides, it reached the iron gate of the camp and swung its massive axe down with tremendous force. Sparks erupted as the iron door began to yield. Lin Qizong swiftly issued his orders. "Gunners, heed my command. First, eliminate the crimson zombies. After that, we shall assess the situation. Stay agile. There is no need to await my next instruction." With that, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the rooftops. Lin Qizong was not idle either. Engulfed in flames, he leapt into the air and unleashed a stream of fire towards the butcher's face. "Kaiji, is that you?" He anxiously pondered, desiring to discern whether this creature, so reminiscent of Kaiji, was indeed him. However, as the flames gradually extinguished, Lin Qizong was astonished to discover, what a peculiar burlap. What material is this that cannot be consumed by open flames? It must be akin to the material of Doflamingo's sunglasses. Though the butcher appeared unscathed, it, like the Hulk, possessed the capacity to feel pain, and the searing heat was intensely uncomfortable. Following a furious roar, the butcher swung its axe down with tremendous force. With a deafening crash, the iron gate of the camp collapsed. Immediately, the butcher charged towards Lin Qizong, wielding its massive axe. Lin Qizong dared not be careless. He engaged in evasive maneuvers while unleashing his skills. Meanwhile, the others remained steadfast at the entrance, unable to divert their attention to assist anyone else. After a prolonged struggle, Lin Qizong discerned that this creature was even more formidable than the Hulk. Not only did it possess equivalent strength and defense, but its agility surpassed that of the Hulk. And most critically, it wielded a weapon. As the battle raged on, Lin Qizong found himself increasingly on the defensive, lamenting that his flames inflicted no damage upon these monsters. Specifically, they could not breach their external defenses. Amidst his frustration, the butcher's relentless assault continued, swinging its axe once more at Lin Qizong. He understood that mere evasion would only deplete his stamina. He had to attempt a direct confrontation. At that moment, the flames erupted from Lin Qizong's right hand, glowing fiercely in the darkness. Immediately compressing the energy of the flames, he unleashed a shockwave with his massive axe. With a thunderous roar, the butcher was sent flying, along with his weapon and the corpses. Did it have any effect? Just as Lin Qizong prepared to capitalize on this opportunity for a finishing blow, a robust shadow suddenly crashed down beside him. Before he could react, the shadow delivered a heavy punch, sending Lin Qizong hurtling away. Another monster? Lin Qizong stood up in astonishment, recalling the sensation of that punch. It was not a hard fist, but rather felt like cold metal. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a creature clad in black tactical gear, its face grotesquely stitched together, with a black Gatling gun barrel affixed to its forearm. Dealing with the butcher was already a formidable challenge. Now he faced a 2-on-1 situation, and one of them wielded a fearsome Gatling weapon. Lin Qizong's expression darkened with urgency. Yet the creature did not rush to attack him. Instead, it cackled menacingly. "Little brat, do you remember me?" Lin Qizong was taken aback. Was this a person transformed into a zombie, like Wang Feng? However, the stitched face and gruff voice made it difficult for him to recall this old adversary. The recovering butcher had no intention of granting Lin Qizong a moment of reflection. He hefted his giant axe and launched another ferocious assault. As Lin Qizong dodged, he demanded of the Gatling monster, "Who the hell are you? With that many centipedes on your face, how am I supposed to recognize you?" The Gatling monster coldly snorted. "This is the perfect disguise. Without skin or rotten flesh, I can become a zombie king." This revelation caused Lin Qizong's pupils to constrict in disbelief. Weren't you devoured by zombies?" Wang, with his stitched visage that limited expressive capability, replied calmly, "Unfortunately, just a little was all they took. If it were more, I would have fulfilled your wish." He then pointed to his head and added, "The most crucial part remains intact." At this point, Lin Qizong pieced together Wang's predicament. This scoundrel must have allied with Liao Minmin and, in a moment of near death, encountered the TR Institute. Then, Liao Minmin, who had been observing without intervening, finally spoke up. Lin Qizong, the zombie king harbors a deep grudge against you. When I found him, he had only half a head left, and yet here he stands before you today. Quite astonishing, isn't it? This is the allure of the TR Institute. No matter how incomplete you become, we possess the capability to ensure your survival." Upon hearing this, amidst the tense battle, Lin Qizong stole a disdainful glance at Liao Minmin and retorted, "Enough already. I'd rather die than live like that." This remark incited Wang's fury, and he immediately raised his Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Lin Qizong. This was immortality, who permitted the desecration of such a grand accomplishment. Tot. Now, Lin Qizong found himself regretting his impudent words, as he had to contend not only with the butcher, but also with the incoming hail of bullets. The might of the Gatling gun is unparalleled by any ordinary handgun or shotgun. The areas struck by its bullets are instantly enveloped in clouds of smoke and dust. Even the external walls of buildings are shattered to pieces. Wang Yu, consumed by a frenzied rage, roared at Lin Qizong. "Previously, I suffered defeat at your hands due to your weaponry. Come on, draw your handgun and face me." Recently rescued from the TR Research Institute, Wang believed that Lin Qizong had vanquished him solely through the use of firearms. Thus, he harbored an obsession within him, determined that his augmented body must be equipped with heavy weaponry. Now, his desires have been fulfilled. The Gatling gun has rendered Lin Qizong too fearful to even show his face, and a wave of vengeful exhilaration surged through Wang's mind. Chapter 88. "Both fall, why are you hiding, you little brat? Come out and fight," Wang shouted frantically, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards the small house where Lin Qizong was concealed. The ferocious gunfire rendered Lin Qizong immobile, even through the wall. The bullets penetrated with devastating force. After a relentless volley, the interior of the small house lay in utter ruin, devoid of any decent furnishings. Meanwhile, the butcher remained fixated on Lin Qizong. With a few powerful swings of his massive axe, he shattered the already battered walls and leaned in to search for him. Inside the small house, apart from the lingering scent of Lin Qizong, there was no trace of his presence. The butcher surveyed the chaos around him, his movements hindered by the destruction. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the attic. In the next moment, the butcher's colossal axe came crashing down, obliterating the attic. Out scampered a frightened mouse, squeaking in distress. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qizong sprang from the closet behind the butcher, launching himself directly at the butcher's head. The butcher, taken aback by the unexpected assault from behind, flailed his head in confusion. Lin Qizong, seized the moment to rip off the burlap sack covering the butcher's head. With a swift motion, the sack was torn away, revealing the butcher's true visage. What lay beneath was a face devoid of skin, and it was not Cage. The butcher sported a wild mane of curls. Enraged by the sudden exposure, the butcher raised his axe for another ferocious strike. Lin Qizong, invigorated by the confrontation, drew his military knife, poised to strike at the butcher's neck. "Since you are not Cage, I shall not hold back," Lin Qizong declared confidently. However, before he could finish his proclamation, the butcher's axe swung toward him with lethal intent. Lin Qizong attempted to parry with his knife, but was sent flying by the butcher's immense strength. He landed with a thud on the ground. Eagerly awaiting this moment, Wang pivoted the Gatling gun towards Lin Qizong once more. Just as the barrel was about to blaze with blue fire, a figure collided forcefully with Wang, sending him tumbling. It was Liang Rui. Having secured control at the entrance, Liang Rui rushed in to aid Lin Qizong, arriving just in the nick of time. 2 against 1? Isn't that a bit unfair? Liang Rui scoffed, challenging Wang. Infuriated by the interruption, Wang retorted angrily, "This is hardly a fair duel. Do you expect me to adhere to chivalry? Enough chatter. Your opponent is now me." Liang Rui boldly confronted Wang, showing no fear of the Gatling gun in Wang's hands. Not only did he refuse to shy away from the gun's threat, but he also advanced toward Wang. Wang, incensed that Liang Rui disrespected his heavy weaponry, bellowed as he fired a volley of bullets. "You're asking for death." Liang Rui's movements were exceptionally agile and unpredictable, weaving left and right as he advanced, rendering Wang's aim ineffective. In a matter of moments, Liang Rui was before Wang, wielding an iron rod that struck Wang squarely on the forehead. With a piercing scream, Wang fell to the ground. "You're no ordinary person." Wang's mind swiftly grasped the situation. An ordinary person could never hope to fell him with a single strike, for he harbored unwavering confidence in his current physique. Liang Rui regarded him with a cold demeanor, remaining silent while a faint blue light flickered around him. Wang gently traced the deep indentations on his face, a body assembled without the capacity for pain. Intrigued, he remarked, "How fascinating. You're just like that fiery little brat. Both of you claiming to be some sort of evolved beings, am I right?" In a chilling tone, Liang Rui retorted, "What I am is of no concern to you. Just know that you will perish by my hand." "Arrogant," Wang bellowed, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed a blade from his other hand, brandishing it menacingly at Liang Rui. Liang Rui raised an iron rod to block the attacks, but after several strikes, Wang began to feel a peculiar numbness creeping through his body, affecting his movements and slowing him down. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Rui lifted the iron rod and swung it down towards Wang's head. A dull thud echoed as Wang's skull absorbed the impact, causing him to stagger back several paces. Thick black blood oozing uncontrollably from his scalp. The consecutive defeats at the hands of Liang Rui struck a severe blow to Wang's pride, prompting him to mutter furiously to himself, "I am the king of zombies. Do not underestimate me." With that, he raised his Gatling gun and unleashed a torrent of bullets toward Liang Rui. Liang Rui, with his agility and reflexes, initially dismissed the erratic gunfire. However, after evading several rounds, he suddenly realized that Wang's true aim was to target the guards at the gate. Glancing back, he noted the chaos behind him, but was relieved to find that his companions had so far evaded serious injury, having reacted swiftly to avoid the devastating onslaught of the Gatling gun. Yet, the gate had fallen, and hordes of zombies surged through, overwhelming them in number and making containment nearly impossible. "What are you looking at?" Wang's icy voice pierced through the air behind Liang Rui, alarmingly close. With a swift thrust, Wang's blade pierced Liang Rui's abdomen from behind, and regret washed over him for his earlier negligence. He felt his strength evaporate instantly, making it a struggle merely to remain standing. In that fleeting moment when Liang Rui turned, Wang seized the opportunity to deliver a chilling blow. Knowing he could not confront Liang Rui head-on, Wang resorted to cunning tactics, diverting Liang Rui's attention and ultimately launching a surprise attack. One could not deny that Wang was indeed the same treacherous figure as before, sinister and crafty. As Wang triumphantly withdrew his blade, Liang Rui could no longer endure. Collapsing to one knee, the excruciating pain tore through him, and despite his unwillingness to concede, his vision began to blur. Soon after, Wang's Gatling gun cooled down. Its scorching barrel pressed against the back of Liang Rui's head. One turn of the gun would undoubtedly obliterate Liang Rui's skull in an instant. Meanwhile, freed from any concerns for his rear, Lin Qizong fought with increasing ferocity, turning the tide against the butcher. After delivering a powerful kick that sent the butcher flying, Lin Qizong found a moment's respite. However, a glance at Liang Rui's dire predicament caused his heart to tighten once more. "Stop!" Lin Qizong shouted as he rushed towards Liang Rui, for Wang's ultimate objective was indeed Lin Qizong. Seeing Lin Qizong willingly approach, Wang raised his gun and unleashed a barrage upon him. Despite Wang's lackluster marksmanship at such close range, Lin Qizong inevitably succumbed to the onslaught. As the smoke dissipated, Lin Qizong stood resolutely in place, though his body was marred by several wounds. "Ah, Zong!" Liang Rui cried out, filled with guilt as he witnessed Lin Qizong's injuries sustained while rescuing him. Yet, his voice was feeble and lacked strength. In the next moment, Lin Qizong gritted his teeth defiantly, retorting, "Pathetic creature, is this all you've got?" Wang was astonished that the bullets from his Gatling gun had not claimed Lin Qizong's life. Even though flames erupted from his body, he was still a mere mortal. The reason Lin Qizong survived was entirely due to the formidable resilience of the evolved body. At the instant Wang aimed his weapon, Lin Qizong realized there was no time to evade. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he enveloped himself in a surge of burning energy to execute a rudimentary block. This act successfully mitigated the bullet's force, allowing him to withstand the impact. Nevertheless, he was gravely injured and found himself unable to muster strength for the time being.